In an extraordinary world where the perfect five elements bloodline exists, the venerable elder of the divine mountain marvels, you were born to be a sovereign. Shen Wudao traverses into the realm of armored warriors, a fusion of the first three installments of the armored series, endowed with a flawless five elements bloodline and the heavenly emperor armor that he rises as the commander of the armored warriors, leading his troops to vanquish the darkness, monstrous beasts, and malevolent entities, annihilating foes with unmatched ferocity. Yet, mere combat is insufficient. A person of undeniable charisma invariably attracts admirers. Li Xia declares, "Encountering you is the greatest happiness of my life." Xia Zitong proclaims, "You are the one I shall cherish for eternity. If you remain, so shall I. Chapter 1. Born to be sovereign, the sovereign's birth. You were born to be sovereign, a natural-born emperor. An elderly man with a white beard stood atop a mountain, addressing an 80-year-old boy. Born to be sovereign? How peculiar! Why would I dream such an absurd dream? Shen Wudao gazed at the smiling elder, who appeared to possess an ethereal aura, and pondered the strangeness of his dream. Just moments ago, he recalled drifting in a slumber while practicing martial arts. In his previous life, Shen Wudao was born into a modest family with a modest fortune, leading a carefree existence. After graduating high school, he intended to travel abroad for leisure, only to meet an unfortunate fate during a rare airplane incident. Reincarnated in this parallel Earth with the memories of his past, his parents were both university professors, and the family was relatively affluent. However, a week prior, shortly after turning 8, his parents perished in a hijacking while researching abroad, rendering Shen Wudao an orphan. Believing he would inherit a mundane life, his grandmother from the countryside took him in. Shen Wudao was aware of his grandmother's extraordinary background. She hailed from a family of martial artists, mastering various weapons and techniques, and had once won a national martial arts championship in her youth. Exhausted from his grandmother's rigorous training, he had fallen asleep. Upon waking, he experienced this peculiar dream, wondering if he had perhaps watched too much of the Kamen Rider series. The elder shook his head, saying, "No, you're not dreaming. We are communicating within the depths of your consciousness, or rather, your bloodline. You possess the most potent five elements bloodline in 5,000 years." What on earth is a five elements bloodline? Shen Wudao blinked at the elder, though he recalled some elements from his previous exposure to the armored warriors, which heavily featured Chinese themes. Could the elder be referring to the five elements bloodline capable of summoning the emperor armor, as seen in the series? If he indeed possessed such a bloodline, could he not summon the emperor armor without relying on the heavenly path, thereby becoming the heavenly path itself? "Who are you, old man?" Shen Wudao inquired. If this elder was indeed the heart of the divine mountain, then Shen Wudao's suspicions about the nature of his parallel Earth being a world similar to that of the Kamen Rider series were confirmed. The elder introduced himself. "You may call me the heart of the divine mountain." Shen Wudao raised an eyebrow. Swallowing hard indeed, he was not dreaming. If the elder claimed to be the embodiment of the perfect five elements bloodline, did that not mean he was destined for greatness? Unaware of Shen Wudao's inner musings, the heart of the divine mountain continued, "I understand you carry many questions within, and I shall elucidate them one by one." He proceeded to explain everything regarding the armor, the extraordinary beasts, and the bloodlines. Although Shen Wudao was already aware of much of this, he refrained from interrupting, opting instead to feign ignorance to avoid revealing his identity as a traveler from another world. Should a descendant of the light and shadow village awaken a singular, high-concentration five elements bloodline, they may harness the power of the stars to summon the ultimate armor, the emperor armor, and you, with your perfect five elements bloodline, can summon the emperor armor alone, and your strength will surpass that of five combined. Other bloodline bearers awaken at birth, but your awakening was delayed due to your high bloodline concentration at your tender age. You are not yet capable of sustaining such a perfect bloodline, which is why it will manifest now, as your physical capabilities have increased. Suppressing his excitement, Shen Wudao mused, "So, I am destined to be invincible." Initially intending to lead an ordinary life, he was now informed he could summon the emperor armor, a revelation that ignited a thrill within him, akin to winning a fortune in the lottery. The heart of the divine mountain chuckled. saying, though your perfect 5 elements bloodline allows you to summon the Emperor armor, mastery over it is essential. From this day forth, whenever you have a moment, seek me in your consciousness, and I shall teach you how to fight and control the armor. I sense a crisis will emerge in your generation. As Shen Wudao was awakening, a formidable woman in her 50s approached, exuding an air of authority. Her footsteps were steady, indicative of a seasoned martial artist. Shen Wudao promptly stood, seriousness etched on his face. Grandmother, I have been able to maintain the horse stance for over 10 minutes. His grandmother raised an eyebrow in skepticism. Really? I recall you could barely last 5 minutes before your legs shook. Show me. Of course. Shen Wudao stepped back and assumed a perfect horse stance before her. Having just learned from the heart of the divine mountain that once his perfect 5 elements bloodline awakened, his physical prowess would experience a monumental leap along with an extraordinary increase in intelligence and potential for unimaginable abilities. This was the privilege of being born to be sovereign. Before awakening his 5 elements bloodline, he could only manage 5 minutes in the stance, legs trembling. Yet now he effortlessly surpassed 10 minutes, a testament to his enhanced physique. His grandmother, witnessing her grandson maintain the stance without faltering, felt both puzzled and elated. She clapped a hand on Shen Wudao's shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done. You are indeed my grandson. You shall become the most exceptional person in the world, standing atop the clouds, the brightest sun in the heavens." Shen Wudao nodded. Indeed, as grandmother has said, I am the brightest sun. His grandmother smiled. Yes, mastering the horse stance is merely the foundation. Tomorrow, I shall formally instruct you in martial arts. As seasons changed over the course of 10 years, a news report caught Shen Wudao's attention. According to the latest updates, a multitude of beings of various races has inexplicably appeared in our Huaxia nation, taking pleasure in murder. The homeland is also troubled by frequent appearances of oxers. Thankfully, we still have the armored warriors to protect us, and let us pray for their continued victories. In his villa-style apartment, Shen Wudao turned off the television, stretching his tall, robust frame, standing at 6 feet 1 inch, with striking features that could hardly be encapsulated by the term handsome. Especially that powerful and confident aura, capable of influencing the majority, belongs to the one who stands out conspicuously in a crowd. Existing like a crane among chickens, upon arriving at the balcony and observing the pedestrians below, he murmured, "What a chaotic world it is." Yet, the greater the chaos, the more he could showcase his own abilities. In this world, the nation of Little Days has been incorporated into the territory of the Huaxia nation. Once, the Little Days nation foolishly attempted to invade Huaxia, but Huaxia, possessing greater national strength, retaliated decisively, even compelling them to surrender, leading to their territory becoming a province of Huaxia. Shen Wudao paid little heed to this matter. His gaze shifted towards the southeast, where the nearest high school, Longland High School, was located on a prestigious institution not far from his residence, merely a 20-minute walk away. Tomorrow marks the beginning of my final year of high school. It would be rather dull to be alone. Perhaps I could consider renting out a room downstairs. Sakura Manor, the name of the building he resides in, consists of 2 stories, each housing 5 rooms, sharing a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. This place can be classified as a small shared apartment, complete with a courtyard adorned with flowers, a timber-high wall, and a large iron gate, occupying a considerable area. It is a legacy left by Shen Wudao's parents. This year, he invested a significant amount of money to renovate the somewhat dated Sakura Manor, modernizing its appearance. Though he has never rented out a room before, the solitude has become quite tedious, prompting him to consider hanging a rental sign at the entrance as for the high school he is about to attend. Shen Wudao is a transfer student. He previously studied in another city. With the emergence of entities like Auxer in this city, he decided to transfer here. Chapter 2. Malingling. Do you want to become a night warrior? Feeling bored, Shen Wudao rolled his Emperor's steed out of the garage. Even without summoning armor, he could manifest the Emperor's steed, utilizing it as an ordinary motorcycle, albeit with a rather extravagant design that attracted attention. Just as he was preparing to take a ride, he suddenly sensed something, a misfying presence of murky energy emerging from somewhere. This intuition stemmed from the Tianren He technique he learned from the divine mountain seer. What is the Tianren He technique? It involves breathing in harmony with nature, sensing the essence and vitality of the world, and merging oneself with the environment to detect abnormal energies. In this world, beings such as anomalous beasts, nether demons, and auxers inherently possess a malevolent power within their essence. That be why practicing the Tianren technique, Shen Wudao can perceive this corrupting evil force from nature, enabling him to locate and eradicate it. Though he is uncertain of the specific type of entity, any that threatens the world is, in Shen Wudao's eyes, unacceptable. Such pests must be exterminated. Without further contemplation, Shen Wudao mounted his motorcycle and sped towards the direction of the sensed anomaly. Meanwhile, on a certain street, an auxer with beetle-like characteristics loomed over a girl, gripping her collar tightly, while she displayed an expression of distress. The beetle auxer sneered, "You filthy woman, others would be terrified at the sight of me, yet you dare linger in the shadows, thinking I would not notice you?" Although Ma Lingling was in pain, she defiantly retorted, "Humph, you depraved fool obsessed with power. You will eventually be dealt with by the night warriors." Initially, Ma Lingling had been enjoying coffee nearby, seeking a moment of relaxation, unaware that a man would transform into an auxer right before her eyes. His transformation scared off everyone else, and the beetle auxer reveled in the thrill of instilling fear, intentionally choosing a crowded area to showcase his divine-like power. No one knew why ordinary people suddenly gained the ability to transform into monsters, but those who did were known as auxers, possessing strength far beyond that of humans, akin to many superheroes. What happens when ordinary individuals obtain such power? Most become intoxicated by it. The beetle auxer was no exception, a previously unremarkable and socially anxious nerd who, upon acquiring this power, underwent a transformation in character, seeking the thrill of fear in others' eyes. Night warriors? Huh, you mean those clumsy fools clad in rusty armor? Let them come, I will show them who is truly formidable. After becoming an auxer, despite being a recluse, he found himself inundated with knowledge regarding his capabilities and combat strategies, as the auxer virus is parasitic in nature, granting even a recluse a degree of combat proficiency. The beetle auxer laughed heartily. A nearly silent motorcycle surged forward, its speed so great that the beetle auxer instinctively released his grip on Ma Lingling, grasping the front of the motorcycle in an attempt to brace for impact, yet was still thrown aside. Ouch! My backside, freed by the beetle auxer. Ma Lingling fell onto the ground, feeling a sharp pang of pain. Yet, as she witnessed such a brave soul daring to ride in to rescue her, her heart swelled with gratitude. In today's society, one often struggles for their own survival, leaving little room to care for others. Shen Wudao dismounted from his motorcycle, calmly observing the creature rising from the ground. Him, the auxer, which others would avoid, was akin to an Antoshan omething easily crushed. Ma Lingling approached Shen Wudao, exclaiming, "Hey there, warrior. Thank you for saving me. But without the night warriors, we would still be doomed to this auxer's wrath. So, do you wish to become a night warrior?" In that moment, Ma Lingling resembled a salesperson as she retrieved a night summoning device from her bag. Indeed, the Lingling carried a night summoning device. Though it belonged to her brother, she had taken it for safekeeping, and now, in a time of crisis, it was the perfect opportunity to use it. Become a night warrior? Shen Wudao was already a night warrior. Did he need someone else to bestow that title upon him? He turned his gaze towards Ma Lingling, whose appearance was rather ordinary and youthful, yet she held a seemingly plastic device in her hand. "And who might you be?" As he regarded the woman before him, he felt an inkling of understanding, yet the unfolding narrative resembled the arrival in a novice village, encountering a guiding NPC. "Ah, never mind that. You seem courageous enough. You know our city has night warriors, right? This device can transform you into one. Take the summoning device and place it in the designated area." With that, Ma Lingling thrust the summoning device into Shen Wudao's hands. Take the summoning device? At this point, Shen Wudao had confirmed her identity. Huoshan, he was the daughter of the Tianhao group, known as the protagonist of her generation. He had not anticipated that the person he had saved was her. He had assumed she was merely a passerby. However, the summoning device was meant for the night warriors in the midst of the melody. The weakest potential lay in the artificial armor crafted by humans, merely composed of earthly elements. Damn it, who is this guy? He shows no fear of me and even dares to ride a motorcycle into me. How infuriating. The beetle warrior, Auxer, gazed ahead at Shen Wudao, and for what he heard from Ma Ling, it seemed the opponent could transform into an armored warrior. What nonsense is this about armor? As long as he doesn't have the time to transform, he is just an ordinary human. Thus, Auxer surged toward Shen Wudao, determined to prevent any transformation. Seeing this, Ma Ling, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "Quickly, place the summoner at your waist, insert the energy key, and then chant the incantation. Flame of Nawa, merge. With the power of devouring fierce flames." No time. Die. Auxer moved with astonishing speed, far surpassing any human. Faster than a sprint champion in mere seconds, he closed a 30 meters distance and hurled a punch toward Shen Wudao's face. Ah! Ma Ling, terrified, shut her eyes tightly. With Auxer's strength capable of effortlessly lifting a car, striking a frail human body would surely obliterate the skull like a watermelon. She could not bear to witness the anticipated bloodbath that was about to unfold. However, the expected brutality did not occur. Unable to resist, Ma Ling opened one eye and saw Auxer's fist mere centimeters from Shen Wudao's face, yet it remained suspended in midair. Shen Wudao's left hand had caught Auxer's wrist, rendering him immobile. What? Auxer was dumbfounded. The force behind his punch could have shattered walls, and now it was being caught by a mere human? Chapter 3. I am justice. In his astonishment, Auxer, momentarily dazed, lifted his leg to kick Shen Wudao. However, Shen Wudao was quicker, landing a kick on Auxer's thigh, thwarting his attempt to strike back, followed by another kick that sent Auxer flying. Ah! Auxer cried out in pain as he was propelled backward. Hiss! Ma Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. A human had not only caught Auxer, but had also sent him flying. Was she dreaming? It seemed impossible. No matter how strong a human's physique, it could not compare to the monstrous Auxer. Even a muscular man weighing 200 to 300 pounds would have been felled by a single punch. Yet, this man, who did not appear excessively muscular, not only caught Auxer's punch, but also kicked him away. Was he even human? Shen Wudao glanced at the Nawa armor summoner that Ma Ling had forcibly placed in his hands. Although the potential of the Nawa armor was somewhat limited, the effectiveness depended on the wielder. Auxer, perplexed, demanded, "Damn it, who are you?" Shen Wudao raised his left hand, pointing a single finger skyward, and spoke calmly. "My grandmother said, I am the sun walking upon this earth. I am justice." What? Auxer was bewildered by Shen Wudao's declaration. The sun? Representing justice? What nonsense! Then, Shen Wudao placed the summoner at his waist. The device automatically extended into a belt, inserting the energy key and turning it. With his hands outstretched, he declared, "Nawa armor, merge." Wait, the incantation is flame of... Ma Ling attempted to correct Shen Wudao's summoning phrase, but before she could finish, a radiant red glow enveloped him as an orange-hued Nawa armor merged with him. She wondered what's happening. Can the summoner recognize the merge, even if the incantation isn't recited correctly? Armor. Seeing this, Auxer began to contemplate retreating. Just moments ago, this individual had managed to kick him away without summoning armor now. With the armor, he would be even more formidable. Yet, Shen Wudao did not grant Auxer a moment to ponder. He transformed into a fiery entity, quickly appearing before Auxer. His right foot ignited with flames as he unleashed a kick. Fierce flame kick. The kick landed with tremendous force on Auxer's chest, sending him flying over 10 meters. Melted scale blade. A swirling mass of flames appeared in Shen Wudao's right hand, roaring like a vortex in his palm. The flame solidified into the shape of a blade, the fundamental weapon of the Nawa armor. With the blade held horizontally, he gently caressed it with his left hand, causing the once bright blade to glow with an orange hue, as if enchanted. Fierce flame slash. Shen Wudao charged forward, observing Auxer as he rose from the ground. In less than 2 seconds, the melted scale blade sliced across Auxer, and the two passed each other, their backs turned. Without so much as a glance, he released the Nawa armor, revealing his ethereal silhouette. That moment, Auxer felt a flash before his eyes. The armored warrior had zipped past him and vanished. Initially, he thought he was hallucinating, but then he noticed a sharp pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw an orange gash etched into his body. Energy coursed through him, and with a scream, Auxer exploded on the spot. After Auxer's demise, Shen Wudao slowly turned, regarding the infected individual before striding directly toward Ma Ling. How are you so formidable? Ma Ling had initially thought Shen Wudao, as a novice, would struggle with the armor, and she had been prepared to offer guidance. Yet he had resolved the situation with such swiftness and displayed an expertise in wielding the Nawa armor, as if he had used it before. Because I was born a sovereign naturally, I am formidable, Shen Wudao replied nonchalantly. Tossing the Nawa summoner to Ma Ling, she hurriedly caught it, gazing at him with newfound admiration. He returned the summoner so readily, showing no hesitation, as if it held no significance to him. Did he not realize the significance of becoming an armored warrior? Hey, do you want to be a messenger of justice? I can lend you this armor to perform heroic deeds, allowing you to become a respected armored warrior. No need. You should reserve it for others, Shen Wudao said, not glancing back as he approached the Imperial Steed motorcycle and revved the engine, departing the scene. After he had gone far, Ma Ling marveled. Wow, he faced the temptation of becoming an armored warrior without a hint of desire. After defeating Auxer, he simply turned and left. So decisive and cool. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Oh, I forgot to ask for his name. Typically, anyone would seize the opportunity to become an armored warrior. Yet this individual seemed utterly unconcerned, and his extraordinary prowess allowed him to catch Auxer's attack. That it was simply absurd. In a hidden chamber of a hamburger restaurant, known as the ERP Research Laboratory, advanced technology surrounded them. Virtual combat system concluded. With a mechanical sound, a young man emerged from the virtual battle chamber. He appeared to be in his early 20s, not conventionally handsome, yet still quite appealing. Sinan, your training results have once again enhanced your strength. The speaker was a woman, also in her 20s, possessing an agreeable appearance, but not particularly striking. She was simply pleasant looking. She was Mei Zhen, the head of the ERP Research Laboratory. Is that so? This virtual combat system is indeed effective. Even without engaging in real battles, one can steadily improve their strength. Li Sinan expressed his satisfaction, knowing that the stronger his flame dragon armor summoner, the more capable he would be against any emerging monsters. Sinan, Mei Zhen, there was just a news report online stating that Auxer has appeared at XXX location. There was a man named Dong Shan who gazed at his laptop and addressed the two individuals. Mei Zhen sighed and remarked, Auxer? Well, my brother, Dr. Guru, originally designed the detection system for anomalous energy reactions. It was solely aimed at the anomalous beasts. The emergence of creatures like Auxer elicited no response whatsoever. It seems I must consult my brother to see if an upgrade can be implemented. Currently, the only known creature in this city was the Auxer. Although our ERP research laboratory could detect the energy emissions from anomalous beasts, it was incapable of identifying the other two types of aberrant beings, rendering timely rescue efforts impossible. We could only stay informed through trending news in this domain. Zhang glanced at the screen and said, this incident occurred 3 minutes ago. Regardless, Shinan, I suggest you utilize the satellite transmission system to investigate. Certainly, Li Shinan nodded. Once he eliminated the Auxer, he could return home to practice the piano. In his heart, mastering the piano was his primary pursuit, while being an armored warrior was merely his secondary endeavor. Chapter 4. The Enchantress, Lixia. If only we could invite the previously encountered Navar armor and flying shadow armor to join us. It would alleviate the burden on Xi Nan, who is currently shouldering the responsibility alone, Mei Zhen lamented after teleporting Li Xi Nan away. So far, 3 armored warriors have made headlines: Flame Dragon, Flying Shadow, and Navar. If we could consolidate the armors into a single team, it would be a tremendous boon for all of us, enhancing our collective strength to combat the forces of evil. Unfortunately, we have yet to encounter the summoners of the other 2 armors. If we did, we could extend an invitation to join our cause. Noticing Mei Zhen's despondence, Shan encouraged her, do not worry. As long as Xi Nan meets them, he will surely persuade them to join us. Together, we shall achieve victory. Mei Zhen nodded. I hope so. Meanwhile, Shen Wudao rode his motorcycle around, purchasing some ingredients before returning to his tightly closed iron gate. There, he discovered a woman wearing a duckbill cap. Her head bowed. Leaning against the wall, she fiddled with a lighter, repeatedly flipping its lid. Upon noticing Shen Wudao's arrival, she lifted her head, revealing her striking beauty. approximately 21 years old, with a slender figure, crescent-shaped brows, a delicate nose, and petite cherry lips. Her long, silky black hair cascaded down her back, and she stood at about 175 centimeters tall, clad in a short skirt that accentuated her long, fair legs. Anyone who laid eyes on her would undoubtedly feel their heart race, thinking, "What a beautiful girl." Li Xia spoke with a somewhat indifferent tone. "Hey there. Are you the landlord of this place? Did you put up the rental notice at the entrance?" Observing Shen Wudao, she noted that he appeared a few years younger than herself, with strikingly handsome features that exuded an extraordinary aura, making him seem like the center of human attention. Li Xia's pupils widened slightly. She had never encountered anyone with such a unique presence before. Compared to the so-called male idols she had met previously, he seemed utterly exceptional. Shen Wudao paused, glancing at her, and inquired, "Are you here to rent a room?" Li Xia nodded. "Yes, I noticed your high wall provides excellent privacy and security. May I come in to take a look?" "Please, come in." Shen Wudao pushed open the iron gate and led Li Xia inside, saying, "This area is all courtyard. I planted the flowers and plants myself. The house has 2 floors, each with 5 rooms. I live upstairs. Feel free to choose." "All right." Li Xia entered the house to inspect it, while Shen Wudao pushed his Emperor Steed motorcycle into the garage. He waited outside. Unlike other landlords who would incessantly promote the merits of their property, he preferred a straightforward approach. If they liked it, they could stay. If not, they could leave. 5 minutes later, Li Xia emerged from the house and strolled around the courtyard, satisfied. The interior is clean and spacious, with all the necessary amenities. "I will take it." "Which room would you like?" Shen Wudao asked. Li Xia brushed her hair aside and replied, "I'll take the entire downstairs floor, if that is all right." Hearing this, Shen Wudao regarded her thoughtfully. Although he wasn't particularly swayed by appearances, he couldn't help but acknowledge her beauty. Walking down the street, she would undoubtedly attract attention and compliments. Furthermore, her attire and demeanor suggested she was not lacking in financial means. "All right, the entire floor it is. I'll give you a discount. It will be 15,000 a month. For the average person, that amount would be quite substantial, as most workers earn around 5,000 a month." Yet, Li Xia showed no hesitation, agreeing instantly and paying a full year's rent up front, totaling 180,000. This sum, while significant, was of little concern to Shen Wudao. Despite being unemployed, his savings exceeded 100 million. How had he amassed such wealth? Pure luck, it seemed, as he had spent less than $10 on lottery tickets, each time winning millions. His bank account now boasted a staggering sum, rendering money merely a number to him. Shen Wudao retrieved a key from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, "Here, that's your key. I prefer not to use a keypad lock, but feel free to change it if you wish." Li Xia accepted the key and introduced herself. "I'm Li Xia, a student in the performance department at Qingbei University. However, I am currently on leave and will not be attending classes." "I'm Shen Wudao, a third-year student at Longlin High," he replied. At 18, he was 3 years younger than Li Xia, who was approximately 21. Li Xia rested her finger on her chin. "I figured you were a new student from Longlin High. It's quite close by. You can reach it in less than 10 minutes on your motorcycle. Roughly. But I prefer to walk. It's more comfortable," Shen Wudao stated, as he could reach it in 5 minutes on his bike. "Let us leave it at that. If you need anything, just call for me. I'll be upstairs." "All right. I won't hesitate to ask if I need anything," Li Xia replied, her voice less indifferent than before, tinged with a hint of warmth. Seeing Shen Wudao leave so promptly left Li Xia somewhat unsettled. Rarely did she find herself openly standing before a boy, only to discover he did not recognize her. As a member of a popular idol group, she was a significant star, well known to many. To avoid being recognized, she often donned hats and kept her head down while out. Yet, standing before Shen Wudao, she felt unexpectedly vulnerable. He did not know who she was. Despite being surrounded by beautiful, young women in her group, she was often regarded as the most radiant, frequently taking center stage during performances as the lead vocalist. Her appeal, especially to male fans, was undeniable. Thus, encountering a man who did not recognize her piqued her curiosity. A senior high school student living alone in such a fine house and riding an expensive golden motorcycle, while being remarkably handsome at that, was intriguing. Though 3 years her junior, he undoubtedly fit her aesthetic, particularly in terms of his captivating demeanor. Once upstairs, Shen Wudao stored the ingredients in the refrigerator. Hearing noises from downstairs, He surmised that his new tenant was either organizing her belongings or cleaning up. He chose not to interfere, as long as she did not damage his home or engage in any outrageous behavior. Chapter 5. Superior and mighty beyond compare in a place perpetually shrouded in darkness. Beneath a gloomy sky, there lay a cave halfway up a mountain. This cave appeared to have been constructed, equipped with numerous devices, and inhabited by individuals. A man, clad in a black cloak and nearing 50 yet possessing a robust physique, sat upon a stone seat, observing news reports. The broadcast detailed the occurrences surrounding Aux, a creature transformed by an unknown virus, with infected individuals noted for their irascible tempers. However, they had been repeatedly vanquished by armored warriors. Aux, what a worthless entity, he scoffed. Merely a horde of parasites that require irritable individuals to thrive. Their abilities and physicality are no match for my psychic beasts. After switching off the television, Ingba let out a derisive snort. Aux, such a cheap notion. Indeed, the tyrannical overlord speaks truth. Those Aux are nothing but refuse. Allowing the armored warriors to display their might. Before the shadow overlord stands a rather unsavory character, his eyes shifty and demeanor sycophantic. With an air of arrogance, the shadow overlord proclaims, the armored warriors, only the flame dragon armor can be deemed the true armor. As for the other two, what are they but mere trifles? I have never heard of them and know not from whence they come. Mere worthless scraps. If they dare to appear before my aberrant beasts, I assure you, they will regret it. The flame dragon armor, the embodiment of fire among the elemental armors, is a divine gift bestowed by 5 meteors that fell from the heavens in a distant past, requiring one's bloodline to resonate for transformation. No hodgepodge of armors can compare. The ugly companion concurs. Indeed, that so-called flying shadow armor and the wave of armor are merely artificial trifles. A single swipe from an aberrant beast could obliterate them. By the way, Overlord, when shall we commence dispatching aberrant beasts on missions? Why the haste? I shall summon the aberrant beasts now, allowing those foolish mortals to witness what they should truly fear. With that, the shadow overlord approaches the breeding chamber for aberrant beasts, extending his hands forward as luminous cards hover in the air. He then draws a card, its ethereal form solidifying, and inserts it into the machine. As a surge of electricity courses through the chamber, a blue-skinned aberrant beast, armed with razor-sharp claws, emerges. Ha! Go forth, malevolent beast, and vanquish those humans of the light and shadow village bloodline, while letting these mortals behold what a true monster looks like. That night, Shen Wudao is at home preparing a meal, simple yet lavish, featuring braised pork, sweet and sour fish, fried chicken fillet, and a tomato and egg soup. The aroma soon wafts through the air, revealing Shen Wudao's culinary prowess, as he is a man well-versed in thousands of skills. Over the past decade, during his childhood at his grandmother's home, he practiced martial arts by day and learned various life skills from the elder of the Divine Mountain by night. Music, chess, literature, astronomy, divination, and medicine, mastering them all. The elder of the Divine Mountain embodies the genetic memory within all elemental bloodlines, regardless of one's lineage. The presence of a bloodline signifies the existence of the Divine Mountain's heart. However, only those with a perfect elemental bloodline, like Shen Wudao, can encounter the Divine Mountain's heart within their subconscious, while others must rely on the virtual combat system in research facilities to do so. Thus, throughout history, only Shen Wudao has been able to meet the elder of the Divine Mountain autonomously. This heart records the life abilities of all who possess elemental bloodlines, preserving their essence while discarding the dross. Shen Wudao's aptitude for learning is unparalleled, grasping new concepts rapidly, often within mere hours, achieving mastery and understanding in depth. Such as Shen Wudao, born with the abilities of a sovereign, surpassing any mortal in strength and excellence. A knock resounds just as Shen Wudao sets the dishes on the table. It is evident who it is, the beautiful tenant from earlier. Yet, why knock when a doorbell is present? He brushes aside the thought and opens the door to find Li Xia, holding a beautifully wrapped small cake before her. After a brief pause, she reveals with joy, "Tada, this is a small gift from your tenant to you, dear landlord. We shall be living under the same roof from now on, so I look forward to your guidance." "Thank you," Shen Wudao replies graciously, accepting the cake, which, despite its modest size, boasts a value reflective of its exquisite packaging. "You're quite welcome. Oh, what a delightful aroma. Are you cooking dinner?" Li Xia inquires, her nose twitching at the enticing scents wafting from within. Yes, just finished. Oh, may I join you? I was busy organizing my things, but the aroma from your room made my stomach growl. Don't worry, I shall not overindulge. Please, help me out here. With hands clasped together, she playfully gestures at him, her charm undeniable. Shen Wudao remains silent. Why should he fear? Besides, with a lovely lady present, he has little to lose. Come in then, he says, stepping aside. Thank you. As she approaches the dining table, her eyes widen at the sight of the 4 dishes: braised pork, sweet and sour fish, tomato and egg soup, and fried chicken fillet. Ordinary home-cooked meals, yet exuding an irresistible fragrance that makes her salivate. What seasonings did you use? The colors are vibrant, as if enhanced by filters, and the aroma is richer than that of a professional chef. Shen Wudao serves 2 bowls of rice and replies, just the usual oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. The secret lies in a heart that loves cooking, pouring oneself into each step, and of course, attention to technique and timing. Li Xia gazes at him, saying, It seems you are quite the culinary expert. I shan't hold back. Wudao? You are rather familiar, aren't you? Isn't it a fine name? It carries a certain grandeur, Shen Wudao. You may call me Sister Xia, she exclaims, savoring a piece of braised pork, instantly captivated by its flavor. This is exquisite. Tender and sweet. I must mix this gravy with rice. Watching her eat with such fervor, Shen Wudao remarks, with such veracity, Do you not think you should embody the grace expected of a lady? A lady is like a flower, vibrant and captivating, and should present her finest self. Li Xia retorts, What is grace if it cannot be consumed? Why concern ourselves with such details? It is just us here, why put on airs? Relaxing is far more enjoyable. You do have a point, Shen Wudao concedes, appreciating her straightforward nature devoid of artifice. Suddenly, he senses a malevolent aura in the air. Yet another strange being has emerged. Chapter 6. Transforming and sending aberrant beasts flying dozens of meters? Shen Wudao rises. Addressing the engrossed Li Xia, Continue eating. I must attend to an urgent matter. She nods, chewing on her chopsticks. Oh, be cautious on your way out. Indeed, he reflects. While the nether fiend has yet to appear, several ox have surfaced, along with other armored warriors. What a chaotic scene. At the Huahuan teppanyaki restaurant, Su Tingfei sits at the iron griddle table, enjoying the dinner prepared by Yang Huanying. Indeed, I have not heard my grandmother mention anything about ox or other armors. It's all quite bewildering. Although they are not nether fiends, the appearance of ox will certainly trigger the town's demon summoning bell, allowing us to lend assistance. Yang Huanying shares his frustration. Their lineage has battled nether fiends for a millennium, yet they are faced with ox instead. Fortunately, she has the flying shadow armor, so they are not left without recourse. Dingling. Just as they converse, the demon summoning bell hanging above the griddle begins ringing of its own accord. Another ox? Su Tingfei exclaims in surprise. Aries' prediction. Yang welcomed the immediate activation of her abilities, invoking the ancestral Aries techniques passed down through her lineage of mystics. The Aries divination art enabled her to foresee and ascertain the positions of adversaries in advance. Through this skill, it was akin to possessing a mental map. Yang promptly declared, Xiao Fei, the coordinates are as follows: Sky 11, Earth 65, Human 45. I have transmitted this information into your mind. Haste is of the essence. Understood. I shall depart at once, Su Tingfei replied, disregarding his meal. Hastily setting aside his bowl and chopsticks to journey toward the source of the anomalous energy reaction. Was there truly no rental accommodation nearby that resembled this place? A 20-year-old man, somewhat handsome in appearance, anxiously rubbed the back of his head. He was Yuan Juntang, an incoming freshman, who, having set off from home a bit late, sought to rent a room near his university. However, many desirable accommodations had already been leased, leaving him with options that were either unsatisfactory or exorbitantly priced. Must he resort to living in a cramped dormitory, sharing a small room with 3 rough men for the next 4 years? Heaven forbid. No. He resolved to secure a room that was both reasonably priced and to his liking. Clenching his fists, Yuan Juntang steeled himself, vowing not to give up. Suddenly, a series of heavy sounds echoed from behind him. What could that noise be? Yuan Juntang turned his head in confusion, as the sound resembled that of a heavy object. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Before him stood a creature with a single eye and azure skin, its hands adorned with white claws exceeding 10 centimeters in length. It advanced towards him step by step, each footfall echoing ominously. And he surmised that its weight must exceed 300 pounds. Moreover, viscous slime dripped from its body, the composition of which remained a mystery. Yet it corroded the ground beneath it, creating small pits. Ah, what a monstrous being! Yuan Juntang was instantly terrified. Could this truly be the legendary Oxer? He turned and fled in terror, employing the speed that had consistently secured him a place among the top 3 in races since primary school. Yet, how could mere human swiftness possibly elude the grasp of a formidable beast? In an instant, the malevolent creature lunged forward, its weight exceeding 300 pounds, yet still surpassing the velocity of the world's sprinting champions. Within a mere 3 to 4 seconds, it had caught up to the fleeing Yuan Juntang, driving its razor-sharp claw directly into his back and piercing through to his heart. Alas, Yuan Juntang abruptly halted his steps, a crimson stream escaping his lips uncontrollably. With great difficulty, he lowered his gaze, only to behold the bloodied white claws piercing through his back and emerging before him. No, this cannot be. I have yet to embark on my university journey, nor have I confessed my feelings to the one I adore. Must I meet my demise now? Yuan Juntang found it hard to fathom the events unfolding around him. Yet, the harsh reality was undeniable. His vision blurred, and vitality steadily ebbed away. Indeed, he had succumbed to death, brutally slain by the malevolent creature known as the evil ginseng beast, leaving behind a lifeless, cold corpse. The evil ginseng beast reveled in the act of taking its first life, for it was the formidable leader among the supernatural beasts, the first to emerge and extinguish the life of one bearing the bloodline of the Shadowlight village. In the heavens above, the divine figure, Shen Wudao, riding upon the imperial steed, chanced upon the scene of the evil ginseng beast claiming a victim. Initially, he assumed it was merely another encounter with the Oxer, only to discover that this time, it was indeed a supernatural beast. Shortly after Shen Wudao's arrival, a beam of light descended from the sky, and a person materialized behind the evil ginseng beast. Shen Wudao observed the entire spectacle unfold before him. This was a manifestation of satellite transmission, a genuine marvel of advanced technology. Such teleportation capabilities could only be attributed to a research facility. At last, the supernatural beast had made its appearance. Li Shinan gazed at the peculiar species before him, which bore no resemblance to the Oxar. Their satellites were meticulously designed to detect the movements of the anomalous beasts. Any action taken by these creatures would emit a surge of anomalous energy, promptly captured by the satellites. Consequently, alarms would sound in their laboratory as a warning. While observing the malevolent beast, Li Shinan's attention was suddenly drawn to a glimmer of golden light overhead. He looked up to behold an individual perched upon an enigmatic platinum-hued flying apparatus, hovering gracefully in the air. What could this be? Li Shinan's eyes widened in astonishment. Upon noticing his awareness, Shen Wudao piloted the imperial steed downward, leaping from it when he was merely 10 meters above the ground. The imperial steed soared away, while Shen Wudao landed, unscathed, behind the malevolent ginseng beast from a height equivalent to that of a 3-story building. It was only then that the ginseng beast became aware of his presence. With a mere thought, Shen Wudao summoned the power of the nearest star, the sun, without the need for any summoning device, allowing a radiant beam of golden light to envelop him. The imperial armor, predominantly golden, showcased characteristics from the 5 elemental armors. The dragon adorned the helm, the tiger graced the shoulders, the mastiff bore the wings of an eagle at the rear, and the rhinoceros legs provided balance between heaven and earth. Armor fusion. The emperor's armor, imbued with divine essence, is adorned with an aurora shield at its chest and additional gauntlets on its arms. This is none other than the ultimate imperial armor. Boom. As the transformation commenced, a tempest of golden energy erupted around him, radiating outward with great force. The earth within a 3-meter radius was lifted, and the malevolent demon beasts were effortlessly cast aside by this surge of power. This phenomenon was a deliberate act by Shen Wudao. The energy was calibrated to inflict greater damage upon those imbued with malevolence. Consequently, the demon beasts were sent sprawling, while Li Xian Nan merely staggered back a few paces. How formidable! Li Xian Nan, having staggered back several steps before finally regaining his footing, gazed in astonishment at the emperor armor donned by Shen Wudao, an experience that profoundly shook his inner being. As a summoner of the flame dragon armor, he was acutely aware that the power of armor is not static. A stronger summoner can unleash the true potential of their gear. Yet, even at the pinnacle of mastery, the energy generated during transformation could not be so astonishing. Merely shifting form had gouged the concrete beneath, revealing the earth below, and had even propelled the anomalous beast a good 20 meters away. Chapter 7. A single punch to annihilation. Most strikingly, this summoner bore no armor summoning device prior to the emergence of this dazzling armor, which descended from a beam of light. To be candid, Li Xian felt a twinge of envy. Not only was its design striking, but its commanding presence was visually overwhelming. Just as Shen Wudao completed the fusion with the Emperor armor, a sleek sports car glided into view, and from it emerged a young man, around 21 or 22 years of age. Su Tingfei removed the earbuds from his ears and, observing the scene ahead, remarked, "What is going on here? An armor has arrived even before I, the young master, made my entrance." His gaze fixed on the conspicuously radiant golden armor under the moonlight. Although his own flying shadow armor was quite impressive, he could not help but concede that this new armor surpassed it in elegance. A previously unseen, entirely novel armor? Moreover, what is the condition of the ground beneath his feet? How is it that a substantial patch has been stripped bare? The malevolent beast swiftly rose from the ground, unleashing a furious roar towards the enigmatic figure of Shen Wudao. Unlike the ethereal specters of the underworld or the parasitic entities that inhabit human forms, this creature, an aberration of nature, was devoid of the capacity for speech. Its guttural cry was an instinctual response for self-preservation, for it sensed an overwhelming power emanating from the man before it, causing its body to tremble uncontrollably. The crimson-tinted goggles of Shen Wudao shimmered ominously with a scarlet glow as he advanced towards the malevolent beast. In this moment, the pressure exerted by the ultimate Emperor's armor upon the creature was palpable. It felt as though its feet were encased in several tons of lead, rendering it immobile. Gazing at the imposing figure of the Emperor's armor drawing nearer, the beast began to conjure something within its maw, and then expelled a highly corrosive green liquid, capable of reducing an ordinary being to mere sludge in mere seconds upon contact. Confronted by the filth, Shen Wudao neither recoiled nor evaded. As the muck drew within a meter of him, a spark flickered, and then he vanished behind an invisible barrier, his progress unimpeded in the slightest. The abominable beast, startled by this, hastily expelled corrosive fluids multiple times, yet each attempt met with the same fate, a fleeting spark followed by complete disappearance. Ultimately, Shen Wudao stood before the abominable beast, quietly observing it. The creature gazed up at this towering figure, merely 2 meters tall, yet appearing as colossal as a mountain, capable of crushing it with a single hand. With a feeble roar, the abominable beast emitted its last cry, as Shen Wudao unleashed a punch to its chest. The tremendous force was beyond what the creature could withstand. The punch erupted from its back, shattering the concrete floor beneath it, and the abominable beast exploded into fragments, leaving only a purple magic spirit stone suspended in midair. Shen Wudao glanced at it, retrieving the stone with his Qinquan belt for sealing. Li Xinan and Su Tingfei gasped in astonishment, pondering if this was truly armor, for the disparity in power was staggering. Approaching casually, Shen Wudao struck with lethal precision, a testament to the sheer weight of that punch. Even they, as armored warriors, would likely falter against such might. They envisioned a scene reminiscent of climactic moments from novels. Recognizing their own armors paled in comparison, utterly defeated, Shen Wudao turned to regard the duo, then leapt into the air, stirring a gust that echoed around them. The imperial steed materialized from the void, and he mounted it, transforming into a shooting star that vanished from sight. Su Tingfei stared dazedly at the disappearing imperial armor. Turning to Li Xinan in inquiry, "Who is he?" Li Xinan shook his head, replying, "I don't know." He only uttered one phrase, "Imperial armor. Unite." The name Imperial certainly lives up to its grandeur. Su Tingfei exhaled deeply, considering the imposing presence of the Imperial armor. Thank goodness it's on our side, otherwise despair would have consumed me. By the way, I'm Li Xinan, the summoner of the Flame Dragon armor. Since you hastily arrived, you must also be a summoner, right? Li Xinan's gaze shifted back to Su Tingfei, noting the confidence with which he approached, a demeanor uncharacteristic of an ordinary person. This could only mean one thing. He too was a summoner. Flame Dragon armor? Su Tingfei studied Li Xinan anew, surprised to discover he was not merely a bystander, but an armored warrior. He recognized the flame dragon armor as the first to grace the newspapers, yet beyond that, he knew little. Summoner of the shadow armor, Su Tingfei. Ah, so you are the one with the shadow armor. There's someone lying over there. Li Shinan noticed a body sprawled on the ground nearby and instinctively rushed over. Blood stained the earth, and the victim lay lifeless, with a deadly wound piercing the heart. Undoubtedly, it was the work of the earlier beast. With a sigh, Li Shinan gently closed the victim's eyes, which seemed to remain open in death. Hearing the term anomalous beast, Su Tingfei queried, Anomalous beast? Are you referring to that blue creature? Indeed, Li Shinan affirmed, rising. Such creatures are called anomalous beasts. Unlike the auxers, they resemble wild beasts and possess greater strength and ferocity. Su Tingfei shook his head, exclaiming, Anomalous beasts, auxers, this is quite a mess. Well, since there's nothing more to do here, I'll take my leave. Wait, Li Shinan called out. Would you be interested in joining us? We aim to form an armored team. Su Tingfei did not immediately refuse, but inquired, joining you to form a team? How many armors do you have? Currently, just myself. But our team will consist of 5 armors representing the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. I am the fire attribute. The others will join us soon. Though I cannot say when. Is that so? However, I'm not interested, as I already have my own team. Farewell. With a dismissive wave, Su Tingfei entered his sports car and departed. Li Shinan accepted the failure of his invitation. Knowing few would agree to join a team with no established history, his attempt was merely a shot in the dark. He glanced at the victim, sighed, and had Meijin anonymously call for emergency assistance before leaving the scene. Upon returning home, Shen Wudao found Li Xia slumped in a chair, gazing at the ceiling, her hand resting on her stomach. What's wrong? Did you overeat? Li Xia stood, neither confirming nor denying. Wudao, you're back. The braised pork was so delicious that I couldn't resist having another bowl of rice. I nearly finished all the meat. But I haven't touched the fish or the other 2 dishes. Shen Wudao remarked, your eating speed is remarkable. I haven't been gone long, yet you've devoured another bowl. Given your figure, I assume you're usually cautious about your diet. Aren't you afraid of gaining weight? It's fine. An occasional indulgence won't make me gain weight. Besides, it's your cooking that's too delectable. She giggled, her charm enhanced by her playful demeanor. Shen Wudao seated himself, saying, your beauty is a divine gift. It would be a waste not to pursue a career as a star. Is that so? You're not too shabby yourself, looking quite handsome. If a talent scout discovered you, I believe you could become a star as well. At the mention of fame, Li Xia's mood darkened. Being a star? Behind the glamour lies a myriad of challenges. Being photographed without consent, pursued by paparazzi, and having to disguise oneself like a fugitive just to step outside. There's no personal space, and being insulted online by complete strangers while the company remains indifferent. After all, negative attention still draws eyes. Li Xia, who valued her integrity, merely wished to sing and dance, and could no longer endure the pressures, leading her to step back for peace. As for returning, she remained uncertain. Shen Wudao chuckled lightly. I have little interest in such matters. It may seem glamorous, with throngs of admirers, but the fade of daily smiles and conforming to others' expectations is exhausting. There's no comfort in that life compared to that of an ordinary person. Li Xia's expression was neutral, yet she wholeheartedly agreed with his sentiment. Indeed, it was tiring. Noticing her unspoken burdens, Shen Wudao remained silent, focusing on his meal. After a moment of stillness, Li Xia composed herself. It's getting late. I should head back. Thank you for your hospitality. Next time I visit, I'll bring my own ingredients. Having Li Xia as a guest had brought a sense of novelty to Shen Wudao's life. His exceptional nature often deterred others from approaching him, leaving him solitary. With no friends, her presence alleviated his loneliness significantly. In the Shadow Realm, Shadow Dominator seethed. Who could it be? How did my anomalous beast get defeated so quickly? I expected it to trample those armored warriors, yet it perished within the hour. Are all armored warriors this formidable? The ugly general comforted, my lord, do not be hasty. Armor is armor, and they possess a distinct advantage. The ability beasts, relying solely on their physical strength to combat them, will inevitably suffer losses. A momentary gain or loss is inconsequential. What truly matters is the subsequent actions. The Shadow Overlord calmed slightly, exhaling deeply as he said, I had underestimated those armored warriors. Next time, the ability beasts must be more vigilant. After eliminating a light and shadow village, we must retreat immediately. We cannot afford to wait idly for the armored warriors to come knocking. The ugly general's eyes gleamed as he proposed, my lord. You mentioned that the 5 elements armor requires bloodline power for summoning. Surely, the other armors do not have such stringent restrictions. If we could acquire the summoning devices for other armors, would that not mean we could also become armored warriors? The ugly general's words struck a chord with the shadow overlord. The latter possessed a strong earth bloodline, and had circumstances been different, he could have been the summoner of the earth tiger armor, with formidable strength to boot. However, the earth shadow stone had remained elusive, and throughout his life, the shadow overlord had aspired to become its summoner. Thus, he had allied himself with the shadow faction, hoping to secretly search for the earth shadow stone with their influence. But the quest seemed interminable. Obtaining the summoning devices for other armors in the meantime would indeed be advantageous. Consequently, the shadow overlord did not get overly excited, stating, "Such matters cannot be accomplished merely by desire. We must observe the unfolding events." 2 days gradually slipped by, and today marked the commencement of the school year across the nation. With his remarkable abilities, there was no necessity for Shen Wudao to attend school. Yet the thought of remaining idle felt dull. After all, individuals of his age were all attending school. It was hardly fitting for him to be working as a mere laborer. Thus, he deemed attending school a suitable way to pass the time. In the early morning, while the sky was still dimly lit, Shen Wudao donned a short-sleeved shirt and jogged around a lake in a nearby park. The morning is the key to the day. Over the years, although Shen Wudao was aware of his perfect 5 elements bloodline, which allowed him to summon the ultimate emperor armor, he was still willing to endure hardships in training to strengthen himself. After all, one's body is the foundation of everything. His perfect 5 elements bloodline endowed him with abundant innate advantages. Wisdom, talent, and physique were all at their peak. To squander such unrefined potential without honing it would be a grave pity. At that moment, a girl with a high ponytail stood at the park's entrance, gazing at Shen Wudao as he circled the lake. Her name was Tang Xian. With sparkling eyes and an outstanding appearance that conformed to the public's aesthetic standards, a true beauty among thousands, if not tens of thousands. Today, she spotted him jogging alone again. Tang Xian often jogged in the vicinity, but her route did not coincide with Shen Wudao's. Nonetheless, she would frequently catch sight of him, often pausing for a couple of minutes to watch him while resting. Her fascination with Shen Wudao stemmed entirely from his striking looks and the way he sweatily exerted himself, which left a lasting impression on her heart. The first impression of liking someone is rarely based on the help they extend, but rather on their visage. Just as men are drawn to beautiful women, women, too, find handsome men appealing. Good looks are a gift from the heavens. In every era, appearance remains the foremost passport. The saying 3 views follow the 5 senses encapsulates this notion. As Tang Xian observed Shen Wudao's figure, she felt a twinge of shyness. Clenching her fist for encouragement, she thought, "All right, I shall approach him. Perhaps we could even jog together in the future." She then quickened her pace to catch up with the striking young man who jogged every morning. Noticing footsteps behind him, Shen Wudao turned to see a beautiful girl approaching in a tank top. Her figure was commendable, particularly the way her chest subtly swayed as she ran. When Tang Xian saw Shen Wudao turn to her, she did not shy away. Instead, she greeted him with a radiant smile and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Tang Xian. I also jog every morning to keep fit, and I've seen you here several times." Shen Wudao continued running, responding, "I am Shen Wudao. It's the first time I've seen a girl like you jogging every morning." Tang Xian replied, "Indeed. Many girls do not prioritize exercise and often presume they cannot compete with boys. However, I, Tang Xian, refuse to resign myself to such a fate. I strive to excel beyond boys and protect those girls who are bullied." Immediately after saying this, Tang Xian felt a pang of regret. Her words seemed too forceful. Would they put Shen Wudao off? After all, boys generally preferred gentle and charming girls, and a tomboy like her might not appeal to many. Upon hearing her, Shen Wudao remarked, "You possess quite the courage. While women are like flowers, delicate and beautiful, indeed a vulnerable group, there are times when a fierce bloom emerges to protect the other exquisite flowers, and that is commendable." Tang Xian's eyes lit up upon hearing Shen Wudao's words. It was her first time receiving such praise. Other boys either feared her or labeled her a tomboy to her face, or spoke ill of her behind her back. Though the term fierce bloom bore a similar connotation, it was far more refined. The elegance of his words set them apart. Chapter 9. A born sovereign. Hearing Shen Wudao's compliment, Tang Xian felt a surge of happiness. Fierce bloom, she mused, repeating the term softly. Others called her a tomboy or a manly woman, but Fierce Bloom felt so much more graceful. He was handsome and articulate, and his manner of speaking was distinctly different. Though the meaning was similar, Fierce Bloom sounded far better than tomboy or manly woman. Most importantly, Shen Wudao's entire statement was a genuine compliment to her. As Tang Xian jogged beside him, she eagerly inquired, "May I run with you in the future?" Shen Wudao replied, "Of course, having another running partner would certainly make it more enjoyable. Thank you." Tang Xian beamed with a lovely smile. After more than half an hour, with the sun now risen, the two concluded their run. After agreeing on a time and place, they would commence their morning runs together starting tomorrow. Shen Wudao, with a towel draped over his shoulder, returned to the entrance of Sakura Manor. Upon opening the door, he spotted Li Xia crouching by the flower bed, watering the plants. "Oh, back from your run," Li Xia remarked, having been awake for over half an hour without seeing Shen Wudao leave. This indicated that he had ventured out for his morning jog quite early. "Indeed, running for an hour every day is my essential routine. I must shower and refresh myself now." After finishing his run, Shen Wudao felt invigorated yet slightly uncomfortable from the sweat, and he headed towards his room. Once he left, Li Xia continued watering the flowers, musing to herself, "So, he exercises every day. Such a boy is quite rare, tall, handsome, and fit. His physique must be stronger than average. And he exudes charm. He is precisely my type. I wonder if he has a girlfriend." After his shower, Shen Wudao prepared a simple breakfast for himself. Once finished, he glanced at the clock on the wall. It was still early, merely 7 o'clock, with school not starting until 8. He then made his way downstairs, only to find that Li Xia was no longer there. Standing in the courtyard, he began to practice Tai Chi, with its continuous flow of movements. Employs softness to overcome hardness. Its graceful techniques gradually enhance one's spirit and vitality, leaving one radiant and invigorated. The moves are expansive yet intricate, oscillating between speed and slowness. With elegant postures such as white crane spreads its wings, wild horse parts its mane, golden rooster stands on one leg, and grasps the sparrow's tail. Embodying the essence of Tai Chi in the tranquil embrace of the surroundings, Shen Wudao gracefully unfolded his movements, his body flowing freely as he practiced Tai Chi initially. The air was still, but as his Tai Chi reached its zenith, the gentle breeze he generated began to stir the flowers in the garden and the leaves of the trees lining either side. This wind was soft and devoid of any aggression, causing the leaves to rustle softly, with only a few falling to the ground. At that moment, Li Xia, who was enjoying her breakfast in her living room, caught sight of Shen Wudao through the window. His leisurely motions bore a striking resemblance to the Tai Chi practiced by the elderly in the parks, a term deeply ingrained in the minds of the Chinese people. Li Xia recognized immediately that he was practicing Tai Chi, which is typically associated with seniors. It was quite amusing to see an 18-year-old youth engaging in such an art. Intrigued, she continued to watch him as she ate. However, she soon noticed something extraordinary. Shen Wudao's Tai Chi movements were remarkably precise, resembling a form of art. Unlike the haphazard attempts of the elderly in the park, his Tai Chi seemed to possess an enchanting quality that held her gaze captive. As his movements quickened, the sound of the wind brushing against the leaves became more pronounced. Curiosity piqued. Li Xia could not help but set down her chopsticks and approach the window, her expression one of astonishment. After completing his routine, Shen Wudao took a deep breath, feeling invigorated and alive, as if his blood flowed more freely and his cells danced with vitality. Noticing the stillness that followed his practice, Li Xia clapped her hands in admiration and called out, "Wow, that was amazing, Wudao. Your Tai Chi was so authentic. Have you trained specifically for this?" She believed that the Tai Chi performed by the elderly was merely a result of watching some videos and imitating them, while Shen Wudao's practice was undoubtedly genuine and indicative of professional training. "I practiced a bit with my grandmother," he replied, acknowledging the influence of both his grandmother and the teachings of the wise elder, although it was evident that the latter imparted a deeper essence to the art. Impressed, Li Xia remarked, "Your grandmother must have been quite a Tai Chi master in her youth." Shen Wudao chuckled lightly and said, "Perhaps. Now that I'm heading to school, I'll leave you in charge of the house. Take care on your way," she waved, watching him depart, feeling a sense of longing for such serene days. "Classmates, this is our new transfer student, who will be joining us for the entire year of senior high. announced a strikingly beautiful teacher with flowing golden hair, standing at the front of the classroom. Generally, students remain in the same class throughout their high school years, so a transfer student, particularly a handsome one, was quite a novelty. Our homeroom teacher, Ji Ran, instructed, "Please introduce yourself so that everyone can get to know you." Shen Wudao, a person of noble birth with a plethora of skills, eloquently introduced himself, effortlessly captivating the class. His self-introduction was nothing short of impressive, though he remained indifferent to whether others believed him or not. How handsome! Not only is he good-looking, but his name is also powerful. His introduction was quite entertaining. The girls whispered amongst themselves. Finally, we have a true heartthrob in our class. I wonder if he has a girlfriend and if he likes gentle girls like me. The majority of the girls, regardless of their relationship status, found themselves smitten at first sight. In contrast, the boys regarded the arrival of Shen Wudao with a sense of rivalry, as his striking presence threatened to overshadow them. The new transfer student indeed possessed an undeniable charm. In the second-to-last seat of the first row, a girl with waist-length, flowing pink hair, and violet-red eyes stole glances at Shen Wudao. In the context of the school, the so-called school hunk paled in comparison to him. While there were other attractive boys, none could rival his allure or the aura he exuded as a summoner of imperial armor, endowed with countless skills. As Shen Wudao concluded his self-introduction, Ji Ran observed him with a hint of amusement at the slightly juvenile flair in his words. Nevertheless, she directed, "Shun, you may sit behind Xia Zitong." The girl in the second-to-last seat of the first row. There's an empty spot behind her, and she is our class monitor. So feel free to approach her with any questions. Understood, he nodded, making his way to the first row. As he passed Xia Zitong, she acknowledged him with a nod, a silent greeting. Taking his seat behind her, he found himself by the window, pondering the unusual hue of her hair, clearly natural, and the golden locks of their teacher, which seemed equally uncolored. This isn't a world of anime. How can there be characters with such colorful hair? Perhaps this is a fusion of elements from special effects dramas and national animations, he mused, having only seen a few covers of domestic animations, which sometimes featured protagonists with unique hair colors. With his mind wandering, he paid little attention to the teacher's lecture. On the first day of school, the lessons were brief, and soon the bell rang. The atmosphere in this school was quite relaxed, unlike the grueling experience of his past life, resembling more of the carefree high school life depicted in anime. Classes began at 8, followed by a break at 11:30, then resumed at 1, concluding at 4. There were no evening study sessions. The time between 4 and 5:30 was designated for club activities, participation being optional. If one chose not to join, they could leave at 4. After class, girls from his class gathered around Shen Wudao, with even girls from other classes peering in through the doorway, seemingly drawn by the rumor of the most handsome boy ever to grace Class 3. "Shun, which school did you come from, and why did you transfer?" They clamored. "Your grades must have been excellent. After all, good-looking people tend to perform well academically." The girls eagerly bombarded him with questions, while the boys looked on with envy, their expressions betraying their jealousy. Despite the flurry of inquiries, Shen Wudao remained composed, responding with grace. "My grandmother always said that girls are like flowers and should be treated gently." His charming demeanor and eloquent replies completely captivated the girls, their eyes sparkling with admiration. One girl ventured, "Do you have a girlfriend, Shen?" Shen Wudao shook his head, "Not at the moment, but I will take my time to find one in my life." "What type of girl do you prefer?" Upon hearing this, everyone present turned their anxious gazes towards Shen Wudao. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Well, I appreciate gentle, playful, cute, dominant, cold, and mature types, but primarily, beauty is essential." A girl teased, "Oh, Shun, are you perhaps envisioning a harem?" To which he smiled and responded, "That's not entirely out of the question." Shen Wudao understood that this world differed from his previous one, existing as a parallel universe with its own laws and customs. For instance, regarding marriage, it was not strictly monogamous. As long as one's liquid assets exceeded 100 million, one could marry up to 3 wives. And with assets over 500 million, up to 6. Take Wang Sikong, for example, a wealthy individual in his 30s with multiple wives. However, for the average person, 100 million was an astronomical figure. Only a select few possessed such wealth. The surrounding girls chuckled at Shen Wudao's response, not believing he could support a harem. A short-haired girl glanced at her companion, saying, "It seems our class monitor fits the bill perfectly. She's always gentle and adorable." And she's the top among our school's 3 flower beauties. You two would make a splendid couple. Hey, why am I involved? Summer Zitong, initially a spectator, felt flustered when she noticed Shen Wudao's gaze upon her, instinctively lowering her head in shyness. Look, the monitor is blushing, one girl teased. Shen Wudao interjected, all right. We shouldn't drag others into this discussion. It might cause discomfort. From Summer Zitong's reaction, he could tell she was indeed of a gentle disposition, appearing like a young lady of privilege without any airs, quite amiable. The first flower beauty was indeed stunning, with a captivating figure, her assets prominent. In terms of appearance, she and the tenant at home each had their unique allure, yet their personalities diverged significantly. Li Xia exuded confidence, cheerfulness, and independence, while Summer Zitong was shy, gentle, and introverted. The girls who had just spoken exchanged glances before apologizing. Sorry, monitor, we shouldn't have dragged you into this. Summer Zitong shook her head. It's all right. Let's disperse. We will have plenty of time to chat as classmates. All right, class is about to start, so let's return to our seats. With that, the group began to scatter. Shen Wudao, feeling a bit parched after his lengthy discourse, intended to rise and fetch a bottle of water from the vending machine on the playground. However, Summer Zitong, seated in front, turned around, holding a bottle of Waham mineral water. You've talked so much, you must be thirsty. I always bring water. This is untouched, please have it. Thank you, Shen Wudao replied gratefully, accepting it without hesitation. You're welcome. At noon, instead of dining at the school cafeteria, Shen Wudao chose to return home to prepare his own meal, as the cafeteria food was unpalatable and the school was not far from his residence. In a building belonging to the Ba Wang group, in the secluded office of the chairman, a portly middle-aged man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened them wide, a flash of red light flickering in his pupils. Lu Fa, sensing his gradually recovering energy, thought with satisfaction. This body is filled with negative energy from greed, anger, and ignorance. Possessing this body aids in restoring my strength, but it is still far from sufficient. I must regain my peak power and return to Ares' planet to dethrone that old fool. Here. Chapter 11. Baobi, a group of inept humans. Lu Fa, an Arisian from tens of thousands of light years away, was originally a general of the Ares nation, collaborating seamlessly with the planetary king, Pier. However, due to jealousy over Lu Fa's accomplishments, King Pier accused him and his soldiers of greed, anger, and ignorance. In a fit of vengeance, Lu Fa led his troops away from Ares and initiated a mad plan to seize energy crystals from the galaxy. According to galactic law, obtaining more than half of the galaxy's energy crystals would allow one to become the new king of Ares. Energy crystals were the cores of each planet. Once a life-bearing planet lost its energy crystal, it would wither and become uninhabitable. 1,000 years ago, Earth was the last energy crystal he sought, but unfortunately, he was discovered by the Ares Armor Pursuit Squad and suffered catastrophic losses. That squad used the most dangerous sorcery of Ares, leading to mutual destruction. Severely injured, Lu Fa had no choice but to hide and slowly recover until a millennia later when he finally awakened. By inhabiting this human body, he accelerated his recovery. However, this recovery was still too slow. He required the negative energy generated by humans to expedite the process. Baobi, Lu Fa called out. The ghostly warrior defeated 1,000 years ago had not perished. As long as the genetic code remained, the ghostly warrior could be revived. Lu Fa awakened the first ghostly warrior using the negative energy he had just regained. This creature, adorned in purple and blue armor, appeared beastly and terrifying, far more so than the Oksar and other supernatural beasts. General, upon appearing, Baobi knelt before Lu Fa, acknowledging him. The ghostly warrior corps were originally the elite guards of Ares. Battle-hardened soldiers, and those who followed General Lu Fa were undoubtedly exceptional. Even awakened in Lu Fa's weakened state, Baobi retained about 60 to 70% of his strength. Lu Fa regarded Baobi, instructing him, go to the human realm and generate negative energy. If you encounter those armored warriors, engage if possible, but if you cannot win, return immediately. Baobi smirked. Rest assured, General, though they are clad in armor, they are merely fledglings and cannot compare to us ghostly warriors. Upon awakening, Lu Fa transmitted information about this world to Baobi, informing him of the current state of affairs and the existence of armored warriors. Upon learning that this planet remained as backward as it was a millennium ago, with humans averaging a lifespan of only 80 to 90 years, and that even the so-called world champions had strength not exceeding 1 ton. Baobi felt justified in looking down upon them. In Ares, ordinary individuals lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, with a minimum punching power of 1 ton. And the elite guards were even more formidable, especially in their ghostly forms. Thus, Baobi had every reason to dismiss humanity. Even with armor, what of it? When they traversed the galaxy, the ancestors of these armored summoners had yet to be born. How could one expect a bunch of infants to wield any significant power? Nevertheless, in terms of combat experience, the ghostly warriors indeed surpassed any earthling by several streets. While Lu Fa, too, held disdain for the armors summoned by humans, he commanded with authority. Do not be careless. You are not at full strength, and those armors should not be underestimated. If you perish, do not blame me for not warning you. Go. Baobi, intimidated by Lu Fa's formidable presence, hastily replied, Yes, General. The Fire Dragon armor, the Nawa armor, and the Flying Shadow armor. Among these 3 armors, Lu Fa only recognized the Flying Shadow armor. He had never heard of the other 2 and was uncertain of their origins. However, given Earth's current technology and materials, they should not be capable of producing such armors. Even if they could, they would be of little use. Baobi sought to assist Lu Fa in acquiring a source of negative energy, which manifested from the fear instilled in humans he had robbed. This endeavor was sanctioned by the Ares king, Pyre, who had deemed Baobi's Purple Nether Squad guilty of unforgivable crimes against the Galactic Code of Justice. Within a bank's automated teller machine, Ma Kuo was withdrawing several thousand yuan for personal expenses. He had just returned from abroad, where his father had invested heavily in crafting armor, compelling his return to become an armored warrior. Upon his arrival, he indeed became a summoner of the armor, wielding the tsunami nano armor imbued with the element of howling. The commotion regarding monstrous entities abroad had generated considerable buzz, and he was astonished to discover similar occurrences in his homeland. This revelation piqued Ma Kuo's interest. Armored warriors and advanced technology armor resembled cinematic marvels, a dream come true for any man. After returning, he had engaged in training sessions against several Oxers, finding them somewhat lacking, ultimately attributing it to his own superior prowess. Now, he was poised to indulge in a shopping spree. As Ma Kuo withdrew cash, a grotesquely hideous creature, Baobi, suddenly emerged from the wall of the adjacent bank. A monster? Is this real? How did it get in here? Both employees and patrons were taken aback and fled in terror. Yet, Baobi's intentions did not involve harming humans. While he could kill, it would not yield the negative energy he sought. His mission was to instill fear through robbery, leaving no time to waste on murder. He boldly entered the bank, a sack in hand, ready to collect. What is happening? Why are these people fleeing in terror? Ma Kuo wondered aloud as he observed the panicked individuals exiting the bank. Run. A beast has appeared in this bank. Do not enter. Fortunately, some escaping patrons shouted warnings to others. What? A beast? Ma Kuo's interest was immediately piqued. He had been searching for worthy opponents since acquiring the tsunami nano armor. As he pondered, Baobi, with a sack of money, nonchalantly exited the bank. Witnessing Baobi's adorable yet sinister visage, the onlookers involuntarily contributed their fear to him before hastily retreating. Who knew if this beast would suddenly target them or unleash a massacre? Preserving their lives took precedence over mere curiosity. Such feeble humans, Baobi scoffed, observing the retreating crowd. On Ares, where citizens banded together to confront any threat to their homeland, these earthlings exhibited a pitiful lack of courage, fleeing at the first sign of danger. Ironically, it was this very cowardice that allowed him to gather negative energy effortlessly through robbery. Just as Baobi contemplated robbing another bank, a brazen voice interrupted him. You ugly creature. Now that you are here, do not think of leaving. Hand over what you have. Baobi turned to find a young man boldly challenging him. A notion so absurd it elicited a cold laugh. Pathetic earthling, do not overestimate your own worth. If you wish to perish, I can certainly oblige. Oh, you seem unaware of your predicament. Very well, allow me, the tsunami nano armor, to teach you a lesson, Ma Kuo retorted confidently. His expression shifted as he retrieved his blue armor summoning device, fastening it to his waist and inserting the energy key. Tsunami nano, engulfing power of the howling waves, combined. As the incantation concluded, radiant hues enveloped Ma Kuo, and the blue armor materialized, encasing him entirely. Baobi, seeing the transformation, was not deterred. Rather, he found it intriguing. What fortune! My first encounter in a bank leads me to an armored warrior. If I can take your armor back to the general, he will surely be pleased. With that, he discarded the sack and lunged at Ma Kuo. Come at me. Ma Kuo responded, undeterred, engaging in combat with Baobi. However, as their fists clashed, Ma Kuo sensed the tide of battle shifting against him. Howling strike. Realizing his disadvantage, he channeled the armor's howling element into his limbs, augmenting his strength. Baobi, who had held the upper hand, suddenly recognized that Ma Kuo's attacks bore an unfamiliar force, not only more potent, but also imbued with a heavy impact. Howling palm. After deflecting several of Baobi's strikes, Ma Kuo concentrated the howling energy into his right palm, delivering a powerful blow to Baobi's chest. With a resounding impact, blue and white light erupted upon contact, splashing like water. Baobi staggered back 5 meters, infuriated. Damn it! That armored warrior's sudden surge of power was several times greater than before. Had I not resurrected clad in armor, I would have been at a severe disadvantage. Even so, my chest still aches. Well then, I shall not hold back. While the armor was formidable, combat relied heavily on experience. Without absolute superiority, seasoned fighters could compensate for a disparity in strength. The members of the Nether Demon Warriors were seasoned soldiers, unmatched in combat experience. Meanwhile, atop a 3-story building, Su Tingfei, clad in the flying shadow armor, observed the duel below with irritation. The first Nether Demon had finally appeared, and it was his quarry. He could not allow anyone else to claim it. Though he was unaware of Ma Kuo's armor, he was determined that the Nether Demon belonged to him. With arms spread wide, Su Tingfei glided down like a great bird from the 3rd floor, targeting Baobi with a knee strike to his shoulder, propelling him away. The unexpected turn of events startled Ma Kuo, who then recognized Su Tingfei in his blue and white armor. You are the flying shadow armor? Ma Kuo inquired, well aware of its reputation alongside the lava armor and flame dragon armor, all prominent in recent news. However, his temper flared as he confronted Su Tingfei. Hey, did you seek my permission to interfere in my battle? Su Tingfei, unperturbed by Ma Kuo's indignation, retorted, do I require anyone's permission to join the fray? With your lackluster combat skills, you should return home to drink milk and watch television instead of being an eyesore here. Just because you've made headlines, don't think you're significant. Know your place and leave, or else I won't be courteous. As the heir to the Hao Tian group, Ma Kuo had never endured such disrespect. If this insolent fool did not recognize his limits, he would deal with him, even if it meant ignoring Baobi. Su Tingfei chuckled, spreading his arms. Oh, and how do you intend to make me leave? I'd like to see that. Threats? That was the least of Su Tingfei's concerns. You brought this upon yourself. Howling strike. Ma Kuo conjured a water projectile and hurled it at Su Tingfei. Bang! Caught off guard, Su Tingfei was struck by the water blast, which exploded against his chest armor, sending him stumbling back amidst a cloud of white smoke. You bastard, you actually dared. Originally, Su Tingfei believed that he could withstand the impact of the blue armor, but to his surprise, the foe deviated from the expected tactics and launched a ranged attack, leaving Su unable to evade. He brushed his hand across the armor on his chest and declared, if you refuse to accept my hospitality, then let us see who shall fall first. Prepare yourself. Do you think I fear you? Both were young masters, each possessing the temperament that comes with their status. Those who aligned with him were manageable, while those who opposed him would surely face severe repercussions. Meanwhile, 2 foolish adversaries, engaged in internal conflict while neglecting their true enemy, unwittingly played into the hands of a nearby observer. Just moments ago, Baobi, who had been knocked aside by the flying shadow armor, was astonished that the armor-bearers would turn on each other. This was fortuitous for him. 1 armor was manageable, but 2 would overwhelm him, especially as he had only regained about 70 to 80% of his strength, not at his peak. As the 2 armors bickered, the spectral demon watched with amusement, while a man, equipped with a press badge and camera, stealthily captured the spectacle from a corner. Fortune smiled upon him. While others might only capture images of the armored warriors or the Oksar, he had caught the rare sight of 2 armored warriors battling, with a beast man observing nearby. Although he was unaware of the nature of the conflict between the armored warriors, this collection of photographs would surely elevate his career and make him a standout among journalists. Xiao Song, a struggling reporter, was elated at the unfolding scene. In a period of professional drought, where his colleagues had abundant stories, he found himself unable to produce any noteworthy news. Just moments ago, he had sprinted to this street upon hearing reports of a beast man sighting near the bank. His anticipation was rewarded. The footage he had captured was undoubtedly exclusive, featuring not only the internal strife of the armors, but also the emergence of a new armored warrior. This would be his breakthrough. Meanwhile, Shen Wudao, on his way home for lunch, sensed the unusual energy emanating from the spectral demon. Typically, neither aberrant beasts, spectral demons, nor Oksars would emit energy unless provoked. The frequency of these occurrences had increased recently, indicating that chaos was imminent. With a thought, Shen Wudao summoned the Imperial Steed, which activated autonomously from the garage at Sakura Villa, transforming into flight mode. In the next instant, the steed vanished silently into the ether, only to reappear moments later, descending toward Shen Wudao's location. Am I imagining things? Did I just see a motorcycle descending from the sky? One bystander exclaimed. No, I saw it too. Am I losing my mind? The Imperial Steed landed gracefully beside Shen Wudao, who paid no heed to the onlookers as he mounted the steed and took off into the sky. The crowd was left in a daze, bewildered by the sight of someone riding a flying motorcycle. This world was already surreal with Oksars and armored warriors, and now a flying motorcycle? Bring back my ordinary life, lamented another spectator, realizing too late to capture the moment on his phone as the events had unfolded too quickly. Even had they been quick to react, they would have failed to photograph Shen Wudao, for his ability to summon the Imperial Steed in plain sight interfered with their devices, rendering them ineffective. Thus, even if he transformed into armor publicly, no images would surface online, leaving only the witnesses to marvel at the spectacle without causing a stir. As Shen Wudao soared through the sky at an altitude of 1,000 meters, the speed of the Imperial Steed, while capable of exceeding light speed, was unnecessary on Earth, where even supersonic travel sufficed. Without wasting time, he arrived at the scene of the conflict. The flying shadow armor and the tsunami armor were embroiled in their quarrel, while the spectral demon observed, and a reporter captured the unfolding drama. Shen Wudao surveyed the scene from above, recognizing that if the two had the leisure to fight among themselves, he would not hesitate to claim the head of the spectral demon. Imperial armor merge, he commanded, and as golden light enveloped him, the regal and commanding Imperial armor fused with his being. The energy released dispersed the clouds above, transforming a once overcast sky into a clear expanse. The merging of the armor went unnoticed by those below, even as Shen Wudao dismounted the Imperial Steed. He could hover effortlessly in the air, a natural instinct of the Imperial armor. He chose to release his flight ability, allowing himself to plummet from the sky. As he neared the ground, his descent accelerated until a thunderous crash reverberated through the air, akin to an explosive detonation, shattering the earth upon impact and sending debris flying. The ground trembled violently, startling the four individuals present, who turned in shock to witness the source of the commotion. What had just transpired? The solitary, ordinary man among them, the reporter Xiao Song, concealed himself anxiously, peeking toward the cloud of dust, bewildered by the sudden explosion. Through the haze, Su Tingfei, equipped with the armor's specialized visor, pierced the smoke to catch sight of the imposing golden armored figure. The Imperial armor had arrived. Another warrior had joined the fray, yet the sheer spectacle of his entrance was staggering. How high must he have fallen from to create such an impact? The ground is utterly shattered, and yet he stands unbowed, Mar Kuai remarked, his throat dry with astonishment. As the dust began to settle, Shen Wudao emerged, striding deliberately toward Baobi. Under the piercing gaze of the Imperial armor's blood-red eyes, Baobi instinctively felt the weight of an immense pressure bearing down upon him, as if 1,000 pounds were upon his shoulders. Who is this armored warrior? Why does he exude such a formidable presence? Baobi pondered, sensing a tension that surpassed even his encounters with the formidable Ares. Such dominance. This armor's entrance is nothing short of climactic. With its arrival, my headline is assured. Xiao Song thought eagerly, capturing every moment with rapid successive shots, confident in the abundance of film he possessed. Shen Wudao approached the battleground between Su Tingfei and Mar Kuai, who instinctively parted ways without hesitation, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the armor before them. This was no ordinary suit. Could it be on par with the legendary Shura armor? Though Baobi had never encountered the true Shura armor, he was aware of its legendary status, having heard tales of its defeat against the forces led by Lu Fa, who returned alone with spoils of battle. The spectral demon corps had only followed Lu Fa thereafter. Now, the sight of the resplendent armor before him, radiating an aura of intimidation, compelled Baobi to subconsciously associate it with the power of the Shura armor. I cannot remain passive, he resolved. Decisive axe. Bao gripped tightly with his right hand, and soon a formidable axe, capable of slicing through iron as though it were clay, materialized in his grasp. This weapon, forged from the ancient iron meteorite, possessed an exceptionally high lethality. Yiming-sha. Gazing at the approaching golden armor, Bao concentrated his energy, forming a blue-black sphere of power before him, slightly larger than a basketball. This technique was a shared skill among all Yiming demons. The greater the energy, the more devastating the Yiming ball became. As the Yiming-sha surged forward, Shen Wudao remained unperturbed, calmly extending his right hand. When the attack neared, he flicked his fingers, redirecting the Yiming-sha back with a speed even greater than its approach. Oh no! Bao realized he could not evade in time. He swung his axe fiercely, striking the ground with the Yiming-sha, causing a tremendous explosion that sent him hurtling backward. Blood surged within him, but he endured the discomfort and rose to his feet, only to find Shen Wudao had vanished from sight, reappearing before him in less than a heartbeat. Damn it! Bao swung his axe down at Shen Wudao's head. With a deft motion, Shen Wudao pinched the sharp axe between his fingers, applying a gentle but firm pressure that resulted in a visible cracking, as if it were mere ceramic. How could this be? Bao was incredulous. His weapon, even under the might of a road law, could not be easily destroyed. Yet here it was, shattered by this mysterious golden armor. What kind of monster had he encountered? Impressive. Su Tingfei had witnessed the overwhelming strength of the Emperor armor before. He had seen it the previous night and was still shaken by its crushing power. As for Ma Kuai, he was utterly speechless. Not long ago, he had fought evenly with this beastly figure, who had appeared quite formidable, yet the arrival of this golden armor completely overshadowed everything. Meanwhile, Xiao Song captured every moment with his camera, not letting a single detail escape. After shattering the axe, Shen Wudao delivered a powerful punch that struck Bao squarely in the chest. The violent force erupted, causing Bao to cry out as he was flung backward, his armor exploding into fragments around him like shattered shells. Bao tumbled over 24 meters before finally coming to a halt, unable to rise. His vision blurred, he gasped. What an immense power! Even with armor, he could not withstand the force. Not only had his armor shattered, but his chest burned with agony, rendering him too weak to stand. Shen Wudao observed Bao, who was kneeling and gasping for breath. He reached out with a hand, summoning golden energy that enveloped Bao, lifting him 5 meters into the air. With a firm grip, he unleashed the energy, resulting in a colossal explosion that obliterated everything in its wake. In the aftermath, nothing remained. Even the genetic code of the Yiming demon was annihilated, leaving no trace whatsoever. Remarkable. This armored warrior was not only the most striking in appearance, but also possessed unparalleled strength. Xiao Song, emboldened by the absence of immediate danger, dashed forward from his hiding place, eager to capture close-up shots of Shen Wudao. Hello, I'm reporter Xiao Song. What type of armor do you wear? Your strength is incredible. Are you the strongest among all armors? Are you the leader of all? He bombarded Shen Wudao with questions. Shen Wudao, growing impatient, glanced at the bespectacled Xiao Song and gently pushed him aside. Considering Xiao Song was merely an ordinary person, Shen Wudao did not exert much force. Yet, even with minimal effort, Xiao Song fell to the ground, losing consciousness with a dramatic roll of his eyes. Not my fault, buddy. You fainted too easily, Shen Wudao thought. Shrugging off the incident, with a flash of golden light, he did not remove his armor but instead vanished from sight. Instantaneous movement was merely a basic skill of the Emperor armor. Disappeared? Su Tingfei sighed inwardly. Such a powerful being could likely dispatch him as easily as one would a minor foe. He pondered the identity of the summoner within the armor. Ma Kuai let out a breath of relief. The overwhelming presence of the Emperor armor had unnerved him. It was natural for anyone to be moved by such an awe-inspiring display, let alone him. He turned to Su Tingfei and asked, "Hey, you seem to know who he is?" Emperor armor. Emperor? Ma Kuai echoed, realizing the significance of the name. It represented the highest authority, both in ancient times and today. We'll settle today's score another time. Next meeting, luck may not be on our side. Neither felt inclined to continue their confrontation, having just witnessed the Emperor armor's might. They seemed like mere fledglings squabbling. After exchanging harsh words, they parted ways. Shen Wudao returned home using his teleportation ability. As he glanced towards his right, he noticed a mirror, prompting him to approach it. He admired his strikingly handsome and imposing armor, which would captivate both men and women alike. Upon removing the armor, a face that could incite envy emerged in the mirror, a handsome man worthy of such a magnificent suit. After indulging in his own vanity, he made his way to the refrigerator, deciding to prepare a simple bowl of noodles for lunch, adding some vegetables and a poached egg. Meanwhile, downstairs, Li Xia was watching television when she heard faint noises from above. She quickly turned off the TV and listened intently, confirming that there was indeed a sound. Wudao has gone to school. Could someone be breaking into his room? With that thought, Li Xia exited her room, searching for something to use as a weapon. She spotted a glass bottle of beer and, without putting on shoes, cautiously made her way upstairs, careful to make no noise. Gently twisting the doorknob, she stepped inside, only to hear what sounded like slurping noodles. Wudao? Seeing Shen Wudao at home relieved her tension. She had been quite anxious just moments before. What are you doing with that beer bottle? Shen Wudao asked, noticing Li Xia's appearance in his home with a beer bottle in hand. Was it appropriate to drink in broad daylight? Li Xia waved off any embarrassment, placing the beer bottle on the table before Shen Wudao. Oh, come on. Using full names feels so formal. Just call me Xia. I'm not accustomed to calling others sister, so I'll stick with Xia. But you're not here to drink with me, are you? Li Xia chuckled awkwardly. Well, I heard some noise from upstairs while you were at school and thought maybe a thief had broken in. If that were the case, I would have smashed his head from behind. Smash his head? Shen Wudao looked at Li Xia, impressed by her courage. She was both beautiful and bold, daring to infiltrate his space and dream of confronting a thief. With such audacity, she would surely thrive in any situation. Subsequently, Shen Wudao elucidated. I find the school cafeteria's food unpalatable. Given its proximity to home, I prefer to return for lunch. Ah, I see. You cook noodles yourself? The aroma of your simple bowl of noodles is quite enticing. You truly possess culinary skills. Might you prepare a serving for me? Li Xia said with a playful wink, her voice tinged with a hint of longing. She had not eaten lunch yet and was not particularly skilled in cooking. Initially, she had planned to settle for instant noodles, but seeing how delicious Shen Wudao's dish appeared, she found herself tempted. Observing the cute demeanor of Li Xia, Shen Wudao glanced at the beer on the table and then at her bare feet. This girl had previously attempted to assist him in catching a thief. For her thoughtful gesture, he nodded and replied, very well. But first, you should wash your feet and put on some shoes before returning. Upon hearing Shen Wudao's consent, Li Xia beamed. Haha, thank you. I'll go put on my shoes and be back shortly. In a mere 5 minutes, Li Xia reappeared before Shen Wudao, who had nearly finished his meal. After tidying the table, he instructed, please have a seat and wait a moment. I will prepare some for you shortly. Li Xia felt there was a hint of ambiguity in his words, but seeing his nonchalance, she realized her mind was wandering. I want to watch you cook. I wish to learn so that I can make noodles myself next time, she expressed earnestly. Shen Wudao did not refuse and promptly began to prepare the dish. By the way, he reminded, in the future, if you encounter thieves or similar situations, do not confront them alone. It is too dangerous for a girl to be by herself. Li Xia leaned closer to Shen Wudao, their faces mere inches apart, and mischievously asked, are you concerned about me? Shen Wudao turned to meet her gaze and replied, indeed, you are quite beautiful. An unfortunate event involving you would be a significant loss. As his words reached her ears and their eyes met, Li Xia felt her cheeks flush. Although she had previously been the lead singer of a girl group and had encountered numerous male idols, none compared to Shen Wudao's natural charm. He radiated warmth akin to the sun, making her yearn to draw nearer to him. All right, the process appears quite simple, a mere bowl of noodles. Nothing as intricate as a dessert. I shall begin. Li Xia picked up a strand of noodles, blew gently on it, and placed it into her mouth. This is delicious. Xiao Tian, your culinary skills are wasted if you do not open a restaurant. Shen Wudao rested his elbow on the table, supporting his chin, and replied, opening a restaurant would indeed be a waste. Cooking is merely one of my many skills. Oh, what else can you do? Li Xia inquired with curiosity, impressed by his diverse talents. Shen Wudao casually replied, I am proficient in playing the piano, calligraphy, painting, martial arts, singing, fortune-telling, geomancy, and weather forecasting, among other things. Wow. Li Xia's eyes sparkled with admiration. Although it sounded exaggerated, she had no doubts about his abilities. Could you perform something for me? I wish to see you sing or dance." With a tinge of excitement at the prospect of showcasing his talents, Shen Wudao agreed. "In that case, I shall play a tune on the flute." Li Xia set down her chopsticks and clapped her hands. "Wonderful." Shen Wudao returned to his room and retrieved his flute. Among various instruments, he favored the flute for its compactness and elegance. Seated across from Li Xia, he expertly handled the flute and declared, "Please listen closely." He brought the flute to his lips and began to play, his fingers dancing over the instrument's openings. The melodious tones of the flute resonated throughout the Sakura residence, even reaching outside and into neighboring rooms. The piece he played was titled Unrestrained, from the renowned drama The Untamed, and he performed it solely on the flute. The poignant and melancholic emotions conveyed through the music captivated Li Xia, who watched in awe as Shen Wudao played with his eyes closed, creating a breathtaking scene. She felt an inexplicable connection to the melody, and tears began to roll down her cheeks. As the enchanting performance concluded a few minutes later, Shen Wudao opened his eyes to find Li Xia gazing at him intently, her eyes glistening with tears. This reaction was anticipated, as the piece was steeped in sorrowful sentiment, reflecting the notion that all gatherings must eventually come to an end, evoking feelings of loneliness. "Hey," Shen Wudao waved his hand before her, "snap out of it, or your noodles will grow cold." "Oh, I'm so sorry. Why am I crying? How embarrassing," Li Xia exclaimed, realizing her eyes were damp, and hastily wiped them. "No worries. Just use a tissue," Shen Wudao said, handing her 2 napkins from the table. The beauty of the flute can evoke deep emotions, whether joyous or sorrowful, stirring memories of happiness or sadness. This piece, Unrestrained, illustrates that perfectly. Who composed this piece? It is beautiful. I would love to download it and listen to it repeatedly. It's not available online. It's my original work. Since it was a creation brought from his previous life, it belonged to him alone. Li Xia covered her mouth in astonishment. "You composed this yourself? How incredible." Noticing the time, Shen Wudao stood up. "I must return to school now. Please close the door behind you once you're finished." Li Xia teased, "Are you really so trusting to leave me alone in your home? Aren't you afraid I might steal something?" Shen Wudao replied with confidence. "You dared to confront a thief. I hardly believe you would resort to theft. Besides, you do not have the appearance of someone who would." Li Xia was rendered speechless, her heart racing at Shen Wudao's unwavering trust in her. In the afternoon, during a break between classes, Shen Wudao wandered the school, feeling overwhelmed by the noise of his classmates. As a transfer student, he was still unfamiliar with the campus, so he decided to explore and learn about the school's feng shui. "Hey, will you continue to bully female students?" "No, I won't. Please forgive me." "Humph. If you dare to bully female students again, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson, even if you are a new freshman." While Shen Wudao was casually strolling, he heard a commotion ahead and approached with curiosity. From the surrounding conversations, it seemed a freshman had been harassing a female classmate, even attempting to lay hands on her, only to be confronted by a senior who promptly reprimanded him. Shen Wudao observed as the boy knelt on the ground, while the girl stood confidently with her arms crossed, her stature imposing. Tang Xian? Shen Wudao recognized the assertive girl as the one he had jogged with that morning. They had agreed to continue their morning runs together, and he was pleasantly surprised to find her at this school. The boy pleaded, "I promise, I won't do it again." Tang Xian released her foot from his shoulder and said, "Very well, you may leave." The boy, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, quickly fled. Tang Xian then turned to the girl who had been harassed and advised, "Dear Junior, as women, we must uphold our dignity when we are out in the world. Never retreat in the face of such individuals. Summon the courage to stand up for yourself. Why should we allow males to bully us?" Well said. Truly, Tang Xian is worthy of being the head of the sports club. Indeed, we girls have not provoked anyone, but should anyone dare to bully us, we are not to be trifled with. Chapter 16. The unrivaled master of the fire armor. Tang Xian's words garnered strong support from the girls. Her popularity within the school was undeniable. As one of the 3 most admired beauties and the head of the sports club, she commanded great respect, often referred to as Big Sister by her peers. "All right, everyone, disperse," Tang Xian instructed, swiftly encouraging those gathered to scatter. As the crowd began to thin, she turned her gaze towards Shen Wudao, who had caught her attention upon his arrival. His striking presence was hard to miss, standing out like a crane among chickens. Approaching Shen Wudao, she remarked, "I didn't expect you to be the new transfer student in Class 1. I was curious about what kind of person could be so frequently referred to as handsome by my classmates. Shen Wudao's arrival had caused quite a stir in the senior year, all due to his remarkable looks. Had he been of ordinary appearance, there would have been no such uproar. Earlier that morning, she had heard whispers about a handsome transfer student in Class 1, but had paid little attention, as she was not one to be swayed by mere looks. Now, seeing Shen Wudao before her, it clicked that he was indeed that very transfer student. He nodded. It seems we are fated to meet, being fellow alumni. Indeed, quite fated, Tang Xian said, feeling a bit shy about her previous actions. She had stepped on the shoulder of a freshman. Perhaps it made her appear like a fierce tigress. Would that affect her image in Shen Wudao's eyes? Understanding her thoughts, Shen Wudao reassured her. Regarding earlier, you did wonderfully. So many girls support you. You truly are a formidable flower. Thank you. Tang Xian beamed at his compliment. Since I am a transfer student and still unfamiliar with the campus, would you be willing to show me around? Shen Wudao inquired. Tang Xian, eager for an opportunity to spend time with him, nodded enthusiastically. Of course. I have time. Come, let me introduce you to our Longlin High School. Our Longlin High School boasts a century of history, she explained as they walked, detailing the school's historical significance, iconic architecture, and the campus's feng shui. Look, isn't that Tang Xian? And who is that handsome guy with her? Wow. Tang Xian is one of the 3 most admired beauties at our school, ranking second. Isn't she usually critical of boys? How is she so jovial with another man? Though Tang Xian was strong-willed, her beauty was undeniable, her figure captivating. That guy seems to be the transfer student from Class 1. Indeed, while Tang Xian is formidable and tough, she is also a beauty that many dream of. What gives him the right to walk alongside her and share laughter? How infuriating. As Shen Wudao and Tang Xian walked together, many students witnessed the scene, with boys casting envious glances at Shen Wudao, wishing to mar his handsome visage lest he attract the attention of girls. Shen Wudao could hear their murmurs and teased. Tang Xian, it seems you are indeed a school beauty. No wonder you are so stunning. Flushed by his words, Tang Xian replied, Oh, it's just those boys being silly. By the way, your classmate, Xia Zitong, is also a beauty, and she holds the title of the first beauty. Xia Zitong, you both possess your unique charms. There is no need to rank one above the other. My grandmother always said that all women are equally beautiful. Your grandmother said that? Shen Wudao nodded. Yes. She raised me from the age of 8, and is an extraordinary woman who taught me much. Tang Xian smiled gently. Your grandmother's wisdom is indeed remarkable. By the way, Shen Wudao, I've noticed you run every morning and have a well-toned physique. Have you considered joining our sports club? We have practice from 4 to 5 after school. Though not yet smitten, Tang Xian found herself drawn to Shen Wudao after their interactions. He exuded a kingly aura, captivating those around him. However, Shen Wudao's charm was selective, particularly towards women. He acknowledged his double standards. After a moment of contemplation, he declined. A club? I'm sorry, but I haven't considered joining one at this time. Tang Xian waved her hand dismissively. That's perfectly fine. I was merely suggesting it. Everyone has their own choices. Move swiftly, strike hard, maintain steady footing. Again. In the training room, Li Xian was engaged in combat simulation training. After witnessing Shen Wudao's prowess the previous night, he recognized the vast disparity in their abilities and sought out the elder Shinshan for specialized training. The elder Shinshan had been teaching him the Southern Fist style, which encompasses all martial arts from the southern regions rather than being a singular style. During their practice, the elder noticed Li Xian's talent. Although he fell short compared to a certain prodigy, he still exhibited exceptional potential among summoners. After their session, the elder nodded. Haha, you are indeed the current master of the fire armor. This Southern Fist style, with its intricate and varied techniques, will greatly benefit you in real combat once you master it. Thank you, Li Xian expressed his gratitude, fully aware that every training session with a master would enhance his skills. The elder stroked his beard and said, No need for thanks. Simply working together to seal away those resurrected extraordinary beasts is the best form of gratitude. By the way, I have a question for you. Li Xian, while aiming to improve himself, also sought to inquire about the armor he had encountered the previous night. Go ahead, Elder Shinshan. Do you know about the Emperor armor? It's an armor capable of sealing extraordinary beasts, predominantly gold in color, and possesses immense strength, easily defeating an extraordinary beast. Is it also one of the 5 elements armors? Chapter 17. Let the Emperor armor lead and take full responsibility. So you have encountered the Emperor armor. It is indeed part of the 5 elements armors, but rather than just one, it embodies all 5 elements. The elder Shen Shan's memories were interconnected. So he was aware of Shen Wudao's existence, who possessed a perfect 5 elements bloodline capable of summoning the ultimate emperor. He continued, the Emperor armor is the leader of all armors, representing the power of the heavens. It is not an exaggeration to call it the heavenly Emperor armor. It is the strongest armor. No description can truly encapsulate its might. You only need to understand that with the Emperor armor, no villain can stir up any trouble. And the current master of the Emperor armor is born to reign. The heavenly Emperor armor, as the leader of all armors, embodies the heavens and is born to rule. Li Xian gasped, his heart racing with excitement. Did this mean that the Emperor armor was a symbol of invincibility? The elder of the sacred mountain discerned Li Xian's thoughts and remarked, although the Emperor's armor is formidable, you are yourselves, and he is he. The earth is your shared abode. Since you have been chosen by the armor, it signifies that you bear the weight of defending it. One cannot solely rely on others to exist. Li Xian, gathering his thoughts, nodded and said, your wisdom is a reminder, but given his prowess, might we invite him to be our captain upon our next encounter? To this, the elder replied, that depends on his own will. Understood, Li Xian affirmed. Outside the virtual combat, Dongshan and Mei Zhen noticed that he had ceased his actions. Dongshan, somewhat anxious, remarked, I wonder if Xian was able to uncover the true origin of the Emperor's armor. Mei Zhen speculated, from its name, it must be of inestimable value. Given Xian's observation of the opponent's immense strength, the armor's rank likely surpasses that of the 5 elements armor. It could very well be the fabled final war god. Historical texts recount that thousands of years ago, 5 armored warriors failed against the ultimate foe, until a war god emerged to vanquish the enemy. Alas, much of the text remains untranslated. Otherwise, we might discern the identity of the Emperor's armor. The reason Mei Zhen and her brother amassed the armors and anticipated the appearance of the psychic beasts stemmed from their translation of an ancient manuscript. Yet they had only completed 2/3 of it. Look, Xian has finished, Dongshan observed as Li Xian opened his eyes, prompting both to approach with inquiries. Mei Zhen asked, Xian, what did the elder say? Do you know the origin of the Emperor's armor? Li Xian nodded, I inquired about it. The Emperor's armor requires one to possess the 5 elements bloodline, and only those with a perfect bloodline can summon it. The armor's might derives from its command over the 5 elements, as well as light and shadow. It is the royal armor, symbolizing the power of the heavenly way, and also the leader of all armors. The light and shadow war thousands of years ago was concluded by the Emperor's armor. The necessity of a 5 elements bloodline and such a grand lineage. Dongshan felt somewhat dazed. For an ordinary person, possessing even a singular bloodline is commendable, and most possess only inferior or moderate bloodlines, with the superior being exceedingly rare, let alone a perfect one. The summoner of the Emperor's armor must therefore meet these stringent requirements, which is why it is fitting that you can summon it. Mei Zhen continued, but who is the summoner of the Emperor's armor? Li Xian shook his head, that remains unclear, the elder did not specify. But he mentioned that the summoner is born as a king. Born as a king? Mei Zhen and Dongshan exchanged glances, recognizing that this implies the individual is destined to reign supreme. Mei Zhen exclaimed, with him among us, we can confront those dark forces. We must locate him. Since the Emperor's armor leads all armors, and the summoner is born to be a king, I propose we appoint him as our captain, granting him full authority. Dongshan was taken aback, realizing that Mei Zhen intended for the summoner of the Emperor's armor to take charge. She said, but Mei Zhen, wouldn't that diminish your voice in decisions? That is of little consequence, she replied. As long as he can lead us to victory, my voice matters not. In the face of absolute power, even if Mei Zhen possessed immense influence, few would heed her. Clearly, the elder's esteem for the Emperor's armor speaks volumes about its strength. With psychic beasts ravaging the land of Huaxia, we need a powerful leader to maintain order, otherwise, it would be detrimental to all. Mei Zhen then declared, Xian, when you encounter the Emperor's armor, convey our research team's desire for him to become our leader, adhering to his directives, provided he can vanquish all foes. Li Xian solemnly nodded, understood. Subsequently, Mei Zhen turned to Dongshan, stating, Dongshan, from this day forth, you shall be the summoner of the woodwind eagle armor. What? Me? Is that permissible? Upon hearing this news, Dong Shan was elated. He had long aspired to become the Wind Eagle warrior, yet his bloodline was merely moderate. Mei Zhen had been seeking an individual with a superior would attribute bloodline. But her previous tests had revealed potential candidates who, despite their high bloodlines, were frail and ill-suited for combat. Mei Zhen produced the completed Wind Eagle armor summoner device. Smiling as she said, "Though we have struggled to find a suitable candidate, Dong Shan, I believe that the might of the armor is not solely dictated by bloodline. You are not any weaker than others." Li Xiannin congratulated him. "Congratulations, Dong Shan. Henceforth, you shall be known as the Wind Eagle Knight." "Thank you. I am now the Wind Eagle Knight," Dong Shan exclaimed, thrilled, for he had finally realized his dream of becoming an armored warrior. "Class is over. Would you like to join a club to enrich your campus life?" The final bell rang, signaling the end of the last class. The class monitor, Xia Zidong, in a gentle tone, inquired of Shen Wudao, who sat before her. Shen Wudao shook his head lightly. "I have no plans to join a club for the time being." "Have you joined one, Xia class monitor?" Xia Zidong replied. "I have not either. While many students join clubs, there are still some who, for personal reasons, remain unaffiliated. Indeed, since neither of us has joined a club, let us depart." Agreed. The two exited the classroom together, their harmonious pairing evoking admiration and envy for their compatibility. Chapter 18. A bug dares to shout in my presence? As they walked side by side through the campus towards the school gate, Shen Wudao remarked, "Xia class monitor, I can sense from your demeanor and grace that you possess the air of a wealthy heiress. I surmise you are either of noble descent or the daughter of a prosperous family." Xia Zitong paused in surprise. "You can tell all that?" In truth, her family was quite wealthy. Her villa alone was worth over 100 million, complete with a butler and bodyguards arranged by her father. However, Xia Zitong had never flaunted her status at school, leading her peers to perceive her as merely a kind and gentle individual. Yet, due to her striking beauty, she could hardly be deemed ordinary. Upon her arrival at school, she was immediately dubbed the campus flower. Shen Wudao remained composed, stating, "It is not remarkable to discern such things. Everyone possesses a unique aura, and one can glean insights from their gestures and presence. I feel the same about you, Shen classmate. Today, wherever you are the focal point of attention, like the protagonist of a tale." Xia Zitong observed Shen Wudao, noting that although it was the first day of school, his status as a transfer student had caused quite a stir. Yet, the commotion was not solely due to his new status or striking appearance. It was also his confidence and self-assured nature that drew people in. His every action exuded an extraordinary charisma that captivated those around him. Even Xia Zitong found herself glancing at him multiple times, keenly aware of his every move. "Protagonist?" Shen Wudao did not deny it. Pointing skyward, he proclaimed, "Indeed, I am the protagonist of this world, the center of the earth, the most exceptional among the 7 billion people on this planet." Listening to the audacious words of Shen Wudao, Xia Zitong did not perceive them as mere bravado. Instead, she found them quite reasonable. "It seems that you, dear Shen, harbor grand ambitions," she remarked, just as they were about to exit the school gates. A young man approached Xia Zitong, bearing a bouquet and kneeling before her to declare his sentiments with fervor. With a gentle tone, Xia Zitong declined, saying, "I'm sorry, but I am not currently considering entering into a relationship." The young man, struck as if by lightning, was utterly devastated by her rejection, and as curious onlookers observed, he fled in tears. Honestly, he ought to take a good look in the mirror. How could he dare to confess to Xia Zitong? "It's akin to a toad aspiring to dine on swan meat," one student scoffed. "Indeed, this marks the 108th failed confession. We could assemble an entire band of heroes from water margin with such a count," another chimed in, deriding the audacity of attempting to win over such a beauty. "Our class monitor truly is popular. Even after school, suitors arrive bearing flowers." Xia Zitong sighed with a wry smile. "I have encountered such situations many times before. Yet regardless of my refusals, there are always those who persist in their declarations of love." Shen Wudao, having received his fair share of confessions from girls, understood her plight. After parting ways with Xia Zitong, he strolled home, a mere 20-minute journey, barely a fraction of his morning runs. However, as he walked, he sensed an unsettling presence following him. Unperturbed, he opted for a less traveled path and, after 10 minutes, arrived at a wide, desolate square. He halted, turned around, and declared, "Having followed me for so long, reveal yourself." Before him stood a young woman with long, chestnut hair, a sinister smile playing on her lips. She licked her lips, eyeing him like a predator, and spoke in the dialect of Little Day province. I didn't expect you to notice me. You're quite the intriguing individual. But what does it matter? Instead of fleeing into the crowd, you've chosen this secluded spot. You appear to be a delectable morsel, brimming with protein. Surely you must be quite tasty. Little Day province had willingly become a part of the Xian nation, though it resembled more of a vassal state. The Xian nation rarely intervened in its internal affairs, and Mandarin was a compulsory subject in Little Day province. Protein? Tasty? Shen Wudao thought to himself, realizing she intended to consume him. So, you hail from Little Day province and view me as prey. Do you not fear the repercussions? Upon finishing his thought, he stepped forward with a fierce demeanor, exuding an aura of unparalleled authority, even without summoning his imperial armor. Initially, he suspected she was an Oksar, only to discover she was a creature from Little Day province, a being that fed on humans. Originally human themselves, these creatures had undergone secretive experiments, implanting cells that instilled within them a primal craving for protein, particularly human flesh. In this world, the beings from Little Day province resembled the monstrous races from the Tokusatsu series, Kamen Rider, yet for reasons unknown, lacked the Kamen Riders themselves, resulting in rampant monstrous activity within the province, which had now infiltrated the Xian nation. Startled by Shen Wudao's imposing presence, the woman instinctively recoiled, her breath quickening. Regaining her composure, she chuckled. Heh, I almost let you intimidate me. Regardless of who you are, even if you were the leader of this nation, once I've set my sights on you, you are merely my prey. Submit your body to me. With a fierce shout, her form underwent a transformation, morphing into a monstrous being resembling a mantis, armed with scythe-like appendages. Die! The mantis shrieked, lunging forward to strike with its scythe-like arm. This weapon could cleave through iron, let alone flesh. Should it connect, the victim would be rendered as tender as tofu. However, mere centimeters from Shen Wudao, the attack abruptly halted, stymied by an unseen force. What is happening? The mantis gasped, incredulous that its kill was thwarted at the last moment. Gazing at the mantis, Shen Wudao calmly stated, "A mere insect dares to shout in my presence?" With that, golden light enveloped him, warping the surrounding space as ethereal golden armor began to materialize around him. Imperial armor. Unite, he proclaimed. Instantly, the golden spectral armor coalesced into solid form, the crimson visor of his helmet flickering ominously, radiating an energy so formidable it swept outward. The mantis' scythe shattered as it attempted to strike, and its body was violently hurled away, crashing into a tree several dozen meters distant. Armor united, Shen Wudao declared. How is this possible? The mantis stammered, rising unsteadily from the ground, having mistakenly believed it had chosen a protein-rich prey, only to discover this prey was a warrior of the Xian nation. The mantis pondered the nature of the armor. It exuded an aura of nobility, grandeur, authority, and sanctity, as if all existence revolved around it, capable of annihilating anything with a single hand. The sheer sight of it filled the mantis with despair, realizing it had encountered ill fortune. Resolving to flee, the mantis turned to escape, but Shen Wudao scoffed. Before me, where do you think you can run? Did you not claim I was your prey? How ironic that the hunter is now terrified of its quarry. The mantis was quick, likely capable of covering 100 meters in around 6 seconds. Yet, in Shen Wudao's eyes, that speed was akin to a snail's crawl. In an instant, he lunged forward, seemingly traversing space itself, and caught up to the mantis, delivering a devastating punch. The mantis had no time to react before being reduced to a pulpy mess scattered across the ground. Repugnant creature, Shen Wudao muttered, shaking his head in disinterest, wondering if this was merely one of many, or if a swarm lurked in the shadows. These beings, much like the Oksar, had once been human, and it was impossible to root them all out. After shedding his armor, Shen Wudao departed the scene and opened the gates of Sakura Manor, where he found Li Xia seated on a bench in the garden, lost in thought. Clad in a cream-colored top and shorts paired with sheer stockings, her long, straight legs extended elegantly before her. Standing at a height of 175 meters, she was among the taller girls, and her legs, accentuated by the stockings, were particularly striking. Even the eyes of Shen Wudao were momentarily captivated by those long legs. After all, it is the essence of manhood, and it is hard to find anyone who does not appreciate it. Fortunately, Shen Wudao possessed remarkable self-control, After a fleeting glance, he withdrew his gaze. Hearing the commotion at the door, Li Xia lifted her head from her reverie and said, "Wudao, you're back. Did you not join any club activities?" Shen Wudao shook his head. "There is no necessity for me to participate. Why do you sit here lost in thought? At our age, we are in the most splendid phase of our lives. Even while studying, one should venture out, explore, and breathe in the fresh air. You seem to be living a retired life far too early." Li Xia sighed. "Though I wish to, I have no friends here, not even acquaintances. What is the point of wandering the streets alone? It is better to sit here in silence, letting my mind empty, allowing time to slip through my fingers." After speaking, Li Xia gazed at Shen Wudao, a smile suddenly gracing her lips as she proposed, "How about we explore together? Having a male companion will certainly make me feel safer." In truth, Li Xia found her solitude at home quite tedious. Although she had been a student at the nearby Qingbei University's drama department, her work with an idol girl group had prevented her from attending. Now, having returned for personal reasons, she was studying from home, fearful of the gossip that might ensue. Despite not having wronged anyone, she was well aware that words could wound like daggers. Hence, she was not yet prepared, especially in this unfamiliar city with no friends to rely on. Shen Wudao was already familiar with Li Xia's bold nature. He remarked, "You seem quite at ease going out with a stranger." Li Xia blinked her starry, beautiful eyes at him and smiled. "Although we met just yesterday, we are already friends. Are we not? I sense you are a dependable person, so what is there to worry about?" "You certainly know how to flatter," he replied. "Let me change my clothes as well." They both returned home, changed, and emerged once more. Shen Wudao donned a black casual outfit, and his handsome features, tall stature, and perfect physique made him resemble a work of art, standing there effortlessly. As he stepped into the courtyard, Li Xia exited her house, wearing the same clothes but adding a jacket and sporting a duckbill cap. Upon seeing Shen Wudao, her eyes lit up. "You look so dashing," she exclaimed, raising her right hand cheerfully. "All right, Wudao, let us set off." Shen Wudao rolled out a majestic motorcycle, the Emperor's Steed. This motorcycle, with its additional wheels on either side, still retained its striking elegance. The body shimmered in platinum hues, with the front resembling a dragon's head and the rear mimicking a dragon's tail, making it a standout on the streets. "This is the first time I have seen such an impressive motorcycle," she remarked, reaching out to touch it. "Wudao, this bike is truly magnificent. It must be custom-made." Shen Wudao mounted the Emperor's Steed and said, "Hop on. You are the first person aside from me to ride it." "How fortunate I am. What is this marvelous machine called?" she inquired. The design was truly exceptional, eclipsing many luxury cars. "I wonder who conceived such a design." The theme is still a dragon, which holds profound significance in our culture. "The Emperor's Steed," he answered plainly, not wishing to belittle its name with something lackluster. "The Emperor's Steed? Not only is it stunning, but the name is also quite impressive," she responded. Afterward, she positioned herself neatly behind him, legs together to the left. As it was unrefined for a girl to straddle a motorcycle. "All set?" Shen Wudao asked, and with a twist of the throttle, the Emperor's Steed surged forward. Li Xia tucked her cap into her pocket and wrapped her arms around Shen Wudao's waist, her delicate face pressed against his back. Chapter 20. Perhaps fortune and love is closer than we think. Why seek it from afar? Why is my heart so stirred on the second day of our acquaintance? Li Xia pondered within, realizing that despite the multitude of handsome faces, her heart had remained indifferent until meeting Shen Wudao. This shift indicated the importance of encountering the right person. Just moments ago, while sitting in the courtyard, her previously tranquil heart had leaped with joy at his return. Aware of her emotions, Li Xia knew exactly what this feeling was. After all, she was no naive girl. Approximately 20 minutes later, they entered a shopping mall, and Li Xia adjusted her hat, pulling it lower. Shen Wudao noticed, but refrained from commenting, understanding her desire for discretion. A girl as beautiful as she would undoubtedly attract attention. Pushing a cart, Li Xia exclaimed, "Let us buy some snacks for our horror movie night." They arrived at the snacks section of the large mall, filled with an array of unique treats not found in smaller shops. As Li Xia filled the cart with an assortment of snacks, Shen Wudao cautioned, "Be careful, or you may gain weight. If you do, you won't be as pretty." Li Xia waved her hand dismissively. "Don't worry, I won't gain weight. Besides, I have you to share them with. And it's not like we'll eat them all at once." After purchasing a cartload of snacks, they proceeded to browse the clothing stores on the upper floor. "Wudao, don't you think those girls passing by are blatantly staring at you or sneaking glances?" Li Xia teased, noticing several women either openly admiring or subtly glancing at Shen Wudao. With her face partially obscured by the cap, few noticed her, and the spotlight was undoubtedly on him. Shen Wudao shrugged. I'm used to it. You should be too. Those blessed with good looks are often the center of attention. Those who don't possess such charm can only watch. If it weren't for you by my side, they would be approaching me for my contact information. Having me by your side, you say? Li Xia smirked, her lips curling upwards. With hands on her hips, she feigned pride. Then you should thank me for being here. Shen Wudao pretended to scold her. Thank you? If it weren't for you, I might have found some romantic prospects. Now, no one dares approach. Li Xia pouted, humph. Then go ahead. Split from me right now and seek your romantic fortune. Hurry up. Clearing his throat, Shen Wudao implied, there's no rush. Perhaps my romantic fortune is right beside me. Why seek it from afar? Li Xia chuckled at his words and playfully looked around, shaking her head. Oh really? Where is your romantic fortune? I don't see it. Their banter continued as they arrived at the third floor, where swimwear was displayed. Oh look, swimwear. It's been years since I visited the beach. Perhaps I should go again next time. Spotting a store dedicated to women's swimwear, Li Xia walked over with interest. Shen Wudao glanced at the entrance, thinking he should stay out. However, Li Xia boldly took his hand and pulled him inside, saying, what is the big deal? It's just swimwear, not lingerie. The distinction is that swimwear is designed for public wear, so there's no need to feel awkward. Upon the arrival of guests, a representative promptly approached and introduced. This lovely lady is here to explore our latest swimwear collection. All right, I understand, but could we browse on our own first? Li Xia preferred to select her attire independently, rather than being guided by someone else's recommendations. The attendant replied, of course, take your time. As Li Xia perused the selection, she occasionally held up a piece for Shen Wudao's appraisal. He shook his head repeatedly and expressed his thoughts. The choices you are considering are too revealing and sensual. Personally, I believe it would be better to opt for more fabric and simpler colors. Amused by Shen Wudao's earnestness, Li Xia chuckled and remarked, it seems you favor a more conservative style. Very well, I shall choose something more modest. After purchasing a swimsuit, they continued to wander, with Shen Wudao also acquiring a casual outfit. Standing by the railing, he glanced down and commented, Xia, look at that little girl below. She has a cart full of snacks, just like you. I have already told you I do not have a penchant for snacks. Please do not portray me as a gluttonous child, Li Xia retorted, moving closer to Shen Wudao to peer down, where indeed a young girl was pushing a cart brimming with treats. Shen Wudao then noticed an adult male, seemingly in his late 20s, accompanying the girl, who carried a bundle on his back. From that bundle, he sensed a strong aquatic aura. Could it be a water shadow stone? As a summoner of the Emperor's armor, Shen Wudao was quite attuned to elemental properties. He could discern that within the man's possession was a potent water shadow stone aura. This indicated that the man was likely Bei Miao, who he recalled had initially transformed using the water shadow stone, and due to not having joined the previous summoning device, he never parted with it. What's wrong? Li Xia asked curiously as she noticed Shen Wudao's sudden pause. A monster. It's a monster. Goodness, we must flee. Suddenly, chaos erupted at the mall entrance, drawing everyone's attention to a creature clad in green, wielding a spiked club. The spikewood beast, an aberration dispatched by the Shadow Sovereign. Unlike the orcs, who lacked a cohesive team and indiscriminately attacked, these aberrations targeted descendants of the Light and Shadow Village. What manner of beast is this? Is it an orc? Li Xia, standing beside Shen Wudao, was startled. Although she had seen orcs on the news, she had never encountered one in person, and the emergence of this aberration broadened her perspective. This is an aberration, Shen Wudao murmured. The aberration's intent was clear, fixating on the descendant of light and shadow present within the mall. What is an aberration? Li Xia inquired, puzzled. An aberration resembles a beast more than an orc, is slightly larger, and lacks the ability to speak. They are not transformations of humans. Rather, they are life forms resulting from the mutation of flora and fauna. Shen Wudao elucidated. Chapter 21. Bei Miao. With such meager power, you may exit the stage. Li Xia gazed deeply at Shen Wudao, pondering how he possessed such knowledge. Had he encountered this before? Though her curiosity piqued, she refrained from further questioning, recognizing the urgency of their situation. She grasped Shen Wudao's hand and urged, we should leave. If that creature harms us, it would be disastrous. However, her strength was insufficient to budge Shen Wudao, who remained steadfast, observing below. There is no rush. The armor warriors will appear soon. Armor warriors? Li Shia was taken aback. Indeed, while such warriors existed, their arrival would require time. Below, the spikewood beast had a singular focus, the young girl laden with snacks. Xiaoxi, quickly hide behind me. Bei Miao called as he positioned himself protectively in front of his younger sister. Xiaoxi, sheltered behind Bei Miao, glared fiercely at the spikewood beast and exclaimed, "Brother, it's a monster. You must summon your armor to defeat it." "Rest assured, Xiaoxi, I have prepared for this moment," Bei Miao reassured her, patting her head. He then directed his gaze toward the spikewood beast, declaring, "Has the aberration finally shown itself? This time, I possess the strength to protect, and I shall not flee as I did over a decade ago." Years ago, Bei Miao had played with a dear sister named Shui Er at the Sunshine Welfare Institute, vowing to protect her. However, when a monstrous aberration attacked, he succumbed to fear and fled, leaving her behind, a burden he had carried ever since. Now, armed with power, he would not only confront this threat, but eradicate all such monsters. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that most people had fled, leaving few to witness his actions. With his right hand upon the bundle, he felt the water shadow stone within. Black rhino armor, merge. As he touched the water shadow stone through the bundle, the stone within erupted with light, transforming into a formidable black armor brimming with defensive prowess. Armor merge. On the third floor, amidst the hurried escape of the crowd, Li Shia stood beside Shen Wudao, captivated by the spectacle below. Witnessing a man don armor instantaneously left her in awe. Was this the armor warrior? The sheer magic of armor materializing out of thin air felt like something out of a science fiction film. She had always imagined that armor must be done manually, never considering that it could appear as if conjured from thin air. Turning to Shen Wudao, she asked, "Surely you must have known he was an armor warrior all along?" "Perhaps," he replied, observing the black rhino armor with keen interest. Li Shia fell silent, her mind racing with two possibilities. Either Shen Wudao was acquainted with the man below, or he himself was an armor warrior. Regardless of which was true, it was clear that Shen Wudao's identity was anything but ordinary. The spikewood beast had anticipated an easy victory, only to find its target shielded by armor. "Prepare to perish," Bei Miao shouted, stepping forward to confront the beast. The spikewood beast roared, swinging its spiked club at the imposing black rhino armor. With a swift motion, Bei Miao raised his arm, deflecting the attack with his forearm guard. The black rhino armor, known for its formidable defense and strength, bore the weight of the blow, though it was somewhat slow in movement. With a resounding thud, Bei Miao retaliated, delivering a powerful punch to the beast's chest, which echoed with a dull thrum and sparked with energy. The spikewood beast staggered back. But before it could regain its footing, Bei Miao pressed the assault, denying it any respite and knocking its club from its grasp. "Well done, brother. Keep hitting it. Strike it down." Xiaoxi cheered from behind, clapping her hands enthusiastically. "With such meager abilities, you may as well withdraw," Bei Miao taunted, using the horn upon his forehead to push against the spikewood beast's chest, forcing it backward once more. The battle was closely observed by Shen Wudao, who could confidently assert that throughout the confrontation, the thorn beast was utterly subdued by the black rhino armor. This was, in fact, to be expected, as the extraordinary beasts currently manifesting were among the weakest of the 55, following the principle that adversaries become increasingly formidable as the conflict progresses. Moreover, Shen Wudao was aware of Bei Miao's past experiences, which had instilled in him a sense of shame that ignited a fierce determination to train vigorously. His strength upon his initial appearance even surpassed that of Li Xian Nan in the flame dragon armor. However, the potential of the black rhino armor still lagged slightly behind that of the flame dragon armor, yet in the latter stages, it ranked second among the 5 elements armors. Deprived of his wolf fang club, the thorn beast struck Bei Miao's armor with its fists, causing a resounding thud, yet Bei Miao remained unscathed, demonstrating the formidable defense of the black rhino armor. Meteor spear. After the thorn beast completed its assault, Bei Miao retaliated with several punches. Under the immense power of the black rhino armor, the thorn beast fell into a weakened state marked by unstable green energy, creating the perfect opportunity to unleash his finishing move against the extraordinary beast. Subsequently, he rotated the right dial of his Chinkoan belt, causing a green card to spring forth. With deft fingers, Bei Miao flicked the card forward, expanding it into a technologically sophisticated green card. He reached his right hand into it, and a black long spear materialized in his grasp. Next, he turned the left dial, from which a light-shaded sticker inscribed with the word Jia emerged from the Yin-Yang Taiji diagram of the Qinquan belt. Raging Torrent Jia, gripping the meteor spear's handle. Bei Miao touched the spear tip to the fatal sticker, which then transformed into pure green energy, merging with the spearhead. The raging torrent Jia of the meteor spear shattered the demonic fury, annihilating it amidst the torrent, as tranquil as a mirror's surface. This was the ultimate technique of the Black Rhino armor. Once the energy reached its zenith, Bei Miao charged towards the enemy. The green energy spearhead striking the thorn beast instantaneously. Not only did it devastate the thorn beast's form, but it also immobilized it within a green Taiji formation. Culminating with the sealing technique, Raging Torrent Top, the Black Rhino armor surged forward, presenting a green water character sticker before it. In a headbutt stance, it made contact with the sealing sticker, passing through the water emblem, and gathered energy at its horn to thrust forward, piercing through the thorn beast's form, imprinting a demonic seal amidst the explosive flames. This spectacle was witnessed by Li Xian Nan in the Flame Dragon armor and Dong Shan, who had just summoned the Wind Eagle armor, as they arrived via satellite transmission at the mall's entrance. Is that water? A water attribute armor. Upon observing the Black Rhino armor executing the water character sealing technique in real combat, Li Xian Nan recognized it as one of the 5 elements armors associated with water. That's wonderful. With this, we have gathered 3 of the 5 elements: fire, wood, and water, Dong Shan exclaimed joyfully. Li Xian Nan concurred, indeed. Let us extend our invitation to him. Chapter 22. Are you kidding me? The captain yet to join the team? That's enough. Let us depart as well. Shen Wudao remarked after glancing at the gathering of the 3 5 elements armors, addressing Li Xia. Oh, very well. Li Xia, somewhat taken aback by the sight of the 3 armors, recognized that such an event is rare in a lifetime, then gathered her thoughts to follow Shen Wudao. Meanwhile, after Bei Miao conducted the sealing with the magical sticker, Li Xian Nan and Dong Shan approached him, initiating greetings. Greetings, water armor. I am Li Xian Nan, the summoner of the Flame Dragon armor. I am Dong Shan, the summoner of the Wind Eagle armor. I am Bei Miao, the Water Black Rhino armor. Bei Miao regarded the 2 before him. With fire, wood, and himself representing water, they encompassed 3 of the 5 elements. Li Xian Nan nodded, indeed. We are all 5 elements armors. Bei Miao, join us. Together, we can strive to defeat these extraordinary beasts and the other emerging foes. Li Xian Nan's proposition resonated with Bei Miao. While he was self-assured in his abilities, he recognized the difficulty of standing alone against numerous foes. A single chopstick is easily broken, yet a bundle remains intact. He was determined to unite the might of the armors to combat the malevolent forces and the peculiar entities that loomed. If they remained disjointed, they would be easily vanquished. Xian Nan, Bei Miao, this isn't the place for discussion. Let us find another venue, Dong Shan suggested, noticing that the previously scattered crowd was now converging again. The 3, along with Bei Miao's sister, Xiao Shi, sought a quiet and secluded spot to deliberate. At this juncture, Bei Miao, with his hands in his pockets, stated, I am willing to join you, but I have a condition. Li Xian Nan and Dong Shan exchanged glances, and Li Xian Nan stepped forward, nodding in agreement. Speak your mind. As long as it falls within our capabilities, we will accommodate your request. Taking a few steps forward, Bei Miao turned his back to them and gazed skyward, proclaiming with pride, My condition is simple. I want to be the captain. You wish to be captain? This condition took both of them by surprise. Joining was one thing, but demanding leadership was another. Was he trying to seize power right away? Bei Miao, exuding confidence, responded, Currently, it appears to be just the 3 of us. While the 5 elements armors are incomplete, we must also rally the other armors. Thus, whether it be in uniting those armors or in future battles, we require a strong leader capable of commanding respect, and I, with the Black Rhino armor, possess that strength. Li Xian Nan shook his head with a wry smile. I'm sorry, but the captaincy has already been designated. Oh, is it you or him? Bei Miao inquired with interest, surveying the 2. Even if there was a captain, what of it? They could always switch places. Dong Shan interjected, It's neither of us. It is someone who has yet to join us. We have already decided to allocate the captain's position to him in advance. Bei Miao, momentarily taken aback, found it hard to comprehend. After a moment's reflection, he frowned and said, You must be joking. You're giving the captaincy to someone who hasn't even joined yet? What are you 2 thinking? Dongshan, aware that this notion was difficult to believe, elaborated, ahem. It's like this. That individual possesses extraordinary strength. Just a few days ago, he effortlessly dispatched an extraordinary beast with a single strike. Thus, we concluded that having him as captain would lead us to victory. One strike to annihilate an extraordinary beast? Who is he? Bei Miao was taken aback by the mention of such prowess. While he considered himself powerful, eliminating an extraordinary beast required considerable effort. To do so with ease certainly warranted his attention. Li Xiannan remarked, I've only seen him once, but I know his armor is called the Emperor armor. Bei Miao clenched his fists, his expression turning grave. The Emperor armor, is it? The name is indeed impressive, but if he wishes to be captain, I must ascertain whether his strength is as formidable as you claim. Dongshan proposed, how about you join us first, and when the Emperor armor joins, you can challenge him? Whoever wins shall take the captaincy. Very well, let us proceed in that manner. Bei Miao agreed to join the armor team for now, leaving the captaincy discussion for later. After all, the team consisted of just the three of them, making the absence of a captain inconsequential. Shen Wudao returned home with Li Xia. Wudao, what troubles you? Nothing much. I was merely hoping you might join me for a horror film tonight. I've long wished to watch some scary movies, but I find it daunting to do so alone. I need a tall companion by my side to muster the courage. Li Xia hesitated, contemplating whether to inquire further about Shen Wudao's calm demeanor upon encountering the extraordinary beast and the armored warriors in the mall. Perhaps knowing too much was not necessarily advantageous. Shen Wudao, however, did not decline. As the evening drew near, around 6 o'clock, I decided to prepare dinner. Once it was ready, I would call you to join me. Li Xia's face was radiant with a smile as she playfully winked at Shen Wudao, saying, all right. But since you're the one inviting me this time, it better be a lavish meal. Make sure to come with an empty stomach. I promise you'll leave feeling pleasantly full. Shen Wudao replied before heading upstairs to begin cooking. Li Xia clapped her hands together, eagerly anticipating the delicious feast, licking her lips in excitement. Meijin, this is Bei Miao, the summoner of the black rhinoceros armor I mentioned earlier on the phone. In the research laboratory, Li Xiannan and Dongshan brought Bei Miao over, who would now become a companion in their battles. Hello, I'm Meijin, your liaison for the armor. With a new member joining, especially one wielding the 5 elements armor, Meijin felt a surge of joy. If they could gather all 5 elemental armors along with the Emperor armor, it would be perfect. However, she understood that such things could not be rushed. One must take things step by step. Bei Miao nodded in acknowledgement, then inquired, I heard that you can store the light and shadow stone for me, and help me craft a portable summoner? Indeed, I need to have my brother handle this. A day will suffice, Meijin replied. The light and shadow stone transmits light and shadow energy, while the summoner and satellite serve as mediums. Using the summoner, the energy from the light and shadow stone can be transmitted via satellite, allowing for fusion without carrying the stone physically. All right, I leave it to you, Bei Miao said, relinquishing the water shadow stone he carried, relieved to have the summoner in hand, thus avoiding the burden of carrying the stone daily and preventing it from falling into the wrong hands after a defeat. Chapter 23. A resemblance to first love. Meijin cradled the water shadow stone, assuring him, don't worry. I'll contact my brother right away to expedite the creation of the black rhinoceros summoner. As for the captain position, we have indeed internally decided to assign that to the Emperor armor. Thus, it's all right, as long as the Emperor armor can demonstrate impressive strength. I have no qualms about serving him. Bei Miao was not one to harbor grudges. He believed in the principle of might makes right. If someone proved stronger, he would respect them. Conversely, if they were weaker, he would dismiss them as unworthy. That sounds fair, Meijin sighed in relief. Fearing any discord within the team might hinder their ability to face external foes. As for the outcome, it was evident that the Emperor armor possessed the strength of all 5 elemental attributes, far surpassing ordinary armors, and its summoner was a born leader. What could Bei Miao possibly use to counter that? The following day at Longlin High School during physical education class, Shen Wudao's class was all dressed in sports attire. The PE teacher, a robust middle-aged man with large eyes, wearing a white tank top and crossing his arms, announced, Students, today marks our first PE class of the senior year, where we will test if any of you have become lazy over the break. We will begin with a 100-meter dash, 5 in each group. Let's get started. Running was my forte. Watch closely. My heroic figure may just catch the eye of Xia Zhitong, I thought. I was determined to achieve a commendable time to impress Shen Wudao, proving that we girls were just as capable as the boys. What if Shen wanted to ask me out after I performed well? Should I accept gracefully or eagerly? Get lost, the students exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The boys aimed to showcase their skills in front of Xia Zhitong, while the girls sought to stand out before Shen Wudao. Run, commanded the PE teacher, and the first group of boys took off, with the fastest clocking in at 15.5 seconds. The second group followed, achieving a commendable 13.4 seconds. These times were impressive. An average person could only run 100 meters in about 13 to 17 seconds, nearing their physical limits, while those trained in the military typically clocked in below 13 seconds. Next was the third group, where Shen Wudao was placed. 3, 2, 1, go. As the command fell, Shen Wudao made no preparatory movements, but surged ahead, leaving the other four far behind. Wow, he's so fast. Is he aiming for the sprint championship? Gasped the students. My goodness, is he even human? Witnessing Shen Wudao's astonishing speed left everyone in awe. They had never seen such velocity before. 10 seconds flat. Did I hear that right? 100 meters in 10 seconds, and he's just a high school student? He must be on steroids. Shen, you're amazing. So cool, the boys exclaimed, while the girls rushed to offer him water, starry-eyed. Not only is he handsome, but he's also incredibly talented. Xia Zhitong, filled with curiosity, asked Shen, do you practice running specifically? Not really, just a daily morning jog, he replied, revealing that 10 seconds was far from his true limit. His maximum sprint was 8 seconds. And 10 seconds was a generous display. You're the new transfer student, Shen Wudao, right? Your 100-meter time is astonishing, breaking all previous records at our school. Even as a PE teacher, I can only manage just over 12 seconds. You're leagues ahead of me. Young people today are truly impressive. The PE teacher lavished praise upon him, recognizing a promising student when he saw one. Shen Wudao, accustomed to such accolades, shrugged it off, saying, it's just a minor achievement, nothing to be overly praised for. Let's move on to the girls' race. The PE teacher nodded appreciatively, remarking, unfazed by praise or blame, achieving such results without pride. You're a fine specimen. After the teacher departed, Xia Zhitong leaned in closer to whisper, our PE teacher is quite strict, and you're the only one he has praised like this. Is that so? Shen Wudao turned to her, their faces mere inches apart, feeling the warmth of each other's breath. Both paused for a moment, and Shen Wudao stepped back, apologizing, sorry. No, I should be the one apologizing for standing too close. Xia Zhitong blushed, lowering her gaze, her heart racing even before the race had begun. Despite being the school beauty and having received countless confessions, she possessed an unexpected innocence. Shen Wudao, observing her shy demeanor, thought she resembled the essence of first love. Fortunately, their peers had followed the teacher out, sparing them from becoming the subject of gossip throughout the school. After the sprint, the class continued with shot put, high jump, and standing long jump, each activity revealing Shen Wudao's extraordinary athleticism, shattering records not only at Longlin High School, but perhaps across the entire academic landscape. Similar to several other events, he was just a fraction behind the world champion, which ignited Shen Wudao's fame. It was no longer solely his looks that garnered attention, but a combination of both beauty and ability. You are truly remarkable. I have never encountered anyone as exceptional as you in my life, remarked a classmate. After physical education class concluded, as the students returned, Xia Zhitong and Shen Wudao walked together, for only those of equal caliber could engage in meaningful conversation. Although Xia Zhitong's athletic prowess was average, she excelled academically, ranking first in the school and holding the title of the school beauty. Shen Wudao's grades remained unspecified, yet he dominated in sports. Should there be a school heartthrob, he would undoubtedly claim that title as well. Shen Wudao, without a hint of modesty, replied, well, you are indeed looking at one now. Aside from me, no one else possesses my level of excellence. Xia Zhitong, charmed by his candid response, smiled gently and said, indeed, no one else boasts of their own excellence quite like you. This straightforwardness and confidence, devoid of excessive humility, were endearing traits, fostering a sense of ease in their interactions. Despite her popularity, Xia Zhitong had never truly connected with anyone at school, as her beauty often made other girls feel inferior, coupled with her lack of conversational skills, which led to a gradual isolation from her peers. As they walked, Shen Wudao noticed a smudge of dust on Xia Zhitong's left cheek and instinctively reached out with his sleeve to wipe it away. What are you doing, Shen? Xia Zhitong halted, her eyes sparkling with surprise at his sudden gesture. You had some dust on your face. I just helped you remove it, he explained. Oh, I see. Thank you, she replied, trusting in his character and understanding that he was not the type to take advantage of girls. You're welcome. Interacting with a girl like Xia Zhitong felt rejuvenating. Such ethereal purity was a rarity in the world. Wait for me a moment, Shen Wudao said, spotting a vending machine nearby and purchasing 2 bottles of orange juice. Handing one to Xia Zhitong, he said, Class Monitor Xia, here you go. You treated me to mineral water yesterday, so I am returning the favor with a drink today. She accepted it. Thank you, but please, don't call me Class Monitor Xia. Just call me Zhitong. It sounds rather awkward. Then how about you tell me your birthday? Mine is July 10th. Mine is March 6th. You may call me Brother Wudao. Brother Wudao? Xia Zhitong felt a bit shy. Calling him that seemed overly intimate after just 2 days of acquaintance. If it's too difficult to say, then, she quickly shook her head. No, it's fine. I will call you Brother Wudao from now on. All right, but I won't let you call me for nothing. Zhitong, should you need assistance, feel free to reach out. You know my capabilities, so there's no need to worry about inconveniencing me. Okay, then I will definitely ask Brother Wudao for help when needed, she said, chuckling lightly. This light-hearted banter was a refreshing change for her. She had long forgotten the joy of such casual conversations, which, though ordinary for others, felt like a luxury to her. Ahead, a voice called out, Auxer. If you have the ability, don't run. Enmu, hurry up and catch up. I'm already going as fast as I can. But I can't just crash into the cars in front of me. On a bustling street, Ma Lingling, who had crossed paths with Shen Wudao before, was riding on a motorcycle, pursuing Auxer. But Lingling, are you sure you can turn me into a Cayman rider to defeat Auxer? Don't let me down. Enmu Yin reiterated, not wanting to become the prey instead. Oh, stop being so fussy. Rest assured, it won't harm you. It will only make you a hero. Ma Lingling snapped back. Just as Enmu Yin was about to respond, a van came barreling toward him, and he narrowly swerved to avoid it. Damn it. 2 people chased me down a street just because of Auxer. Do they really think I'm afraid of them? After the van flipped over, a wolf-like creature, Auxer, stood atop it, growling menacingly at Enmu Yin and Lingling. Once a person of status, he wished to keep his identity concealed and avoid dirtying his hands. Yet these 2 thought him easy prey, and their persistence had become intolerable. Quick, Enmu, here's the driver for the Nawa armor. Once you put it on, just shout Nawa armor, merge. Ma Lingling urgently handed over the summoning device, recalling the chant Shen Wudao used when merging with his armor. Nawa armor, merge. Enmu Yin knew of the Nawa armor, having seen it featured in the news. Although he wondered how Ma Lingling had come to possess it, now was not the time for such inquiries. However, when Enmu Yin shouted, nothing happened, leaving him utterly baffled. This can't be right. Lingling, what is going on? Why didn't Ti transform? It shouldn't be like this. You need to shout flame Nawa, devour the might of the blaze, merge. Ma Lingling was also perplexed. It had been simple for the previous man to merge by merely calling out for the Nawa armor. Are you 2 playing me for a fool? Auxer leapt down from the van, charging directly at Enmu Yin. Without the armor, Enmu Yin was no match for Auxer and felt the sting of pain with every hit. Ah! He cried out, hurtling several meters before crashing to the ground. Yet, seizing the moment, Enmu Yin gritted his teeth, turned the energy key on the summoning device, and shouted, Flame Nawa, devour the might of the blaze, merge. As he spoke, the armor activated, bathing him in an orange glow, and flames ignited around him as the Nawa armor solidified upon him. So this is armor? I feel incredibly powerful, capable of taking down a bull. After merging with the Nawa armor, Enmu Yin felt invincible. Even the pain from Auxer's earlier blows faded, leaving him feeling light and agile. As if he could sprint 100 meters effortlessly within seconds and perform numerous feats unattainable in a normal state. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man lurked nearby, sporting sunglasses and a hat, resembling a lanky monkey as he leisurely sucked on a lollipop. I never expected our esteemed Ma family heiress would lend her armor to someone else. That's quite a waste. Not everyone is as formidable as Ma Qingshan, he remarked. He was Ling Xue, a specialized seeker for the Tianhao group, tasked with assisting the biochemical department head, Li Xiaoqiu, in gathering data on the viral plague within Auxer. Once Auxer became emotional, his green eyes would shift to red, allowing for the remote collection of the virus using a measuring gun. As for the Nawa armor, he was well aware it was one of the armors developed by the Tianhao group, previously wielded by Ma Qingshan, but now, success at last. I initially thought Enmu Yin would fail. It turns out it was merely a matter of the chant. Realizing Enmu Yin had successfully merged, Ma Lingling sighed with relief. Yet she pondered why the simplified merging chant didn't work for him. Was it because he was simply unsuitable to be the summoner of the Nawa armor? Sigh. If only that person were here. Ma Lingling could not help but recall the formidable prowess of Shen Wudao, who effortlessly dispatched a Keese. She did not expect Duanmu Yin to possess such overwhelming strength, but surely he should at least match half of it. At this moment, Shen Wudao stood nearby, arms crossed against the wall, observing Duanmu Yin, who had just merged with his armor and the wild wolf Akis. Akis, in his weakest form, posed no challenge even to the newly armored Duanmu Yin, let alone to Shen Wudao. While there might occasionally be stronger variants, such occurrences were rare. Shen Wudao noted that even such a minor Karami could emit anomalous energy, compelling his presence. As one born of royalty, he was tasked with upholding justice, and the absence of armor could create complications, necessitating his visits. You truly can transform into an armored warrior, Akis exclaimed, surprised. Earlier, he thought Duanmu Yin's mention of armor was merely a scare tactic, only to realize it was indeed true. With newfound confidence, Duanmu Yin declared, "Humph, Akis. Your days of prosperity are over. I, Duanmu Yin, shall put an end to your malevolence. Armored warriors are the champions of justice, and I embody that heroism. Humph. Don't get too full of yourself. Even if you possess armor, it does not guarantee your victory over me," Akis retorted, his eyes emitting green beams as he launched an attack. Duanmu Yin swiftly dodged, charging into battle, but initially struggled due to his inexperience. As the fight progressed, however, it appeared as though Duanmu Yin awakened his fighting spirit, gradually turning the tide in his favor. "Fierce flame attack," he shouted, igniting flames on his fist and striking Akis' chest, causing sparks to fly. "Ouch!" Akis groaned, stumbling back, clutching his chest in agony. "You wretched fool. You will pay for this." Wolf Fang Windclaw. Infuriated, Akis' eyes shifted from green to red, the viral energy within him surging, revealing his sharp claws as he lunged at Duanmu Yin. "Oh dear, it's time to get serious." Lung Shui, observing from the sidelines, recognized the change in Akis and promptly readied his virus collection gun, prepared to extract the rampant virus. The virus spread intentionally, infecting over half the city's populace, orchestrated by the Tianhao group. Typically, individuals infected with the virus remained asymptomatic, but it could be activated through violent or criminal tendencies, transforming them into Akis. When agitated, Akis' eyes would turn red, heightening his strength due to the virus's activation. Done. The sun shines brightly, Lung Shui mused as he completed the collection, feeling satisfied to obtain a virus without lifting a finger while enjoying the spectacle of the battle. "That gun looks impressive. Mind if I give it a try?" Just then, a voice startled Lung Shui, causing him to drop his lollipop. "Who are you? Where did you come from?" He turned to see a remarkably handsome man standing behind him, regarding him with a calm gaze. The suddenness of the man's appearance without a sound was quite alarming. Nonetheless, his presence was peculiar. Typically, ordinary people would flee upon seeing Akis, yet this man remained unfazed, suggesting he was no ordinary individual. Shen Wudao remained silent, reaching for the collection gun, but Lung Shui would not yield it. As he tried to evade, Shen Wudao firmly grasped his shoulder. With a frown, Lung Shui retaliated with a kick, showing no mercy, as a regular person would surely stumble from such a blow. Yet Shen Wudao adeptly sidestepped, swiftly repositioning behind Lung Shui, striking him on the back of the head. Bang! The impact resonated, causing Lung Shui to stagger forward a few steps before regaining his balance. This incited his irritation, and undeterred, he launched another attack, exhibiting a more refined combat style than before. It seemed he had some training, but such mediocre skill was hardly impressive in Shen Wudao's presence. Shen Wudao effortlessly countered each of Lung Shui's strikes, ultimately utilizing his opponent's momentum against him, sending him flying several meters away to the roadside. What is happening? Both Akis and Duanmu Yin, engaged in their own battle, turned to see Lung Shui being flung aside. An opportunity. Akis seized the moment, unleashing red beams from his eyes that struck Duanmu Yin's armor, causing sparks to erupt as he fell. "How despicable!" Duanmu Yin exclaimed, rising while clutching his body, enraged by the ambush. "Foolish child, there is no such thing as honor in battle, only victory and defeat," Akis mocked. At that moment, Ma Lingling, observing from the sidelines, recognized the man who had just emerged after Lung Shui was thrown, recalling the handsome warrior who had effortlessly defeated Akis before. If he were to don the armor, Akis would surely be finished. However, It seemed unfair to allow Duanmu Yin to strip the armor from him. Yet she pondered who the man was and why he had attacked Leng Shui, stirring her curiosity. Leng Shui, aware of Ma Lingling, remained concealed as he engaged in dubious activities for Li Xiaoqiu, thus rarely revealing himself. Struggling to his feet, Leng Shui's expression darkened. Was that technique a form of Tai Chi? Who exactly are you? Another armored warrior? Realizing that Shen Wudao was not merely passing through but had a purpose akin to his own, he deduced that the likelihood of him being an armored warrior was high. Shen Wudao smirked, exuding a commanding presence that instilled pressure within Leng Shui. Do not conflate me with other armored warriors. I was born to reign. I could eliminate a petty pawn like you in an instant. Do you believe otherwise? Leng Shui swallowed hard, inexplicably feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. Determined not to appear weak, he removed his sunglasses and sneered. Ha! Eliminate me? Everyone can boast. I am Leng Shui biker. To compare me with that Akis is a grave mistake. Prepare for brutality. Chapter 26. In hell, remember my name. It's free passage. Leng Shui bellowed, transforming amidst swirling black mist into a more anthropomorphized creature, his face adorned with a theatrical mask, appearing formidable. Ah, is this fellow also an Akis? Ma Lingling pondered, recognizing similarities between the transformed Leng Shui and Akis. This is disastrous. That handsome warrior, even if he manages to withstand a few blows, it will be futile. Ma Lingling worriedly thought, convinced that a person without armor stood no chance against such a monster. Cold Blood's transformation into this formidable being is attributed to the biochip he developed, infused with the essence of the Oxer. He stands as the inaugural subject of this experiment. The results, however, surpassed expectations. Cold Blood's prowess eclipses that of a typical Oxer, allowing him to dispatch one in merely 3 or 4 strikes. This newfound strength fuels his confidence. Die, regardless of the identity of his opponent. If they have yet to summon their armor, they are merely an ordinary person. He intends to eliminate them before they can call forth their defenses. While this strategy may prove effective against others, it is futile against Shen Wudao. For him, surprise attacks are ineffectual, regardless of the circumstances. Eating or sleeping, he remains impervious. At this moment, as Cold Blood charges towards Shen Wudao, a sense of foreboding washes over him. He looks up just in time to witness a radiant golden beam descending from the heavens, illuminating Shen Wudao, as if encased in a golden bell. The impact generated by the beam creates a visible shockwave of golden energy, sending Cold Blood sprawling. Armor fusion. Hiss. The armor. He too is an armored warrior. It is no wonder he previously dismissed the Nawa armor. Ma Lingling's eyes widen in astonishment. This handsome figure not only possesses looks, but also summons his armor with such flair. The armor itself is even more magnificent, so striking that she struggles to find words to describe it. Cough. How is this possible? You didn't even use a summoning device. How could the armor descend from the sky? What manner of summoning is this? Cold Blood rises from the ground, unable to reconcile this extraordinary phenomenon. Shen Wudao had not actively fused with his armor. It instinctively shielded him, confirming his assertion of being flawless. The Imperial armor, when its summoner faces danger, will automatically protect its master, fusing without the summoner's command. Brutal Darkblade. Observing the might of the Imperial armor, Cold Blood realizes he cannot afford to hold back. He must exert all his strength, lest he risk his own life. With a fierce cry, he strikes at Shen Wudao's Aurora shield with his weapon. Yet, despite his effort, the blow merely sparks a few embers, and Shen Wudao remains unmoved. Have you not eaten? Is this how you attack? Shen Wudao regards Cold Blood with indifference before delivering a simple punch. Cold Blood instinctively raises his blade to defend himself. In the next moment, an unparalleled force collides with him, rendering his feet unable to maintain their grip on the ground. The shock overwhelms him, sending the brutal dark blade flying from his grasp and propelling Cold Blood himself into the air. The sheer power of this scene leaves Duanmu Yin and the Wild Wolf Oxer in stunned silence, captivated by the unknown golden armor. Is that also armor? Duanmu Yin gasps, contemplating the stark contrast between her own armor and this one. Was hers merely scrap metal? The disparity between armors is indeed staggering. The Wild Wolf Oxer, trembling in fear, takes a cautious step back, realizing the situation is decidedly unfavorable for him, having barely managed to contend with the Nawa armor. The emergence of something even more formidable leaves him in despair. However, As he retreats, Shen Wudao's gaze falls upon him, rendering the wild wolf oxer paralyzed with dread. Unable to move a single muscle. Kneel. The command leaves Shen Wudao's lips, and the moment it is uttered, the wild wolf oxer feels an inexplicable force compelling him to comply, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapses to the ground. What? Not only is the wild wolf oxer shocked, but Duanmu Yan, Ma Lingling, and Cold Blood share his astonishment. To command someone to kneel and have them obey so effortlessly, how is this possible? The wild wolf oxer stammers, I didn't intend to kneel. My body acted of its own accord. Cold Blood, trembling, rises to his feet and reaches forward. The brutal dark blade, which had fallen to the ground, materializes in his grasp as black mist. Upon inspecting the blade, he discovers it bears cracks, and an overwhelming fear grips his heart. This power is beyond his capacity to confront. Shen Wudao strides forward, taunting, "Didn't you claim to be different from that oxer over there? Come, continue to demonstrate. Let me see how you differ from him." In that moment, Cold Blood recognizes he stands before an enemy he cannot hope to defeat. "Please, grant me a chance. I promise to be a good person and will never commit any wrongdoing or appear before you again." Shen Wudao replies, "You must have taken many lives, Haven to you? Your aura is steeped in darkness, and not just one or two." I Cold Blood cannot deny his past deeds, feeling the weight of Shen Wudao's words. "Since you cannot speak, let us cease this discussion. When you descend into hell, remember to mention my name, Shen Wudao, to waive the toll." With a snap of his fingers, a powerful gust of wind erupts from the still air, and sharp, cutting winds coalesce around Cold Blood, slicing toward him. "This is bad," Cold Blood exclaims, hastily wielding the brutal dark blade to defend himself. Yet, the blade, already nearly rendered useless by Shen Wudao's earlier strike, shatters in mere seconds against the onslaught of wind blades, engulfing him in a violent explosion that leaves Cold Blood utterly obliterated. The Imperial armor wields the power of light and shadow, encompassing the essence of the five elements. Although wind is not classified among them, it is a fundamental force that can transform all things. In the presence of the Imperial armor, even the elements are effortlessly subdued. On the other side, witnessing Shen Wudao's extraordinary prowess, the trio remains speechless, their minds flooded with questions. Shen Wudao's strength far exceeds their imaginations. When any being encounters someone whose might surpasses their limits, an instinctual fear arises. Clearly, the wild wolf oxer, Duanmu Yan, and Ma Lingling are ensnared by this terror. As Cold Blood's fate serves as a stark testament to Shen Wudao's overwhelming power. As Chapter 27 unfolds, the potency of Shen Wudao's name is undeniable. With his hold over the wild wolf oxer relinquished, the latter regains control over his body, instinctively placing his hands on the ground as he gasps for breath, desperately inhaling. Rising cautiously, he regards Shen Wudao with trepidation. This armor is beyond his capability to confront, with a mere gesture capable of subduing him. Shen Wudao, releasing the Imperial armor, states, "Continue. I wish to observe." The wild wolf oxer feels a surge of relief at Shen Wudao's words and tentatively inquires, "You want to attack me?" Shen Wudao crosses his arms, replying, "You are not worth my effort, and besides, do you not already have an opponent? Indeed, your adversary is me." Duanmu Yan exhales, steeling herself for battle. This individual is immensely powerful and an ally. Instead of fear, it should invigorate her spirit. With such a formidable presence in their ranks, it is the oxer who should tremble in fear. Molten Scale Blade. With her fighting spirit ignited, Duanmu Yan conjures a blade from the flames. Now empowered by the fire element, the wild wolf oxer, lacking strength, is merely a novice in the original narrative, making him an ideal target for Duanmu Yan's initial skirmish. Armed with her weapon, her strength surges, forcing the wild wolf oxer to retreat under her relentless assault. Wolf Fang Windclaw. The wild wolf oxer once again unleashes his signature move, his fingers glowing with emerald light as he strikes swiftly. "I will cut you down." Enduring the grip of his weapon, Duanmu Yan wielded the Lin blade with a single hand, having recently felt the sting of the wolf Fang Claw's might. However, the circumstances had shifted. Armed now, Duanmu Yan swiftly severed the claws from his opponent's grasp, and then struck the wild wolf ox with a cross-patterned slash, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Without granting a moment's respite, Duanmu Yan pursued, delivering a powerful kick before unleashing a flurry of strikes with his blade. His final move, the Inferno Split, was a lethal technique he employed with the melting Lin blade, channeling the essence of fire into the blade. He leaped and magnified the fiery energy into a colossal flame blade. Aux, witnessing the impending inferno descending upon him, could only watch helplessly, unable to mount any form of defense. Previously, when the formidable Shen Wudao battled the beetle Aux, he had relied on mere powerful slashes, which paled in comparison to this ultimate technique, yet it had still vanquished Aux in one stroke. The moment the inferno split descended, Aux was obliterated, reverting to his human form. Upon winning the battle, Duanmu Yin exhaled deeply. This was his inaugural experience as an armored warrior facing Aux. Though he felt a degree of tension and made several missteps, the armor had proven its worth, securing victory. This was far more exhilarating than playing shooting games at home. Duanmu, I truly felt a bead of sweat for you, remarked Ma Lingling, relieved to see Duanmu Yin triumph over Aux. Winning on my first try. How impressive is that? Duanmu Yin replied with a hint of pride. What's so commendable about that? The real powerhouse stands right here, she scoffed. By the way, I never caught your name last time you hurried off. I'm Ma Lingling, and this is Duanmu Yin, whom I just met today. Ma Lingling glanced at the formidable Shen Wudao, thinking how fortunate it would be to have such an ally. Shen Wudao, the summoner of the imperial armor, she praised. Wow. Shen, every word of your name is so powerful. You possess such a commanding presence. No wonder you are so formidable. Indeed. Both Shen Wudao and imperial armor exuded an aura of dominance and nobility, intimidating to most. Yet Shen Wudao not only commanded respect, but did so with an air of perfection, akin to a demigod. Duanmu Yin marveled, the imperial armor? Truly formidable. It feels leagues beyond the Nawa armor I just fused with. Shen Wudao explained. Naturally, the imperial armor is the ultimate armor, incomparable to any other. Observing Shen Wudao, Duanmu Yin sensed an aloofness, a certain haughtiness that was somewhat understandable. If he possessed such strength, he too would likely exhibit an air of superiority. Brother Shen, since we are acquainted, would you care to exchange contact information? Ma Lingling flirtatiously suggested, casting a sidelong glance at him. Shen Wudao, unable to suppress a shiver, responded flatly. You seek my contact information, fearing you might need assistance in the future? Apologies, but I have no interest in playing the role of your safety net. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Once Shen Wudao was gone, Ma Lingling felt the weight of Duanmu Yan's gaze and awkwardly scratched her head. I guess I was seen through. I intended to use my charm, but it seems he was not fooled. Duanmu Yin chuckled heartily. Charm? Lingling, you really know how to joke. With your looks, you could easily blend into the crowd. Confronted by Ma Lingling's piercing glare, he promptly fell silent. Humph, you insolent Duanmu. I was merely considering our safety. With your meager strength, it wouldn't be surprising if you were overpowered on the streets. Yet you dare mock me. My apologies. It was my fault, Duanmu Yin conceded, recognizing his misstep. Upon returning to the classroom, the lesson had already commenced. Noticing this, Shen Wudao walked into his classroom with an unperturbed demeanor. All eyes in the class were fixed upon him. Brother Wudao, Xia Zitong expressed concern. You've returned just 10 minutes into class. What happened? You waltz in here as if the teacher is unworthy of your attention. The middle-aged teacher, balding and standing at the front, adjusted his glasses and remarked, Mr. Shen Wudao, you've arrived 10 minutes late. Care to explain? After settling into his seat, Shen Wudao replied, I was merely attending to my responsibilities. You need not concern yourself with me. Please continue your lesson without interruption. The teacher, irate, thought to himself, what do you mean I shouldn't concern myself? Clearly, this is your doing. However, as a teacher, one must maintain composure, especially in front of numerous students. Let us continue with the lesson, he finally said, conceding to the situation. How arrogant. Instead of simply apologizing for being late, Shen Wudao had the audacity to state he was fulfilling his duties and to instruct the teacher to proceed. Such gall. I wish I could say that. But I wouldn't dare, a student whispered. As if sensing the murmurings, the teacher rapped the blackboard and admonished, Ahem, those of you over there. Cease your whispering and pay attention. Chapter 28. Internal Strife of the Armor? A New Beast Man, the Mysterious Golden Armor. Brother Wudao, I truly felt a chill for you when you spoke to the teacher that way, Xia Zitong commented during the break. She had never seen a student arrive late and be so audacious, deflecting blame onto the teacher and insisting he not waste the class's learning time. It was a spectacle she had never witnessed before. Shen Wudao shrugged nonchalantly. What is the big deal? Just a few minutes late. It's not like it's a failing grade or cheating. No one really cares. Xia Zidong shook her head. Being a few minutes late is trivial. But most people would acknowledge their tardiness, which would smooth things over. Your approach, however, might lead the teacher to think you're being confrontational, which is why I was worried. Understanding her concerns, Shen Wudao replied, I see your point. No need to fret. There will be many such occurrences in the future, but they are inconsequential. With my exceptional abilities, I could easily forego school, yet seeing others my age attending makes staying home quite dull, so here I am. Observing Shen Wudao's confidence and his striking appearance, Xia Zitong found his words utterly believable, gazing at him with stars in her eyes. Shen Wudao couldn't help but think how easily swayed Xia Zitong seemed. Although his words held truth, they would likely be met with skepticism from others. Yet, here she was, looking up to him with admiration. This could also be attributed to his handsome visage and charismatic presence. Were an ordinary student to say such things, they would be met with disbelief. Coupled with Xia Zitong's kind-hearted and naive nature, it was hardly surprising. Everyone quickly opens their phones to check the news. As a fresh batch of headlines has just emerged, the armored warriors are battling the beastmen. Among them are 3 armors, 2 of which are newly unveiled armored warriors. Strikingly handsome. At that moment, a young man excitedly holds up his phone, exclaiming that he has just stumbled upon this trending news, which has only just been released a few minutes ago. Beastmen, isn't that a case? 3 armored warriors in one frame? And 2 new armors? Where's this news? I want to see it too. Are these entirely new armored warriors, or just 2? Let me see what this is all about. The current popularity of the armored warriors completely overshadows all celebrities and other events. After all, armored warriors and Akis are elements that one would only expect to find in science fiction, yet they have manifested in reality, directly concerning the safety of humanity. This is undoubtedly a matter of national significance. Armored warriors? Let us take a look too. Xia Zidong took out her phone, and as she opened the browser, a news article jumped out at her. The headline read, Internal Strife Among Armors? A brand new beastman, mysterious golden armor. Upon entering, she was greeted with images of the flying shadow armor and the Zanimi armor in combat, along with the spectral demon Baobi, culminating in several pictures of the Emperor armor, showcasing it controlling Baobi midair before an explosion ensued. Beneath each image, explanatory text accompanied the visuals. Indeed, there are 2 entirely new armors. One shares a blue hue with the flying shadow armor. But why is there internal conflict among the armors? Aren't they on the same side? One of the designs is strikingly handsome, the golden hue exuding nobility, and its form is more pronounced. Moreover, it can defeat beastmen from a distance, indicating formidable strength. Xia Zidong remarked as she viewed the images, acknowledging that the golden armor is undoubtedly the most striking among all armors to date. The more armored warriors there are, the greater the assurance of human safety. Meanwhile, Shen Wudao merely glanced over the news. Having experienced it himself, he found little of interest. He recalled the reporter, who referred to himself as Xiao Song, who had insisted on capturing his image. Shen Wudao had merely nudged him aside, causing the man to fall and faint. He remembered that Xiao Song had appeared multiple times in the original narrative, holding significant roles. At a relatively unknown news agency, the editor-in-chief observed that the article, published only 10 minutes prior, had already garnered over 700,000 views, with the numbers continuously climbing. The editor watched the figures surge, his smile widening with excitement as he sprang to Xiao Song's side, patting him on the shoulder. Haha, Xiao Song, our brother Song. Your photo series has greatly elevated our news agency's reputation. 70,000 views. Imagine its potential. Others looked on with envy at Xiao Song, marveling at the remarkable impact of his work. In stark contrast, their own coverage of celebrity private lives and accident scenes had only accumulated a few 100,000 views over several days, hardly worthy of comparison. Brother Song, you truly are my idol. 2 armors engaged in battle, and a new type of beastman. Most importantly, that majestic golden armor that can obliterate beastmen with a mere gesture. You've captured all those moments perfectly. It's breathtaking. They continued to shower him with admiration, their praise effusive. Xiao Song could hardly contain his smile, his lips curling upward. Although he had been knocked out briefly by the golden armor after the shoot, as long as the camera remained intact, he was content. As anticipated, this coverage catapulted him to fame, transforming him from a peripheral figure into the pride of the news agency, executing a remarkable turnaround. If he maintained this momentum, He could ascend even further. Xiaosong chuckled. Haha, this is what I risked my life for. Do you have any idea how perilous it was? I dared only to peek out from my hiding spot. If I had been discovered, it would have been disastrous. Indeed, the power wielded by such creatures is not something humanity can easily withstand. In such scenarios, most would flee in panic. If reporters wish to partake in this lucrative opportunity, they must charge forward, which his colleagues readily acknowledged. Not everyone can afford such risks. One must first have the means to survive them. At this moment, the editor declared, Xiaosong, I've decided to upgrade your equipment, enabling your camera to take both photos and videos. Strive to capture more stories like this. Xiaosong nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Chief, I will do my utmost. Chapter 29. That armor is called the Emperor. Did this armor slay Baobi? Liu Fa, the entity inhabiting the chairman Bado, furrowed his brow as he gazed at the news about the Emperor armor. He had dispatched Baobi to generate negative energy for his restoration, but was taken aback to learn that despite creating some negativity, he quickly sensed Baobi's demise. Given Baobi's strength, though ranked among the lowest in the ghostly demon legion and not fully restored, he remained a formidable opponent for humans on this primitive planet. To die so ingloriously, controlled by a golden armor and subsequently obliterated, while humanity publicizes it widely, is a disgrace, a veritable humiliation nailed to the wall. He glanced at the byline, Real News Agency. Xiaosong, I will remember you. My lord, what shall we do now? Opposite Liu Fa stood a flamboyantly dressed woman, known as Ms. Lin in English, and Lin Huamei in Chinese. Due to her somewhat outdated Chinese name, she always introduced herself as Ms. Lin. Lin Huamei is the secretary to Chairman Bado, and Liu Fa was initially brought in by her. Now, under Liu Fa's influence, she worked for him. I will ensure these armored warriors pay the price, Kubi Xiu. Liu Fa revived another ghostly demon, a member of the Red Ghost Squad, whose source of negative energy stemmed from instilling fear in humans through arson. General, a red-themed ghostly demon, adorned with a large horn, knelt before Liu Fa. Jia, a figure from the Shadow Realm, observed the news on his phone. The golden armor boasted a Taiji symbol on its belt, indicating it was one of the 5 element armors. Those from the Shadow Realm, including the ugly general, Ba, and even the higher-ups like the Realm King or Black Emperor, had never laid eyes on the true form of the Emperor armor. Only the 5 Shadow Guardians from the Black Domain were privy to its appearance, and they had not disclosed this information to others, only informing them that to dominate this world, they must first eradicate the descendants of Light and Shadow Village. Only by eliminating these descendants can the birth of the 5-element armor be thwarted. Otherwise, the armors would obstruct their ambitions to rule this planet. Ba seethed. Damn it. In addition to the dragon armor, there's yet another new 5-element armor. We must accelerate our efforts. The ugly general nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lord Ba. The emergence of the 5-element armors is exceedingly detrimental to us, and we cannot bear the wrath of the Realm King. The Realm King? This time, let the demon horse and stone beast join forces to ensure success. Ba expressed his displeasure when mentioning the Realm King, but despite his irritation, the descendants of Light and Shadow Village still needed to be eliminated. In the office of the chairman on the 15th floor of the Tiantianho group, Chairman Ma Tian lounged with his legs crossed, engrossed in a 12-inch tablet displaying the latest news. He was not alone in this chamber. His son, Ma Kuahai, and Li Xiaoqiu, the head of the biochemical research department, were also present. It was their shared interest in the news that prompted Ma Kuahai's summons. Li Xiaoqiu, a middle-aged man with a gleaming bald head, turned to Ma Kuahai and inquired, Kuahai, you were present at the scene. How formidable is that golden armored warrior? Is the news exaggerating? Ma Kuahai nodded earnestly, recalling, indeed, the report is not an exaggeration. I witnessed his explosive entrance firsthand. Standing before me, he exuded an intangible pressure, akin to a suppression rooted in bloodlines. He dispatched the beastmen with remarkable ease, deflecting their colossal energy attacks with a mere finger, then delivering a crushing blow that shattered their armor. Ultimately, he obliterated the beastman with a distant display of power, an utterly overwhelming victory. Reflecting on the encounter, Ma Kuahai felt a sense of helplessness. The armor seemed to belong to an entirely different dimension. Exchanging glances, Ma Tian and Li Xiaoqiu pondered. What of the beastman's strength? If it is mediocre, that is one thing, but if it is substantial, the golden armor's ease in vanquishing him warrants our serious consideration. It may indeed hinder our plans. The beast man possesses commendable strength, Ma Kuai admitted. I fought him for a considerable duration without a decisive outcome. His combat experience is impressive. Each of his attacks targeted my vital points, reminiscent of a seasoned warrior. Even with my weapon, I found it challenging, as he wielded an axe that the Imperial armor easily severed. The armor is referred to as the Imperial armor. He concluded. Having absorbed this information, Ma Tian remarked, we understand now. Kuai, you may return to your duties. Once Ma Kuai departed, Ma Tian turned to Li Xiaoqiu, stating, the number of armored warriors continues to grow, and now we face a powerful Imperial armor. Did you catch Kuai's implication? The Beastman's strength is comparable to his. Yet the Imperial armor can effortlessly eliminate him. Does this not suggest it could easily dispatch the armors we manufacture? This could jeopardize our ambitions. Li Xiaoqiu remained composed. Chairman Ma, let us not rush to conclusions. While the Imperial armor is indeed formidable, it faces adversaries beyond us. Moreover, I possess even more potent trump cards that will not obstruct our endeavors. Let us hope so, Ma Tian sighed, though a sense of optimism lingered for the future. The virulent virus had spread from their laboratories, intended for wealth through the development of the Ukis vaccine, anticipating global dissemination for profit upon its creation. However, while Ma Tian sought profit, Li Xiaoqiu harbored different aspirations. He outwardly appeared to assist Ma Tian in vaccine research, but his true ambition was to establish an Ukis empire, positioning himself as the deity of Ukis to dominate all. On the rooftop of the teaching building, Shen Wudao stood at the edge of a 1.5-meter-high wall, resting his arms as he gazed into the distance. During breaks, he preferred this serene locale over the noisy classroom, relishing the tranquility and the refreshing breeze that cleared his mind. After a while, Shen Wudao delved into a deeper consciousness, meeting with the elder of the sacred mountain amidst a bamboo grove. Within his mind, he could conjure any scene at will. You have arrived, the elder remarked, stroking his beard as he regarded Shen Wudao. Though he embodied the image of an elderly man with white hair and beard, his face bore no wrinkles, appearing remarkably pristine. Shen Wudao could summon the elder at will within his consciousness, yet the elder could not seek him out, as this body and its thoughts were governed by Shen Wudao alone. The elder was merely an essence of thought embedded in his genetic lineage. Seated cross-legged in the bamboo grove, Shen Wudao casually stated, I was feeling somewhat bored, and since it has been a month since our last meeting, I thought I would visit. You only come when you are bored now. In the past, you visited daily. Alas, time truly dulls all memories, the elder lamented. When Shen Wudao awakened his perfect 5-element bloodline at the age of 8, he entered the depths of consciousness daily to practice various combat techniques with the elder. After mastering numerous skills by the age of 15, his visits had dwindled significantly. Shen Wudao shot the elder a glance, feeling a bit awkward. Can we not speak in such ambiguous terms? It feels quite uncomfortable. The elder laughed heartily and said, just a jest. By the way, I have something to discuss with you. The elder recounted previous matters concerning Li Xinlan, expressing a desire for Shen Wudao to lead an armored team. Me as the captain? Shen Wudao pondered. It seemed a fine opportunity. The Imperial armor was indeed the leader among armors, and with so many creatures, Ukis, nether demons, and other formidable beings, one could not respond to every anomaly alone without exhausting oneself. Moreover, most adversaries were easily vanquished. It was impractical to dispatch a dragon-slaying sword for mere chickens. However, being the captain of the armored warriors would be advantageous, as he could summon teammates to address issues as they arose. Perceiving Shen Wudao's contemplation, the elder remarked, the Imperial armor is the chief among all armors, embodying the essence of royalty, supreme and unparalleled. Yet, a sovereign is never alone. Even the Imperial armor requires companions. Shen Wudao waved his hand dismissively. I comprehend your concerns for the other 5-element armors. However, as you indicated, the Imperial armor is the leader among armors in this realm. Thus, I shall embrace the role of captain on this earth, seeking to unite them at an opportune moment. With his resolve to accept the captaincy, Shen Wudao concluded their discussion and transitioned to other topics before exiting the depths of his consciousness. As Shen Wudao yawned, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. He furrowed his brow, observing as the individual landed gracefully, a girl appearing to be 16 or 17, strikingly beautiful and possessing an impeccable physique. Her vibrant pink hair, adorned with 2 antenna-like tufts, shimmered with an extraordinary celestial glow. To this, Shen Wudao remained unfazed. His perfect five-element bloodline granted him the ability to perceive the divine, which was hardly unusual. After all, this was not the first time he had encountered a deity. He had previously glimpsed various gods, including the god of misfortune and the god of wealth. Though these encounters were few, they affirmed the existence of deities. According to the Elder, these divine beings governed realms far beyond Earth, overseeing the entire three-dimensional universe, with Earth being merely an inconsequential life-bearing planet among countless others. The universe was vast, and even within a single galaxy, there existed myriad life-bearing planets. The Milky Way itself was but a distant corner in the cosmos. The so-called deities mentioned here differ significantly from those known to Shen Wudao in previous incarnations. They do not employ celestial spells, but rather utilize something akin to Western magic. Shen Wudao, however, had nothing to say about it. After all, ignorance does not imply non-existence. Even when he witnessed it, he chose to disregard it, preferring not to disturb his tranquil existence. Thus, he merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze once more. Metada scanned the surroundings and nodded to herself, muttering, "This must be the place. Someone has wished for the chocolate of the love deity. Allow me, Metada, the most charming, clever, and beautiful love deity of the love palace, to fulfill your wish." With a playful giggle, she declared her divine intent. The love deity exists to assist those seeking love among mortals. Previously, a student had earnestly wished from the rooftop to fall in love with another boy, and now it was time for the love deity, Metada, to make her entrance. "Oh, there's another human here, and he is remarkably handsome," Metada noted, surprised to find a mortal in her vicinity. His beauty would undoubtedly rank among the finest even among the gods of the celestial realm. "Wait, how can he see me?" she wondered, tilting her head in curiosity. Mortals are typically unable to perceive her divine form. Although she had been a trainee love deity for 500 years, she remained a deity nonetheless. Metada approached Shen Wudao, who remained oblivious to her presence, staring off into the distance. "This human feels different from the ordinary ones. He is intriguing," she mused as she circled him. "You're so strikingly handsome and possess an indescribable charm. Too bad you are merely human. But if you ever find yourself in need, I, Metada, the love deity, can help you find a beautiful girlfriend." As she spoke, she reached out to poke Shen Wudao playfully on the head, thinking, "Such a rare beauty among mortals. Even if he cannot see me, what's the harm in a little touch?" However, before her finger could make contact, Shen Wudao seized her right index finger with his hand. "What? How is this possible?" Metada gasped in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded Shen Wudao. A mere human could see her. "What do you want?" Shen Wudao inquired, glancing at her outstretched hand. He paid little heed to this so-called love deity, who had approached him and was speaking to herself, even attempting to touch him. Did she assume he was blind and deaf, allowing her to take liberties? "You can see me," Metada exclaimed, quickly retracting her finger and hovering a meter above the ground, her mouth agape in shock, a clear reflection of her overwhelming astonishment. She saw no trace of divinity in Shen Wudao. He was undeniably human, yet he could perceive her, a being of the divine realm. How could this not astonish someone who had lived for centuries? Shen Wudao withdrew his hand and placed it in his pocket, remaining unervingly calm in contrast to Metada's astonishment. "Is it so difficult to see me? There is nothing in this world that escapes my sight, for I was born a sovereign." "Born a sovereign?" Metada echoed, incredulous. "Even if you were an emperor among mortals, you are still just a human. It's impossible for you to see me." You express no surprise, as if you've known of divine beings all along. "Who exactly are you?" Her curiosity piqued. A mortal, unenchanted by magic, could see her? That was simply unbelievable. "I am merely a courier, Li Haoyan, and I have formed a bond with my armor," Shen Wudao replied dismissively, waving his hand. "This has nothing to do with you. Go on, you are the love deity, are you not? Go fulfill your duties and leave me be." Metada, feeling frustrated, clutched her hair and lamented, "Come on, just tell me who you are. Why can you see me? My curiosity is driving me mad." Shen Wudao, exasperated, stated, "As I mentioned, I am born a sovereign. Perhaps it has something to do with my identity as an armored warrior." "Armored warrior? Oh, you mean the kind of heroes on Earth who battle monsters? Don't try to fool me. Even armored warriors are still just humans. Their armor is merely technology. It cannot enable you to see gods. Do you take me for a fool?" Metada crossed her arms defiantly, her ample bosom accentuating her posture, exuding confidence. Believe it or not, Shen Wudao retorted. Unsure of Metata's age, deities often possess lengthy lifespans, making it impossible to judge by appearance alone. Yet her demeanor resembled that of a petulant child. As he turned to leave, Shen Wudao sensed something amiss, his expression sharpening. Is something approaching? He pondered, glancing back at Metata, who appeared confused by his sudden change in demeanor. Suddenly, Metata felt a distortion in the surrounding space, and in the blink of an eye, a platinum and white flying carriage materialized beside Shen Wudao. Wow, that vehicle is so cool. It can traverse space and likely fly as well. Armored warriors possess such incredible things, Metata exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Though Metata was a loved deity, she was still a trainee and bore no significant responsibilities, allowing her the freedom to frolic among mortals. She had encountered armored warriors before, but they had never been able to see her, nor did they possess such impressive vehicles. Wait, you're not actually going to ride away in that vehicle, are you? You're not treating me like a plague, are you? She queried, a frown crossing her face. I'm not avoiding you. I'm going to investigate the disturbances caused by the monsters. I need to address the situation, Shen Wudao replied, unfazed by her interpretation of his intentions. Realizing her misunderstanding, Metata sheepishly apologized. Oh, I see. I misjudged you. If there are monsters, I want to see them too. But you are the love deity, are you not? Shouldn't you be helping people fulfill their romantic wishes? Why follow me? Shen Wudao questioned. It's no problem. There's no rush. Besides, if you encounter trouble in battle, I can assist you. After all, I'm a deity with formidable powers, Metata boasted, puffing out her chest. Shen Wudao raised a finger to the sky, declaring, You think I cannot win? Who do you think you're talking to? I am the protagonist of this world. There is no one I cannot defeat. With a confident stride, Shen Wudao returned home, intending to collect the package. He was aware that such fleeting fame could easily dissipate, and he could not afford to be complacent. Hello, I am the courier, Li Haoyan. You must be Mr. Xiaosong. Here is your package, please sign for it. At that moment, a young man waited at Xiaosong's door on a motorcycle. Upon seeing the homeowner return, he approached with the package in hand. Xiaosong adjusted his glasses and replied, Yes, I am Xiaosong. Thank you for your hard work. Li Haoyan chuckled, It's not too arduous. Just be sure to give a good review when the time comes. Certainly, came the response. Well then, I shall take my leave. Li nodded, mounting his motorcycle in preparation to depart. Hee, you are the little song who dared to capture our nether demon warriors in disgraceful photos. You truly are deserving of your fate. Just as Xiaosong was about to return to his abode, the terrifying figure of Cupidix emerged from the shadows. His red skin more fearsome than any horror film specter. A demon beast. Xiaosong gasped in shock at the sight. What? Li Haoyan, who had not ventured far, immediately slammed on the brakes upon hearing Xiaosong's cry. Removing his helmet, he laid eyes on Cupidix. This is a nether demon. The very presence of the nether demon, especially so close, sent a chilling wave through him. Li had been aware of the existence of nether demons since childhood, as his parents had fallen victim to one. Damn it! Li Haoyan swiftly turned his motorcycle towards Cupidix, revving the engine as he charged forward. Cupidix, hearing the roaring motorcycle, turned to confront the audacity of this reckless individual. Seeking death, with a swift motion, Cupidix extended his arms, gripping the motorcycle's front, and was propelled backward 3 meters before coming to a halt. What? He actually withstood it. Li Haoyan had anticipated that the collision would send the nether demon flying, only to be astonished at its resilience. However, it was not surprising. The physical form of a nether demon was beyond that of a mere human. Get lost. Cupidix forcefully tossed the motorcycle aside, sending Li Haoyan tumbling as well. You foolish pest, since you seek your end, I shall oblige. Cupidix had initially aimed only for Xiaosong, but with Li Haoyan meddling, he decided to eliminate him first. Do not think for a moment that I fear you. Nether demons. Li Haoyan rose to his feet, retrieving a red and white camera, a summoning device for the Xingtian armor. He had forged a pact with the Xingtian armor in his youth, only to discard the summoner into the sea for personal reasons. Yet, last night, it had inexplicably reappeared, igniting suspicions that the nether demons were beginning to revive, especially with the likes of Oksar and other creatures lurking about. The Xingtian summoner? How is it possible that you possess such a device? Cupidix exclaimed, visibly taken aback by the sight of the summoner in Li Haoyan's grasp. My previous evasion was not out of fear. Now, I shall demonstrate the might of the Xingtian armor. Li Haoyan raised the summoner, activating the iris verification, and a belt materialized around his waist, complete with a card holder. Xingtian armor, merge. With an electronic announcement, a suit of red and white armor enveloped Li Haoyan. However, compared to the dazzling imperial armor, other ordinary armors, including the Shura armor, paled in comparison, highlighting the distinctiveness of the royal armor. Armor. This is the armor warrior. Xiao Song's eyes widened in astonishment as he watched Li Haoyan transform. A device no larger than a palm could summon an armor warrior. Truly, this was an era-defining technological marvel. Damn it, if only my camera hadn't been destroyed by that demon beast, I could have captured this explosive moment. Witnessing the armor warrior's transformation would surely catapult my future endeavors. Xiao Song lamented, realizing he was now safe with the armor warrior present, rendering him immune to harm from the demon beast. His only regret was the loss of his camera, which could have brought him fame. How could a human like you summon the Xingtian armor? Such a waste. You wish to showcase its power? I have witnessed its might 1,000 years ago. You, human, should hand over that summoner if you wish to spare your life. Cupidix stretched out his hand, adopting a tone of false benevolence as he demanded the summoner from Li Haoyan. Li's earlier assertion of displaying the armor's prowess was merely a jest. To him, this mere human was nothing more than a triviality. Do you take me for a child? If you wish to fight, then let us engage directly without pretense. Li Haoyan declared, launching himself into the fray. Heh, it seems you are not entirely foolish. Very well, then, I shall take it by force. Cupidix sneered, recalling the Xingtian armor summoner from a millennium ago, just a feeble earthling. Even with the armor, how much power could he truly wield? As Li Haoyan charged forward clad in the Xingtian armor, Cupidix remained rooted in place. The past meets the present. As Li Haoyan drew near, Cupidix's abdomen glowed red, and with a fierce roar, he unleashed a torrent of flames. Not mere fire, but flames propelled by intent energy, fierce in proportion to the strength of the nether demon. The sudden blaze caught Li Haoyan off guard, the flames exploding against his chest and sending him hurtling backward. What? Xiao Song had anticipated that the armor warrior would vanquish the demon beast, only to witness Li Haoyan being thrown back by the explosion. Damn, that hurts. I thought those nether demons were defeated by the 3 armor warriors a millennium ago. How can this one be so powerful? In his youth, a mysterious old woman had recounted tales of the ancient battle, where 3 armor warriors triumphed over 25 nether demons. Yet, facing one now, Li Haoyan felt the weight of its strength. The reason the Golfa squad had swiftly dispatched the 3 commanders and their nether demons was due to their strategic ambush. They had waited for the enemy to exhaust themselves in battle, while the nether demons, seeking the final energy crystal, had arrived in a weakened state. Although these nether demons had been resurrected by Lufa, their strength was still formidable, honed through countless battles. Li Haoyan, a mere ordinary human, was no match for their experience. Even with the armor, the reality of battle was stark. There was no room for leniency, only the struggle between life and death. With pain searing through his chest, Li Haoyan steeled himself, recognizing Cupidix's actions as ruthless. Yet this was a battle where only one could survive. Shadow shift. He sank slightly, channeling his energy to execute the armor skill, a rapid movement technique. The Xingtian armor had been positioned over 10 meters away, but with the shadow shift, Li Haoyan vanished from sight, leaving only a red afterimage as he appeared before Cupidix in an instant, his speed beyond the eye's capacity to follow. Xingtian palm. Concentrating his energy into his palm, it glowed faintly red as he aimed it squarely at Cupidix's chest. Ugh. Kupi Xiu retreated a few steps before launching a sweeping kick forward, but Li Haoyan sidestepped and countered with a palm strike. The primary offensive technique of the Xingtian armor relies on palm strength, which surpasses that of punches and kicks when weapons are not in use. Kupi Xiu crossed his arms to block the attack, and in an instant, a scythe-like weapon named the Blood Demon Scythe appeared in his right hand. As soon as the Blood Demon Scythe emerged, Kupi Xiu swung it at the Xingtian armor, causing a shower of sparks with successive strikes, forcing Li Haoyan to retreat repeatedly. Another new armor? These armors keep appearing, it's becoming quite bothersome. After Li Haoyan was pushed back, Su Tingfei arrived in this location under Yang Huan's guidance and encountered the nether demon. Also noticing a set of unfamiliar red and white armor that seemed to be at a disadvantage. Feiying armor, merge. Armor merge. Su Tingfei emerged from behind Li Haoyan after merging with the armor. Feiying armor? Kupi Xiu felt a pang of apprehension. If one Xingtian armor was already challenging, facing two was a cue to retreat. After all, Lu Fa had mentioned the importance of preserving one's strength. Xiaosong, standing aside, clenched his fist in excitement, exclaiming, "Wonderful! It's the Feiying armor. With two armored warriors, this beast has nowhere to escape." Li Haoyin turned to look and said, "Feiying armor, perfect timing. Let us defeat this nether demon together. Step aside, don't interfere. I can handle him alone." Su Tingfei pushed Li Haoyin aside. In terms of arrogance, young Master Xiao Fei had never been outdone. "You." Li Haoyin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction from Su Tingfei's shove, wondering what was wrong with him. Was he not in his right mind? Feiying kick. Su Tingfei quickly advanced and delivered a kick, far faster than that of the Xingtian armor. The Feiying armor primarily harnesses leg strength. As he kicked, Kupi Xiu hastily defended with the blood demon's scythe, yet he still stumbled back a step, with Su Tingfei swiftly following up. After landing several kicks and realizing he was at a disadvantage without a weapon, he drew his own weapon, the swift shadow blade. "Hey, aren't you going to help?" Meanwhile, Shen Wudao hovered on the Emperor's steed, observing the scene, while beside him, the flying Medita asked, "They can manage on their own. I have no need to intervene. Besides, I've sensed other anomalous energies nearby. Let them handle this." Saying this, Shen Wudao prepared to accelerate, but just before taking off, he felt a weight shift on the back of the Emperor's steed. Turning to look, he saw Medita had taken a seat behind him. "Aren't you supposed to be flying? Why are you riding with me? You have no idea how exhausting it was chasing you. Your steed is too fast. I barely managed to catch up, so let me ride for a bit." Medita pouted, recalling her earlier struggle to keep up with Shen Wudao's speed. "Fine." Shen Wudao conceded, steering the Emperor's steed away toward another source of anomalous energy. After Shen Wudao left, the battle below continued, with Su Tingfei and Kupi Xiu locked in a fierce confrontation. Although Su Tingfei had previously battled several Oxers for practice, this nether demon was far superior. Adept at seizing opportunities and targeting the armor's weak points with relentless attacks, Su Tingfei found it challenging to overpower Kupi Xiu. Fire Execution Sword. Noticing Su Tingfei's earlier bravado and his current struggle in battle, Li Haoyin drew his weapon, the Fire Execution Sword, and stealthily attacked Kupi Xiu while he was engaged with Su Tingfei. "Ah, you despicable scoundrel!" Kupi Xiu cried out in pain as he was struck at his waist, glaring furiously at Li Haoyin. "Humph! In battles against you nether demons, there is only victory or defeat. There is no such thing as despicability. You, don't interfere with my fight." Su Tingfei immediately felt irked. His battle was not to be meddled with. He approached Li Haoyin and kicked him in the chest, causing Li Haoyin to stagger back. "What are you doing? My fight doesn't require anyone else's interference. I will deal with him myself. Either leave or stand there and watch. If you dare intervene again, do not blame me for being rude." With that, Su Tingfei resumed his battle with Kupi Xiu. Xiaosong watched this unfold and internally grumbled. What is wrong with the Feiying armor? Teaming up is the way to go. It's just like last time. Bickering with another blue armor. It's truly irritating. It seems not all armored warriors are noble. Some, like the Feiying armor, only care about their own glory. I must write about him in the news and let others join in condemning this self-centered fighter. As the battle raged on, Su Tingfei ultimately gained the upper hand due to his armor's superiority. Though the nether demon possessed armor, its defense was still vastly inferior to that of Su Tingfei's. He unleashed his ultimate technique, sealing Kupi Xiu, though he was left panting and slightly injured. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned, reveling in the exhilarating clash, finding it far more fulfilling than battling Oxers. "See, this is my strength. You still have a long way to go, newcomer," Su Tingfei boasted to Li Haoyin. Unbeknownst to him, Li Haoyin had acquired the Xingtian armor in his youth, becoming a summoner after forming a contract with it. Though this was his first summoning, he had been bound for over a decade longer than Su Tingfei. Li Haoyin remained silent, realizing that the behavior of the Feiying armor was undoubtedly that of a self-centered individual. Meanwhile, Shen Wudao had arrived at a beach on the opposite side of a city. The beach was bustling with tourists swimming and vendors selling snacks, yet a confrontation had erupted between a vendor and a tourist. The vendor, wielding a shovel, glared menacingly at the seated tourist, saying, "Hey, can you move away? This is my contracted territory, and you're obstructing my business. You have 5 seconds to leave, or I'll throw sand at you." The tourist protested angrily. "Since when did you contract this beach? Even if it's in front of your stall, You have no right to chase people away. I'm 10 meters away. I'm not obstructing your business at all. You're just looking for trouble. 54,321. The vendor ignored the tourist's arguments, scooping sand with the shovel and throwing it up. The wind carried the sand, showering the tourist. You really dare to do this? We live in a lawful society. Enjoy your moment of pride, but you'll soon learn to be humble. The tourist cursed his misfortune. Encountering such a bully was truly frustrating. This is your own doing. The vendor wore a smug expression, relishing the situation, which only served to infuriate the tourist further. Yet, retaliating would only make him the wrongdoer, leaving him feeling utterly vexed. At that moment, two anomalous beasts, the stone beast and the demon horse, appeared on the beach, causing the beachgoers to scream and scatter in fear at the sight of the monstrous creatures. However, the beasts had a clear target and paid no mind to the others. Why are these monsters chasing me? A portly man, the shovel-wielding vendor, exclaimed in terror as he realized he could not outrun the beasts. The anomalous creatures remained silent, with the demon horse swiftly severing the vendor's shovel with its sword. Following this, the stone beast unleashed a red laser from its eyes, striking the vendor, who visibly disintegrated into a mound of sand on the ground. Look, there are two monsters. At this moment, Shen Wudao rode upon the emperor's steed, soaring above the beach. Metata dismounted gracefully, pointing at the two extraordinary beasts below. This monstrous entity was unlike anything she had encountered before. It was far more ferocious, both in size and weight compared to the previously seen Auxer. Shen Wudao turned to Metata and inquired, "Are you not a deity? Surely you possess the capability to handle these two extraordinary beasts?" He was eager to witness the power of such a divine being. "Do not jest," Metata replied with a hint of exasperation. "I am the goddess of love, tasked with fostering affection between humans, not a god of war. How could I possibly contend with such monsters?" She regarded Shen Wudao with a look of incredulity. Though she possessed some magical abilities, they were primarily supportive in nature and lacked offensive strength. Thus, combat was not her forte. "Very well," Shen Wudao nodded, acknowledging that this deity was incapable of dealing with even a single extraordinary beast. Without further ado, he dismounted from the emperor's steed, descending directly onto the sandy shore. Having just vanquished a descendant of the Bloodline village, the rock beast and the horse beast took notice of the commotion behind them. "Emperor armor." As the words left his lips, a golden radiance enveloped Shen Wudao, and the ethereal outline of the emperor armor began to materialize upon him. "Merge." With that command, the armor's silhouette solidified into a tangible form, accompanied by a powerful energy storm that swept up the sand. Chapter 34. No wonder the heart of the divine mountain calls him the god of war. Metata's skirt billowed upward, revealing her pink undergarments, causing her to blush deeply as she hurriedly pressed her legs together and attempted to suppress the lifted fabric with her hands. Flustered, she muttered, "Honestly, does merging with the armor generate such a fierce wind?" When she beheld the resplendent golden armor, she was momentarily taken aback. It was strikingly handsome, far surpassing the previous red and blue armors. Rather than merely being aesthetically pleasing, it exuded a regal aura of supremacy. In terms of presence, it eclipsed even the god of war she had seen in the celestial realm. Summoned by a striking figure, this domineering armor was a perfect match. Wow, Metata thought, nearly drooling at the sight. Shen Wudao's unparalleled beauty in the human realm was seldom matched, even in the celestial realm. And his confident demeanor paired with such powerful armor was irresistible. After 5 centuries of solitude, her heart raced uncontrollably. Everyone harbors a fascination with strength. No one desires a weakling, regardless of gender. Suddenly, after Shen Wudao had merged with the armor, a beam of white light descended from the sky, and 3 individuals materialized, summoners of the 5 elements armor from the research facility, conveyed through satellite transmission. "Armor has arrived faster than our satellite transmission," Bei Miao mused, his eyes drawn to the stunning golden armor, which he deemed far more magnificent than his own black rhino armor. However, appearances were secondary. True significance lay in power. "Emperor armor." Li Xian recognized it instantly. "What? He is?" Bei Miao and Dongshan exclaimed in surprise. Though Bei Miao had just joined, he was aware that the armor team had already designated a leader, identified by Li Xian as the wielder of the emperor armor. Bei Miao was unwilling to simply accept someone appearing out of nowhere as leader. He intended to assess their strength before yielding that title. "Excellent." I didn't expect to encounter him today. He will undoubtedly lead us. Li Xiaonan rejoiced. His enthusiasm stemmed from two reasons: the heart of the Divine Mountain's assertion that the Emperor armor represented the god of war, the embodiment of invincibility, and the prospect of having such a formidable leader would allow him more time to practice the piano. Bei Miao crossed his arms, declaring, "He is yet to earn my approval." Li Xiaonan chose not to engage further, believing that time would reveal the truth. Are these three also armor warriors? Metada floated over to Li Xiaonan, Bei Miao, and Dongshan. Their sudden appearance was indeed impressive, yet mortals remained oblivious to her presence, unable to see or hear her. As for Shen Wudao, he paid little heed to the trio's arrival. His focus was solely on the two extraordinary beasts. The horse beast struck its shield with its sword, producing a resounding clang, and charged toward Shen Wudao. The trio watched intently, as did Metada, aside from Li Xiaonan. None had witnessed the combat prowess of the Emperor armor. As the horse beast bore down upon him, Shen Wudao raised his right index finger, producing a golden flash. A golden beam, as thick as his finger, shot forth. The horse beast attempted to raise its shield for defense, but the speed of the golden ray was too swift. It could only watch in horror as the beam pierced through its body. Boom! The horse beast could not withstand the energy of the Emperor armor, exploding into a floating purple spirit stone. While other 5 elements armors could seal extraordinary beasts into cards using sealing techniques, Shen Wudao had simply obliterated them, leaving behind only the purest spirit stone, instantly vanquishing an extraordinary beast. This is astonishing. Bei Miao and Dongshan were left dumbfounded. The power of that light was overwhelming. Metada, though a deity, was no warrior. She sensed the danger of Shen Wudao's recent attack and feared she would not survive if it were aimed at her. The rock beast, witnessing the horse beast's demise, unleashed a red laser from its eyes, targeting small stones on the beach, which magnified into large boulders. The rock beast threw a punch at the massive stone, shattering it into countless tiny shards that flew toward Shen Wudao in a relentless barrage. However, Shen Wudao required no defense. Stepping forward, a golden wave emanated from him, disintegrating the projectiles into dust upon contact. Startled, the rock beast hesitated, contemplating another attack. But Shen Wudao teleported before it, pressing a golden energy sphere gently against the rock beast's form. Upon contact, the chaotic energy within the sphere erupted, and even a creature entirely composed of rock could not withstand the blast. Another purple spirit stone floated in the air as Shen Wudao opened his Qinkuan belt to seal it away. Dongshan swallowed hard, his mind blank. The other extraordinary beast has also been eliminated. Good heavens, this is the Emperor armor. No wonder the heart of the Divine Mountain calls it the god of war. This level of power was on an entirely different plane from that of other armors, which armor could annihilate extraordinary beasts. Even Auxer could not achieve such feats. Li Xiaonan, the sole witness to the Emperor armor's strength, was not surprised. He had already experienced the astonishment. He turned to Bei Miao and said, "This is the level of power you see, Bei Miao. Do you still wish to challenge him? What does defeating the mutant beasts even signify? While my black rhino armor may not achieve a swift kill, it can certainly conquer 2 mutant beasts. I still wish to test his prowess." Bei Miao was indeed intimidated by Shen Wudao's strength. Although he was confident in his ability to dispatch 2 mutant beasts, he knew it would deplete a considerable amount of his stamina. In contrast, the Emperor armor effortlessly annihilated 2 mutant beasts, showcasing its extraordinary power. However, Bei Miao could not bear to concede defeat without even engaging in combat. He needed to face him at least once. Chapter 35, a challenge? Certainly. A simple task to resolve. Let us proceed to invite him. Li Xinan stepped forward, followed closely by Dongshan and Bei Miao. Greetings, we met previously. I am Li Xinan, and these are Dongshan and Bei Miao. We are all armored warriors. I am the summoner of the Flame Dragon armor. Li Xinan approached Shen Wudao and initiated a conversation. Dongshan added, I am the summoner of the Wind Eagle armor. Bei Miao stepped forward and said in a deep voice, I am Bei Miao, summoner of the Black Rhino armor. I am aware that you possess the Emperor armor. Having just witnessed your battle, I must admit it was impressive. However, I am not lacking either. I wish to challenge you. Hey. He says he wants to challenge you. A duel between 2 armored warriors will surely be exhilarating. Meta floated beside Shen Wudao, her demeanor that of an eager spectator. Shen Wudao did not respond to Meta, as others could not see her. If he were to engage in conversation with her, It would appear as if he were speaking to himself, which he found quite foolish. Shen Wudao forbade himself from exhibiting such folly. To challenge me is acceptable. It is merely a trivial matter to resolve. Unfazed by Bei Miao's challenge, Shen Wudao accepted it with a blank expression. As he stated, it was a simple affair, and he recognized that his opponent was unwilling to concede. That was perfectly fine. He relished such headstrong individuals. Bei Miao drew out the black rhino armor summoner device, declaring, "Humph, do not compare me to the mutant beast you just annihilated. I am formidable." Shen Wudao chuckled lightly. "Formidable, is it? Then allow me to witness just how formidable you truly are." In the presence of Shen Wudao, a being born to reign, it was a novel experience for anyone to boast of their strength. Thus, he would let Bei Miao experience what true power entailed. Black rhino armor, merge. Bei Miao affixed the summoner device to his left wrist, removed the crystal chip from around his neck, inserted it into the device, and assumed the merging stance. Channeling energy from the light shadow stone, a beam of light cascaded from the sky, emanating from a satellite's projection of the light shadow stone's energy. Under this energy, Bei Miao successfully summoned the black rhino armor. Armor merge. Wow, this armor merge is quite different from the previous blue armor merge. I must say, although this armor may not be as stylish as your Emperor armor, it is still rather impressive in its own right, Meta chattered excitedly. Observing that although these armors may not possess innate powers like humans, their abilities were still remarkably outstanding in appearance. Shen Wudao spread his arms and said, "Come forth. Let me see the source of your confidence. Is it this black rhino armor or your own abilities? To show my respect, I shall refrain from using weapons. You may proceed as you wish." Bei Miao felt belittled by Shen Wudao's nonchalance and retorted, "Humph, wait until you realize the might of my black rhino armor. Let's see how composed you remain then." With determination, Bei Miao charged directly at Shen Wudao, intent on demonstrating his strength. The black rhino armor's specialty lay in its formidable defense and brute strength, making it a paragon of power. However, when Bei Miao unleashed his full force with a punch aimed at Shen Wudao's chest, it merely produced a dull thud, with no further consequence. Shen Wudao did not even take a step back, nor did he move an inch, appearing entirely immune to Bei Miao's assault. How is this possible? Bei Miao's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a punch delivered with all his strength, capable of forcing a mutant beast to stagger back. Yet now it had no effect on the Emperor armor. This realization was untenable for Bei Miao. Li Xinnan and Dong Shan exchanged astonished glances, exclaiming, "It had no effect whatsoever. The black rhino armor is supposed to excel in strength, yet this full-force punch yielded no results." Dong Shan remarked, "It feels akin to a toddler striking an adult's chest." Meta flitted about in the air, sensing an overwhelming sense of futility and muttering to herself, "This is absurd. How can two armors be so vastly different? I refuse to believe this." Meteor gun. Bei Miao swiftly retreated 10 meters, rotating the wheel to draw forth the meteor gun. Then he activated a lethal sticker from his Chinkoan belt. "Bei Miao, this isn't a battle to the death. How can you employ a finishing move?" Seeing Bei Miao seemingly lose his senses, Li Xinnan hurriedly interjected, "This is merely a spar. It is not a life-or-death struggle between foes. How can you resort to a finishing move? This is not the same as a mere fist fight. What if someone gets hurt?" Shen Wudao addressed Li Xinnan. "Do not impede him. Let him come at me with everything he has. I shall endure whatever he throws my way." With no rebuttal left, Li Xinnan acquiesced, curious to see how Shen Wudao would respond to Bei Miao's ultimate attack. A finishing move is far more potent than a simple punch. It possesses true explosive destructive power. Even the Emperor armor, which disregarded the black rhino armor's striking force, could not possibly withstand it unscathed. Raging waterfall strike. The lethal sticker's energy surged into the meteor gun, emitting a powerful hum. "Take this." Bei Miao gripped the meteor gun with both hands and thrust it forward, unleashing a green energy projectile that hurtled towards Shen Wudao. Child's play. For Shen Wudao, even a casual energy blast held greater power than the finishing moves of other armors. As the raging waterfall strike approached, Shen Wudao raised his right hand to deliver a punch, meeting the attack head-on. An explosion erupted from the impact, the force of which was immense, engulfing Shen Wudao entirely in the blast, with clouds of black smoke rising. Have I defeated him? Bei Miao unleashed his ultimate technique after realizing that without it, he could not make a dent. Now, this fool had chosen to meet his finishing move with a punch, a foolish decision indeed. However, that was merely the beginning. As the smoke began to dissipate, Shen Wudao's voice rang out, and the onlookers focused their gaze. As the smoke cleared, the Emperor armor remained unscathed, standing firm. Its golden hue unchanged, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. Such a level of attack had merely stirred up some dust. Shen Wudao's words and his pristine condition struck a significant blow to Bei Miao's confidence. He had always considered himself powerful, ranking among the best, perhaps even the strongest among all armors. However, Shen Wudao's presence had thoroughly revealed to him the limitations of his strength, rendering his previous confidence a mere jest in comparison. I concede. I shall no longer vie for the position of leader against you, Bei Miao uttered weakly, having lost all will to fight against Shen Wudao's overwhelming strength. The disparity was glaring. There was no point in continuing this futile endeavor. Chapter 36. Becoming the armor team leader? Shen Wudao glanced at the other two. Li Shinan nodded. Indeed, we wish to invite you to join us and become our leader. Your formidable prowess will surely guide our armored team to victory. Shen Wudao dismissed the Emperor armor, stating, the Divine Mountain Seeker has already conveyed this to me. The Divine Mountain Seeker? You have met the Divine Mountain Seeker? Dongshan, Li Xian, and the recently arrived Bei Miao were momentarily taken aback. The heart of the Divine Mountain exists within the elemental bloodlines of each individual. Yet it necessitates the aid of a specialized virtual combat system to delve into deeper consciousness and perceive it. Could this individual possess such a sophisticated system? It seems improbable. For the architect of that system is none other than the illustrious Geru, a celebrated scientist who has received multiple gold medals for his scientific achievements. A testament to his prodigious talent. While you require a special system to perceive him, I, born of imperial lineage, can access the depths of consciousness without the aid of any tools. This is the remarkable potency of a perfect elemental bloodline. Ordinary bloodline bearers cannot behold the heart of the Divine Mountain, were it not for the virtual combat system. Li Xian and his companions might remain oblivious to its existence. Historically, only the likes of Shen Wudao could freely visit and undergo training by the heart of the Divine Mountain. Li Xian expressed his admiration, stating, indeed, you are worthy of the perfect elemental bloodline. Given your awareness, I shall not elaborate further. Your strength far surpasses ours, and only you are fit to lead us against those monstrous adversaries. Currently, this armored team comprises merely the three of you, and with my inclusion, we total 4. A few individuals may constitute a team, but it is only a larger assembly that can be deemed a proper unit. I will subsequently notify the other armored warriors to join us. Shen Wudao's intentions were clear. He would assume the role of captain. Yet 4 individuals alone would not suffice. Other armored warriors must be incorporated, such as the Feiying armor, the Xingtian armor, the Nawa armor, and the Ci Nami armor. All armors must be included. Excellent, Dongshan exclaimed, thrilled that their armored team had officially taken shape, no longer disjointed. With such an impressive captain at the helm, their stability was assured. Captain, Bei Miao admitted, acknowledging the other's formidable prowess. Previously unaware, he now recognized the truth and willingly referred to him as captain. In all circumstances, the strong command respect. Li Xian chimed in, Captain, we are yet to learn your name. Shen Wudao, he replied, and soon, Shen Wudao followed the trio to their base. Unbeknownst to him, the love goddess marveled at the spectacle. How amusing it is that you have become the captain of the armored warriors. It is only fitting, for you are the strongest among them. Since time immemorial, only the mighty are deemed worthy to govern all. May I inquire, Mr. Shen Wudao, how do you feel at this moment? Oh, by the way, my previous words were conveyed through telepathy, so you need not speak. Simply respond in your mind. Medita, seated cross-legged in midair, floated alongside Shen Wudao. As a deity, flying was a fundamental ability, as natural as walking. She could assume any position while suspended in the air, whether lying down, sideways, or even swimming through the sky. Shen Wudao responded mentally, my mood remains unchanged. Those with ability will always occupy the heights. Like you, a deity, those lacking such prowess are relegated to menial tasks. What do you mean by lacking ability? I am merely an apprentice love goddess at present. Once I am officially recognized, the power I wield will be beyond imagination. On your planet, I could whimsically dictate the course of events, even orchestrating unions among males if I so desired. Medita chuckled, clutching her stomach midair, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Disregarding her jest, Shen Wudao remarked, official recognition? Those with ability start at the front of the race. Beginning as an apprentice indicates that your prowess may not be as formidable as you claim. What? Medita paused, perplexed by his words, then floated before him. Hands on her hips, her chest puffed out. Are you looking down on me? Ha, he replied. What does that ha signify? Nothing of consequence. Go on. Don't linger here and disrupt me. Attend to your own matters. With that, Shen Wudao gently pushed her aside. Medita quickly followed, her eyes twinkling mischievously. I refuse to leave. My time in the human world has been dreadfully dull, and I couldn't possibly miss the chance to engage with someone as intriguing as you. How long have you been in the human world? He inquired. Several years, I believe. Several years without returning? Indeed. I must serve as an apprentice in the human realm for a century. After 100 years, my achievements will be evaluated, and only then will the Love Goddess Palace decide whether to elevate me to a true love goddess. Shen Wudao, upon hearing that she must endure the same task for a century, could not help but lament. Being a deity is indeed arduous. While one need not fear mortality, it feels akin to languishing in a vast prison under strict supervision. Medita replied with a pitiful expression. Indeed, during this time, one must remain in their assigned domain, managing their own sustenance and living conditions. It is utterly devoid of humanitarian consideration. What difference is there between being exiled for a century to perform menial labor for others? This is what it means to be a god, and it is hardly enviable. Before long, the quartet arrived at the entrance of a hamburger restaurant. Li Xian introduced. Captain, we have arrived. Our base is disguised as a hamburger shop, but there is much more beneath the surface. Shen Wudao nodded, surveying the surroundings. Upon turning, he noticed another establishment across the street, its sign reading Huan Huan Teppanyaki. Could it be that this Huan Huan Teppanyaki is the very establishment where the main characters of the second Armor series gather? If so, how coincidental. Yet, Shen Wudao concealed his thoughts. The restaurant was not going anywhere, and he had business to attend to. Following Li Xian and the others into the hamburger shop, they made their way directly to the restroom, where they utilized iris recognition for identity verification. The restroom underwent a dramatic transformation, revealing a hidden passage. Medita gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, this is truly beyond the capabilities of an average person. Impressive indeed." Indeed, the creator of this is exceptionally intelligent, Shen Wudao mused. Acknowledging Geru's genius in developing the virtual combat room, research facilities, satellite transmission, and armor summoning devices, he truly was a brilliant scientist. Come, our true base lies within. And our liaison, Mei Zhen, is also present. Prior to their arrival, Li Xian had informed Shen Wudao about Mei Zhen and Geru, the creator of the research facility. Entering the passage, they arrived at a room brimming with technology, walls adorned with various screen displays, and a massive 100-inch screen at its center, a stark contrast to the exterior of the hamburger shop. Chapter 37. Feying Armor. I want you to join the armor team. Greetings. You must be the Emperor Armor Summoner, Shen Wudao. Li Xian has already contacted me via phone. Welcome to our team. As previously mentioned by Li Xian, upon your joining, you shall be the captain of our armored squad. Mei Zhen, standing in the research facility, approached with a smile, observing the individual whom the heart of the Divine Mountain had heralded as born to be royal, the strongest Emperor Armor Summoner. Strikingly handsome and remarkably youthful, he appeared to be under 20. Most notably, his aura of unspoken confidence exuded a regal presence. Before I assume the role of captain, I must clarify one point. Here, my authority is paramount. Is that understood? Shen Wudao's statement was primarily directed toward Mei Zhen. In the original narrative, while Li Xian also held the title of captain, his authority was limited, allowing Mei Zhen to directly impose restrictions upon him. Additionally, the team's cohesion was lacking, particularly with Bai Miao, who posed a threat of internal discord. However, the situation was now different. He was the captain, and within this team, there would be but one voice, his own, Shen Wudao. Mei Zhen was well aware that Shen Wudao was subtly referring to her, yet she was fully prepared and replied, "Very well, we have but one objective, to expel all the malevolent forces. Here, you are our sole captain, we shall follow your lead." Donshan was the first to pledge his loyalty, stating, "Yes, we will follow you, captain. I have faith that you will guide us to victory. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command us." Shen Wudao responded with satisfaction, "That is agreeable. However, my current role is still that of a student, so I will not be here every day. Should you need to reach me, simply do so. But remember, nothing is absolute. That is perfectly fine. Mei Jin hesitated momentarily. Having a captain who was not frequently present in the team reminded her of the past with Li Xian Nan. Initially, she had wished for him, the summoner of the fire dragon armor, to take on the captaincy, as fire typically holds a prominent position everywhere. Yet, Li Xian Nan prioritized his piano practice, which had caused Mei Jin some distress. Now, the summoner of the emperor armor was also attending school, which added to her troubles. Nonetheless, it was not a significant issue, as long as Shen Wudao remained part of their team. Such a powerful captain could not always be dispatched for trivial matters. It was the duty of the main commander to hold the fort. Shen Wudao waved his hand, saying, "All right, I shall not linger here any longer. I will first seek out additional members." Seek out other members? Li Xian Nan and the others exchanged glances, pondering where they might find them. It seemed they could only recruit when encountering other armored warriors. Otherwise, finding individuals would be impossible. "Wait, Captain, let us record your iris first. This way, you can come and go freely." After recording the iris, Shen Wudao exited the hamburger shop alone. Oh, and I must also add a Cupid. Ever since meeting Shen Wudao, this Cupid had been following him. "Hey, Shen Wudao, where are you going to find other armored warriors? Those two must have already left, right? In this vast sea of people, even I wouldn't be able to locate them, let alone you." Metada stood beside Shen Wudao. Though her height was not short at 1.70 meters, she was still a good 10 centimeters shorter than him. However, despite her modest stature, she possessed an impressive figure. "Let us head over there." "Teppanyaki? Excellent. I am rather hungry. I haven't eaten lunch yet." Metada's expression brightened as she glanced at the name of the restaurant, wiping away the drool that was about to spill, while her stomach audibly growled in agreement. Shen Wudao turned to the wide-eyed Metada and asked, "What is this? Can gods consume human food? Why not? Gods can also feel hunger and need to eat. Human food is still food. It can fill our bellies. Let us go. We must eat." Metada tugged at Shen Wudao's arm, pulling him forward. "Ordinary people cannot see gods, so how will you have them serve you food?" Metada replied nonchalantly, "It's precisely because they cannot see me that I can enjoy a free meal. I've been living like this for years." "And sleeping?" "Sleeping can be as simple as finding a high-end hotel, locating an unoccupied room, and making do for the night. Alas, as a god, living such a nomadic life, I truly am pitiful. How convenient. Hungry? Just find free food. Tired? Find a hotel room to sleep in. And you call that pitiful?" This has utterly redefined Shen Wudao's understanding of the word. Shen Wudao paid her little mind and walked directly to the teppanyaki restaurant across the street. Inside, Yang Huanying was serving Su Tingfei, who had just sealed away Cupid. Yang Huanying was grilling several large shrimp on the iron plate. Her expression mixed with skepticism as she said, "Xiao Fei, are you saying that the young man who came here yesterday asking about renting a room, the one holding the camera, summoned the Xingtian armor? Indeed, that is him. Although his strength is lacking, he was beaten up by the underworld demon. And it was finally my Xiao Fei who had to step in to seal the underworld demon. But Huanying, you really didn't sign a contract with him?" Su Tingfei spoke with a sense of pride, showcasing his prowess in front of other armored warriors, feeling quite pleased with himself. "No, that was the first time I met him yesterday. We barely exchanged a few words before he left. How could I possibly sign a contract? What on earth is going on?" Yang Huanying was utterly perplexed. Summoning without a contract was only possible if he possessed the bloodline of the Ares, but that seemed impossible. Another possibility was that he had contracted long before. Could it have been his grandmother who did so? Yet, how could she be unaware of anything? Dingling. "Welcome." As Yang Huanying pondered, the wind chimes hanging at the door rang, pulling her momentarily from her thoughts to greet the customers. Currently, Yang Huanying had no other source of income. This teppanyaki restaurant was her only means of earning money, so she naturally had to treat her patrons well. Upon entering, Shen Wudao did not glance at the menu but instead focused on Yang Huanying and her customer. Quite coincidentally, he had just seen this outfit. It was Su Tingfei. Thus, he had not misjudged. This teppanyaki was indeed where the main characters of the second armored series were gathered. Yang Huanying displayed her sweetest smile and inquired, "What can I get for you?" Shen Wudao cut straight to the chase. "You're the summoner of the flying shadow armor, right? I want you to join the armored team." "What?" Both Su Tingfei and Yang Huanying were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances before Su Tingfei hastily turned around to see a person several years younger than him, whose handsomeness even made him, "Xiao Fei, feel inferior. Who are you? And how do you know I am the summoner of the flying shadow armor? Su Tingfei immediately interrogated Shen Wudao, having never encountered this individual before. How could he possibly know his identity as the summoner of the flying shadow armor, and even come here seeking him out? Chapter 38, Little Li Zi. Actually, I want to be an armored warrior. What on earth is happening? Yang Huanying was utterly bewildered, based on Su Tingfei's expression and words. It was clear he did not recognize this person, yet the stranger had directly found this place and identified Su Tingfei as the summoner of the flying shadow armor. She asked, "You mentioned joining the armored team. Are you also an armored warrior?" Shen Wudao replied, "I am the captain of the armored team, Shen Wudao, the summoner of the Emperor armor." "What? You are the summoner of the Emperor armor?" Su Tingfei and Yang Huanying exclaimed in unison. Su Tingfei was aware of the Emperor armor. He had witnessed it effortlessly defeat foes on 2 occasions, and just standing there exuded an irresistible aura of dominance. Living up to its name, Emperor, Sovereign, Yang Huanying had learned about it through Su Tingfei's exaggerated accounts, filled with admiration. Now, this individual had come to them seeking recruits. "You are the captain of the armored team?" Su Tingfei was exhilarated. How could such a formidable figure personally come to invite him to join? What an honor! Shen Wudao stated, "Although I just joined today, I am indeed the captain. Currently, our armored team consists of 4 members, including myself. With you, we shall have 5. I aim to gather all the armored warriors together to combat the anomalous beasts, the underworld demons, the Oksar, and the monstrous entities that threaten our peaceful existence." "All right, I will join," Su Tingfei exclaimed, rising to his feet with enthusiasm. Just listen to those words. They were enough to ignite his passion. As the summoner of the flying shadow armor, he felt it necessary to contribute his strength. "Xiao Fei, I haven't agreed yet." Seeing Su Tingfei so readily agree, Yang Huanying, who was behind him, felt displeased. After all, he was her contracted armored warrior. How could he so quickly pledge allegiance to another? Matata, amused by the situation, remarked, "Hee, it seems this fellow holds you in high regard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed so readily." Su Tingfei explained, "Huanying, there is a ready-made armored team, and the captain is the powerful summoner of the Emperor armor. I believe joining forces to confront those monsters is far superior to going solo. If it were anyone else, Su Tingfei would undoubtedly refuse. However, the one extending the invitation was the Emperor armor, a captain of remarkable strength. What could be wrong with accepting? Although your point is valid, how can one blindly agree without asking questions?" Yang Huanying said with her hands on her hips, then turned to Shen Wudao, inquiring, "Are there any restrictions upon joining your ranks?" Shen Wudao replied, "Rest assured, there will be no limitations. It is merely about uniting a disorganized group of armor warriors. When enemies appear, we can effectively utilize the armor's potential to prevent the squandering of manpower and resources." Yang Huanying posed several queries, all of which Shen Wudao answered thoroughly, easing her apprehensions and leading her to agree to join. "So where is your base?" After putting up a sign indicating that the shop was closed, Yang Huanying asked, uncertain of its distance. "Right across the street." "Across the street? The hamburger shop?" Yang Huanying paused, glancing at the hamburger shop opposite. She had encountered the shop's female owner a few times while taking out the trash, and being young female entrepreneurs, they had shared some pleasant conversations. Little did she expect that the base of this armor team was within that very hamburger shop, a clever concealment indeed. Su Tingfei remarked in disbelief, "In this hamburger shop? Welcome. Do you all enjoy masquerading as a dining establishment? And right across the street, you must have quite the tacit understanding." Yang Huanying had no retort, indeed. Her thoughts aligned closely with the owner of the shop, both utilizing their eateries as a facade. However, while she aimed for profit, she wondered if the other party was genuinely using it as a cover or seeking income as well. Accompanied by Su Tingfei, Yang Huanying entered the hidden room within the hamburger shop, where both parties met and officially joined the team. No wonder Shenan mentioned that when the supernatural beasts first appeared, other armors would also be present. It turns out Huanying possesses magical abilities. After introductions, Mei Zhen's side had only set up to sense the energy reactions of supernatural beasts. But Yang Huanying's Feng Ling and Aries' predictive abilities could perceive the locations of all monstrous entities. Consequently, Shen Wudao directed the 2 liaison officers to collaborate in detecting the energy responses. The team now comprised 5 armor warriors and 2 liaison officers, yet that was insufficient. He needed to integrate more armors. albeit such an endeavor could not be accomplished all at once. In the biotechnology department of the Tianhao Group, Li Xiaoqiu, a bald man, appeared restless. His subordinate, the cold-blooded Bic, had been missing for 2 days, causing him distress. What could have happened to Cold Blood? Could he have been eliminated by the armors? The mere thought of Cold Blood's demise tightened Li Xiaoqiu's brow. Not out of concern for his subordinate, but rather for the loss of the raging virus he had gathered from Akis. Without Cold Blood's assistance in collecting it, his plans would be indefinitely delayed. And now, with Cold Blood's disappearance and unreachable phone, an ominous feeling crept into Li Xiaoqiu's mind. Cold Blood must have been eliminated. Although Cold Blood was a biochemically engineered being of his design, he was still several levels above an ordinary Akis. To dispatch Cold Blood, one must possess considerable strength. Could it be that Emperor Armor? The image of Emperor Armor flashed through Li Xiaoqiu's mind. He believed that while other armor warriors had some capabilities, they likely could not have taken down Cold Blood. Only Emperor Armor struck him as a formidable adversary. Li Zong, you called for me. What is the matter? Just as Li Xiaoqiu pondered Cold Blood's situation, a shifty man with a somewhat lewd demeanor approached. He was Li Zi, the head of the virus research department at Tianhao Group, and a fellow conspirator of Li Xiaoqiu. He had come at Li Xiaoqiu's behest. Li Xiaoqiu uncrossed his arms and addressed the newcomer. Cold Blood has gone missing, and I suspect he has been taken down by the armor warriors. Therefore, I intend for you to take his place. Upon hearing this, Li Zi quickly recoiled, shaking his head. Me? No, Li Zong. You know I'm not cut out for combat, and in fact, I am quite the armor warrior myself. Nonsense. As a big seeker, your strength will only increase. Without power, who would grant you armor? Once you become a big seeker, you could seize an armor set for yourself. Moreover, I have developed a second-generation chip, with specifications twice that of Cold Blood's first-generation chip. Seeing Li Zi's refusal, Li Xiaoqiu let out a cold laugh before enticing him with the benefits of becoming a big seeker. Chapter 39. Like a wife waiting for her husband's return, is this your home, Shen Wudao? It looks quite spacious, Mei Tada remarked as she followed Shen Wudao to the vicinity of Sakura Manor. Gazing at the manor, she sighed. Shen Wudao looked at Mei Tada, who clung to him like a stubborn candy, and said, "You've been with me all day, from dealing with supernatural beasts at noon to becoming an armor captain, then following me to school, and now back home. Aren't you the love god? Don't you have anything better to do?" "I am indeed the love god. But I am not here to ensure every couple falls in love. With so many people on earth, I would be overwhelmed. My role is merely to assist those who cannot find love, provided one of them wishes for my intervention. The love between ordinary individuals unfolds naturally." Mei Tada explained that the love between ordinary people transpires organically, while her role as the love god is to help those who are desperate for love. Shen Wudao was left speechless. It seemed the love god's duties were rather effortless, akin to playing games. He mused that perhaps in a year, no one would even wish for his help, especially since he hadn't even known about the love god's existence before this. "Are you planning to follow me home now?" Mei Tada nodded. "Yes, I feel a connection with you. We could become sworn brothers. With a god like me as your brother, you should feel quite fortunate. You must have a spare room at home, right? I can stay wherever." Shen Wudao observed the utterly unrestrained Mei Tada and sighed. "You really have no reservations." "I do have rooms available, but there is a tenant on the first floor who has taken all 5 rooms. If you want to stay, you'll have to share the second floor with me. There are also 5 rooms there." "That's fine, as long as I have a place to stay. I am not picky about which room," Mei Tada cheerfully replied, and the thought of living under the same roof with Shen Wudao excited her. As she considered this, she stole a glance at Shen Wudao, and upon seeing his handsome visage, she felt her cheeks flush and her heart race, a sensation she had not experienced in 5 centuries. As the love god, she was far from inexperienced. She understood precisely what this feeling entailed. As the embodiment of love, it is rather absurd that I find myself harboring feelings for a mere human, and even more so for one I have just met. Meta, too, finds herself helpless in this matter. After all, emotions are something even deities cannot control. It is a notion that would seem implausible to others. Upon arrival at the grand entrance, Shen Wudao pushed open the heavy iron doors. As they swung wide, he was greeted by the sight of an exceptionally beautiful woman standing at the threshold, their eyes locking in an instant. Li Xia, with a warm smile, addressed him gently. "Welcome back, Wudao." "Yes, I have returned," Shen Wudao replied, somewhat taken aback that Li Xia had chosen to wait for him at the door. exuding a tenderness akin to that of a wife eagerly awaiting her husband's return. Observing their exchange, Meta felt a twinge of jealousy and interjected, Shen Wudao. Is this the tenant you mentioned? Initially, she had not given much thought to this tenant, but upon seeing her beauty, which rivaled even a goddess, she couldn't help but feel intrigued by the warmth in her gaze and tone, almost losing herself in it. Ignoring Meta's interruption, Shen Wudao turned to Li Xia and asked, "What are you doing standing at the door?" With her hands clasped behind her back, Li Xia twirled around and replied, "I was simply waiting for your return." Shen Wudao smiled and stepped closer, saying, "Is that so? Thank you. It brings me great comfort to know someone is waiting for me at home." Li Xia's smile brightened even further as she responded, "Yes, I will make sure you feel at ease every day." "That's wonderful, but there's no need for every day. You have your own matters to attend to, so no need to make such promises. Now, what do you wish to eat tonight? I shall prepare it for you." I would like braised pork." "Very well, braised pork it is." "Yay, how delightful. I shall feast well." Meta crossed her arms and pouted, a hint of resentment in her voice. "Humph, Shen Wudao, you fickle creature, neglecting me, Meta, the goddess, in favor of this human. I see you clearly now." Despite her words, she flitted over to Shen Wudao's side. Once on the second floor, as Shen Wudao busied himself with cooking, Li Xia engaged him in light conversation while Meta wandered around. Shen Wudao had mentioned there were 5 rooms, and the one clearly occupied must be his own. Meta, not needing to open doors, effortlessly passed through the walls into the first room, immediately recognizing it as Shen Wudao's due to the traces of life within. "Let me see if he has hidden any risque literature," she mused, knowing that single male humans often indulged in such publications. However, given Shen Wudao's serious demeanor, it seemed unlikely he would possess anything untoward. Utilizing her magic, she searched but found no inappropriate materials, only a plethora of wholesome books, which relieved her somewhat. "I think I'll take this room," she declared, entering the vacant room directly across from Shen Wudao's. Having surveyed the other rooms, she found their layout similar, so this choice felt fitting. What a delightful aroma. The tantalizing scent wafting from the kitchen ignited her appetite. Peering outside, she discovered that Shen Wudao was preparing some dishes, making her long to partake. However, with a human present, indulging freely could lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, she could only watch enviously as Shen Wudao and Li Xia enjoyed their meal. "Meta, I saved some for you in the pot. Feel free to help yourself." Shen Wudao communicated through telepathy, knowing well that Meta had a penchant for food and had reserved a portion of braised pork for her. "Haha, Shen Wudao, you are quite the loyal friend." Meta sent him a virtual thumbs up before making her way to the kitchen, the enticing aroma guiding her. In the kitchen, Li Xia savored the braised pork, exclaiming, "Indeed, your braised pork is irresistibly delicious. I could eat it endlessly." Shen Wudao chuckled, shaking his head, "You've only had it twice. Of course, it won't bore you yet. After 5 or even 10 times, you may tire of it. I won't. No matter how many times you make it, I shall never grow weary of it. In truth, braised pork is merely one of the many dishes I can prepare. Next time, I could make sweet and sour ribs or something else. It need not be solely braised pork." Li Xia nodded enthusiastically. "Whatever you decide to make will surely be delicious." "Thank you for your trust," Shen Wudao replied, gazing at Li Xia, then continued, "I came across some news about you on my phone today. You are a singer in an idol girl group, correct?" Earlier that day, Shen Wudao had stumbled upon a news article regarding Li Xia, which mentioned her temporary departure from the girl group due to inappropriate remarks and intentional harm as she pursued her studies in university. Surprised, he learned that Li Xia was indeed a star of considerable renown, the most beautiful and popular member of her 5-person group, also serving as the lead vocalist. With millions of followers on social media, yet she had now stepped back from the entertainment industry. Upon hearing this, Li Xia's bright demeanor gradually dimmed, and with a bittersweet smile, she admitted, "Yes, you are correct. That news indeed pertains to me. However, you must have seen the negative press as well." Wishing to leave a better impression on Shen Wudao, she recounted the events leading to her current predicament. "Ah, I see." After listening to her story, Shen Wudao remarked, "It is indeed not easy for a beautiful girl to navigate the entertainment world. The more famous one becomes, the more challenges they face. Some individuals exploit you as if you were a cash cow. If you ask me, it's far more liberating to live as an ordinary person." Li Xia sighed, "Yes, I never anticipated it would lead to such trouble. I merely wished to sing and dance simply, Yet I have become a thorn in the side of certain people. Such is the nature of fame. Many renowned stars face similar tribulations, even those of considerable age in the industry. Therefore, do not dwell on it too much." Li Xia nodded silently, choosing to view this time as a respite. Yet she knew she must eventually return, or she would face hefty penalties for breach of contract. For Li Xia, the prospect of millions in penalties was daunting. During her years with the girl group, she had only earned a mere 2 to 3 million in total. To an ordinary person, that is a fortune, but for Li Xia, it would mean financial ruin, as the penalties would exceed her earnings. After all, before joining the girl group, she hailed from a modest family. Her parents were both regular employees, and together they barely saved enough to reach 100,000 a year. In the kitchen, Meta, with chopsticks in hand, eagerly devoured the braised pork, showing no hint of the goddess she was meant to portray. So, this Li Xia was indeed a celebrity. No wonder she was so stunning. Her beauty was rivaled by few among even the most renowned stars. As Meta savored the meat, she overheard Shen Wudao and Li Xia's conversation, realizing that even those famous in the human world have their own struggles. In no time, Meta cleared the pot of its braised pork, licking her lips in satisfaction. Although she was an avid eater, as a goddess, she remained immune to the weight of excess, allowing her to indulge freely without concern for calories. After finishing the meal, Metada turned to gaze at Shen Wudao, internally musing, My, this Shen Wudao truly surprises me. Even his cooking is delectable. It is hard to fathom that he is merely human. What a pity that humanity is limited to a mere century of life. After dinner, Li Xia volunteered to wash the dishes and, having completed her task, did not linger long, offering a brief farewell before departing. Metada appeared beside Shen Wudao with an air of mischief, teasingly remarking, Hey, you claim that Li Xia is merely a tenant, but as the goddess of love, I can perceive her interest in you. Shen Wudao replied with poise, It would be abnormal for someone as extraordinary as I to be without admirers. Observing Shen Wudao's unflappable demeanor, Metada felt as though she were conversing with a block of wood, exclaiming, You are indeed self-absorbed and utterly dull. And what of you, as the goddess of love? Do you have someone you fancy? Shen Wudao turned to meet Medita's gaze, which she quickly averted, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she retorted, My standards are exceedingly high. As of now, no one has captured my divine attention. Shen Wudao stepped closer and shut the door, calmly stating, Isn't that just a reflection of your own vanity? But can deities truly fall in love? Metada instantly comprehended Shen Wudao's implication, her eyes glinting with disdain as she replied, Surely you do not believe that we gods are akin to the fictional portrayals in your dramas, bound by some celestial laws that prohibit love? Such notions are mere fabrications of your imagination, exaggerating our powers and inventing these nonsensical restrictions. We gods are entirely capable of loving one another. The idea that we cannot feel is utterly unfounded. Having spent years in the human realm, Metada had observed various fantasy dramas and found their depiction of divine powers to be excessively grandiose, lacking any semblance of truth regarding emotional restrictions. Is that so? Shen Wudao nodded, showing little interest in these so-called deities. Imperial armor merge. Armor merge. A flash of golden light enveloped the room, and Shen Wudao was clad in a magnificent suit of golden armor. What the? Why did you scare me like that? Metada exclaimed, pushed back by the energy of the armor merging, her heart racing. Shen Wudao glanced at her, and Metada, startled, felt her ample bosom heaving rhythmically, a distracting sight. Looking down at his hands, Shen Wudao declared, I intend to create a virtual space to serve as the base for the armored warriors. Metada took a deep breath to steady herself, her astonishment palpable as she exclaimed, Create a virtual space? My goodness, you possess the ability to create space? But isn't there already an armor base? Why the need to create another? The Imperial armor naturally wields the power of creation and destruction. While that hamburger shop serves as a base, its internal space is limited. I require a more secure, expansive base, one that I will create myself, situated in the 35th dimension, making it undetectable to others, yet I can designate who may enter. With that, Shen Wudao began the process of creation. Chapter 41. Entering the new armor base in a realm of darkness and void, a grand villa suddenly materialized. A space and structure conjured by Shen Wudao's will. If he merely needed a villa, it would have been simple to procure one. Shen Wudao was confident that his creation possessed additional functionalities. Those granted access by Shen Wudao could enter or exit at will, enhancing convenience immensely. The interior of the villa was spacious, containing numerous rooms, a living area, a television, and various entertainment facilities. Moreover, it featured a virtual combat system akin to that of the base, designed to assist those of the five elements bloodline in summoning the heart of the divine mountain, along with a healer. Standing within his crafted villa, Shen now surveyed his masterpiece with satisfaction, while Metada stood beside him, her jaw agape in astonishment, pondering whether even gods could achieve such feats. Shen now, indifferent to Metata's amazement, focused his thoughts and led her to a specific room within the villa. With arms outstretched, a golden aura of the power of creation emanated from Shen now, transforming the room into a vast, pristine expanse. In this space, the air was thin and oppressively warm, with the ability to alter or release such conditions, and the gravity could be adjusted, reaching up to 10 times its normal weight. Additionally, it could simulate adversaries, whether armored warriors or monsters, creating a specialized training environment for those summoned to the armor. Suspended 2 meters above the ground, Metada gasped for breath, feeling both stifled and somewhat breathless. She furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "Ugh, what have you done to this place, Shen Wudao?" Shen Wudao chuckled lightly. "It is, of course, for training purposes, gravity adjustment. 3 times the normal weight." As Shen Wudao spoke the command, the gravity in the training area intensified dramatically. Clad in the imperial armor, Shen Wudao felt no discomfort, as the gravity was tailored to each individual's weight. For him, 3 times his weight was now the norm. Metada, caught off guard, collapsed to the ground. Her form compressed under the newfound weight. It felt as though a multitude of heavy weights were pressing down on her, rendering her immobile. She lamented, "What kind of place is this? You did this on purpose. This gravity field is indeed commendable. It is a true reflection of my prowess." Shen Wudao reveled in his self-admiration. Then, with a thought, transported both himself and Metada back to his home. "Back already?" Metada, relieved as the oppressive weight lifted, sat on the floor, exhaling heavily. She gazed at Shen Wudao with wide eyes, her mind racing. "You are truly remarkable. You can open new spaces and create from nothing. Even we gods cannot perform such outrageous feats. Only the god of creation possesses such capabilities." Though not a deity, Shen Wudao had accomplished what even gods found difficult. He chuckled softly, offering no further explanations to Metada, as this was the extraordinary nature of the imperial armor. Time, space, creation, and even time reversal were mere trifles to it. Shen Wudao glanced at the time, noting it was just past 7 o'clock, and promptly called Meijin, instructing her to gather the armored warriors at the hamburger shop for an important announcement. Metada lazily remarked, "You go on ahead. I shall not accompany you." "I did not imply that you should," Shen Wudao shrugged, then exited. After receiving the notification from Meijin, all members of the armored team had congregated in the secret chamber of the hamburger shop. Meijin, Yang Huanying, Li Xinan, Dongshan, Bei Miao, and Su Tingfei were all present. However, the chamber was rather small, only accommodating a space of 1.5 rooms, with a round table, making it feel slightly cramped with all 6 individuals inside. Dongshan, seated, surveyed the others before speaking. "Meijin, do you have any idea why the captain summoned us all?" "I am uncertain. He merely instructed me to gather everyone and mentioned that he would arrive shortly," Meijin replied, shaking her head. Li Xinan speculated. "Could it be that he intends to introduce new armored warriors or hold a meeting to establish our forthcoming objectives?" Yang Huanying concurred. "That is a possibility, though we shall only know for certain when he arrives." The 6 individuals continued to wait, and after 5 more minutes, Shen Wudao finally arrived at the base. "Captain, you're finally here. Please tell us what the gathering is about. Is there going to be a battle?" Upon seeing Shen Wudao, everyone stood up to greet him, with Su Tingfei being the first to inquire, clearly eager for action, while the others looked on curiously. Shen Wudao surveyed the group and spoke slowly. "I have summoned you to inform you that I have found a new location for our base. Although it is concealed, it is still somewhat small, and in the future, more armored warriors will join us. This place will not suffice." "A new base?" Meijin blinked in surprise and said, "Captain, this base should still be usable, right? Even if we have found a new one, it cannot be as hidden as this, and relocating the equipment would be quite a significant undertaking." Dongshan nodded in agreement. "Yes, this place can still accommodate us for now. A change isn't necessary just yet." Shen Wudao crossed his arms and replied, "You need not worry about that. There is no need to relocate any equipment, and no one will be able to find us here, as this is an independent spatial realm that I have created. At Shen Wudao's words, everyone present was taken aback. Had they truly heard him correctly? A spatial realm? A created base? Were these even terms they could comprehend? Surely, they must be imagining things. Yang Huanwen stammered. Captain, you must be mistaken. Didn't you just acquire a location for our base? I understand your skepticism. Come with me. Shen Wudao did not intend to persuade them verbally, recognizing that anyone would find such claims hard to believe. With a snap of his fingers, the sound echoed throughout the base, and yet everyone vanished from the premises. In the next moment, they found themselves in a spacious room. This room was equipped with a bar, sofas, a television, and a round table. The ceiling, devoid of any lights, was nevertheless brilliantly illuminated. A clock, measuring about a meter, adorned the wall. Chapter 42. For I am born a sovereign, the emperor of heavenly Dao Li Xian Nan, Dongshan, and the others, taken by surprise and unprepared for the sudden shift in their surroundings, found themselves sprawled on the floor upon their arrival. Fortunately, Bei Miao managed to land on the sofa, avoiding embarrassment. However, these were secondary concerns. The primary shock was that they had transitioned from the research facility to an entirely unfamiliar environment. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they surveyed the room. Yang Huanwen exclaimed, "What is happening? We were just in the base, and now we're here. Where is this place?" Shen Wudao explained, "This is the newly created armored base I mentioned earlier. This is a brand new space I have opened, not of this earth. You can enter and exit freely using these identity cards." As he spoke, each of the 6 individuals found a brand new identity card appearing before them. Meijin, astonished, held her card and, suppressing her excitement, remarked, "This is truly incredible. So, this armored base is entirely created from scratch by you, Captain? You have control over everything here." Shen Wudao nodded. "You could say that. From now on, this will be our new armored base. It includes rooms, food, entertainment facilities, a basketball court, and even a virtual combat system akin to the laboratory, along with a transportation system. It has everything we need." "Good heavens, Captain, how did you accomplish this?" Su Tingfei gazed at Shen Wudao with wide eyes, marveling at a power that seemed reserved for deities in films. The ability to create space and manifest things from thin air was nothing short of divine. Shen Wudao declared with unparalleled authority, "Because I am born a sovereign, the emperor of heavenly Dao." This single statement encompassed everything. Born a sovereign. Did it signify the emperor armor of heavenly Dao? Bei Miao exhaled heavily. He felt embarrassed recalling how he had once foolishly challenged Shen Wudao. It was indeed humiliating, as he must appear a mere jester in Shen Wudao's eyes. Enough of that. These are trivial matters. Follow me. I have created a special training room for you. You are too weak, and this training room is specifically designed to enhance your strength. Living in modern society, you must be aware that the villains grow increasingly formidable as the story progresses. With your current abilities, you would be no match for them. Li Xian Nan, Dongshan, Bei Miao, and Su Tingfei found themselves unable to refute Shen Wudao's words. Indeed, in comparison to him, their strength was negligible. Shen Wudao led them to the entrance of the training room, and as he opened the door, the vastness of the space inside left them dumbfounded. Upon entering, they found it completely empty, a blank canvas, and the moment they stepped inside, they felt the air thin and the oppressive heat envelop them. Li Xian Nan gasped, "Captain, is this our training room? The air is too thin, it's hard to breathe, and the temperature feels like midsummer." Meijin and Yang Huanwen, not being combatants, quickly retreated to the entrance, feeling somewhat better. Meijin exclaimed, "This resembles the small worlds described in fantasy novels, self-contained realms. Although this space is barren, it feels boundless and harsh. Training here will undoubtedly be challenging, but the gains will be immense. Indeed, the captain is remarkable to create such an extraordinary space." Yang Huanwen sighed, realizing this was the true armored base. Compared to her iron plate grill or Meijin's burger shop, this was akin to child's play. Shen Wudao nodded and continued, "The environment is one aspect. There is also a gravity system that can be adjusted to 1 to 10 times the normal gravity. Prepare yourselves. Let's begin with double gravity." "Gravity system?" Bei Miao raised an eyebrow, but before he could contemplate further, his body suddenly felt heavy, bending him over to brace himself on his knees just to stay upright. Li Xian then experienced similar effects, while Dongshan and Su Tingfei were immediately pressed down to the ground. In stark contrast, Shen Wudao, feeling the double gravity for the first time, stood firm as a pine tree, unaffected. "Wow, This is double gravity. What an incredible phenomenon. Under this weight, even running would surely enhance our physical capabilities. I've heard that running with weighted legs boosts endurance and speed. With our entire bodies under gravitational pressure, our strength should improve comprehensively. Su Tingfei, enduring the overwhelming pressure, gritted his teeth to stand. Once upright, he gasped for air but felt invigorated at the prospect of using this gravity to train his physique. Bei Miao, Li Xiannan, and Dong Shan managed to stand as well, attempting to move, but their bodies felt as if they were laden with lead, combined with the thin air and oppressive heat, causing them to gasp for breath. With a snap of his fingers, Shen Wudao alleviated the harsh conditions and said, "It seems we must take things step by step. Let us first acclimate to 5 times the gravity before introducing environmental challenges." After taking a few steps, Li Xiannan paused to catch his breath. Watching Shen Wudao move effortlessly under the double gravity, astonished, he inquired, "Captain, you seem unaffected by this double gravity. Have you already adapted to it?" From the moment the enhanced gravity commenced, he took note of the conditions of those around him. Among them, Shen Wudao remained entirely unfazed, while he and Bei Miao fared relatively well, not succumbing to the pressure. In contrast, Dongshan and Su Tingfei were somewhat worse off. The only conclusion Li Xiannan could draw was that Shen Wudao had either adapted to the double gravity or that this space was of his own creation, allowing him to manipulate the effects at will. The others cast glances at Shen Wudao, observing his ease in traversing the terrain, while their own footsteps seemed disjointed in comparison, creating a stark contrast. Shen Wudao casually rotated his neck and remarked, "Although this place is of my design, I merely conceived it on a whim." Unable to contain herself, Bei Miao interjected, "So, you two are experiencing this double gravity for the first time. Yet, why do you seem so much better off than we do? As if you are impervious to its effects?" "Quite simply, my physique surpasses yours," he replied. "This double gravity is inconsequential. However, you need not compare yourselves to me. Focus instead on surpassing others and improving yourselves. This double gravity is merely the beginning. As you acclimate to increasingly greater magnitudes, your strength will similarly enhance." From a young age, Shen Wudao had undergone rigorous training under the tutelage of his grandmother and the heart seekers of the Divine Mountain, often immersing himself in herbal baths. Consequently, his physical constitution was not one that could be equaled by the average person. In a contest of strength, he could guarantee that a blow received upon his fist would feel no different than striking stone. Upon exiting the training facility, Shen Wudao led his 6 companions through various rooms, still equipped with the virtual combat systems of the research facility. As these systems served as a method for summoning the armored warriors to meet the heart seekers of the Divine Mountain, Mei Zhan surveyed the surroundings but found nothing suitable for her needs. She inquired, "Captain, what about the alarm, search, and mapping systems? There should be a computer and satellite system that can monitor the area. Once an anomalous beast appears, it would be detected by the satellites, triggering an alarm, allowing me to trace the source of the energy reaction. Should we create such a system here?" Though Mei Zhan was more adept in the humanities and found herself ill-suited for combat, she could assist the armored warriors in pinpointing the location of anomalous beasts and facilitating satellite transmissions. However, it seemed that this facility lacked those 2 components. As soon as she finished speaking, a 50-inch projection screen materialized 2 meters above the ground in the hall, displaying a grotesque creature resembling a porcupine with barbed spikes protruding from its back. In the depths of night, on a street in the city, a seemingly ordinary man was seen scratching his head, his expression contorted in anguish. He crouched on the ground, cradling his head, saliva dripping from his mouth. Passers-by pointed at him with curious glances, yet none stopped. Instead, they hastened their steps. "I'm so hungry, I can't hold back any longer," the man muttered, his Mandarin heavily accented, with the last phrase uttered in his native tongue. He had come from a province in Japan, hoping to start anew in the capital of Huaxia, only to find himself ensnared by the curse of his own cells. For days, human food had lost all flavor, and he had resorted to vomiting after every meal. The allure of other foods had faded entirely, and the unique aroma of protein emanating from the clothed citizens surrounding him wafted into his nostrils. Ultimately, unable to suppress his desires, the man stood and howled at the sky. To the bewildered onlookers, he transformed from a human form into a hideous, terrifying visage, resembling a monstrous porcupine. "Ah, a monster! My heavens, a hideous creature, run! Help! Armored warriors!" The startled pedestrians were rendered speechless, witnessing the emergence of a monster before their eyes, causing them to scatter in panic, leaving chaos in their wake. Once transformed, the man could no longer contain his cravings. He seized a hapless victim, claws extended, and plunged into the individual's chest, devouring flesh on the spot, creating a scene of sheer horror. Within the armored base, Yang Huan-ing and Mei Zhen gazed at the gruesome scene depicted on the ultra-high-definition projection screen, their throats tightening in fear as they dared not look further. They had never witnessed such a terrifying sight. Even Li Xian, Bei Miao, and the other men were left stunned by the gruesome imagery. Cannibalism? What manner of creature is this? Information regarding such events had remained largely concealed, especially to prevent public unrest. And thus the citizens of Huaxiao were largely ignorant of such beings. Even if they were aware, such knowledge would be suppressed. Dongshan turned to Shen Wudao, a hint of disbelief in his voice. "Captain, is this a movie?" The suddenness of the incident left Shen Wudao momentarily speechless, but he soon explained. "The footage you see is transmitted by surveillance flies that I created and deployed. I connected it here. These flies are so minuscule that the human eye cannot perceive them. They can sense the anomalous energy of monsters in real time and project the images here. What you witness is transpiring at this very moment. This is neither an orc nor a specter, nor is it an anomalous beast. It is a monster from the province of Japan. Who among you will confront it?" Upon hearing Shen Wudao's words, the four did not hesitate to express their eagerness to respond. The ferocity of the monster, coupled with its cannibalistic nature, ignited their righteous fury. As armored warriors, they were champions of justice, and thus felt compelled to take action. Shen Wudao nodded approvingly before assigning roles. Xian Nan, Dongshan. You two will go together. Do not underestimate this foe. However, how shall we get there? Li Xian Nan and Dongshan nodded in agreement, but then recalled that they were not in a laboratory, but rather in a space created by Shen Wudao, likely far from Earth. How would they proceed? The identity cards I provided you allow you to transport directly to the location of the monster's appearance with just a thought. In the future, entering this space will operate on the same principle. Since this realm was crafted by Shen Wudao, it was only natural that everything would be arranged accordingly. Is it really that convenient? Li Xian Nan and Dongshan exchanged glances, producing their identity cards. With a focused thought, they aimed to teleport to the site of the recent assault. In the blink of an eye, they vanished before the eyes of the onlookers. This is incredibly convenient. Bei Miao, Su Tingfei, Mei Zhen, and Yang Huaning were astonished by the spectacle, as if they were witnessing a supernatural occurrence. Mei Zhen expressed her admiration. This far surpasses our research facility. If an enemy appears in the city, and there are local surveillance systems, we would receive live footage. This is more convenient than satellite transmission, and since this space is crafted by the captain, it cannot be found by anyone. This armored base is simply perfect. However, with such advancements, Mei Zhen felt her role as a liaison rendered somewhat redundant. Previously, she had been a computer expert, utilizing alarm systems to operate searches for energy reactions and pinpoint enemy locations, then employing satellite transmissions to facilitate teleportation. Yet here, such methods were unnecessary. With just an identity card, one could travel effortlessly to their destination. This left Mei Zhen pondering her future role. Yang Huaning shared similar sentiments. The perfection of this place diminished the utility of her demon-subduing bell. With the presence of these armored warriors, she found herself with little opportunity to contribute. Here we can observe the situation in real time. If the combatants are overpowered, we can provide immediate support. This is indeed very convenient, Bei Miao remarked, expressing satisfaction with the armored base. Su Tingfei concurred. Indeed, I never anticipated our armored base would be so flawless. I look forward to our future growth. Chapter 44. The Zen Seal. Pausing time, Li Xian Nan and Dongshan felt a surge of intention as they prepared themselves. Suddenly, the world around them grew hazy, and they found themselves transported from the bright room into a dim, foreboding exterior. Indeed, they had emerged. Dongshan scanned their surroundings, confirming they were indeed outside. Over there, Li Xian Nan gestured to Dongshan. To their left, a monstrous creature was crouched, voraciously devouring something. It was the very porcupine they had just seen. The scene was gruesome, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. They exchanged wary glances, acknowledging the ferocity of this creature, which appeared far more savage than the others they had encountered, being the first to consume human flesh. Li Xian Nan donned the red armor summoning device on his left wrist and inserted the red crystal pendant that hung around his neck into the summoner. Dongshan mirrored his actions. Flame dragon armor. Wind eagle armor. Fusion. They shouted in unison, channeling the energies of the luminous stones. A belt adorned with a taiji pattern manifested around their waists, followed by the sudden appearance of armor that enveloped their bodies. In but a second, the red and blue armors were fully formed. Armor fusion. The porcupine, engrossed in its meal, turned at the sound, catching a glimpse of the flashing blue and red lights, and soon found two armored warriors standing before it. The creature was aware of the existence of armored warriors in this city, but it was astonished at their swift arrival, having barely consumed a few bites before they showed up. While it might have considered taking on one warrior, facing two was a different matter entirely, with the Green Mountains left. There was no fear of firewood running out, it thought. With that, the once limp quills on its back stood upright, and it bent down, launching a barrage of quills like a rain of arrows before turning and fleeing. Not good, it's escaping, Dongshan exclaimed. Zen Seal. Without hesitation, Li Xian Nan invoked the time-stop ability of the Zen Seal. As the arrows flew toward them, he clasped his hands together before the Chinquan belt, unleashing an invisible ripple that expanded outward. In an instant, the dozens of quills hovering before them froze mid-air, and everything around them halted, including the retreating porcupine, which was caught in the act of fleeing. The Zen Seal was a universal skill of the 5 elements armor, capable of pausing time within a certain radius. However, the manipulation of time was an exceedingly taxing skill, consuming immense energy and lasting only a brief moment. What just happened? It's as if someone pressed the pause button. The onlookers at the armor base observed the scene through the projection, witnessing the quills suspended in midair alongside the motionless porcupine. Su Tingfei and Yang, who welcomed, were left speechless, having seen the flame dragon armor clasp its hands before such an outrageous spectacle unfolded. Bei Miao, seated at the bar with arms crossed, explained, "This is called the Zen Seal, a capability that can temporarily halt time. However, it only works within a limited range and consumes a significant amount of energy, typically reserved for dire situations, and lasts less than 10 seconds. The Zen Seal? Pausing time." Su Tingfei looked at Bei Miao in astonishment, realizing the skill's potential to turn the tide in critical moments, despite its considerable energy cost and brevity. Yang Hu praised, "What a remarkable ability. Can all the 5 elements armors utilize this skill?" Mei Zhan interjected, "It is indeed a universal skill of the 5 elements armor. Thus all can employ it." Shen Wudao offered his commentary. Li Xian Nan's use of the Zen Seal was a decisive move. Had that wave of attacks landed, they would have found themselves unable to escape, especially since this creature had no intention of lingering. If they had taken time to deal with the incoming strikes, the creature would have already fled. However, employing the Zen Seal has drained a considerable amount of his energy, severely diminishing his combat effectiveness. Unless one possesses a strength like Shen Wudao, one must sacrifice to gain. The Zen Seal, while a skill, does not provide immunity from the effects of time. All beings, regardless of disparity in power, are halted during its activation, though it comes at a steep energy cost. In battle, it's advisable to avoid its use unless absolutely necessary, as it compromises one's combat prowess and thus one's safety. Li Xian Nan felt emboldened by the presence of the Wind Eagle armor, allowing him to act decisively. Su Tingfei observed the screen where the two had evaded the quills, nodding. Although the Flame Dragon armor is costly to maintain due to this move, the Wind Eagle armor allows Dongshan to take the lead. Mei Zhan expressed concern. This is Dongshan's first time summoning armor for battle, and his wood affinity is only moderate. I wonder if he can manage. Let us wait and see. The benefits of organizing an armored team are becoming evident. Bei Miao replied, glancing at Shen Wudao, whose expression remained impassive and composed. As Shen Wudao and the others conversed at the armor base, Li Xian Nan and Dongshan, having evaded danger, swiftly approached the immobilized porcupine. The Wind Eagle armor, being swifter than the Flame Dragon armor, surged ahead, leaping within 3 meters of the porcupine and delivering a powerful kick to its back, sending it flying. At that moment, Li Xian Nan released the Zen Seal's effect. He could no longer maintain it without exhausting himself. Since becoming the Flame Dragon armor, he had invoked this ability twice, once to save someone nearly attacked by an Uxer, whose strength was manageable despite the significant energy expenditure. The porcupine howled in pain, propelled 5 meters away by Dongshan's kick. It tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before regaining its footing. "You gluttonous fiend, You have nowhere to escape now. Prepare to meet your end. Dongshan and Li Xin Nin encircled the porcupine. Get away. The porcupine, bewildered at how these two had evaded its onslaught, realized it had to escape them. Mere flight would not suffice. It was time to engage in battle. Chapter 45, Flame Dragon. Wind Eagle. The porcupine was classified as a formidable opponent, ranking high among its kind, with a total of 4,000 levels. They ranged from weak to strong, with most being of a lower tier, while only a few attained higher ranks. As a high-tier creature, the porcupine's overall strength was substantial. Though surrounded by the two armored warriors, it remained unfazed, even contemplating devouring them. After all, armored warriors were undoubtedly superior to ordinary humans, containing more protein. Its earlier meal had been interrupted after only a few bites, and since these warriors refused to let it flee, it would not hold back. The porcupine turned towards Li Xin, lunging without hesitation, propelled by its primal instincts. Its combat style was erratic, akin to a wild beast, driven by the violent cells within it. As the porcupine charged, Li Xin attempted to evade, reaching out to grasp its arm, but the creature was quicker, tackling him to the ground. They rolled several times, with the porcupine's superior strength pinning Li Xin beneath it, raining down blows upon his face. Before many blows could land, two circular, hook-laden rings flew through the air, striking the unsuspecting creature and forcing it off Li Xin. Are you all right? Dongshan carefully placed the Wind Eagle ring back on his back and quickly advanced, extending his right hand towards Li Xin. The recent movements of the porcupine were extraordinarily swift, and given their earlier tumble on the ground, he found it difficult to strike, which had cost him precious time. Li Xin reached out, and upon being pulled up by Dongshan, he twisted his neck. Though he had taken a few punches and felt the ache, he refrained from voicing his discomfort. With a fiery gaze, he declared, "I'm fine, let us take him on together." Agreed. Dongshan nodded, and the two charged at the porcupine. Even with its primal combat instincts, the creature could only passively endure their assault. Huh! Li Xin bellowed, unleashing a flurry of dynamic southern fist techniques that relentlessly battered the porcupine, culminating in a powerful kick that sent it flying several meters. Impressive, Dongshan remarked, observing Li Xin retract his fists. He had heard from the Heart Seeker of Shen Mountain that Li Xin practiced Southern Fist. While Dongshan himself was merely a novice in Tai Chi, the formidable power of Li Xin's Southern Fist left him in awe. The porcupine unexpectedly spat blood. Li Xin stared intently at the creature, witnessing it expel a stream of black blood that corroded the ground upon contact. Unbelievable. Xin, when you fought Aux, did it ever spit blood? Dongshan inquired, astonished. No, I've defeated several Auxes, but none have ever bled. This is the first one. Li Xin shook his head, recalling his encounters with Aux and the Imperial armor against other beasts, none of which bled. Pondering the situation, he suggested, "Let us finish this one off first, and later we can ask the captain. He might have some insights." Sounds good. Flame Blade. Wind Eagle Crossbow. The two activated the mechanism on their right sides, causing a red and blue card to spring forth from the Tai Chi diagram of their Chinquan belts. They caught the cards and swiftly flung them forward, drawing their primary weapons. Li Xin wielded a blade with one hand as he charged, while Dongshan readied the Wind Eagle crossbow on his right wrist, unleashing a blue energy bolt at the porcupine. The creature rolled to the right to evade, simultaneously drawing two sharp spines from its back. Though slender, these spines were its lifeblood. Rising to its feet, it slashed downwards, deflecting the blue arrow and creating a small crater upon impact. Meanwhile, Li Xin, gripping the flame blade, aimed a downward strike at the porcupine. The porcupine crossed its two spines like scissors to block the blow, then delivered a kick to Li Xin's knee, destabilizing him and causing him to loosen his grip. Seizing the opportunity, another blue bolt struck its right shoulder. Roar! The porcupine howled in fury, but Li Xin interrupted its cry with a direct blow from the flame blade, staggering the creature backward. Final strike. Dongshan sprinted to Li Xin's side, and together they activated the left side mechanism. Two energy stickers emblazoned with slash and pierce burst forth from their belts. They touched their weapons to the stickers, which immediately transformed into energy particles that rapidly coalesced around the flame blade and Wind Eagle sword. Demon Sealing Slash. Piercing Wind Thrust. The flame armor cleaved forward, releasing a pale red blade of energy, while the Wind Eagle armor thrust forward, unleashing a dozen sword shadows glowing with white light that followed a piercing eagle cry. The two finishing techniques struck the porcupine almost simultaneously. The creature stood still for a moment before its body rapidly liquefied into a pool of black liquid. Not exploding like Aux, but rather being corroded away. Such a creature was utterly unprecedented. Li Xian then stepped closer, gazing at the still smoldering black liquid, reflecting on this being that consumed humans, bled, and then transformed upon death. His curiosity deepened. Let us go? Right. The two did not linger, glancing around to ensure the area was clear before vanishing from sight. They reappeared in the hall of the armor base. Welcome back. You did well. We witnessed your battle. Mei Zhen greeted them with a smile. Li Xian nodded in acknowledgement, while Dongshan shyly rubbed the back of his head. Li Xian approached Shen Wudao and inquired, Captain, do you know what happened? The creature spat blood and did not explode upon death, but turned into black liquid. It's quite bizarre. The others shared similar curiosities, eager to understand the origins of this phenomenon. Seeing their eager gazes, Shen Wudao did not hold back and shared what he knew. After uncovering the truth, Li Xian and the others felt a chill run down their spines. It's a product of human experimentation, a transformation that feeds solely on human protein. It's utterly horrifying. Yang Huaning exclaimed with indignation. Those who conduct such experiments are inhumane. To perform human experimentation and force them to consume others is worse than beasts. Bei Miao clenched his fists, his face stern. Indeed, it's more savage than beasts. What era are we in? Such cruel human experimentation surpasses even the transformation into Aux. Aux was merely a virus dispersed in the air. Destroying its monstrous form allowed for human restoration, albeit at the cost of their memories of transformation. Ironically, this was beneficial for them. In stark contrast, this involved injecting cells into a living being, fundamentally altering their body and transforming them into monsters solely interested in human flesh. Moreover, according to Shen Wudao, there were as many as 4,000 of these entities. They held no doubts about this figure, for to them, Shen Wudao seemed nearly omnipotent, capable of creation and innovation. What distinguished him from a god? Your task now is to confront the various monsters that may appear henceforth. Additional armor summoners will join if you can recruit them. Since entry is unrestricted, you need not remain here constantly. Mei Zhen can handle it alone, and you will continue as the liaison. Others may choose to stay if they wish. Having conveyed all necessary information, Shen Wudao guided them through the armor base. From this point on, their fate lay in their own hands. Though he was the captain, it was unnecessary for him to micromanage every detail. A hands-off approach sufficed. Once Shen Wudao departed, the remaining 6 exchanged glances. After a brief silence, Mei Zhen spoke. This will be our base from now on. The captain said I'll be responsible for coordinating with you. You can choose to stay or leave. With the identity cards, you can come and go at will, which simplifies matters significantly. I'll stay for now and try out the training room, Bei Miao stated, feeling unsatisfied with his current strength. With the gravity system in place, enhancing his physique meant augmenting his power, and he couldn't afford to waste the opportunity. I want to be outdone, Su Tingfei added. I'm heading to the training room as well. I'll take my leave then, Li Xian remarked, glancing at the time. He had been interrupted while enjoying dumplings by Mei Zhen's summons and intended to return and replenish his energy before practicing the piano for a few hours. Yang Huaning also expressed, I'll be heading back too. I plan to contract the diamond armor and seek the executioner armor to bring them here. So I'll take my leave first. With 2 departing and 2 heading to the training room, only Mei Zhen and Dongshan remained in the hall. With no one else around, Dongshan quipped, Mei Zhen, while the equipment here is more advanced than in the lab and doesn't require computer operations, it's not beneficial for you. Your presence here is diminished greatly. In the previous research facility, many devices required Mei Zhen's personal operation, such as locating anomalous energy upon alarm, controlling satellite transmissions, and managing the virtual combat system, among others. However, this place is no longer like a laboratory. It is entirely automated, rendering programmers like Mei Zhen unnecessary. Although Mei Zhen felt a tinge of disappointment, she adjusted her mindset and remarked, it's fine. This way, I have less to worry about. Our main task is to combat creatures such as the anomaly beasts, not to relish in power. Dongshan, refrain from discussing such matters excessively in the future. Mei Zhen understood Dongshan's thoughts. She had previously advised him to maintain a calm disposition and not dwell on trivialities. For even the captain, Shen Wudao, showed little interest in such concerns. In Sakura Manor, Shen Wudao returned to his room after a visit to the armor base. Upon entering, he noticed Metada lounging on the sofa, propped up on one elbow, watching television while casually munching on chips. Her long, straight legs were crossed, captivating anyone who glanced her way. This woman seemed to be living quite comfortably. "Ah, you're here. Make yourself at home. Don't be shy." Metada greeted Shen Wudao with an air of ownership, barely bothering to look at him. Shen Wudao observed her languid demeanor and smirked, thinking how casual she was, showing no reserve befitting a guest. Unashamedly, Metada retorted, "I am a goddess, and you should feel honored that I can be so relaxed in your home. Just look around the earth. Who else can boast a divine presence like this? My arrival brings good fortune, so you ought to express your gratitude to Sister Metada." Shen Wudao's expression darkened as he shot back, "Gratitude for what? You should be modest while you're here eating and drinking. Otherwise, I might just kick you out." Metada raised an eyebrow at his words, sitting up to face him. "Are you serious?" "Very serious. Don't be so stern. Can you really bear to let a goddess like me wander the streets, hungry and cold?" Metada said, feigning vulnerability as she slowly lifted her right leg, aiming to catch Shen Wudao's attention. "Is this seduction?" Shen Wudao chuckled softly. "If you dare to seduce me, I shall gladly respond. Do you take me for a man of unyielding restraint?" He stepped closer, sitting on the sofa, his gaze fixed on Metada as he lifted her chin. "What are you doing?" Metada froze at his touch, momentarily forgetting to resist, her heart racing as she found herself captivated by his handsome face. "You've taken so much advantage of my hospitality. Shouldn't there be a reciprocal gesture? However, as you possess nothing of substance." "It seems I must." Shen Wudao's breath brushed against her face, and as he finished speaking, he leaned in closer. Metada was momentarily stunned. This situation, could it be a kiss? She had been quite casual in Shen Wudao's home, yet it shouldn't he have reached the point of giving away her first kiss. Although she was several centuries old, she still considered herself a pure-hearted little goddess. Yet, this man was so striking, so powerful. With a hint of mischief, should she evade or embrace this moment? Just as Metada pondered this, seeing that she did not step back, Shen Wudao decided to seize the moment. Pressing his lips against hers, the cool, soft sensation enveloped her lips, but he was measured, pulling back after a brief touch. "I was kissed forcefully? My first kiss is gone." Metada's eyes widened in confusion, realizing she had just shared an intimate moment with a human she had only met a day ago. A human had stolen the kiss of a goddess? Shen Wudao observed her dazed expression, a smile creeping onto his face. "Now, that's more equitable. A goddess's lips are quite delightful. Continue watching television. I shall take a shower." After he left, Metada let out a cry, though no ordinary person could hear her. As a goddess of love, albeit an apprentice, the fact that a mere mortal had taken her first kiss left Metada's heart racing, rendering her uncertain about how to proceed. After departing from Shen Wudao's home, she sat atop a towering building, letting the cool breeze wash over her. Touching her flushed cheeks and racing heart, she muttered to herself, "How could I have been violated? I didn't resist, nor did I feel repulsed. Why is that? Is it truly love at first sight? But I am a goddess. How could I fall for a mere mortal?" She buried her head in her hands, overwhelmed by her emotions. For 2 hours, she sat there as still as a statue, contemplating the meaning of life. Why am I overthinking this? I, Metada, am a goddess, omnipotent on this small earth. How can I be ensnared by such anxieties? Why should that man's simple kiss leave me in such a state while he sleeps peacefully? It's utterly unfair. I shall return. Coming to a resolution, Metada thought. It was just a kiss, albeit one I cherished for hundreds of years. But I have the right to love and be loved. Why should I be troubled by it? If I like him, I shall pursue it. If not, I can simply walk away. Having reconciled her thoughts, Metada felt a lightness in her heart and returned to the second floor of Sakura Manor. Noticing that the entire floor was dark, she stifled a yawn and initially intended to retreat to her own room. However, glancing back at the closed door across from her, she had a change of heart and, like a ghost, floated through the wall into Shen Wudao's room. Observing him asleep in bed, Metada felt a surge of indignation rise within her. How could he sleep soundly after taking advantage of her? She hovered above him, pondering, but I must admit, he is quite handsome and charming. As a goddess of love, it should be permissible for me to experience romance, right? Just as she was lost in thought, Shen Wudao's eyes suddenly opened, catching her off guard. Metada gasped, startled as though caught in a wrongdoing. Shen Wudao lay in bed, gazing at the floating Metata above him, and asked, "What's this? Do you wish to share a bed with me?" Metata's cheeks flushed as she turned her head away. "Uft, who would want to share a bed with you? Then why did you sneak into my room? And those two things on your chest, are you trying to tempt me?" The implication of his words darkened the air as Metata, with her body suspended in midair, inadvertently accentuated her curves. She instinctively covered her chest, landing beside Shen Wudao's bed, her cheeks burning as she exclaimed, "You pervert. I never expected you to be this kind of person. I thought you were the stoic, cold type." Shen Wudao sat up, smiling lightly. "So now I'm a pervert? It seems you have a rather loose interpretation of the term. But what brings you to my room at this late hour?" Crossing her arms defiantly, Metata replied, "Humph. I just wanted to see if you, the scoundrel who stole my first kiss, would be troubled enough to lose sleep over it." "First kiss? How old are you exactly?" Shen Wudao scrutinized her, recognizing the na-vet masked beneath her goddess Fade, yet astonished that she still clung to her first kiss. Metata, with a tone of playful arrogance, proclaimed, "The age of this love goddess is not something you can fathom, while your ancestors are still alive. Do not presume that our divine realm is akin to the sordidness of your earthly existence. In our celestial domain, love binds one to another for eternity, particularly among the goddesses who are ever pure and virtuous. Should they lack a beloved, they would not part with even a single kiss, regardless of the millennia that pass. Unlike your casual ways on earth." Shen Wudao yawned and waved dismissively. All right. Your goddesses are lofty and remarkable, champions of pure love, I see. But the hour grows late. Do not disturb my slumber. Feel free to take your leave." With Shen Wudao reclining once more, Metata's ire flared. This scoundrel, not even offering a kind word or sweet nothings. It would be a miracle if any woman ever took a liking to him. I shall draw a circle and curse him to a lifetime of solitude. The following day, after a hearty breakfast, Shen Wudao strolled towards the school, utilizing the brief 20-minute journey to aid his digestion. On the road, a luxurious black sedan sped by, within which sat the strikingly beautiful Xia Zitong, her long lavender hair cascading as she gazed out at the passers-by and shops. Suddenly, Xia Zitong spotted a familiar figure ahead and called to the driver, "Xiaohei, pull over for a moment." "Certainly, miss," replied Xiaohei, clad in dark attire and exuding the demeanor of a bodyguard, which indeed was his profession, serving as Xia Zitong's protector and chauffeur. Typically, Xia Zitong, not wishing to rely on her affluent status, would disembark near the school and walk the remaining distance. However, since the young lady had spoken, Xiaohei complied and turned on his right signal, bringing the car to a halt right beside Shen Wudao. "Xiaohei, please wait here," Xia Zitong instructed as she exited the vehicle. Xiaohei nodded, his attention drawn to the young man Xia Zitong had approached, handsome and exuding an aura of distinction. This was the first time he had seen her engage with another boy. Could he be the one Xia Zitong fancies? Xiaohei was astonished, as he had been her bodyguard for several years and had never witnessed such interaction before. This was significant news, one that warranted informing the master. As Shen Wudao ambled along, hands in pockets, he noticed the black Mercedes gliding to a stop beside him. Initially indifferent, he halted when he recognized Xia Zitong stepping out. She brushed her bangs aside and, with a gentle smile, addressed him, "Brother Wudao, it seems you have quite a distance to cover before reaching school. Are you truly intending to walk?" "Indeed," Shen Wudao replied with a nod. "Consider it a leisurely stroll. The distance is nothing for me." Xia Zitong's eyes twinkled with curiosity. "Then your home must be nearby?" She inferred from his words that he lived close enough to walk, despite the fact that they still had a considerable way to go to the school. Shen Wudao casually confirmed, "Yes, it is in the vicinity. You should take your car." "I can walk." Xia Zitong pondered for a moment, then turned to open the passenger door of the Mercedes. "Xiaohei, you may head back. I shall walk with Brother Wudao to school. Consider it a bit of exercise." Xiaohei was taken aback. It was quite a distance to school. Yet the young lady wished to accompany him, and she referred to this boy as brother. What could their relationship be? Is something amiss? Xia Zitong inquired, noticing Xiaohei's hesitation. "Miss, I must ascertain his identity," he replied, concerned for her safety. Xia Zitong reassured him, "He is a classmate of mine. There is no cause for concern. You may leave." Xiaohei acquiesced. "Very well, I shall take my leave." Once Xiaohei had driven away, Xia Zitong turned to Shen Wudao, her smile brightening as she said, "All right, let us be off." While Shen Wudao was pleased by her trust, he felt compelled to remind her, You need not feel obligated to accompany me. I am accustomed to jogging every morning, and this distance is trivial for me. Xia Zitong puffed her cheeks in mild protest. Brother Wudao, do not underestimate me. While I may not excel in sports, I can certainly manage this distance. Then let us proceed, Shen Wudao thought, recognizing that although Xia Zitong was indeed a wealthy heiress, she lacked the airs of entitlement, exhibiting humility and grace, qualities befitting a perfect partner. As they walked side by side, their striking presence attracted the attention of passers-by, for such beauty was a rarity encountered on the streets. Feeling slightly uncomfortable under the scrutiny, Xia Zitong had previously donned a hat to shield her face when venturing out, and she found herself inching closer to Shen Wudao. In contrast, he had long since grown accustomed to the gazes of onlookers, his demeanor unshaken by their stares. You need not dwell on their attention, learn to embrace it. They gaze upon you because you possess a beauty they lack, and your response should not be fear, but rather confidence, for their scrutiny cannot disturb you. Taking a deep breath, Xia Zitong resolved to face the stares with courage. Excuse me, are you students from a nearby high school? A portly middle-aged man suddenly interrupted their path. Shen Wudao stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Xia Zitong, and addressed the man. And if we are? Noticing Shen Wudao's protective gesture, Xia Zitong felt an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. The man presented his business card, explaining, "Do not misunderstand, I mean no harm. I am a talent scout, seeking to discover new stars. You two possess remarkable beauty and potential to become celebrities. Are you a couple?" "Not at all. We are merely classmates," Shen Wudao replied decisively, prompting a glance from Xia Zitong, who echoed, "Yes, we are just classmates." The man beamed. "In that case, it is even better. If you are not a couple, then—" Before he could finish, Shen Wudao interjected, "Not interested. Seek someone else. Come, Zitong, let us go." "All right," she agreed, following him closely. She had no desire to pursue fame. Her family was wealthy enough, and she understood her own personality would not suit the life of a star. "Wait, don't rush off. Being a celebrity is incredibly lucrative." The man hurried after them, realizing he could earn a substantial commission by introducing such striking individuals to talent agencies. This was a rare opportunity. He could not afford to let it slip away. He hurried alongside them, extolling the benefits of stardom and the wealth it could bring. However, both Shen Wudao and Xia Zitong remained uninterested in the man's persistent entreaties. Shen Wudao observed that Xia Zitong appeared somewhat frightened. He furrowed his brow and seized the collar of the portly man, voice cold as ice. "Are you incapable of understanding human speech? Cease your incessant pursuit, or do not blame me for being impolite." With that, Shen Wudao thrust the man to the ground and reached for Xia Zitong's right hand to lead her away. Infuriated, the portly man glared at Shen Wudao, his eyes glinting with malice. The audacity of this young man to push him down, robbing him of his dignity. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. Not only due to Shen Wudao's contemptuous demeanor, but also because he felt as though a fortune had slipped through his fingers. As he regained his footing, he suddenly felt a wave of heat coursing through his body. His face contorted in agony as he sensed a transformation overtaking him. "Ah!" he cried out, drawing the attention of those nearby, who pointed and gawked. Yet, when the onlookers beheld the black mist enveloping the man, and subsequently witnessed his metamorphosis into a creature reminiscent of a hedgehog, they screamed in terror. "A monster! It's an Akis! For heaven's sake, run!" Having heard the man's scream, Shen Wudao and Xia Zitong turned to witness the transformation, just in time to see the portly man morph into a creature that bore a striking resemblance to a spiny Akis. "Ah, an Akis!" Xia Zitong clutched Shen Wudao's arm in fear, pressing it against her bosom, oblivious to the physical implications of her actions, for her figure was quite voluptuous. She could scarcely believe that the scout had turned into an Akis. This was beyond comprehension. Why would a human undergo such a transformation? Even the authorities lacked a reasonable explanation. Shen Wudao, one hand clasped by Xia Zitong, wrapped his other arm around her, offering warmth and reassurance. "Do not fear. I am here." "Brother Wudao," Xia Zitong replied, feeling a mix of shyness and anxiety, but now was clearly not the time for such thoughts. Chapter 49, Xia Zitong. "The armored warrior stands beside me. Brother Wudao, let us flee," she urged, tightening her grip on his arm. Feeling the softness of her embrace, Shen Wudao dismissed the notion of running. It was futile. An Akis was born from the anger festering within a human heart, retaining its intellect. We had just rejected that scout, and now he had transformed into an Akis, his inner malevolence magnified. His target was us, and no human could outrun an Akis. What shall we do now? Xia Zitong inquired, her voice trembling. By this time, the surrounding pedestrians had long since scattered, each fleeing in haste. Fearful of being targeted by the Akis, not one dared to linger and watch the unfolding chaos. After all, who would want to witness a deadly spectacle? Rest assured, I can handle him. You can handle him? Brother Wudao, do not overestimate yourself. Such monsters can only be confronted by the armored warriors, though your athletic prowess surpasses many. This creature is beyond human confrontation. Xia Zitong's voice quivered, for she had heard that an Akis could effortlessly lift a car, making even the world's strongest boxer kneel in submission. Since you claim that only the armored warriors can prevail, then let the armored warriors come forth. As it happens, I am one of them. Shen Wudao patted Xia Zitong on the shoulder before continuing, Zitong, please release me. Only then did Xia Zitong realize her hand was tightly pressed against her chest, her face flushed with embarrassment as she averted her gaze and loosened her grip. Wait, Brother Wudao, are you implying that you are an armored warrior? She gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. The armored warriors were the heroes of the city, akin to the superheroes depicted in national sci-fi films, possessing might that rivaled that of monsters. Good heavens, an armored warrior is right beside me. As the portly man transformed into the spiny Akis, he too found it hard to believe that he had become such a creature. Previously, he had harbored fear and disdain for Akis. But now that he had become one, it was a different story. He no longer feared other Akis and could even consider them allies. With newfound strength, he could do as he pleased. Was that not exhilarating? Moreover, after transforming, a surge of familiar battle memories flooded his mind, ensuring he would not be a novice in wielding the powers of an Akis. This was simply marvelous. Hee. The spiny Akis chuckled sinisterly. The sensation of wielding power over others was delightful. He felt a deep-seated gratitude towards those two earlier, especially that insolent young man who had dared to grasp his collar and push him down, truly reckless. The plague virus had been disseminated throughout the city by the Tianhao group, and as a gaseous entity, it had led to widespread infection among the populace. However, although the virus infected individuals, it did not manifest immediately. Instead, it lay dormant within the human body, requiring a host with violent tendencies and negative emotions such as anger to catalyze its transformation into an Akis. It was easy to infer that in a city of millions, there would certainly be a significant number of individuals with violent inclinations. The original narrative contained only 30 to 40 Akis, merely due to constraints in length and budget. In reality, the number would be far greater. After all, the Akis represented a vast parasitic race, comprising various tiers: soldier, commander, king, and emperor. Clearly, the Akis appearing now were merely the most basic soldiers. Zitong stepped back. All right, Brother Wudao, be careful, she nodded, retreating several paces while gazing intently at Shen Wudao, pondering which summoner he might be. Flame Dragon? Flying Shadow? Nawa? Or perhaps that enigmatic figure clad in a magnificent golden armor, powerful and handsome. The spiny Akis approached Shen Wudao, snorting disdainfully, You clever little brat. At least you understand that escape is futile, saving me the effort of chasing you down. Shen Wudao remained silent, too weary to waste words on such filth. With a mere thought, a visible golden aura emanated from his waist, and a golden belt materialized before him. It was the summoning device of the Emperor armor. As a being of the perfect 5 elements bloodline, Shen Wudao possessed multiple methods for summoning armor. Emperor armor. As he uttered the words, the previously clear sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, and golden particles of light swirled around him. What is happening? The spiny Akis noticed the sudden darkness, looking up to see the previously bright sunlight obscured by thick clouds, coinciding with the appearance of the strange belt at the young man's waist. He was utterly confounded. Had he inadvertently stumbled upon a formidable opponent? Meanwhile, within the armored base's grand hall, the projection displayed both the Akis and Shen Wudao. An Akis and the captain? At that moment, it was morning, and Bei Miao, Su Tingfei, and 4 others were present in the armored base. Previously, they had entered using their identity cards, which now allowed them to access the base anytime, anywhere, without needing to step outside. Even Li Xinan, who typically had little time and occasionally visited the lab, was present for the same reason. The ease of access made it incredibly convenient. Dongshan glanced at the spiny ukase on the screen and turned to Mei Zhen and the others, saying, "Should we go?" Wei Miao replied nonchalantly, "No need to go. The captain is there. Why should we add to the chaos?" Indeed, Dongshan shrugged, having merely posed the question. Buzz. At that moment, yet another identical projection appeared, showcasing an Oksar, captured by the surveillance flies created by Shen Wudao. Su Tingfei, upon seeing this, set down his coffee and stood up, declaring, "Another Oksar. I shall deal with it." The others had no objections. Such occurrences would be frequent in the future, and there was no need to quarrel over a single Oksar. Moreover, dealing with a mere Oksar required nothing more than a suit of armor. "Look, Captain," Yang Huanying exclaimed, drawing the attention of the others to the projection of Shen Wudao. At that moment, dark clouds loomed in the sky, reminiscent of a fierce summer storm about to break. Within the clouds, a flicker of gold rolled and shimmered, revealing the outline of a dragon-like creature. "A dragon," Xia Zitong gasped, her eyes wide as she gazed at the golden figure swirling among the clouds. Its appearance strikingly similar to that of the legendary dragon. "Oh my goodness, I actually saw a dragon. What could this mean? Could it be the result of my brother Wudao's actions? This is utterly astounding." Chapter 50. The Perfect 5 Elements Bloodline. Naturally bearing the Imperial Armor, merge. Shen Wudao commanded softly, and the surrounding golden aura intensified. Roar. The golden dragon in the clouds emitted a resounding roar as it dove toward Shen Wudao, transforming into a massive beam of light the size of a vat as it descended from a height of 100 meters. Under the onslaught of the golden light, Shen Wudao radiated an aura of divine majesty. My eyes. The Oksar, blinded by the brilliance of Shen Wudao's golden light, which outshone the sun, shielded its eyes, struggling to regain its composure. Armor merge. With a mechanical sound, the golden light swiftly coalesced, revealing Shen Wudao standing in a magnificent golden armor. Wudao? Noticing the dissipating light before her, Xia Zitong slowly opened her eyes. No longer did she see Shen Wudao's back, but rather the silhouette of an unknown armor. The figure turned slightly, casting a glance at her, its crimson eyes glowing fiercely, adorned with imposing shoulder armor and heavy back plating that left Xia Zitong utterly speechless. This armor was none other than the mysterious golden armor featured in yesterday's news, and its summoner was, astonishingly, Shen Wudao. Indeed, Shen Wudao nodded gently, then turned his gaze toward the Oksar, and with just a glance, an overwhelming pressure instilled a sense of fear within the creature. You. The Oksar stammered, pointing at the Imperial armor, his voice trembling. He had thought that after transforming into an Oksar, he could easily subdue this young man. Yet he was confronted with a warrior clad in armor. A warrior in armor is just a warrior in armor, he thought. But the commotion created was immense. Dark clouds and a golden dragon, and the armor's image was exceptionally striking. It was far more formidable than the one he had seen in the newspapers, leaving him momentarily bewildered. This fellow seems like a big shot, unlike any other armor. Regardless of the Oksar's thoughts, Shen Wudao continued to advance, each step amplifying the oppressive aura around him. How infuriating. Don't think I'll be intimidated by you. The Oksar brandished a spiked wolf fang club, shouting to bolster his courage, and swung it heavily toward Shen Wudao. In Shen Wudao's eyes, the Oksar was riddled with flaws. Though its movements appeared swift to an ordinary observer, to him, they seemed to unfold in slow motion. Before the wolf fang club could descend, Shen Wudao effortlessly delivered a slap to the Oksar's face. The Oksar felt a numbing pain across its face, followed by darkness as it spun through the air, tumbling twice and landing heavily on the ground. "Ah!" The Oksar screamed in agony. "Unpleasant." Shen Wudao pointed forward, and an invisible shockwave pressed down on the Oksar. The concrete beneath the creature crumbled and sank, while the Oksar itself was blown apart. Filthy fireworks. After subduing the Oksar, the well-fed man lay on the ground, battered and unconscious. Shen Wudao exercised restraint, as this man was not a heinous criminal. He would not perish and would soon be discovered. There was no need to eliminate this Oksar entirely. Merely shattering its Oksar state sufficed, as it would not recall its transformation unless it was truly malevolent. After effortlessly dispatching the Oksar, Shen Wudao turned to Xia Zitong, whose gaze had never strayed from him, having seen images of the golden armor in the news. She had been struck by its magnificence, for it appeared far more dazzling than the other armors previously showcased, reputedly possessing extraordinary power, easily vanquishing beastmen. Now, She witnessed how easily the Oksar fell before this golden armor. As he walked closer, the imperial armor transformed into golden mist, revealing Shenando's handsome visage. Approaching Xia Zitong, he noticed her still in a daze and waved his hand in front of her. Zitong, it's time to regain your senses. Wudao you. You are the armored warrior. This is truly incredible. Xia Zitong gazed at Shenando, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The armored warrior was a superhero safeguarding the citizens, possessing immense strength, never abusing their power, and only battling evil monsters. Yet, everyone knew that armored warriors were not divine. Beneath the armor were merely ordinary humans, susceptible to injury and death, requiring both courage and strength to confront monsters. Xia Zitong held great admiration for such heroes, and now, standing before her was an armored warrior she knew and cherished, igniting her excitement. Shenando smiled. I am invincible. Do you remember what I said when I first arrived in class? Xia Zitong pondered for a moment before replying. You said you were born to be a monarch? Indeed. Since my birth, this armor has accompanied me. Shenando spoke the truth. He possessed the perfect 5 elements bloodline, which meant he was born with the imperial armor. Unlike other armored warriors who required light stones or summoning devices, his armor was inscribed in his very blood, allowing him to merge without any external aid. Xia Zitong expressed her admiration. Born to be a monarch. Initially, I thought you said that merely to draw attention, but it turns out to be the truth. Remarkable. Let us go. We've delayed a bit, but it should not matter. Shenando glanced at the sun, which had re-emerged, indicating it was time to continue. All right. Xia Zitong nodded with a smile, and as she walked alongside Shenando, she recalled how intimately they had interacted moments ago. Shenando had held her hand and embraced her, while she had clung tightly to his arm. Just thinking about it made her blush like a ripe tomato. Noticing Xia Zitong's downcast demeanor, Shenando turned to her. Seeing her face flushed, he paused momentarily. Zitong, your face is quite red. Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. Xia Zitong quickly shook her head, assuring him of her well-being. Observing Shenando's calm demeanor, unaffected by the earlier events, she exhaled slowly, gradually calming herself. There was no need to feel shy alone. Chapter 51. I delight in your impatience and helplessness. As Shen Wudao dealt with the hedgehog Oxia. On the other side, Su Tingfei emerged from the armor base. Utilizing his identification card, upon learning of Oxia's location, he concentrated his thoughts and instantaneously teleported to the vicinity of the creature. The chaos wrought by Oxia had already sent the surrounding crowd fleeing for their lives, rendering Su Tingfei's sudden appearance insignificant to them. However, for the perceptive Oxia, Su Tingfei's arrival did not go unnoticed. Although he was puzzled as to why this individual did not flee like the others and instead stood there with a nonchalant demeanor. To Oxia, it was a blatant provocation. Su Tingfei brandished the flying shadow summoner and pressed the button, addressing the turning Oxia with disdain from a distance. You resemble a worm. Up close, you are but a maggot. Repulsive creature, allow me to send you back for a reincarnation, so you need not endure further mockery of your appearance. Oxia's bizarre form, resembling a maggot, was indeed grotesque, with a pale, segmented body that was simply revolting. Flying shadow armor, merge. Upon pressing the button on the summoner, a belt materialized at his waist. He swiftly swiped his right hand across the side compartment of the belt, causing a card to spring forth, which he then caught with the summoner. The originally three-dimensional summoner sprouted wing-like appendages on either side after inserting the summoning card. And then he embedded the summoner into the central slot of the belt. Armor merge. As blue light flickered across his body, the flying shadow armor instantly integrated with him. Oxia, witnessing Su Tingfei's transformation, displayed evident surprise. He was well acquainted with the flying shadow armor, having seen it featured in the news for some time. Humph. Even if you call out my name, I shall show you no mercy. Prepare yourself. Su Tingfei executed a couple of quick hops before rapidly closing the distance to Oxia. The flying shadow armor was strongest in its legs and knees, primarily utilizing kicking techniques for offense, while the knees served to deliver solid strikes. Upon reaching Oxia, Su Tingfei unleashed a punch, which was intercepted. However, this was merely a feint, while Oxia blocked the punch. Su Tingfei's right leg glowed blue as he lifted it and delivered a sweeping kick. Flying shadow kick. Oxia, quick to react, bent backward as the kick swept past him, only to be met with a powerful stomp from Su Tingfei that sent him reeling back 4 steps before regaining his stance. Humph. Su Tingfei scoffed, and pressed forward to capitalize on his advantage. Oxia was no threat. He regarded it as weaker than even those he had encountered previously. Closing in on Oxia, Su Tingfei grasped its wrist, delivering a series of rapid kicks. As Oxia reacted, Su Tingfei slipped behind, using his left hand to support himself and delivering a vicious blow with his right leg to Oxia's face, sending it staggering back. That was nothing. Su Tingfei dusted off his hands mockingly. Based on their exchange, he assessed Oxia's strength as no different from those he had previously dispatched. Compared to the formidable Yumming demon, Oxia was indeed the weakest creature he had encountered in his experience. The roar of motorcycles approached, causing both Su Tingfei and Oxia to cease their actions and turn. A man wearing a helmet dismounted his motorcycle nearby. Upon removing his helmet, Su Tingfei narrowed his eyes. It was none other than Ma Kuai, the summoner of the tsunami armor, with whom he had clashed the previous day. Ma Kuai, observing the battle between Oxia and the flying shadow armor, chuckled derisively. Ah, how the tides have turned. I could smell misfortune in the air. It appears you're the source. Aren't you quite the hotshot? Struggling against a mere Oxia? With such pathetic skills, you ought to return home to drink milk and watch television. What did you say? Su Tingfei glared at Ma Kuai, anger bubbling within him. This fool had the audacity to mock him and was echoing the very words Su Tingfei had used against him the day before. Humph. I relish seeing you so anxious and helpless. If you have the guts, come at me. Ma Kuai reveled in his triumph. Recalling how the flying shadow armor had looked down upon him the previous day, now returning the favor. Roar of the tsunami, drown in the power of the great wave. Merge. A water blue light enveloped Ma Kuai as a blue water-themed armor encased him. With his armor merged, he pointed at Su Tingfei, declaring, "This Oxia is my prey. You'd best retreat as far away as you can." Su Tingfei laughed coldly. Such boldness. You dare to be so arrogant before me? You clearly have not experienced the might of the flying shadow armor. Words are futile. Let us see who can eliminate this creature first. With that, Ma Kuai transformed into a torrent of blue water, swiftly flowing toward Oxia. What? Su Tingfei was taken aback. The armor could transform into water. However, he was no slouch either. The flying shadow armor boasted high maneuverability. Swift as the wind, silent as the forest, blazing like fire, elusive as shadows. Su Tingfei chanted the incantation of the flying shadow armor, his form transforming into a streak of white light as both rushed towards Oxia in unison to launch their assault. Faced with the dual onslaught of armored warriors, Oxia stood no chance, utterly overwhelmed and unable to retaliate. Soon, it was obliterated, revealing the infected form of a hefty girl, weighing approximately 250 pounds, who fell aside. Neither Ma Kuai nor Su Tingfei spared her a glance. Their focus was solely on one another. Ma Kuai boasted, "I was the one who obliterated her. You have no objections, do you? You're full of hot air. It was clearly my final kick that did the trick. Let us continue from yesterday's confrontation and see who truly reigns supreme. I shall teach you a lesson. Su Tingfei is not someone you can toy with." Su Tingfei refused to back down, eager for a confrontation to satisfy his pride. Ma Kuai huffed, arrogantly stating, "You're utterly delusional. If you seek punishment, I shall oblige. Remember, my tsunami armor is the armor of kings. You lack the qualifications to challenge me." Chapter 52. Internal Conflict of the Illusionary God. Attributes enhanced by 200 during internal strife within the armor base. Li Xanan and his companions observed the unfolding battle between the two armored figures, exchanging glances of bewilderment. Yang Huanying slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "They just made headlines for their internal conflict, and now they are at it again?" After the battle between the flying shadow armor and the tsunami armor was publicized, they had anticipated the duo would join forces against Oxia, culminating in Su Tingfei inviting his counterpart to unite, a perfect scenario. To their astonishment, the two had begun to clash once more, rendering their earlier intentions moot. What was the point of fighting amongst themselves when they should be united against their foes? Mei Zhen pondered aloud. Perhaps the previous grievances remain unresolved. Huanying, do you know what sparked their fight? Little Fei hasn't he mentioned this to me, but I'm familiar with his temperament. He can be rather brash and inadvertently offend others. Yang Huanying replied, shaking his head in resignation. Su Tingfei, the young master, really ought to temper his disposition. Unity is essential among armors. Internal strife is a mockery that only serves to amuse their enemies. Li Xianan remarked, it seems necessary to prevent them. Even if a victor emerges between the two, Su Tingfei will find it challenging to recruit either into our ranks. Bei Miao, fiddling with an orange in his hand, stood up and declared, I shall go, to halt their internal strife and simultaneously invite this armored figure in blue to join us. With that, he placed the orange into the fruit bowl and departed, vanishing into the realm of the armored warriors. The others, having grown accustomed to the surprises since yesterday, now accepted it with ease. Upon emerging from the armored base to the outdoors, Bei Miao immediately spotted the two engaged in combat. For some reason, witnessing their internal conflict made his hands itch with eagerness. He donned his summoning device and, as he walked, proclaimed, Black Rhino Armor, Unite. Armor Unification. As he combined his armor, he dashed forward with swift strides, only to suddenly disappear, reappearing several dozen meters away, where he blocked Ma Kuahai's punch with his left hand and Su Tingfei's right leg with his right. Bei Miao. Su Tingfei was astonished by Bei Miao's seemingly instantaneous appearance, blocking their attacks as if he had teleported. The technique he executed, akin to a meditative state, belonged to the universal skills of the 5 elements armor. It bore no special name, simply referred to as super acceleration. This ability allowed for rapid movement, enhancing thought, speed, and reaction time exponentially, rivaling even the remarkable agility of the Xing Tian armor. What? Ma Kuahai was taken aback to find his unrestrained attack intercepted by an unexpected figure who effortlessly received his blow, indicating formidable strength. Moreover, hearing Su Tingfei call out his name suggested that the two were acquainted. Realizing this, Ma Kuahai withdrew a distance. Standing between them, Bei Miao glanced at both individuals and asserted, That's enough. If anyone wishes to fight, I shall oblige. Who are you? Ma Kuahai inquired curiously, questioning whether this newcomer was merely an intercessor. Black Rhino Armor, Bei Miao, he replied. Black Rhino Armor? I've never heard of you. You must be allied with them. If that's the case, I wouldn't mind facing both of you. Even if other armored warriors arrived, Ma Kuahai remained steadfast, unwilling to concede easily. For yielding would be a blow to his pride, especially for one as haughty as he. It seems you won't shed tears until faced with a grave situation. Su Tingfei stepped forward, but Bei Miao halted him with a hand, stating, I have assessed your combat abilities. You are evenly matched, and determining a victor will take considerable time. Let me handle this. Su Tingfei, dissatisfied with Bei Miao's seemingly belittling remarks, retorted, Are you suggesting you are stronger than I, capable of swiftly defeating this one? Had Shen Wudao said such words, I would have readily accepted. But what makes you worthy of such confidence? Bei Miao glanced back at the flying shadow armor and, without a hint of modesty, replied, If that is how you interpret it, then that is indeed the implication. I understand your discontent, but facts speak louder than words. With that, he disregarded Su Tingfei and approached Ma Kuahai, asking, What is your name? Humph, I am Ma Kuahai, of the Shi Ozhcnm. He declared with pride. Ma Kuahai is it? Let us make a wager. If I win, you shall join us. Join you? Ma Kuahai furrowed his brow, realizing these individuals sought to recruit other armored warriors into a team. Very well, but should you lose, you will serve as my subordinate. Without overthinking it, Ma Kuahai, confident in his abilities, accepted the challenge, reasoning that if he lost, joining them would not be shameful. Agreed. Bei Miao responded without hesitation. Ma Kuahai and Su Tingfei might be proud, but he was prouder still, had they not heard of the illustrious name of the war god of internal strife, whose attributes surged by 200 during conflict. After their agreement, Bei Miao stepped forward, and Ma Kuahai, not underestimating his opponent, gathered the swirling energy of his element into his hands, forming a water energy sphere the size of a basketball. Whirling howl attack, Ma Kuahai thrust his hands forward, mimicking the stance of launching a Kamehameha wave as the water sphere shot forth. Boom. Unflinching, Bei Miao allowed the attack to collide with him, erupting in a cloud of blue smoke. This led Ma Kuahai to secretly muse about Bei Miao's overconfidence, as he stood unyielding against the onslaught. This attack, bearing half the might of a finishing move, should have left Bei Miao reeling. Yet he emerged unscathed from the billowing blue haze, calmly advancing. How is this possible? Ma Kuahai's eyes widened in disbelief. Bei Miao had disregarded his attack entirely. What formidable defense must he possess to achieve such a feat? Even Su Tingfei recognized the sheer strength of the Black Rhino armor's defense, recalling how he had been pushed back after enduring a similar strike yesterday. And that was without the charge version. Yet, Bei Miao withstood the full force effortlessly. However, every strength has its counterbalance. If the Black Rhino armor's defense was formidable, its offensive capabilities must be moderate. Ignoring Ma Kuahai's attack, Bei Miao accelerated towards him, his clenched fist poised to strike with ferocity. Ma Kuahai crossed his arms defensively, but upon feeling the overwhelming force of Bei Miao's punch, he was struck with dread. This powerful blow shattered his defenses, forcing him to stagger several paces back before he could regain his footing. Shaking his slightly numb arm, he regarded Bei Miao with caution. High defense and great strength made him a formidable opponent. Chapter 53. Bei Miao. We must unite. Internal strife? Non-existent. Whirling sword. Ma Kuahai brandished a blue and silver stinger sword, augmenting his attacks. Bang! Bang! A series of strikes pierced Bei Miao's chest, igniting sparks that caused him to pause momentarily. With such meager strength, you are far from my equal. Bei Miao brushed the dust from his chest. Assessing the ZNM armor's abilities as merely average, its attack power was weak, while his Black Rhino armor boasted exceptional defense. Though those strikes appeared fierce, they were trivial, akin to a mere mosquito bite. Now it's my turn. Having endured several strikes, Bei Miao unleashed his full might, employing exceptional combat skills and strength to firmly suppress Ma Kuahai, establishing a decisive advantage. This was still Bei Miao unarmed, contending against Ma Kuahai, who wielded a weapon. In terms of strength and level, Bei Miao was superior to other summoners, making it entirely reasonable for him to dominate Ma Kuahai. Water armor shield. Bei Miao conjured a shield-like weapon resembling the right arm of a rhinoceros, complete with a horn at the top, capable of both offense and defense. With the water armor shield, Bei Miao's power surged further. He deflected all of Ma Kuahai's attacks and thrust the horn of the shield into him. Within 10 exchanges, Ma Kuahai cried out in pain, struck in the chest by the water armor shield, sending him flying, trailing sparks and electricity, until he crashed to the ground, his blue aura flickering as he was forced to revert from his armored form. Hiss! Lying on the ground, Ma Kuahai clutched his chest, gasping for breath. You have lost. Bei Miao exhaled, approaching Ma Kuahai after dispelling his armor, extending his right hand. Ma Kuahai's expression shifted several times as he regarded Bei Miao's hand. With a resigned sigh, he grasped it, allowing Bei Miao to pull him up. A man must honor his word. I shall join you. Ha ha ha, splendid. I admire your forthrightness. Su Tingfei, do you have any objections? Bei Miao appreciated Ma Kuahai's straightforwardness, finding it refreshing. No objections. Su Tingfei also removed his armor. At this juncture, he could express no further dissent, as they were now all members of the same team. Indeed, as the saying goes, no fight, no acquaintance. Since they were all part of the armor team, it was time to unite against external challenges. Bei Miao watched as the two actively resolved their conflicts. In the original narrative, Bei Miao's mischief stemmed from his unwillingness to accept Li Xian Nan as the captain. Li Xian Nan had failed to fully suppress Bei Miao's prowess, and with his heart set on playing the piano, dealing with the abilities of the beasts was relegated to a secondary concern. This dissatisfaction led Bei Miao to believe that a man, born between heaven and earth, should not languish in the shadows of others. He felt that his strength was no less than that of Li Xian Nan. Why should he remain beneath him simply because he arrived later? However, here, Bei Miao witnessed the might of Shen Wudao. In the face of absolute power, he was thoroughly convinced. Thus, he harbored no rebellious thoughts and instead wished for the armor team to flourish. Internal strife? Who is that? A mere figment of imagination. Bei Miao gazed at Ma Kuahai and reminded him, Ma Kuahai, now that you have pledged to join our armor team, you are one of us. Should you ever act against the interests of our team or betray us, we will not let you off easily. Upon hearing this, Ma Kuahai was immediately incensed. What do you take me for? I am a man of integrity. How could I ever betray my friends? Bei Miao, satisfied, grasped Ma Kuahai's shoulder and said, Well said. Now, let us head to our armor base. Please, close your eyes. Close my eyes. Ma Kuahai was puzzled. Why would I need to do that just to go to the base? Surely it is just a concealed room. Why close my eyes before we even arrive? However, seeing the serious expressions on Bei Miao and Su Tingfei's faces, Ma Kuahai remained silent and complied, curious to see what tricks they had up their sleeves. Noticing this, Bei Miao nodded to Su Tingfei, and with a thought, he vanished with Ma Kuahai from their location. Sighing, Su Tingfei slapped his forehead, shaking his head in exasperation before returning to the armor base. In the hall of the armor base, the remaining members, Li Xian Nan, Yang Huanying, Mei Zhan, and Dong Shan, silently acknowledged Ma Kuahai's arrival with Bei Miao, realizing yet another member had joined their ranks. All right, you may open your eyes now. How mysterious, Ma Kuahai muttered, having kept his eyes closed for less than 5 seconds. It was not as if they were sharing a romantic surprise. However, upon opening his eyes, his mind went blank. What is happening? Just a moment ago, I was on the street. How did I end up here without taking a single step? Ma Kuahai considered himself quite intelligent, having even studied abroad and possessing a fair grasp of mainstream languages like English and German. Yet now, he felt utterly bewildered, as this defied all logic. What kind of sorcery is this? Hearing Ma Kuahai's bewildered inquiry, the others did not mock him, for they had experienced a similar shock when Shen Wudao had brought them here. The sudden transition from the ground to this place, akin to teleportation, would flummox any rational person. Mei Zhan explained, Ma Kuahai, this is our armor base, an establishment not belonging to any location on Earth, but rather situated in an independent space. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am the liaison, Mei Zhan. I am also a liaison, Yang Huanying. I am the summoner of the flame dragon armor, Li Xian Nan. I am the summoner of the wind eagle armor, Dong Shan. The others also introduced themselves. Not on Earth, but in an independent space? This must be a joke. Ma Kuahai was stunned. This place was not on Earth, but existed in a realm beyond it. How utterly bizarre. Yang Huanying blinked a few times and smiled. Precisely because it is not on Earth, Bei Miao was able to bring you here directly. Otherwise, how do you think you arrived here? Mei Zhan added, and the one who created this armor base is our captain, whose powers are beyond our imagination. Captain? Who is the captain? Ma Kuahai glanced at those present. Aside from Bei Miao, the black rhino armor, and Su Tingfei, the flying shadow armor, there were also the flame dragon and wind eagle armors. Without much thought, he instinctively looked at Li Xian Nan, as the flame dragon armor was the first to appear and had made a lasting impression on the public. Li Xian Nan, noticing Ma Kuahai's gaze, shook his head with a smile. I am not the captain. Stop guessing. You have already met the captain. It is the Emperor armor, the only one with the power to create space and establish the space. Su Tingfei, stepping forward, poured himself a glass of water. It's him. Ma Kuahai's expression shifted in shock. The captain was indeed the Emperor armor. This revelation invigorated him. He wholeheartedly approved of such a formidable figure leading them. After all, the principle of the survival of the fittest had remained unchanged throughout history. But where is he? At school. School? Chapter 54. Have you seen the dragon? Meanwhile, Shen Wudao had just defeated the hedgehog Oxer and, alongside Xia Zitong, walked for 15 minutes until they reached the vicinity of Longlin High School. The number of students around had increased, all of whom were from Longlin High. Hey, did you notice that just as we were coming, the skies suddenly turned overcast? But only for a minute or two before returning to clear skies. Of course I saw it. Such strange weather. Only a blind person wouldn't notice. Wait, you all only saw the overcast weather? I think I saw a dragon. A dragon? Haha, are you still half asleep? What began as a normal exchange among students discussing the unusual weather quickly escalated when one claimed to have seen a dragon, casting a stone into the calm waters of their conversation. Naturally, others were skeptical. In this day and age, dragons were mere figments of ancient imagination, and anyone who believed otherwise would be a fool. One student, startled by the claim, quickly interjected, "Wait, I saw it too. A golden dragon, shimmering amidst the clouds. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me until I heard you saw it too." You saw it too? Is there really a dragon? That's impossible. What proof do you have? Proof? I don't have any, but I really did see a dragon. In an instant. Those who claimed to have seen the dragon and those who had not were divided into two camps, arguing fervently. Shen Wudao and Xia Zitong, walking together, overheard their conversation. If only they knew that the overcast skies and the dragon were merely manifestations of Shen Wudao's armor fusion, one could only imagine their reactions. Xia Zitong glanced at Shen Wudao, still in shock. This individual, whom she had known for only a few days, was capable of making her call him brother. And he was indeed the legendary armor warrior of urban folklore. Anyone would find it hard to process. I was merely experimenting with another fusion method, but I failed to consider the surrounding impact. I will be more discreet next time. Shen Wudao's transformation was indeed breathtaking, far more visually striking than a simple summoning of stellar energy. Isn't that Xia Daxiwa? Why is she walking with a boy? The students engrossed in their debate over the dragon's existence, momentarily set their discussions aside upon noticing Xia Zitong. Although she was generally amicable, it did not imply she was close to any boys. Throughout their 3 years of high school, none had seen her walking alongside a male classmate. In the midst of a heated discussion, a second-grade boy erupted in frustration, clenching his fists and exclaiming, "Who is this guy? Summer is my dream girl." Another boy scoffed, "You don't even know him? He's a transfer student from the senior year. Only been here 2 days, yet he's already a celebrity, Shen Wudao. A paragon of both looks and skill. He holds all the records in sports. Are you thinking of practicing with him?" The second-grade boy, upon hearing this, shook his head vigorously, feeling embarrassed. The surrounding students, both boys and girls, whispered among themselves about Shen Wudao. It was only natural for a popular figure to evoke such reactions. Otherwise, he would appear too ordinary. "Hey, Shen Wudao, wait for me." A familiar female voice called from behind. Shen Wudao turned to see Tang Xian approaching. "Quick, let us go. It's that fierce girl." The other boys dared not continue their conversation, hastily retreating like mice fleeing from a cat, for Tang Xian was known for her disdain towards boys, often scaring them away like a mother tiger. "TCH, a bunch of cowardly fellows. I disdain you." Tang Xian scoffed at the boys who fled at the sight of her. It was rare to see boys running from girls. It would surely lead to a future of being henpecked. As she reached Shen Wudao, Tang Xian eyed the two of them suspiciously and remarked, "Wudao, you seem quite familiar with Summer. You're walking to school together?" This guy had only just arrived, yet he was already accompanying the illustrious Xia Zitong to school. How quickly he had made his move. She had heard that Xia Zitong was known for her gentle demeanor but maintained a respectful distance, especially with boys, being a high-ranking beauty. Yet here she was, openly walking alongside Shen Wudao, inviting speculation. "By chance, I encountered her on the way. Zitong is the class monitor in my class, so it's natural to get acquainted." Tang Xian replied, understanding the situation. She turned to Xia Zitong and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Tang Xian from Class 3. Xia Zitong nodded with a smile, replying, "Hello, I'm Xia Zitong from Class 1. Observing their formal introductions, Shen Wudao was taken aback. "Wait, you two didn't know each other before?" He had assumed these two beauties, both renowned in the school, would be familiar or even rivals, but it seemed they were merely acquaintances. Tang Xian replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. Although we are both famous for our beauty, we've only heard of each other's names or seen each other from a distance a couple of times." "Indeed. But Wudao, have you known each other for long?" Xia Zitong inquired, glancing between them. She had heard rumors in class about Shen Wudao and Tang Xian spending time together at school. Tang Xian explained, "Not for long. We met on the first morning of school during a jog." "Oh, I see." Xia Zitong nodded, understanding that Tang Xian, as the head of the sports department, likely had a commendable athleticism. It made sense that they would exercise together. After all, Shen Wudao, a warrior, also required a robust physique. The trio then entered the school together, causing a small stir. Captain Bei Miao and Xiao Fei just recruited a new warrior, Ma Kuahai, who wields the Zenami armor. Upon entering the classroom, Shen Wudao heard a voice resonating in his mind, the source being Yang Huanying using the Aries telepathy technique, which allowed for long-distance mental communication. Shen Wudao paused briefly before responding. "The Zenami armor, you say?" "Understood. And ensure everyone keeps the recruitment of new warriors confidential. Do not mention it to anyone outside our circle." Chapter 55. Encounter with the armor. Withdraw. Shen Wudao's caution stemmed from recalling Ma Kuahai's family background. Although Ma Kuahai was a warrior, his family was connected to the Tiantianhou group, the very source of the Auxier virus. Thus, to prevent any inadvertent disclosure of the armored team's affairs, he insisted on discretion. Furthermore, Ma Kuahai's father was an investor in the creation of elemental armors. Yang Huanying nodded in agreement. "Understood, I will inform them." "Very well, that will be all." The natural recovery process was slow, and Shen Wudao realized he needed to deploy the spectral demon. Otherwise, relying solely on his natural healing would be a protracted affair. In the secret chamber of the Ba Wang group, Lu Fa was meditating while possessing Ba Dou. However, when he opened his eyes, his expression was a mix of uncertainty and frustration. Without the aid of his subordinate spectral demons to gather negative energy from humans, his recovery was agonizingly slow. Yet, dispatching the spectral demons could lead to an encounter with the armored forces, risking their capture. 2 of the 20 spectral demons had already been eliminated. It seemed necessary to widen his net, summoning Shigura and Basadi, two spectral demons from the gray and purple teams, respectively. Unlike other spectral demons adorned with sharp edges or bizarre shapes, these two appeared almost human-like with bald heads. General, upon being revived, the two knelt before Lu Fa in reverence. Lu Fa commanded, "You two, go to different locations and collect human negative energy for me. Remember, if you encounter the armor, retreat immediately. Understood?" "Yes, General." With the two departing, Lu Fa clenched his fists, contemplating, "This time, I should be able to gather a significant amount of negative energy. These armored warriors seem utterly disorganized, like loose sand. Even if one gets ensnared, the other can continue to gather negative energy." With these thoughts, Lu Fa closed his eyes in meditation, patiently awaiting the arrival of negative energy. At that moment, the chamber door creaked open, and a woman, adorned in heavy makeup and a green dress, cautiously entered. Hearing the sound, Lu Fa frowned and spoke curtly. "Lin Huame, what do you want?" "Oh dear, please don't call me Lin Huame. That name is too pedestrian. Just call me Miss Lin," she said, casting a flirtatious glance at Lu Fa, causing the centuries-old general to shiver involuntarily. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fa glared at her, his patience wearing thin. "Speak. What brings you here?" Sensing his irritation, Lin Huame tempered her demeanor and replied earnestly, "Recently, I've been representing the company in negotiations with the Tiantianho Group for some collaboration projects, and I inadvertently overheard they are researching a virus, the Auxier virus that has been causing mutations." Lu Fa's interest piqued at this revelation. "Tiantianho Group?" "Indeed," Lin Huame continued. "I also overheard a conversation between their chairman, Ma Tian, and the general manager, Li Xiaoqiu, regarding a super armor system. Given the collaboration between the Ba Wang Group and Tiantianho Group, it was improbable for Lin Huame to remain merely a passive negotiator. Her nature was ruthless, making it impossible for her to stay quiet while gathering intelligence. She had inadvertently stumbled upon Ma Tian and Li Xiaoqiu discussing the Auxier virus and the super armor system, and she relayed this information to Lu Fa. Thus, it became clear that the Tiantianho Group was indeed the mastermind behind the viral outbreak, transforming humans into Auxier, all while creating armors to confront the Auxier, masquerading as benevolent. How intriguing. After listening, Lu Fa found the situation quite intriguing. This Tianhao Group, could it be responsible for the emergence of other armors on Earth? It seemed necessary to conduct a thorough investigation. He glanced at Lin Huame, who was fiddling with her hair beside him. The two dispatched spectral demons had simultaneously arrived at different locations, yet they refrained from revealing their true identities as spectral demons from the outset, aware that the moment they did, armored warriors would be on high alert. Hence, they first morphed into human forms. Basadi, a member of the Purple Spectral Division, was sentenced for theft, drawing negative energy from robbing others, instilling fear in humanity, or directly assaulting them. Meanwhile, Shagula, a member of the Gray Spectral Division, was convicted of incitement, deriving negative energy by encouraging ordinary people to commit wrongdoing or directly attacking them. At that moment, Basadi was prowling a large shopping mall in search of prey. Spotting a woman preparing to pay with a bulging wallet, he approached with a mocking sneer, snatching the wallet from her grasp and shoving her to the ground. "Oh, a robbery. My goodness, right in front of everyone. Is there no law? Quick, stop him." Ordinary people would naturally hesitate to brazenly snatch a wallet in such a public setting. That would be tantamount to courting death. However, the spectral demon had no such human concerns. His purpose was to steal and terrify, eliciting fear from humanity regarding his thievery. After a few steps, the human guise Basadi had assumed was blocked by the crowd, predominantly comprised of young onlookers rushing forward, eager for the spectacle. A bald man in his 30s, sporting a tattoo of Buddha on his left arm, bellowed at Basadi, "You little brat, hand over the stolen bag and squat down with your hands on your head." Not every tattooed individual was a thug. Some simply adorned themselves for aesthetic reasons or to intimidate. Another young man, aged 23 with a non-mainstream hairstyle, jumped forward, exclaiming, "You've got guts, but getting caught by us is just your bad luck. Everyone here is a hero today, haha." The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, reveling in their collective role as vigilantes against the wallet thief. Among them stood a man clad in white martial arts attire, nodding approvingly at the spirited youths. Sensing that he might not need to intervene after all, he sighed, pondering the whereabouts of the earthly armors. As a practitioner of ancient arts passed down for millennia, his mission was to teach the three armored warriors the combat techniques necessary to unleash their full potential against the spectral demons. Chapter 56. Summon the Armored Warriors. Recently, Qing Zizai had seen news reports of the Armored Warriors' emergence, realizing that the long-awaited moment had finally come for his generation. After bidding farewell to his father, he journeyed from the picturesque countryside to the metropolis where the Armored Warriors had appeared. Yet upon arrival, he was immediately overwhelmed by the city's vastness, feeling as though he were searching for a needle in a haystack. For nearly a week, he wandered the city, even struggling to find a place to stay. Nevertheless, he remained resolute, believing that eventually, fate would lead him to the Armored Warriors. As he prepared to continue his aimless exploration, Basadi, cornered by the crowd, was completely unfazed. This was precisely the effect he desired. Ha ha ha, a bunch of mindless humans, he cackled, revealing his true form as a spectral demon. The terrifying visage and towering height of nearly 2 meters left the crowd gasping in shock, particularly those who had just spoken, who fell to the ground in fear. Is that a beast man? Or an orc? Run! Hearing the humans' frightened exclamations, Basadi seized the bald man's collar, lifting him effortlessly. Listen up, you insignificant ants. I am Basadi, a warrior of the spectral demons, belonging to the purple spectral division. You will all face annihilation. With that, he hurled the man against a wall, blood splattering as he fell lifelessly to the ground. Ah, a murder. Quick, summon the armored warriors to subdue this monster. Witnessing the gruesome act, the crowd fell into further disarray. Amidst the chaos, Basadi grabbed another person, the young man with the unconventional hairstyle, and grinned wickedly. Feel the fear. Use your insignificant lives to provide energy for my resurrection. Ha ha ha. Stop right there, spectral demon. A cold voice rang out. Basadi turned to his right, surprised to see a human leaping towards him, delivering a flying kick from nearly 2 meters above. He was caught off guard, and the blow sent him tumbling. The young man fell to the ground, nearly incapacitated by the impact. Qing Zizai assumed a combat stance, urging the young man to flee. Thank you, the young man exclaimed, clutching his rear as he scrambled away. You insolent human, how dare you strike me? Basadi regained his footing, though the unexpected kick had not injured him. Instead, it ignited his humiliation. To be struck down by a mere human was a disgrace he would not live down. Come on, you monster. Do you think I fear you? Qing Zizai provocatively beckoned Basadi with his right hand. He was resolute. Having inherited the responsibilities of a practitioner, he had trained in the art of combat, far surpassing ordinary humans in physical prowess. Given a suit of armor, he could confront even the 3 commanders of the spectral demons head-on. You're courting death. Basadi roared in fury, launching an attack. Qing Zizai, fully aware of the spectral demon's formidable strength, dodged the blows, buying time for the surrounding people to escape. With agile movements, he evaded several strikes, but as a powerful kick approached that he could not dodge, he crossed his arms defensively while retreating. Bang! Basadi's kick struck Qing Zizai's crossed arms with tremendous force, causing him to grit his teeth. However, he used the momentum to perform a backflip, creating distance before turning to flee. He had no intention of confronting the spectral demon directly. His goal was simply to keep the demon occupied and protect ordinary people. Basadi pursued him, shouting, "You can't escape." In the armor base, Shen Wudao and others were present, watching the scene unfold on the screen where Qing Zizai was fleeing, with the spectral demon hot on his heels. The entire sequence had played out in less than 30 seconds. That attire. Could it be that of the practitioners from the original story of Armor 2? Shen Wudao mused, observing the figure in the white martial arts garb. Although it was still class time, his abilities allowed him to skip lessons, and with the convenience of accessing the armor base at will, he enjoyed a significant degree of freedom, arriving whenever he pleased without the need for a specific schedule. Beside them, Yang Huanying remained silent as he observed Shen Wudao, who then addressed a figure, saying, "Sinan, why don't you go take a look? If this individual in the white martial arts attire is named Qing Zizai, bring him to me." Understood, Li Sinan responded, rising from the sofa. After gauging his surroundings, he focused his thoughts and vanished from the armored base. Su Tingfei, curious, inquired, "Captain, if this person is indeed named Qing Zizai, why do we need him? What makes him special?" Shen Wudao clarified, "Huanying, you should be aware that a millennium ago, the Xingtian armor entrusted 3 individuals with distinct missions: the secret cultivator, the artificer, and the concealer. You are a descendant of the secret cultivator, whose task is to find suitable individuals to forge contracts with the armor and assist it in vanquishing the underworld demon. Qing Zizai represents the artificer, whose duty is to teach the armor summoners superior combat techniques, thereby enhancing their strength. What? He is an artificer? Yang Huanying exclaimed in astonishment. Though I have heard of the secret cultivator, artificer, and concealer from my grandmother, our family has not been in contact for centuries. We have lost all connection. I only knew of their existence, not their whereabouts. I never imagined this man as one of them. Wait, what are you all talking about? What is this Xingtian armor from 1,000 years ago, and what missions? I'm utterly confused, Ma Kuai, a newcomer, interjected, clearly out of the loop. We're in the dark as well. Beimiao, Dongshan, and Meijin all shook their heads. Then Huanying, please elucidate the origins of your armor and the enmity with the underworld demon. Shen Wudao instructed, allowing Yang Huanying to take the lead. Nodding, she began to explain, though she was curious about how Shen Wudao possessed such comprehensive knowledge of the matter. Chapter 57. A head can be severed, blood can flow, but dignity must not be lost. Qing Zizai fled from the shop into the open expanse outside, with Basadi closely following. Upon reaching the open area, Qing Zizai exhaled in relief. Here, the space was vast, and upon seeing the underworld demon, others would naturally flee, preventing ordinary people from being caught in its grasp. However, the dilemma was how to escape, for his previous actions had undoubtedly provoked the demon, and he feared it would target him. Without armor, he was ill-equipped to confront the underworld demon. Would he perish before even achieving success? Basadi gritted his teeth. Human, why have you stopped running? What is the matter? Coughing, he continued, just because you're an alien species doesn't mean you can run amok here. Today, I'll teach you a lesson, so you understand that Earth is the domain of humanity, not a playground for your kind. If you're wise, you'll get out of our way. Qing Zizai widened his stance, adopting a combat posture. Man, a head can be severed, blood can flow, but dignity must not be lost. Well said. These alien beings should be expelled from our Earth. For those unwilling to leave, we shall escort them out. A resolute voice emerged behind Basadi. Who goes there? Basadi turned, spotting a young man approaching with an air of calmness. Li Sinan. Hey, friend, this place is dangerous. You should leave. Qing Zizai felt a surge of relief at seeing someone stand against the underworld demon, though he worried for the young man's safety. Don't worry, as I said. I'm here to escort him out, Li Sinan replied with a smile to Qing Zizai before turning his attention to Basadi, suppressing his grin as he donned the Flame Dragon Summoner on his hand. Flame Dragon Armor, unite. Upon activating the summoner, a pale red energy pillar descended from the sky, enveloping him and completing the transformation in an instant. This energy was transmitted from the Shadow Stone via satellite, while Shen Wudao's energy derived from the nearest star, the sun. The distinction between the two was significant. Armor unite. Armor warrior. Basadi was taken aback. It was the armor warrior. This posed a problem, as the general had instructed that collecting negative energy was the priority, and they should not linger too long to attract the armor warriors. Had the previous provocateur not acted, he could have retreated after gathering enough negative energy. Lufai frequently mentioned that engaging in battle with the armor warriors served no purpose. The primary goal was to collect negative energy, and upon encountering armor, they should tactically withdraw. Basadi clenched his fist, pivoting to confront Qing Zizai, determined to eliminate the human who had embarrassed him before considering retreat. Witnessing the armor, Qing Zizai felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, the heavens do not forsake the diligent. He had finally encountered the armor warrior, and hope was now within reach. However, when Basadi suddenly attacked, Qing Zizai was startled. Yet the Flame Dragon armor was not merely for show. As Basadi charged, Qing Zizai grasped the crescent blades resembling dragon teeth fixed to his chest. By connecting the two blades, he formed a fiery projectile. Whoosh! The fiery projectile shot forth, striking Basadi before he could reach Qing Zizai, producing a shower of sparks as it returned to Li Sinan, reattaching to his chest. Having thwarted Basadi's advance, Li Sinan swiftly approached Qing Zizai. After a sigh of relief, he asked, "May I know your name?" "I am Qing Zizai. Thank you for your assistance, Flame Dragon Armor." "Good. Please step aside for now. I have more to discuss with you shortly." Upon confirming Qing Zizai's identity, Li Sinan decided to bring him back after defeating the underworld demon, thus fulfilling his mission. "Curse you." Basadi glared at Li Sinan, scanning the surroundings before hastily moving to the right. Li Sinan was puzzled. Typically, upon an enemy's appearance, the instinct was to engage, yet this underworld demon seemed intent on fleeing. However, Li Sinan would not allow this to happen. Swiftly following, his speed surpassing that of Basadi. Humph! Basadi scoffed, his body dissolving into blue particles as he merged with the wall. What? It was Li Sinan's first encounter with an underworld demon capable of phasing through walls. Sinan, that's the underworld demon's wall-piercing technique. It can disassemble its body into molecules and merge into the wall. You must attack the wall quickly to prevent its escape. Yang Huaniying's voice echoed in Li Sinan's mind. Courtesy of her Ares telepathy technique. Understood. Flame Bow. Without hesitation, Li Sinan summoned the Flame Bow, a long-range explosive weapon capable of delivering considerable armor-piercing damage. With the Flame Bow in hand, he unleashed a barrage against the wall where Basadi had entered, and finally, a figure was propelled from the explosion. Humph! Resorting to such underhanded escape tactics, it seems you were well prepared. Li Sinan taunted, continuing to unleash energy attacks from the Flame Bow at the disoriented Basadi, who rolled to evade with remarkable agility. The members of Basadi's Purple Underworld Division prided themselves on their agility as well. They were all mass-produced summoners of the Flying Shadow Armor during their time with Ares. Four-eyed Soul Blade. Basadi extended his right hand, a sharp long blade appearing. Since escape is futile, let us engage in battle. He could hardly believe that after centuries of combat, he would struggle against a mere earthling, regardless of the armor. It was not an absolute guarantee of victory. Bring it on. Li Xian was apprehensive that his opponent might attempt to flee, leaving him uncertain of his ability to intercept such a formidable creature. However, as the adversary approached wielding a knife, it presented him with an opportunity. Blazing Blade. Discarding his fiery bow, Li Xian rotated the mechanism on his right side, causing a crimson card to eject. With a swift flick, the card expanded, and he plunged his hands into its depths, retrieving an extraordinarily imposing blade. This weapon was not designed for single-handed use. It demanded a firm two-handed grip on its small handles to inflict damage. To be candid, Li Xian preferred engaging in hand-to-hand combat, feeling more adept without weapons, primarily due to his aversion to blades. With a resounding clash, the edges of their weapons collided, sending a shower of sparks flying. Yet, in terms of strength, Li Xian held the advantage, bolstered by the size and length of the blazing blade. In the midst of his battle with Basadi, Shigura had begun amassing negative energy on the construction site, shapeshifting into a human to incite others into a brawl. As the chaos escalated, it transformed into a skirmish involving dozens of participants. Although Shigura initially intended to withdraw, he became embroiled in the fray, as neither side recognized him and both turned their aggression towards him. Hey, you think you can escape? He grumbled, reluctant to stir trouble. Even when struck a few times, he considered it a contribution to the revival of his comrade, Liu Fa. However, as he attempted to slip away, two individuals seized his arms, forcibly dragging him back into the melee, where he was met with another barrage of punches. No longer able to endure, Shigura erupted in fury, reverting to his true form as a spectral demon. The former Ares warrior, who had shed blood and endured wounds to protect this galaxy, found himself shamefully overwhelmed by the natives of a backward planet. Suddenly, a spectral demon emerged from the crowd, causing widespread panic as people turned to flee. Yet Shigura had no intention of letting them escape. He conjured a dark purple spectral sphere before him and unleashed it into the throng, resulting in the immediate demise of several individuals. A minuscule bee, barely perceptible to the naked eye, detected the surge of anomalous energy from a distance, hovering 20 meters above the construction site and observing below with its compound eyes. Meanwhile, at the armored base, Dong Shan watched the confrontation between Li Xian and the spectral demon, remarking, "Captain, why do we not leverage our numerical superiority to overwhelm this individual? Why waste time engaging in one-on-one combat?" Upon hearing this, Bei Miao, Su Tingfei, and Ma Kuai exchanged disapproving glances, their expressions revealing their discontent. In combat, unless there was an extraordinary disparity in strength or external reinforcements, calling for assistance was unnecessary. However, to gang up on an opponent of comparable strength, or one perceived as weaker, implied a lack of confidence in one's own abilities. What was Dong Shan implying? Was he so fearful of one-on-one encounters that he sought to drag everyone else into his insecurities? Shen Wudao cast a warning glance at Dong Shan, stating, "Your notion is commendable, but refrain from voicing it in the future. One must forge their own path in life. A child cannot remain forever sheltered by their parents." Feeling embarrassed, Dong Shan scratched the back of his head. In his mind, With 6 armored warriors, including Shen Wudao, they possessed sufficient strength. Even if their captain did not engage, 5 armored teammates could easily overwhelm any emerging anomalies or spectral demons. The logic seemed sound, so why did the captain disagree? Why not adopt a straightforward approach against those creatures? As Li Xian continued his battle with Basadi, another scene appeared on the left side of the display, Shigura attacking innocent bystanders at the construction site. The onlookers were taken aback, realizing that a second spectral demon was wreaking havoc elsewhere. Without hesitation, Shen Wudao commanded, "Dongshan, you must respond to this situation." "Understood, I will head there immediately," Dongshan replied, disappearing from the armored warrior's sight. This Dongshan had the audacity to suggest that whenever a creature appeared, they should collectively swarm it, treating them as if they were a gang of armored warriors. Was he merely timid, or was he seeking to conserve effort? After Dongshan's departure, Su Tingfei voiced his dissatisfaction. He preferred to engage in solitary combat, believing that seeking assistance was a sign of cowardice. "Meijin, what is Dongshan's would attribute bloodline like?" Bei Miao asked, sitting at the bar. Meijin did not withhold information, stating, "Your bloodline, along with Li Xian's, is classified as high level, with concentrations exceeding 90. Dongshan, however, possesses a medium-level bloodline, around 70. Medium? 70. Why not seek a high-level bloodline? You must understand that the strength of our armor is intricately linked to our bloodline intensity." Bei Miao expressed confusion at Dongshan's medium-level bloodline, realizing that a mere 70% seemed inadequate. While he did not expect perfection, it would be prudent to find someone with a high-level bloodline, like his or Li Xian's, exceeding 90%. A subpar bloodline would severely diminish the summoned armor's efficacy. I have also searched extensively, but you know that individuals with the Light and Shadow Village bloodline are scarce. Finding someone with a wood bloodline who is both high-level and suitable is exceedingly challenging. I did locate a candidate with over 95% wood bloodline, a university student, but he was completely inept in battle. After much searching, I had no choice but to settle for Dongshan. Meijin sighed, explaining her findings to Shen Wudao. Shen Wudao had no objections. After all, having a couple of inept members in the armored team was not detrimental. Upon exiting the armored base, Dongshan found himself at the construction site, positioned 20 meters away from Shigura's destructive spree. He knew that his performance was being scrutinized by Shen Wudao and the others, and he could not afford to embarrass himself. "Stop, you vile spectral demon. Wind Eagle Armor, unite." As the command reverberated, a pale blue beam descended from the sky, enveloping Dongshan in an instant, merging him with a blue suit of armor. Shigura glared at the speaker, fury etched on his face. "Vile? Is it the spectral demon that deserves to perish? Indeed, the spectral demon must fall. Today, let my Wind Eagle Armor bring your misdeeds to an end." With a resounding battle cry, Dongshan leaped high and launched a rapid kick toward Shigura. "Do you think you can intimidate me?" Shigura hastily raised his fist to counter the flying kick. However, upon impact, he found himself staggering backward, struggling to regain his footing. "You insolent fool. A mere earth armor should not allow itself to be so arrogant." Shigura brandished his weapon, a blade steeped in venom for centuries. Dongshan summoned the Wind Eagle Sword, and their battle was set to commence. In a sudden turn, Basadi, who had previously been suppressed by Li Xian, unleashed a surge of power, splitting into 3 clones, each wielding a weapon and launching successive strikes at Li Xian. Due to the inability to discern the real from the illusion, several blows landed upon Li Xian's chest armor, igniting a flurry of sparks. Ouch! This spectral demon is significantly more formidable than the orcs. Enduring the pain in his chest, Li Xian focused on maintaining his composure and responding with calm precision. Beside him, Qing Zizai exclaimed, "The Flame Dragon Armor. An avatar's power will never surpass that of its original. It will always be weaker in strength. If one can discern this, they can identify which is the true body." With this reminder, Li Xian swiftly scanned the 4 Basadi, finally locking onto the one directly in front of him to the left. The sensation from the recent attack indicated that this phantom demon indeed possessed a greater strength than the other 3. Chapter 59, Review. What you are watching is a live monster hunt. Thank you. Li Xian expressed his gratitude, his left hand rotating a dial, causing a character for Slay to emerge. As the blade of his weapon met the character, energy coalesced, and he aimed at the Basadi in front of him, slicing through the air. Devil Slaying Strike. A crimson energy blade detached from the flame blade, hurtling forth with astonishing speed and piercing through the Basadi. Ugh! The Basadi looked down in disbelief at the flickering red flames igniting on its chest, astonished that it had been so easily defeated. The three shadow avatars shattered simultaneously, and with an unwilling roar, the Basadi exploded, leaving behind a genetic code. This was the genetic code that Huang Welcomed had mentioned. Could the phantom demon utilize it to resurrect? Li Xian then stepped forward to examine the genetic code left by the Basadi. Yesterday, Yang Welcomed had thoroughly explained to them that only the three armors of heaven, earth, and humanity could perform a sealing. This was akin to how their five-element armors sealed anomalous beasts. However, while they could not seal this genetic code, they could destroy it. Li Xian Nan swung the flame blade fiercely at it, producing a loud clang as sparks flew, yet the blade left no mark, instead causing pain in Li Xian Nan's grip. Huang, is this genetic code of the phantom demon truly so resilient? In the base, Su Ting-fei observed Li Xian Nan's strike, astonished that the genetic code remained completely unscathed, harder than the phantom demon itself. Yang Welcomed shrugged and replied, I have no idea. After all, no one had struck it before. Captain, should I retrieve the genetic code? Su Ting-fei suggested, noting its apparent invulnerability and looking towards Shen Wudao to indicate he would seal it. Shen Wudao raised his hand, saying, no need to rush. Although ordinary attacks are ineffective, let Li Xian Nan attempt to use the devil-slaying strike. Understood. Yang Welcomed understood Shen Wudao's comment was directed at him, as he possessed the ability to communicate telepathically with designated individuals. Should I use the ultimate attack? Very well, I shall give it a try. Upon receiving Yang's telepathic message, Li Xian Nan leaped back 10 meters, summoning the ultimate shadow once more. Each ultimate strike consumed considerable energy, typically depleting his mana within 2 uses. However, the Flame Dragon armor had high potential, with energy consumption being the slowest among the 5-element armors, allowing for an additional use. Devil-slaying strike. He unleashed a strike, the crescent-shaped energy blade instantly colliding with the genetic code, erupting upon contact. Although the genetic code was hard and the ordinary attack ineffective, the ultimate strike could still destroy it, albeit requiring substantial energy, making such destruction during battle rather unfeasible. Sealing would be far less laborious. It's destroyed. Li Xian Nan sighed in relief, sheathing the flame blade. Impressive, truly worthy of being the first of the armored warriors, the Flame Dragon Knight. Qing Zizai clapped his hands and approached, marveling at the armor up close, far more dazzling than images seen on the news. After searching for so long, he had finally encountered an armored warrior. Although it was not the shadow armor, it was a significant first step. Li Xian then turned to him, saying, Since you are called Qing Zizai, I shall take you to our base. Do you know me? Qing Zizai queried, puzzled by the implication of his name leading to an invitation to the base. I do not know you, but our captain is familiar with you. Captain? Indeed, the captain of the armored team. Currently, we have 6 armored warriors in total. Taking you to the base is also our captain's intention. 6 armors and a base. How splendid. Please, lead me there. Qing Zizai's eyes lit up at Li Xian Nan's words, having thought that the armored warriors were merely scattered individuals from the news. Little did he know they formed a team, a fortuitous development, and he would be able to locate the heaven, earth, and humanity armors to fulfill his mission as a practitioner. All right, now close your eyes. I fear you may not adapt to the sudden shift. Li Xian then chose to follow a similar approach as Bei Miao, aware that the abrupt movement and change in scenery could disorient someone, leading to potential missteps. Okay. Though confused, Qing Zizai complied. Now, you may open your eyes. Is this it? Qing Zizai murmured as he opened his eyes, only to find the surroundings had transformed completely. He had been outside moments ago, but now he was indoors, unable to recall taking a single step. This is teleportation. Qing Zizai gazed at the individuals ahead, then glanced at the Flame Dragon armor beside him, incredulously asking, Flame Dragon armor, can you teleport? Li Xian Nan removed the Flame Dragon armor, shaking his head. How could I possibly teleport? I merely brought you back to the armored base. The individuals seated over there are our captain. Qing Zizai looked over. Although Li Xian Nan stated they were seated, most of the people present were indeed seated, yet Qing Zizai quickly identified who he believed to be the captain. The man's striking appearance and commanding presence shone like a radiant sun, incomparable to the others present. This was undoubtedly how a captain should be. Thus, Qing Zizai approached and halted before Shen Wudao, clasping his fists in respect. You must be the captain. Yes, please take a seat and watch the performance first. Shen Wudao glanced at him, gesturing for him to sit and observe. Qing Zizai turned to the right, noticing a screen suspended in mid-air displaying something. Is this the battle between the armor and another phantom demon? Are you reviewing it? Qing Zizai surmised that it must be footage from a recent fight between a certain armored warrior and the phantom demon, captured by surveillance and now being reviewed to analyze mistakes for improvement. Su Ting-fei glanced over, then lazily replied, Review? No, you are witnessing a live broadcast, which means at this very moment, the Wind Eagle armor is engaged in combat with the phantom demon. What? Qing Zizai was taken aback. If this was real-time footage, why were they not rushing to assist? Instead, they remained calmly seated, watching the spectacle. However, seeing that Shen Wudao and the others were so composed, he, as a newcomer, felt it inappropriate to voice any objections. He would wait until after the battle to discuss matters. At that moment, Dong Shan was locked in a weapon duel with Shigura using the Wind Eagle sword. Judging by the flow of battle, Dong Shan appeared to be somewhat on the defensive. Despite lacking armor, Shigura's extensive combat experience allowed him to bridge the gap between their respective advantages. Meanwhile, Dong Shan, with a moderate bloodline, found himself at a disadvantage in direct confrontations, as the Wind Eagle armor was a speed-oriented armor. That was quite impressive. I would appreciate a 5-star review and any small gifts of support. Thank you. Chapter 60. The Little Prince of the Empty Space Bang. The killing toad blade struck the chest of the Wind Eagle armor, sending sparks flying, but Dong Shan also managed to slice at Shigura's arm. The two exchanged blows and retreated a few steps, with Dong Shan falling back 2 additional steps compared to the phantom demon. Dong Shan clutched his chest and gasped. This guy's combat skills are truly remarkable. Even with my speed advantage, I cannot seem to gain the upper hand in a short time. As he engaged in battle, Dong Shan felt the weight of the eyes of everyone at the armor base upon him. A lackluster performance would inevitably diminish his standing in their eyes. He could not allow that to happen. He resolved to showcase his true worth to earn their respect. With this thought in mind, Dong Shan grew impatient and activated the left side of his Qingkuan belt with his left hand. A blue light bearing the character materialized before him. After the Wind Eagle sword tapped the light, it transformed into blue particles that flowed into the sword, generating dozens of sword energy currents before the Wind Eagle armor. Wind Piercer. Meanwhile, at the base, Shen Wudao, Bei Miao, and Li Xianen observed Dong Shan's actions with skepticism. They believed he was hastily resorting to his ultimate attack without having sufficiently weakened his opponent, thus increasing the likelihood of it being evaded by over 50%. After all, unleashing a finishing move was not merely an instantaneous action. It involved various factors such as initiation, execution, and the trajectory of the attack. Against a foe that had not yet been severely wounded, evasion became a distinct possibility. As they anticipated, Shigura, a battle-hardened warrior, tensed upon witnessing Dong Shan's move. His body was primed for action as he focused intently on Dong Shan's movements. When Dong Shan thrust his hand forward to strike, Shigura unleashed an unprecedented burst of speed, rolling to the side just in time to narrowly evade the attack. What? Dong Shan gasped in disbelief. He had completely missed his mark. The release of his ultimate technique had drained nearly half of his blue energy reserves, and as he failed to eliminate his adversary, he found himself in a precarious situation due to the significant loss of energy. Realizing his impulsiveness, Dong Shan lamented his reckless desire to prove himself, which had backfired spectacularly. Shigura, having successfully dodged the Wind Piercer, stood up and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, you missed, little thief. Your ultimate move couldn't even touch your opponent. Should I call you a novice or a fool? Now it's my turn. Poison Blade Slash. Having evaded the critical strike of the armor, Shigura was invigorated. While Dong Shan's spirit waned, the tide had turned dramatically against him. What was once an even match now saw him at a distinct disadvantage. Shigura launched a flurry of strikes, landing several blows to Dong Shan's chest, sending sparks flying and thick smoke billowing. The final kick sent Dong Shan hurtling backward. Ah! He cried out as he flew 10 meters before rolling on the ground, his Wind Eagle armor dissipating into nothingness. Dong Shan lay on the ground, propping himself up with his left hand while clutching his chest with his right, his face pale and contorted in pain. Ha, hand over your summoner device. Shigura approached Dong Shan, greedily eyeing the summoner on his wrist. If he could obtain the armor, he would surely gain favor with the general. Perhaps he could even train alongside the 3 captains of the underworld demons. What he did not realize was that the summoner recognized only bloodlines, not individuals, and served merely as a summoning medium. Mei Jun had the authority to deactivate the summoning function at any time. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed ominously as an enigmatic creature with lobster-like pincers approached. The grasshopper beast had come to this site in search of a descendant of the Light Shadow clan. However, upon arrival, it found no such individual present. The creature's search for its target was facilitated not by keen eyesight, but rather by the Shadow Overlord, which pinpointed the location and likeness of the descendant. An ability beast. Dong Shan gritted his teeth, attempting to rise, but finding himself incapacitated by his injuries. He had not anticipated facing an ability beast before dealing with the underworld demon. Shigura observed the grasshopper beast with surprise. It was rare to encounter such a creature on Earth. Meanwhile, the scene of Dong Shan's defeat unfolded before the onlookers at the armor base. Shen Wudao shook his head in resignation. Among the 5 elements armors, the Wind Eagle armor was categorized as a fragile assassin type, akin to the Flying Shadow, excelling in leg strength. To fully harness the Wind Eagle armor's capabilities, a summoner's bloodline was crucial. The quality of the bloodline determined the potential of the armor's power. Undoubtedly, Dong Shan possessed only a mediocre bloodline, barely able to summon the armor itself. Expecting him to maximize its capabilities was unrealistic. Even specialized training would yield little value, as bloodline dictated everything. In the original story, Dong Shan had managed to defeat an ability beast, but that creature was of the lowest tier. Although the underworld demon was similarly weak, it was intelligent and seasoned in battle, unlike the mindless rampage of the ability beast. Originally, with the armor, he could have held his own, leveraging speed for a greater than 70% chance of victory. However, his haste had led to his downfall, and his mindset was clearly flawed. Another ability beast? After Dong Shan's defeat, a new ability beast appeared on the scene. Shen Wudao immediately commanded, Bei Miao, Su Tingfei. You two go. Go. Bei Miao and Su Tingfei exchanged glances and vanished from sight, leaving Ma Kuahai blinking in surprise, feeling like the only one remaining idle. Captain, what about me? Ma Kuahai inquired, feeling overlooked. Shen Wudao reassured him, be patient. With so many ability beasts and underworld demons around, you'll certainly have your chance to fight. Besides, you've just received your armor. Observing others in battle will benefit you as well. That was a valid point. Ma Kuahai nodded, aware that with the surge of strange creatures, ample opportunities for battle would arise. In an instant, Bei Miao and Su Tingfei appeared at Dong Shan's side, their arrival capturing the attention of both the underworld demon and the ability beast. What are those two doing here? Shigura pondered, puzzled by their sudden appearance. Wonderful, you're here. Dong Shan sighed in relief upon seeing Su Tingfei and Bei Miao arrive. Dong Shan, you couldn't even incapacitate a severely wounded foe and ended up losing your armor. I don't know what to say about your abilities. If you're weak, you should train harder instead of idling about all day, Bei Miao reproached him, crossing his arms. Dong Shan's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, unable to retort. He merely lowered his head in silence. Chapter 61. The Fiery Shadow Technique of Wind and Flame. Su Tingfei said nothing but cast a dismissive glance at Dong Shan. Thinking to himself how weak he was, he produced the Flying Shadow Summoner and stepped forward to face Shigura. Underworld Demon, I shall be your opponent now. Prepare to listen to your final lullaby. Flying Shadow Armor, merge. Armor merging. Ability Beast, you seek the path to heaven but refuse to walk it. And now you find yourself in hell. Black Rhino Armor, merge. Armor merging. After reciting their respective entrance lines, the two merged with their armors. Their intentions clear. Bei Miao would engage the bewildered grasshopper beast, while Su Tingfei confronted the underworld demon, Shigura. With that grotesque, pus-filled head of yours, I shall show you the price of rampaging on my planet. Flying Shadow Kick. Su Tingfei launched into a flurry of powerful kicks, channeling pale blue energy through his feet, showing no fear against Shigura's weapon. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 feet worked in harmony, not only intercepting Shigura's deadly dagger, but also delivering powerful blows to his body. Su Tingfei's right foot disarmed Shigura's weapon, while his left foot landed 2 solid kicks to Shigura's chest. Sparks erupted from Shigura's chest as he staggered backward, groaning in discomfort. This mere earthling possesses such formidable energy. Were it not for my earlier exertion, I would not be in such a predicament. Although Dong Shan did not inflict severe damage upon him, Shagula had expended considerable energy and sustained minor injuries. Now he was up against a fully revitalized Su Tingfei. Yiming-sha. Shagula concentrated his energy to conjure a dark purple energy orb before his mouth and hurled it at Su Tingfei. Su Tingfei swiftly turned and dashed to the right, evading the Yiming-sha, which detonated upon hitting the ground. However, Shagula did not relent, continuously gathering energy and unleashing a series of 5 identical attacks. The sounds of explosions merged into a cacophony, yet none managed to hit Su Tingfei. As the explosions ceased, Su Tingfei pivoted and charged directly at Shagula. When he was less than 5 meters away, he leaped into the air, channeling all his energy into his right leg for a powerful kick. Oh no! Shagula quickly positioned his Shaili Chanchao horizontally in front of him to block the impending strike. With a resounding thud, Su Tingfei's foot collided with the blade, sending the weapon rebounding back toward Shagula and causing him to be flung backward. The force of Su Tingfei's kick was tremendous, delivering a critical blow that severely wounded Shagula. Damn it! Shagula hastily stood up, clutching his chest, and attempted to flee. Do you think you can escape from me? Su Tingfei scoffed. He was clad in the agile shadow armor. With his injured body, could Shagula possibly think he could outrun him? Su Tingfei took a decisive step forward, swiftly closing the distance. He leaped onto Shagula's shoulder, performing a somersault in midair to position himself behind him, striking a pose. Shadow of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain, fatal technique. As Su Tingfei unleashed this deadly move, a unique space enveloped them, surrounded by blue flames that isolated them from the outside world. With the execution of this technique, both Su Tingfei and Shagula vanished simultaneously, not through teleportation, but into a judgment realm designed to prevent outside interference. A signature move of the 3 armors of heaven, earth, and man. You have committed the unforgivable crime of absolute madness under the galactic code of justice. I, the shadow armor, hereby strip you of all powers and initiate your sealing and capture. After delivering the verdict, Su Tingfei sprang into action, executing a series of whirlwind kicks that sent Shagula soaring into the air. He then drew his swift blade for additional damage, concluding with a rapid-fire arrow from the shadow armor. I refuse to accept this. Shagula's desperate cry echoed as he exploded into a gene code, leaving remnants behind as the judgment realm dissipated. Done. Su Tingfei exhaled, gazing at the gene code before him. His victory had come relatively easily, as Donshan had already drained much of the Yiming demoness energy. He approached and used the summoning device at his waist to seal the gene code. A moment earlier, while Su Tingfei battled Shagula, Bei Miao had commenced his own confrontation with the grasshopper beast. Boom. Bei Miao forcefully thrust the rhino horn on his forehead into the grasshopper beast, sending sparks flying from its chest as it staggered back several steps, nearly losing its balance. Is this all the strength you possess? Pathetic. Bei Miao advanced effortlessly, tauntingly speaking, though he was uncertain if the beast comprehended his words. Nonetheless, it expressed the fury he felt toward the Yiming demon. The grasshopper beast attempted to strike with its lobster pincers, but Bei Miao stood his ground, absorbing the impact with minimal reaction, merely gathering a few sparks while remaining unmoved. As the grasshopper beast sought to attack again, Bei Miao seized its wrist, saying, "You had your chance. Do you wish to press your luck for a second?" With that, Bei Miao let go and tightened his fists, delivering a relentless barrage of blows to the grasshopper beast's abdomen, inflicting great pain until it knelt, clutching its belly and bowing its head. Humph, truly worthless. Your strength is insufficient. Bei Miao scoffed, loosening his right wrist as he casually walked forward. Suddenly, as the grasshopper beast raised its head, it opened its mouth and shot forth a slender silver thread, its attack method, a long and sharp tongue. Sizzle. Caught off guard, Bei Miao was struck multiple times, the speed so rapid and the thread so fine that it was nearly invisible, even with the formidable defense of the black rhino armor. Being hit by such a slicing attack was still painful. Inevitably, Bei Miao felt a surge of irritation from underestimating his opponent. He summoned the meteor gun and shot the slender tongue back, quickly stabbing the beast repeatedly with the gun's tip, causing it to emit unstable green energy, showing signs of weakness. Raging waterfall slash. At this point, he could employ a finishing technique to eliminate the energy beast. With the energy converging into the gun's tip, Bei Miao thrust forward, releasing a green energy projectile that pierced the grasshopper beast. The creature was pinned to the ground by a green Taiji diagram, flames of green energy burning around it. Raging waterfall strike. After dissipating the meteor gun, Bei Miao invoked a sealing technique, summoning a light stone inscribed with the character water before him. He charged forward, head-butting through the water-inscribed light, the energy converging at the rhino horn on his forehead, momentarily passing through the grasshopper beast to reach its back. Unable to withstand the onslaught, the grasshopper beast exploded, its fiery remnants condensing into a card. Chapter 62. The Sky Has Fallen. Supported by a tall figure, Bei Miao turned, placing the sealed grasshopper beastess card against the Taiji diagram on his belt, which swiftly opened to absorb the card and transform it into a magic spirit stone for sealing. Having concluded his task, he glanced at Su Tingfei, noticing that his companion had also nearly vanquished the Yiming demon. The three regrouped and, seeing the area was clear, returned to the armor base together. Bei Miao addressed Shen Wudao. Captain, one energy beast and one Oxar have been dealt with. Indeed, your performance was commendable. However, Dongshan, your contribution has disappointed us all. Shen Wudao first praised Bei Miao and Su Tingfei, but turned to Dongshan with a cooler tone. Feeling a twinge of shame, Dongshan replied, I'm sorry, Captain, I lost. My disappointment does not stem from your defeat. Failure is a natural part of combat. What concerns me is your lack of composure. You had a significant opportunity to defeat the Yiming demon, yet you acted impulsively, seeking quick results. When one cannot maintain a calm mindset, the chance for success slips away. Shen Wudao could tolerate the setbacks of his team members. After all, not everyone possessed his unparalleled strength. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. And there is truth in that. Even if Dongshan's lineage was of moderate quality, he could not be blamed. However, if the root of failure lay in an unsettled heart, that was a grave error. Meijin added, Indeed, Dongshan, during that battle, your ultimate technique was unleashed too early. The enemy still had considerable energy left and could easily evade. I understand your desire to conclude the battle swiftly, but it should be predicated on having sufficiently weakened the enemy to the point where they cannot react swiftly. Dongshan bowed his head, listening, but he let their words flow in one ear and out the other. After Shen Wudao and the armor team appeared, his mindset shifted drastically. In Dongshan's view, his moderate lineage allowed him to become the summoner of the Wind Eagle armor, which was already the pinnacle of his aspirations. He could not guarantee how many enemies he could eliminate. Besides, wasn't he there the Emperor armor, heralded as the god of war by the heart of the Divine Mountain? With so many armored warriors, what was one more? He could merely fill the ranks and contribute support without overexerting himself. Why endure such hardship or undergo rigorous training? After all, when the sky falls, there are tall figures to hold it up. Enough. Let this matter rest. Shen Wudao seemed to have paid little heed to the suggestions regarding Dongshan, choosing not to elaborate on the matter. In the original narrative, Dongshan was indeed portrayed as the weakest among them, characterized by a fickle disposition, swaying with the strongest and lacking a resolute stance, rendering him unfit for significant responsibilities. Should Dongshan continue to exhibit a lack of ambition and a sluggish progression in strength, it may become imperative to summon a different Wind Eagle armored warrior. For the Wind Eagle armor is one of the elemental armors and should not be overlooked. Shen Wudao turned his gaze towards Qing Zizai and inquired, You are the practitioner of techniques, are you not? The mention of practitioner of techniques caught Yang Huanqing off guard, as he stared at Qing Zizai in bewilderment. Realizing that this individual was indeed a practitioner, Yang Huanqing was somewhat familiar with this concept. A millennium ago, the mission bestowed upon their ancestors by the Xing Tian armor was to cultivate practitioners and others to assist the elemental armors in vanquishing the underworld demons. Unexpectedly, this era faced not only the resurrection of underworld demons, but also the emergence of supernatural beasts and oxers. Fortunately, there exist other armors. Otherwise, relying solely on the three armors would pose a considerable challenge. What exactly is a practitioner of techniques? The other armor summoners exchanged puzzled glances, unfamiliar with the term. And even Su Tingfei was unaware, as Yang Huanqing had not shared this knowledge with him. How did you know I was a practitioner of techniques? Qing Zizai asked, astonished, as it was his first visit to the metropolis, and he had not disclosed his identity to anyone. It was astonishing that the captain of the armored warriors was aware of him. No wonder the Yanlong armor had brought him to the armor base. Because I am the captain, Shen Wudao replied succinctly, opting not to elaborate further. He could hardly admit that his knowledge stemmed from watching the Kamen Rider series. So he simply asserted his authority as captain, suggesting it was normal for him to possess insights that others did not. Li Xian inquired, "Captain, what does practitioner of techniques mean?" Shen Wudao elucidated. A practitioner of techniques is someone who instructs armored warriors in combat skills, akin to how you engage with the virtual combat system, where the elder of the sacred mountain teaches you how to utilize the armors and equips you for battle. Understanding dawned upon Li Xian Nan, Bei Miao, and Dongshan. Ma Kuahai couldn't help but ask, "Can a practitioner of techniques teach all armored summoners?" Before Shen Wudao could respond, Qing Zizai shook his head with a wry smile. "You overestimate my abilities. I only know the combat techniques for the 3 armors associated with the elemental forces, Xing Tian armor, Feiying armor, and Jinggang armor. I cannot instruct on the others." It seemed he was merely a combat coach for the armors. Having inherited some combat techniques for the 3 armors from the Xing Tian armor bestowed upon his ancestors a millennium ago. Thus, he could only impart knowledge concerning the attacks of Feiying, Xing Tian, and Jinggang armors. Anything beyond that was beyond his expertise. "I see." Ma Kuahai scratched his head, sighing, "You all are fortunate. The elemental armors have a virtual combat system, and Feiying now has a practitioner teaching, while I have no one to guide me." Ma Kuahai lamented, realizing that he would soon fall behind, as the others had mentors to guide them, while he was left to navigate alone, facing an inequitable situation. The others merely smiled, choosing not to respond. A notification chimed as an identity card appeared before Qing Zizai. After Shen Wudao explained its purpose, he departed, having been at school prior to entering the armor base. Once the underworld demons and supernatural beasts were dealt with, the others scattered to attend to their own affairs, while Su Tingfei hurriedly took Qing Zizai to the training room, eager to utilize the instructor's presence. On the rooftop of Longlin High School, Shen Wudao suddenly appeared in the empty space, a seldom visited area. He glanced at the playground, now devoid of students, indicating that class was in session. Stretching lazily, he reflected on how the armored team had begun to stabilize. Within the armor base, Mei Jin acted as the liaison, and upon detecting any supernatural energy fluctuations, the surveillance drones he had developed would pursue the source. Although not infallible, their tracking accuracy exceeded 90%. With 5 other armored warriors present alongside him, he would not need to personally engage with any oxers that might appear outside. The weather was splendid. Shen Wudao raised his gaze to the sun, shining brightly in a cloudless sky, enjoying the delightful atmosphere. Chapter 63, resembling a comic protagonist. Balancing studies and heroism, Shen Wudao chose not to return to the classroom, standing resolutely on the rooftop, his posture akin to a steadfast pine tree, eyes closed as he savored the gentle breeze. He remained in this contemplative state until the bell signaled the end of class. Despite his closed eyes, he possessed an acute awareness of his surroundings within 100 meters, a manifestation of the effects of his perfected elemental bloodline. Individuals with elemental bloodlines experience a mutation in their blood, granting them extraordinary abilities beyond mere armor summoning. Some possess enhanced physical strength, quicker reflexes, or remarkable recovery rates. Regardless of the concentration of their bloodline, there exists a chance to awaken such superhuman abilities, albeit with varying degrees of strength. Shen Wudao, as the first individual in 5 millennia to possess a flawless elemental bloodline, embodied all these traits. Without summoning the Emperor armor, he could manipulate telekinesis, perceive surroundings, engage with unique magnetic fields, foresee the future, discern enemies' transformations, and even halt time. Aside from his inability to fly, he was nothing short of a diminutive superhero. The soft patter of footsteps reached Shen Wudao's ears, and soon after, a girl with striking pink hair and a captivating beauty that could leave one spellbound appeared on the rooftop. Xia Zitong gazed at Shen Wudao's silhouette and sighed in relief. "Indeed, Wudao, I guessed you would be on the rooftop." Turning around, Shen Wudao beheld the enchanting young lady before him, her beauty inviting prolonged admiration. Who could resist such allure? "Zitong, did you come specifically to seek me?" he asked, well aware of her habitual presence in the classroom during breaks, rarely straying elsewhere unless called by a teacher. At his words, Xia Zitong's delicate features flushed with a hint of pink. Though a true heiress, she bore none of the typical airs associated with her status. Instead, she exhibited a gentle, somewhat introverted demeanor, easily embarrassed. "I was concerned when you were absent from math class. I wondered if something was amiss. After class, I thought if you were still at school, you would likely be on the rooftop, and it seems my intuition was correct." During class, Shen Wudao's absence had caused Xia Zidong to ponder why he had not attended. Perhaps he was engaged in battle against those monsters and would return shortly. Consequently, her focus throughout the lesson had waned as she contemplated his potential return. Thus, she decided to seek him out, driven by a mix of hope and curiosity. Shen Wudao approached Xia Zidong, smiling as he reassured her, "What could possibly be amiss? You already know I am an armored warrior. Skipping class will become a common occurrence for me." Xia Zidong nodded in understanding, her expression brightening. "You certainly resemble a protagonist from a comic book, balancing your studies while embodying a hero. Indeed, with great power comes great responsibility. As a valiant warrior clad in armor, I have embraced the duty of safeguarding the earth that accompanies this strength. You are quite dashing, Wudao." Xia Zidong gazed at Shen Wudao with starry eyes. A classic case of beauty enamored by heroism. For a girl as naive as she, encountering someone as handsome, capable, and heroic as Shen Wudao stirred feelings she had never known. "I am aware of my own charm. That much I concede. No, that is not what I intended to convey. What I mean is that while Wudao is undeniably handsome, his heroic awareness is what truly enhances his appeal." "Do you find that appealing?" "Yes," Xia Zidong instinctively replied, only to become shy afterward, covering her cheeks with her hands, unable to meet Shen Wudao's gaze. Murmuring to herself, "How embarrassing, what am I saying? Haha, let us return to the classroom." Observing Xia Zidong's adorably flustered demeanor, Shen Wudao could not resist reaching out to gently ruffle her hair. This tender gesture left Xia Zidong momentarily stunned, not in displeasure, but rather warmed by his touch, which ignited a myriad of emotions within her heart. As she watched Shen Wudao's retreating figure, a smile blossomed on Xia Zidong's face. She placed her hand over her heart, overwhelmed by a sense of warmth and happiness. Throughout her life, Xia Zidong had often felt lonely, not merely in school, but at home as well, where her father was perpetually occupied with work, often neglecting her for years on end. Living alone in a lavish villa, surrounded by maids and guards, she still felt an aching void within. She longed for the simplicity of a modest home, where a family of 3 could share joy together. Yet such a dream felt unattainable, a mere fantasy. However, things had changed. Although she had only known Shen Wudao for a few days, his significance in her heart grew with each passing moment, to the extent that he could feel the loneliness and solitude that had long plagued her. Time flowed gently, and soon it was time for school to end. Throughout the day, apart from the 2 previously encountered nether demons and an anomalous beast, 2 Oxers had also appeared, which Mei Zhen had reported to Ma Kuai for elimination. In comparison to the more formidable nether demons and anomalous beasts, Oxers were generally weaker, albeit more numerous. After school, Shen Wudao intended to leave, but upon seeing the duty officer inscribe his name on the blackboard, he paused. After school, the duty officers were responsible for cleaning the classroom, a daily ritual that required 2 students to take turns. The tasks were simple: sweeping the floor, erasing the blackboard, and mopping. This time, alongside Shen Wudao, another name appeared on the board, Xia Zidong. "Oh." As their names were unveiled, the classmates erupted in playful banter. Everyone in the class was aware of the close relationship between Shen Wudao and Xia Zidong, and having heard rumors of them arriving at school together that morning, it was easy for anyone with sense to connect the dots. Shen Wudao remained unfazed, while Xia Zidong felt a blush creep up her cheeks. She had not anticipated being assigned to clean with him. She instinctively glanced back at Shen Wudao, who smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Xia Zidong quickly turned away, her heart racing. Chapter 64. Xia Zidong. What shall I call that boy? Perhaps young master. Before long, all the other students had departed, leaving only Shen Wudao and Xia Zidong, the 2 duty officers, in the classroom. Once the others had exited, Shen Wudao began setting the chairs upside down on the desks to facilitate the cleaning. Xia Zidong followed suit, moving to another row and turning chairs over, a task every student was well accustomed to. "Wudao, where did you attend school before?" Xia Zidong inquired. Her curiosity piqued as it was just the 2 of them engaged in their duties. "I lived in the city during my childhood, but after my parents had an accident, my grandmother took me to the countryside. It was only when monsters appeared in the city that I returned," Shen Wudao replied succinctly. Xia Zidong was taken aback. She had not realized he had lost his parents at such a young age, stirring her compassion. "By the way, Wudao, shall we exchange contact information?" For the first time, Xia Zitong took the initiative to request someone's contact details, a departure from her previous experiences. Of course, after receiving Shen Wudao's number and messaging details, a radiant smile unconsciously spread across Xia Zitong's face. She quickly sent a simple smiley emoji before putting her phone away and continuing to stack chairs, casting furtive glances elsewhere. Just as Shen Wudao tucked his phone away after hearing a notification, he opened it to find the smiley face Xia Zitong had sent. Their eyes met, and Xia Zitong hastily averted her gaze, hastening her tasks, which only served to enhance her charm. Is this what sweet young love feels like in school? This sensation was novel to Shen Wudao, who had never experienced romance before. It was heartwarming, and he understood why many single individuals yearned for companionship, particularly with someone gentle. In less than 15 minutes, they had tidied the classroom, and together they walked toward the school gate. As they strolled through the campus, most other students were either in clubs or had already left, leaving the two in a serene silence. As they walked, Xia Zitong occasionally glanced at Shen Wudao, a fact he noticed. Zitong, what is on your mind? Do you wish to discuss something? No, it's nothing. Xia Zitong quickly shook her head, pretending to focus on the path ahead. In truth, she had wanted to invite Shen Wudao to her home for a visit to get to know him better, but the words faltered on her lips. She felt it might be too forward, and if he declined, it would be awkward. Shen Wudao nodded, refraining from pressing her. He could sense she had something to say, but he respected her decision not to voice it. Upon exiting the school gate, a sleek black car pulled up nearby. As they moved further from the entrance, the vehicle approached, driven by the same chauffeur from the morning. Well, Wudao, I must be going now. All right. After exchanging pleasantries, Xia Zitong entered the car, waving her fair hand before the door closed. Miss, do you have duty again today? The driver, noticing her in the rearview mirror, was aware that she typically left earlier, only lingering when she had cleaning duties. Xia Zitong nodded, yes. Forgive my curiosity, but it seems you have developed quite the rapport with that young man. Before the driver could finish, Xia Zitong interrupted. Driver, what do you mean that young man? His name is Wudao. You should refer to him as young master. Young master? The driver appeared bewildered, taken aback by her protective demeanor. He nodded and continued. You seem to have a more favorable attitude towards young master than others. Do you perhaps have feelings for him? Upon hearing this, Xia Zitong hurriedly exclaimed, cough, driver. Focus on driving. Understood. Observing the shy demeanor of his young lady, it became evident that she indeed harbored feelings for that insufferable boy. It was imperative to inform the butler to relay this significant news to the master, as such matters could not be taken lightly. The thought of the innocent and naive young lady being led astray by mere words from a rogue sent a shiver down his spine. Upon returning home, Shen Wudao opened the heavy iron gate, only to find that Li Xia, who resided there, was absent, likely out. He paid little mind to it. Yet as he prepared to ascend the stairs, fleeting images flickered through his mind. These images featured Li Xia, with someone trailing closely behind her, who then transformed into a curse, attacking her. The mental projection abruptly halted, and Shen Wudao furrowed his brow. It was a brief glimpse of a possible future. Such foresight, even for Shen Wudao, was beyond his control, though it occasionally manifested when concerning those dear to him. Realizing this, he turned and departed from Sakura Manor. At that moment, Li Xia, donned in casual attire and a cap, glanced at the ingredients she held, her eyes brimming with anticipation. She found herself in a secluded area, traversing a straight path flanked by barren trees, each spaced half a meter apart, as she made her way to the nearby bus station. Unbeknownst to her, a nonchalant man was trailing her from behind, his eyes glinting with ill intent. This man, seemingly in his 30s, exuded an air of idleness. Yet he had recently bid farewell to his former self, having acquired formidable powers that rivaled those of a superhero, a curse. Li Xia, I never imagined I would have such fortune, he mused. Recently wandering the streets, Long Zitian had been on the lookout for prey, for now, as a curse. He deemed it unnecessary to pay for the company of older women in bathhouses when he could hunt freely. However, he was aware that armored warriors had been active, and many of his fellow Occurs had been eliminated, indicating that these warriors possessed the means to detect them. Thus, Long Zitian remained discreet, abducting individuals swiftly without alerting anyone, with several attractive women already having fallen victim. Chapter 65. An absolutely secure domain. Just moments ago, Long Zitian had noticed Li Xia by the roadside. Although she was dressed simply and her cap was pulled low, He could discern her exceptional beauty and graceful demeanor, far surpassing those women he had previously captured. Thus, he stealthily followed her, and after several observations, he finally recognized her as the renowned lead singer of a popular idol group. Captivated by her beauty and figure, he thought, any man would be enchanted by her. To be with such a woman, I would willingly trade 10 years of my life. As Long Zetian watched Li Xia ahead, his wicked thoughts spiraled out of control. Suddenly, enveloped in a shroud of dark mist, his form transformed into that of the antelope-like curse. His body a pale yellow adorned with long, sharp horns. Possessing remarkable agility and speed, he prepared to act. However, just 5 meters ahead, a man casually emerged from the left, hands in pockets, seemingly indifferent, yet standing in a space where safety was absolute. The curse halted, taken aback. When had this person arrived, and why did he not appear the least bit frightened by his form, as if it were an everyday occurrence? It was peculiar. Who are you? The curse inquired, pointing at Shen Wudao. Shen Wudao regarded the curse before him, noticing the malevolence that seemed to permeate this creature. Realizing there was no need for mercy, he pointed a single hand skyward, his gaze devoid of emotion, and declared, my grandmother once said, anyone who lays hands on flowers must be dealt with ruthlessly. Emperor armor. Meanwhile, Li Xia, walking ahead, faintly heard a sound behind her, prompting her to turn around in curiosity. A mere glance revealed the antelope monster a distance away, alongside a silhouette she recognized. Before she could react, she witnessed Shen Wudao emanating a golden light, intricate patterns forming around him, manifesting as a shadow of armor. Armor? How can armor appear? I just transformed, and he arrives. Could he foresee the future? The curse struggled to comprehend, having been cautious in his transformations, which rarely exceeded a minute without success. Yet, just as he had targeted his prey, an armor blocked his path, leaving him grasping for explanations beyond the realm of foresight. As the armor enveloped him, Shen Wudao raised his right hand and clenched his fist. Upon uttering the word, a brilliant light erupted, shattering the floor beneath him. A golden aura radiating outward in a circular pattern. Armor fusion. Oh no. The curse attempted to dodge, but the golden aura surged faster than his thoughts, sending him hurtling away. Li Xia, who had paused, was also caught in the aftermath. However, Shen Wudao's aura could discern the ordinary from the extraordinary. Thus, despite being impacted, she faced no real danger, merely feeling as if a strong wind had blown her off balance. Li Xia instinctively cried out, toppling backward, only to be caught by a figure who wrapped his arms around her waist. She found herself half lying in Shen Wudao's embrace, the arm of the emperor armor feeling somewhat rigid, yet her gaze remained fixated on the resplendent golden armor before her. You are Wudao? She asked, her voice tinged with shock. Having just witnessed the armor coalesce at his command, she was confident in her recognition, despite only having seen his back moments before. Indeed, Shen Wudao nodded. There was little reason to conceal his identity as an armored warrior now. Upon confirming his identity, Li Xia dropped the bag of ingredients she had been carrying, instinctively covering her mouth with her hand to stifle her astonishment. Damn it! The curse regained his footing, glaring at the unknown golden armor that had disrupted his plans. Clenching his fists in fury, he vowed, you will regret obstructing my endeavors. He leaped twice in place, then charged toward Shen Wudao at a speed of 200 meters per second, a pace that appeared almost instantaneous to the ordinary eye. Yet to Shen Wudao, even 100 meters per second seemed as slow as a snail. With one arm holding Li Xia, Shen Wudao gazed ahead and softly uttered, thunder comes. Boom. As soon as the words left his lips, a bolt of blue lightning cascaded from the sky. What? The curse, rushing toward Shen Wudao, looked up in horror as a lightning bolt, the width of a thumb, descended upon him. With no time to evade, he could only watch in terror as the impending doom approached. Crash! The lightning struck, igniting a burst of flames, leaving behind only a charred and shattered ground. Where did that curse go? Li Xia gazed ahead with curiosity, unable to perceive the approaching antelope oxar or the bolt of lightning through her ordinary perspective. Suddenly, an explosion erupted a mere dozen meters in front of her, followed by a thick plume of smoke ascending into the air. Perhaps sensing its own inferiority, it turned to flee. In truth, the antelope oxar had been obliterated by the heavenly strike, its remains vaporized, leaving behind a gory aftermath, which was why Li Xia had been warned. Understanding the situation, Li Xia nodded, recalling that the armor of Shen Wudao had previously made headlines. And she herself had witnessed the awe-inspiring power when the armor was activated. It was natural to feel fear. Suddenly, Shen Wudao extended his right hand and lightly touched her forehead, causing a golden light from his waist to illuminate her brow before it swiftly receded. Li Xia instinctively touched her forehead, puzzled. What just happened? Nothing significant, he replied. I merely sealed a fraction of my power within your brow. Should you encounter danger in the future, this force will assist you in escaping peril. Given the possibility that she might no longer experience the prophetic visions she had before, Shen Wudao had sealed a clone containing 1% of his strength within her, which would only activate when her life was endangered. Though it was merely 1%, it possessed a combat prowess surpassing that of the war god Xing Tian, sufficient for her needs. Chapter 66. A boyfriend must be like you. Capable in the parlor and the kitchen. Wow, that's incredible, Li Xia exclaimed, her fingers eagerly tracing her brow where the energy was sealed for protection, bringing her immense comfort. She then turned her gaze back to Shen Wudao, admiring the stunning golden armor he donned. What is the name of your armor? Li Xia was aware that the armor she had seen before had names: Flame Dragon, Flying Shadow, Nawa, so surely Shen Wudao's armor bore a name as well. Emperor. Emperor? At the mere utterance of these two characters, everything else paled in comparison, for each represented the pinnacle of supremacy. Shall we go? I will escort you home. Wait. The ingredients I just bought. Li Xia swiftly gathered the scattered items from the ground, declaring, All right, let's go. Shen Wudao wrapped his arm around her waist, causing her cheeks to flush. Before she could voice a thought, they suddenly flashed back along the previous path to the courtyard of Sakura Manor. Have we returned? Li Xia blinked in confusion, surveying her surroundings. Just a moment ago, she had been outside, and in the next instant, she was home. Not even an airplane could achieve such speed. Yes, we are home, Shen Wudao affirmed, and with a mere thought, the Emperor armor transformed into a multitude of luminous particles that swirled around them, creating a dazzling display. However, in her dazed state, Li Xia paid little attention as the particles dissipated. Seeing her bewildered expression, Shen Wudao waved his hand in front of her eyes, saying, Time to come back to reality. It's merely a simple teleportation, no need for such astonishment. Teleportation? What an impressive skill. Do all armored warriors possess this ability? Upon hearing Shen Wudao deem the skill simple, Li Xia instinctively assumed that all armors shared this capability. The ability to instantaneously transport oneself from one location to another was extraordinary. No wonder armored warriors could timely appear and thwart the misdeeds of monsters. When I say simple, I mean it's easy for me. As for other armors, teleportation, while not a combat skill, was nonetheless a high-level mobility technique not everyone could master. Realizing her misunderstanding, Li Xia curiously inquired, By the way, that Oksar's target was likely me. How did you know? Please don't tell me it was just coincidence. This puzzled her, as she was quite far from Sakura Manor and Longlin High School, and the path she had taken was sparsely populated, making a chance encounter nearly impossible. Shen Wudao responded, It was not mere happenstance. I relied on my sensing ability, which only works for those I hold dear. Hence, I hurried over. Ah, I see. After hearing this, Li Xia gazed at Shen Wudao and smiled. It seems that I hold a special place in your heart. Upon saying this, she felt an unprecedented sweetness surge within her. This sensation was new, yet she had seen enough of life to recognize it as affection. Despite being 3 years his senior, as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older. Worth her weight in gold, Shen Wudao nodded. I suppose so. I have no friends, and you are my first. Just a friend? Li Xia questioned. Not out of arrogance, but awareness of her own beauty. After all, she held a prominent position among the many idols in her circle. Could an 18-year-old, spirited high school student like Shen Wudao truly overlook her allure? With her celebrity status as an added advantage, could it be that he was impervious to her charms? Even if he were as unyielding as an iron tree, she believed she could coax it to blossom. However, Li Xia refrained from expressing these thoughts too overtly. I don't have many true friends either. You count as one. By the way, I bought these ingredients, but I need your help to prepare them. Let's have dinner together tonight. I can help with the cooking, but how skilled are you? You've tasted my cooking a few times, but I haven't had the pleasure of trying yours. If possible, I would love to sample your culinary creations. Shen Wudao regarded her with mild curiosity. Indeed, Li Xia was stunning, comparable to the school beauties he had encountered, each possessing their own charm. However, he wondered about her culinary skills. Li Xia rolled her eyes at him playfully, exuding charm as she replied, "If my cooking were exceptional, would I need to mooch off your meals? Honestly, aside from instant noodles, I can manage a decent egg fried rice. Beyond that, I've never ventured into cooking." Upon hearing this, Shen Wudao's expectations diminished. "So, you're quite inexperienced in the kitchen. That won't do. Unless you marry into a wealthy family with a dedicated chef. Not knowing how to cook might invite unsolicited comments from your future mother-in-law. While it's true that most chefs are men in ordinary households, it is typically the women who bear the responsibility for cooking." Li Xia nodded in agreement. "Exactly. That's why when I look for a boyfriend, he must be like you, capable in both the parlor and the kitchen." Shen Wudao chuckled. "A person as exceptional as I am is one of a kind in this world. However, if you lower your standards by a staggering 99.99%, you might find someone who can cook." How self-absorbed. "Well, although it's still early, we have a lot to carry. I'll take these upstairs first." With that, Li Xia grasped the large plastic bags and ascended to the second floor, with Shen Wudao following closely behind. "Quickly now, open the door for me." Li Xia gestured, her hands occupied. "Look who's giving me orders now." Shen Wudao replied with a light laugh as he approached the door, turning the handle to open it. You didn't lock the door when you left?" Li Xia remarked, surprised that Shen Wudao had simply opened the door without securing it. "What's the point of locking the door? It's too much trouble. When I'm alone, I lock the main door, but with you here, there's no need to lock even that during the day. Please, go in." "All right then." Li Xia accepted his explanation without further comment and proceeded to bring the ingredients into the kitchen. After that, Shen Wudao began to showcase his culinary skills in the kitchen. With a plethora of ingredients sourced from the skies, waters, and lands, resulting in a lavish expenditure that could not fall under 1,000. However, as a celebrity, financial constraints were no concern. Previously, he had nonchalantly paid over 100,000 in rent without a flicker of an eyelid. Spending a mere 1,000 on ingredients was a trivial matter. Chapter 67. Diligence can compensate for deficiency. One must forge oneself strong, as Shen Wudao cooked. He was adorned with the sparkling effects of the love deity Metata, who had flown through the ceiling, munching on a large bag of potato chips. "Wow, so much delicious food. I am truly fortunate tonight." Upon seeing Shen Wudao prepare several plates of dishes, Metata's eyes sparkled with delight. She patted Shen Wudao on the shoulder and said with satisfaction, "Good lad. You know to welcome this deity with a feast. You have some conscience, rest assured. I shall bless you with a beautiful and virtuous wife." "You've misunderstood. I did not purchase these ingredients. I merely processed them," Shen Wudao replied, not even glancing at the self-absorbed Metata. This fellow had intruded without invitation, yet here she was, demanding a grand reception. Metata's eyes twinkled mischievously as she inquired, "If you didn't buy them, did your tenant?" "No. Why would she purchase so many ingredients? Is there a celebration of sorts? Perhaps she has dined here a few times and is compensating me. Well, I will save some for you. Do not disturb me." Shen Wudao pushed Metata away as she approached. Humph. Watching Shen Wudao's retreating figure, Metata huffed. Since he was dismissing her, she felt no need to linger. Using her ability to phase through walls to return to her room without descending the stairs. Once in her room, Metata paced with her hands on her hips, feeling vexed. "Humph, that odious Shen Wudao. What a fine tenant to rent out. Now I am reduced to a pet lurking in the shadows while you two brazenly dine at the table. There is no respect for this love deity. It infuriates me." Metata did not consider that she had arrived later than Li Xia, who had rented the place long before her. Yet, it was understandable that she felt aggrieved. The man who had stolen her first kiss was dining with another woman, while she, like a clandestine lover, could only hide in a corner to eat. Such indignity. After completing his culinary endeavors, Shen Wudao placed an array of 7 or 8 dishes on the table, filling it to the brim. Meanwhile, Li Xia was already seated with several bottles of wine, eagerly awaiting his arrival. "Wow, it looks absolutely delectable. Truly, you are a master chef. The presentation, aroma, and taste are all exquisite." Li Xia gave Shen Wudao a thumbs up, remarking that if she had to prepare the meal herself, she might not even have dinner at all. "It's wonderful to have a great chef at home. Come, let us drink." She grabbed several bottles of colorful beverages, casually placing 2 in front of Shen Wudao. "I do not drink alcohol," he stated firmly. "No worries. This is a cocktail. You may consider it a fruit beverage with a low alcohol content. Even those unaccustomed to drinking can manage a few bottles," Li Xia assured him. Shen Wudao reiterated, even if the alcohol content is low. I abstain from all substances containing alcohol. This is to ensure that my mind remains unaffected by external influences. Very well. Seeing Shen Wudao's steadfastness, Li Xia did not press the issue and began to drink alone. After taking a few bites, Shen Wudao finally asked, "What joyous occasion prompts you to purchase such an abundance of ingredients?" With a playful wink, Li Xia replied, "Nothing special. I just wanted a good meal. It's also a way to bribe my landlord. Your culinary skills surpass those of many restaurant chefs. A feast like this would cost 2,000 to 3,000 out. So I figured I'd buy the ingredients, and you do the cooking. That saves us quite a bit. Since you put it that way, I shall indulge a bit more." Li Xia, noticing his modesty, offered him a leg of the braised goose. "Here, you worked hard to cook. This goose leg is for you, and I shall have the wings." As the two savored their meal, in the armor base, Bei Miao, Su Tingfei, and Ma Kuahai emerged from the training room, drenched in sweat and collapsing onto the sofa. Meijin poured 4 glasses of water at the bar and handed them out. The 4th glass meant for Qing Zizai. "Phew, that gravity chamber is quite the workout, but it seems to have some effect." Ma Kuahai sighed heavily after taking a sip of water, recalling how they had spent the entire afternoon in intense training. Wiping his sweat with a towel, Bei Miao remarked, "Indeed, this is far more comprehensive than weight training. To grow stronger, one must persist." Su Tingfei had paired with Qing Zizai, who was instructing him on the combat capabilities, characteristics, and skills of the flying shadow armor. Although both teams occupied the same training room, the expansive space resembled an endless sea, intelligently sectioned off based on the user's consciousness, unaffected by one another. "Meijin, and everyone, I've brought the food," announced Dong Shan, who had appeared unexpectedly, placing a selection of packed meals on the table. "Thank you, Dong Shan," Meijin replied graciously. "Hee, it's no trouble at all, just doing my part." Dong Shan smiled, scratching his nose. Looking at the relaxed Dong Shan, Bei Miao suggested, "You should come to the training room to practice and enhance your strength." Dong Shan shook his head. "No need for that. I prefer relying on the virtual combat system. Training with the old man on the Divine Mountain is sufficient." "That is absurd. Training there is grueling. I can't handle that kind of hardship. As long as I am a summoner of the Wind Eagle armor, my power can be managed. If I lack strength, so be it. After all, the armor team can handle any aftermath." Upon hearing this, Bei Miao merely shook his head, choosing not to argue further. Training at the Divine Mountain is essential, as is the training room. The former hones combat skills, while the latter strengthens the body. One must forge oneself to advance swiftly. However, seeing Dong Shan's aversion to hardship, I find little motivation to persuade him. As they say, diligence compensates for deficiency. It is disappointing that Dong Shan, possessing only average lineage, refuses to practice diligently. As they enjoyed their meal, Yang Huanying arrived, not alone but accompanied by 2 others. One, an exuberant young man, exclaimed, "Wow, Huanying, is this the armor base you spoke of? It's astonishing. Even though I was prepared, it still caught me off guard. This is the armor base created by the captain's spatial abilities?" The other man, appearing more composed, surveyed the surroundings intently. Chapter 68, Shen Wudao, Emperor Armor. These names are incredibly formidable. Yang Huanying proudly introduced, "Everyone, these 2 are the new armor summoners I have brought to the team. Li Haoyan, the summoner of the Xingtian armor, and Wu Gang, the summoner of the King Kong armor." After leaving the armor base and returning to the Huahuan teppanyaki restaurant, Yang Huanying fortuitously encountered the 2 seeking rental accommodations. Since there were several vacant rooms above the teppanyaki restaurant, which would otherwise go to waste, she had posted rental advertisements early on. Unexpectedly, both Wu Gang and Li Haoyan approached simultaneously, and as a mystic practitioner, Yang Huanying quickly discerned their unique genes, the Sun and Star genes, marking them as the very armor summoners she sought. She had already heard Su Tingfei mention that the Xingtian armor had appeared without being contracted by her, so she persuaded the 2 of them to join. Initially, Li Haoyan was reluctant to get involved, but Yang Huanying skillfully appealed to his emotions and reason, convincing him. After all, every other armored warrior had united to form a team. If he alone opposed it, he would be unaware of the dangers he might face alone in the future. Regardless of the era, one cannot solely focus on combat. Human relationships and social dynamics are also vital. Wu Gang, on the other hand, was much simpler. Upon hearing that he could become an armored warrior and join the team, he joyfully agreed without hesitation. After all, armored warriors are the heroes of the city. and Wu Gang had admired such heroes since his childhood. When he learned from Yang Huanying that he could become an armored warrior, he was overwhelmed with excitement and immediately signed the contract to become the summoner of the King Kong armor. Thus, the Xingtian team had fully joined the armor team, with 3 members in the 5 elements armor and only Ma Kuai in the elemental armor, alongside Shen Wudao, making a total of 8 armored warriors, beginning to resemble a proper team. Xingtian and King Kong. Qing Zizai's eyes brightened at the thought, with the armors of heaven, earth, and humanity now complete. Although his workload would increase, he felt a profound joy. The 1,000-year legacy of his lineage of practitioners was finally coming to an end in his generation. From now on, his descendants would no longer bear the burden of being practitioners. Welcome to your new roles. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Meijin, and along with Huanying, we are the liaisons. We will contact you if anything occurs while you are away from the base. Meijin began her introductions one by one. Wu Gang, appearing quite familiar, exclaimed, "Haha, you are all renowned figures. Now, I, Wu Gang, am also an armored warrior. Let us fight side by side. Greetings, I am Li Haoyan. I look forward to working with you all." In contrast to Wu Gang's loud demeanor, Li Haoyan was much quieter, seemingly not adept at conversation. The sudden influx of colleagues left him somewhat at a loss. Li Haoyan, Xingtian armor. Sitting nearby with his legs crossed, Su Tingfei watched with interest. Recalling that just days ago he had contended with Li Haoyan, now they were teammates, which felt rather awkward. Qing Zizai clapped his thighs and stood up, laughing heartily. Haha. Splendid. I am a practitioner, and from now on, your training will be entrusted to me. Oh, we have a coach guiding us. How considerate. Wu Gang had been worried about being the weakest link and was still unfamiliar with the combat applications of the armor. But the prospect of having a coach was a delightful surprise. Meijin continued, by the way, there is also the Flame Dragon armor, Li Xian. But he is not here at the moment, and our captain is also absent. Wu Gang nodded. The Flame Dragon armor? That's the one that first appeared in the news. I didn't expect him to be part of the team. But what about the captain? Which armor does he possess? Yang Huanying replied. His name is Shen Wudao. He is the summoner of the Emperor armor. Shen Wudao and the Emperor armor. Those names are quite formidable. Wu Gang exclaimed. The name Shen Wudao sounded wild and rebellious, while the Emperor armor exuded an air of majesty, as emperors have always been regarded as the most esteemed figures throughout history. Li Haoyan's expression shifted as he speculated. The Emperor armor. Could it be the golden armored warrior who decisively defeated the underworld demon, as reported in the newspapers? Bei Miao stood up, affirming, indeed, it is he. The armored base where we currently stand was created by him from nothing. It does not belong to any location on Earth, but exists in an independent space, ensuring absolute safety. Wu Gang realized, so it was him. I could tell from the images that he was extraordinary. Come, allow me to give you a tour of the entire armored base to familiarize yourselves. If you wish to reside here in the future, that can be arranged. As for the identification cards for entry and exit, the captain will issue those to you later. Subsequently, Yang Huanying led the 2 of them to explore other areas of the base, particularly the training room. Just as the 3 departed, a scene appeared on the monitor, indicating the presence of a threat. This time, let me handle it. Ma Kuai eagerly volunteered, worried about being left behind. Bei Miao and the others chuckled, not contesting this, allowing Ma Kuai to confront the Erxer alone. However, just as Ma Kuai set off, another scene emerged, revealing an Erxer. An Erxer? Dongshan, you go? Bei Miao glanced at Dongshan, deciding that since he was unwilling to train, combat experience would serve him well. Me? All right. Dongshan glanced at Bei Miao, who, apart from the captain, seemed to be giving orders, which irked him. However, knowing Bei Miao's strength, he suppressed his dissatisfaction. It was rare for 2 different types of monsters to appear simultaneously, Meijin commented, observing the 2 screens. By a lakeside stood a remarkably handsome man, his hands tucked in his pockets, gazing at the water under the dim streetlights as night fell, letting out a sigh. Shi Zhao, the King of Realms is looking for you. Come back with me. Just then, a cold female voice emanated from behind him. Shi Zhao turned to see a woman clad in a black leather jacket, her hair cascading down, her appearance decent, but her aura icy. Binner, how did you know I was here? Shi Zhao asked in surprise. Binner replied nonchalantly, isn't it easy to find out where you are? After all, people like us, who don't fit in, have nowhere else to go. Shi Zhao chuckled wryly. True, but what does the King of Realms want with us? I don't know. We'll find out when we return. Binner's expression was emotionless, resembling a cold beauty. Those unfamiliar with her would find it difficult to approach her. Shi Zhao shrugged, then stepped outside, saying, I suppose there's another task at hand. Let us go. Chapter 69. Dong Shan's failed invitation to Duanmu Yin. The two left the lakeside and entered a bustling street, but they quickly turned onto a smaller path. Having grown up in the shadowy realm of the shadow world, as orphans raised in the shadow world, they underwent inhuman training, and the hardships they endured were unimaginable. Observing others joyfully gathering in groups only served to salt their wounds. Naturally, they preferred solitude, for loneliness was their fate. Recently, the armored warriors have become increasingly active, yet the Shadow Dominator has not made any significant moves. Even the King of Realms must be feeling anxious, Shi Zhao remarked as they walked. Who knows? Binner replied tersely. Suddenly, the sound of a fight reached their ears, and they exchanged glances before hastily rushing towards the commotion. Approaching the source of the noise, they spotted a blue-armored warrior wielding a sword against an Erxer. Is that the 5 elements armor? Shi Zhao mused. Recognizing the belt as similar to the snow mastiff armor he summoned. Binner nodded, glancing at Shi Zhao coldly. It's highly likely. Should we eliminate an armored warrior first? Shi Zhao narrowed his eyes. Let us hold off for now and observe. If we do engage, we must first assess the enemy's strength. Though Shi Zhao was confident in his abilities, having trained under the King of Realms for over a decade in the shadow world, he understood the importance of strategy. Suddenly, the woman clutched her abdomen and halted, gasping for breath as she exclaimed, Duanmu, you should go ahead. I can no longer run. All right, it's just up ahead, responded Duanmu Yin. Moments earlier, he and Ma Lingling had been strolling nearby when they heard cries about an Akis. Without hesitation, they rushed against the tide of the crowd, driven by their duty as armor warriors to eliminate threats. Before long, Duanmu Yin arrived at the scene where the Wind Eagle armor was battling the Ukis. He was somewhat surprised to find another armor warrior present, yet he paid it little mind. Although this warrior appeared capable, 2 fighters together would ultimately prove swifter and safer. Duanmu Yin affixed the summoning device to his waist, inserted the energy key, and, after turning it, proclaimed, Flame of Nawa, consumed the power of raging flames, merge. A blaze of orange flames erupted around Duanmu Yin, transforming instantaneously into a suit of armor. Nawa armor? Shi Zhao observed intently, surprised that the young man who had just emerged was indeed the wielder of Nawa armor. Fortunately, he had refrained from acting rashly. Otherwise, facing 2 armor warriors might not have guaranteed his victory. I never expected such a trivial Akis could provoke 2 armor warriors, remarked Binger disdainfully. The number of armor warriors was considerable, beyond the Flame Dragon armor, Flying Shadow armor, Nawa armor, Siznami armor, and the mysterious golden armor. Now another blue elemental armor had appeared. If they united, it would pose a significant challenge. Raging Flame Kick. With the newly donned Nawa armor, Duanmu Yin leapt and delivered a kick towards the Ukis. This was no ordinary flying kick. It bore elemental energy, making it far more potent than a typical strike. Noticing movement behind him, Dong Shan instinctively withdrew. Typically, while the Keys were the weakest, and despite his earlier defeat at the hands of the Nether Demon, he still maintained an upper hand against the Ukis. The Ukis, already under pressure from Dong Shan's assault, had not yet regained its breath when it saw the flaming kick from Nawa armor approaching. Completely unprepared to defend or evade, it was sent flying by the powerful blow. With a cry, the Ukis soared 6 meters before crashing to the ground. Struggling to rise, it glanced at the 2 warriors before bolting away. However, how could a wounded creature escape the grasp of 2 armor warriors? They quickly caught up, and with a combined assault, obliterated the Ukis' form. All done, Duanmu Yin declared as he dismissed the armor, turning to Dong Shan, who appeared unfamiliar. Well done, Duanmu. Ma Lingling had arrived, patting him on the shoulder after the Ukis' defeat. Duanmu Yin chuckled lightly, then inquired of Dong Shan, By the way, who are you? Hello. I am Dong Shan, the summoner of the Wind Eagle armor. Dong Shan greeted Duanmu Yin with a friendly smile, surprised to encounter the wielder of Nawa armor during battle. If he could recruit him, it would be a significant achievement. I am Duanmu Yin, the summoner of Nawa armor. The illustrious Nawa armor. I would like to invite you to join our armor team. Would you be willing? Dong Shan, not one for pleasantries, made a direct invitation. An armor team? Duanmu Yin glanced at Ma Lingling, uncertain as he could not make this decision alone, given that he borrowed the summoning device from her. Ma Lingling rolled her eyes playfully and said, "Well, we don't plan to join just yet. Let's think it over and perhaps discuss it again when we meet in the future." Dong Shan's brow furrowed slightly, disappointment flickering across his face, though he masked it well. "Very well, if you wish to consider, then do so. Our team comprises 7 or 8 armor warriors, and fighting together is undoubtedly stronger than going solo." "Indeed. We shall consider it carefully," Ma Lingling replied with a smile. "Well then, I shall take my leave," Dong Shan said, not lingering, and made his way back to the armor base. Invitation unsuccessful? Bei Miao crossed her arms, observing that the scene had vanished after the Yuki's defeat. However, they had all witnessed Nawa armor's presence, and it was clear Dong Shan would extend an invitation. Now, with Dong Shan returning alone, it was evident he had failed to recruit the Nawa armor. Dong Shan nodded. He said they would consider it. Meishan chimed in. "It's normal to require time to consider an invitation from strangers." Her words held merit. People naturally had their reservations. Despite being armor warriors, it was entirely reasonable for them to hesitate when approached for collaboration for the first time. Chapter 70. The summoning device is stolen. Do you wholesale armor? Duanmu Yin scratched his head sheepishly and remarked, "Lingling, that person mentioned they had several armors within their team. Shouldn't we consider joining them? We might be ostracized later." Ma Lingling, exasperated, retorted, "You fool. Have you heard of the saying 3 visits to the thatched cottage? We are Nawa armor, not mere foot soldiers. If we just accept their invitation at the first ask, wouldn't that be too cheap? They should invite us a couple of times first to show our worth." It's said that what is unattainable always stirs desire. So that's how it is. Lingling certainly possesses keen insight. Currently, Duanmu Yin was neither a killing machine nor General Duanmu, merely a fledgling wielder of Nawa armor, with his summoning device still under Lingling's control. "All right, let's go. I'm starving. Let's get some ramen." Hearing the praise from her junior, Ma Lingling proudly lifted her head, suddenly aware of her growling stomach, recalling that she hadn't had dinner yet. The two prepared to leave, while Dong Shan and Binger, lurking in the shadows, observed. Binger said, "Unlike the summoning devices of the 5 elements armor, I believe we must seize theirs. What do you think? Perhaps we should let it go." Shi Zhao hesitated. Though he dwelled in darkness, his heart yearned for the light. The armor warriors were combating the nether demon Akis. Even with the existence of anomalous beasts, they ultimately fought to protect humanity. Shi Zhao, don't hesitate. Allowing these armor warriors to roam free is cruelty to ourselves. This is a prime opportunity that, if missed, may never come again. Without waiting for Shi Zhao's response, Binger dashed forward. "Ice." Shi Zhao clenched his fists and followed after her. Binger was correct. Their current roles were indeed antagonistic, and the enemy would not care about their intentions. The dichotomy of light and dark was a reality they faced. "Stop." Binger reached Duanmu Yin and Ma Lingling first, followed closely by Shi Zhao. The two warriors exchanged glances, and Ma Lingling queried, "Who are you two?" Without preamble, Binger coldly demanded, "Hand over your armor summoning devices." "What? Here to rob us, or to take our summoning devices?" Ma Lingling was momentarily taken aback, then hid behind Duanmu Yin, asking, "Can you handle this, Duanmu?" "Let's find out." Duanmu Yin scratched his head, feigning uncertainty. But in the next instant, he launched a kick towards Binger's face. "Overestimating yourself." Binger's eyes narrowed as she swiftly retreated a step, leaning back to evade Duanmu Yan's kick before closing the distance with a fierce and mature offensive that left him struggling to counter. Though she was not an armor summoner, she possessed the bloodline of the Shadow Village and had undergone rigorous training in the Shadow Realm. In terms of both physical prowess and combat skill, she far surpassed Duanmu Yin, possessing genuine martial arts expertise. In all honesty, one Binger could easily take on 10 Duanmu Yans. Duanmu Yin never anticipated that the woman before him possessed such remarkable prowess. While he merely employed the techniques of a petty thug, she executed her moves with precision. Clearly a trained fighter. "Ah!" A cry escaped Duanmu Yan's lips as he was forcefully kicked down by Binger. "Duanmu, are you all right? Quickly, use your armor." Ma Lingling rushed forward to assist him, recognizing that this woman was no ordinary robber. Her combat skills were formidable. Although using armor against a mere mortal seemed unfair, life itself is devoid of fairness. Without the armor, they would risk losing it to their assailants. "All right, Yinji Nawa, devour." Duanmu Yin staggered to his feet, retrieving the Nawa summoner from his person. Just as he raised the device to his waist, Binger swiftly approached and delivered a powerful kick to his hand, interrupting his transformation. "Ah!" The pain shot through his hand, causing him to involuntarily release the summoner, which flew away. At that moment, Shi Zhao leapt up and caught the summoner. "My summoner!" Ma Lingling exclaimed, rushing towards Shi Zhao in an attempt to reclaim it. However, her petite frame was no match for Shi Zhao, who effortlessly shoved her aside, sending her sprawling on the ground. Shi Zhao glanced at Binger and said, "Let us go. Now that we have the summoner, it's unwise to linger here. You scoundrel! Thief! Return my summoner!" Ma Lingling shouted, her eyes brimming with tears. Losing the summoner was a significant matter, for it was not hers, but a possession entrusted to her by her brother, Ma Qingshan. The guilt weighed heavily on her heart. Duan Muyin clenched his fists, a surge of anger bubbling within him. Yet, skill-wise, he was outmatched. Expressing frustration was futile. Observing Ma Lingling's sorrowful demeanor, he apologized. "Lingling, I'm sorry. The summoner slipped from my grasp." "It's not your fault," she replied. "Who could have anticipated that we would be targeted? Those two must have been lurking in the shadows while we were preoccupied with the keys. And who would have guessed their skills were so formidable? They struck decisively when you attempted to use the summoner." Ma Lingling bore no resentment towards Duan Muyin. Even her brother, Ma Qingshan, would have faced the same outcome. If only they possessed the might of Shen Wudao, they could have withstood a Keese attack without armor. However, how many possessed such power? This incident was merely a stroke of misfortune. Frustrated, Duan Muyin punched the wall, lamenting, "Now that we're without the summoner, I'll have to inform my second brother. Perhaps he can help us retrieve it." Ma Lingling immediately thought of her second brother, Ma Kuai, who had previously mentioned his role as an armored warrior. "What? Your second brother is also an armored warrior? Is your family a wholesale supplier of armor?" Duan Muyin was taken aback, recalling that Ma Lingling had said the Nawa armor was entrusted to her by her elder brother. Now her second brother was also an armored warrior. Was the Ma family in the armor production business? The Nawa armor was likely concealed within the summoner. Though it was fire attribute armor, which did not align with her water attribute bloodline, it did not require a bloodline to wield, thus avoiding any conflict. "Binger, why don't you give it a try?" Once Shi Zhao and Binger returned to the realm of shadows with the summoner, he handed it over to her. "All right." Binger accepted the summoner, her heart fluttering with excitement. She had long envied Shi Zhao for possessing armor, which granted him capabilities beyond her reach. Now, could she finally have armor too? Although it may not be as powerful as the 5 elements armor, it was still armor, far superior to mere flesh. Chapter 71. It's about running together, not just flirting. With a heart full of anticipation, Binger took hold of the Nawa summoner, positioning it at her waist. The summoner sensed her presence and automatically extended a belt to secure itself. After inserting the energy key into the summoner and twisting its top, Binger proclaimed, "Yenji Nawa. Devour the power of blazing flames. Unite." This incantation was one she had overheard when Duan Muyin transformed. Although it felt somewhat awkward to utter, it was undoubtedly the summoning chant for the armor. Upon finishing the incantation, flames erupted around Binger, enveloping her as if she were ablaze, yet she felt no heat. In the next moment, the flames coalesced into armor, merging with her form. The blue visor flickered with a deep azure light before dimming. "I did it!" Shi Zhao exclaimed, triumphantly clenching his fist. He was pleasantly surprised that the Nawa armor had no apparent restrictions. As long as one possessed the summoner, it could be utilized with ease. Binger exhaled slowly, managing her excitement. Once she dispelled the armor, even her typically frosty demeanor softened into a smile. This was indeed an unexpected delight. From this moment on, she too was a summoner of armor. The pair then ventured to a cave halfway up the mountain, which bore a striking resemblance to the cave of Shadow Dominator, albeit more opulent, as Shadow Dominator was a subordinate of the Lord of Shadows. Though they were in different locations, they both dwelled within the realm of shadows. Their base nestled in an uninhabited mountain. The sky above was shrouded in dense clouds, enveloping the realm in darkness, isolating it from the outside world, and concealing it with a maze. Ordinary people would find themselves lost and unable to comprehend the darkened skies above. "Lord of Shadows, we have returned." In the cave, Shi Zhao and Binger addressed the figure seated upon a chair crafted from stone. The individual was an elderly man with streaks of white in his hair, garbed in black. With a mechanical eye on the left, a mechanical right hand, and one mechanical leg. The Lord of Shadows, originally named Kalen, was once an esteemed scientist whose life took a tragic turn due to an accident during an experiment, rendering him disabled and confined to a wheelchair. From a brilliant scientist to a man awaiting death in his home, Who could accept such a fate? Thus, he succumbed to alcoholism. Yet, one fateful day, the denizens of the Shadow Realm recognized his talent and struck a devil's bargain with him, transforming him into the Lord of Shadows, his psyche darkened with ambitions of world domination. The Lord of Shadows gazed down upon the two, and after a brief silence, he spoke. Shi Zhao, I have a task for you. Please, command me, Lord. The Lord of Shadows rose, hands clasped behind his back, declaring, I once believed that armor was limited to the 5 elements. But even before all 5 elements appeared, others have emerged, becoming significant obstacles to my plans. Recently, Shadow Dominator has shown a lackadaisical attitude and harbors his own ambitions. Go forth, eliminate him, and retrieve those demon shadows from his possession. Shadow Dominator was merely a pawn in the Lord's game. Who understood Shadow Dominator's intentions to secretly seek the Earth Shadow Stone, with the grotesque general acting as the Lord's informant. In the rapidly changing political landscape, this pawn had outlived its usefulness. Although the demon shadows were low-tier supernatural beasts, a few of them possessed noteworthy qualities. Wasting them was unacceptable. Lord, on our way back, Binger interjected, recounting their acquisition of the Nawa armor. I've had my fill. In Sakura Manor, on the 2nd floor, Lixia contentedly rubbed her belly, leaning back in her chair, letting out a loud belch without a hint of decorum. Shen Wudao observed Lixia's round belly and remarked, eating so much. Are you not concerned about gaining weight? You are a star and must maintain your figure. A little indulgence here and there could lead to unseemly consequences. Lixia, unfazed as she caressed her belly, replied, a little indulgence now and then is harmless. By the way, don't you go for morning runs every day? How about I join you for a run tomorrow morning? In the realm of deities, one might find themselves entangled in unexpected relationships. You may go, I hold no objections. However, a fellow runner will accompany me, spoke Shen Wudao. A running companion? Lixia was momentarily taken aback, surprised to learn that Shen Wudao had such a companion. Upon hearing those words, an indescribable discomfort washed over her, yet it did not alter her feelings for him. After all, it was natural for men to have such acquaintances. Once married, such matters would surely diminish. Noticing the peculiar glint in Lixia's eyes and the slight shadow that fell across her countenance, Shen Wudao quickly clarified. Do not misunderstand. She is merely a fellow runner, not that kind of companion. Realizing her misinterpretation, Lixia felt a wave of relief. Curiosity piqued, she inquired. Who is this person? Male or female? Did you not mention that I was your first friend? With a smile, Shen Wudao rose to tidy the dining table, explaining. She is a classmate from my school, renowned as one of the campus beauties and currently the head of the sports department. I believe she has even trained in martial arts. Lixia nodded in understanding, murmuring to herself, a campus beauty? Then I must meet her. It's settled then. I shall join you tomorrow, she declared. But you must wake early. We need to rise by 5:30. No problem, she replied confidently. In a residence far grander than Shen Wudao's Sakura Manor, resembling a miniature castle, the lights below were ablaze. Surrounding the estate was a protective fence, and within the courtyard stood several bodyguards. This was the home of Xia Zitong, a vast abode yet occupied solely by her. It was no wonder she felt a sense of solitude. However, that evening, she received a call from her father, who inquired about her relationship with Shen Wudao. For Xia Zitong, this call would linger in her memory for quite some time, as it had been a year since they last dined together. And months had passed since their last conversation. Fresh from a shower, Xia Zitong donned a pale gold nightgown that accentuated her alluring figure, particularly the alluring curves that surpassed many renowned beauties. Sitting on her bed with her back against the headboard, she held her phone, staring at the chat window with Shen Wudao, which displayed only a smiley face, one she had sent when they first exchanged contact information after school. Is he asleep? Would sending a message disturb his rest? She pondered, glancing at the clock. Although it was only 8 o'clock, too early for most to retire, she worried that he might be one of the few who did. Chapter 72. With courage. The goddess can take a break. The mere act of deciding whether to send a message left Xia Zitong in a dilemma. She gazed at the chat window, her fingers fidgeting with her hair, before finally mustering the resolve to type, Brother Wudao, are you resting? Upon seeing those words, she hesitated for a full minute before finally hitting send. Immediately after, Xia Zitong turned off her phone screen and set it aside, her heart racing with anticipation. She was torn between the fear of checking for a reply and the curiosity of whether her phone would ring with a notification. I feel so strange right now, she thought, hugging her pillow and eagerly watching her phone. Her emotions surged like a roller coaster, a sensation she had never experienced before. Could it be that I am truly falling for him? She mused, recognizing that since meeting Shen Wudao, her feelings had shifted. 5 minutes passed, and Xia Zidong glanced at her phone, only to find her message still unanswered. This left her feeling anxious. Had he fallen asleep, or simply chosen not to reply? Meanwhile, in Shen Wudao's home, after finishing the dishes and bidding farewell to Li Xia, he turned to Mai Tuda, who was sulking nearby. What's the matter? Aren't you hungry? You haven't touched what I saved for you. Humph, she huffed, crossing her arms and turning away. Shen Wudao chuckled at her demeanor. What's this? Did someone upset our little goddess, causing her to skip dinner? Who else could it be but you? Mai Tuda retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Me? I don't recall offending you. Is it because of that kiss? Surely that is behind us now. Ugh, I'm not petty like that. You can dine with Li Xia while I'm left to scavenge the leftovers. That infuriates me, Mai Tuda exclaimed, hands on her hips, hovering in midair with a stern expression. Shen Wudao playfully flicked her forehead, bemused. Leftovers? That was the first portion taken directly from the pot. Ah, Mai Tuda dramatically exclaimed, clutching her forehead in a mock display of pain. It's all the same. I want to sit at the table too. But you are a goddess. Ordinary people cannot see you unless you wish to be seen. If you want to join us at the table, that can be arranged. So please, do not throw a tantrum. Could it be that you are envious? Upon hearing this, Shen Wudao considered the possibility that Mai Tuda was indeed jealous of his meal with Li Xia, left alone in the shadows. After all, although she was a goddess, she had never experienced love, and her first kiss was still a cherished memory. Jealous? Mai Tuda's face flushed crimson, and she stammered. You fool. How could I possibly be jealous of a mere mortal? Why would I be envious of you? You imbecile, buffoon, wretched Wudao. I shall ignore you. With that, she soared out of his room in a huff. How did we arrive at this point? Claiming to be free of jealousy, yet so clearly affected, Shen Wudao mused, shaking his head as he retrieved his phone to check the time. A message from Zitong? He opened it to find it had been sent several minutes prior, as his phone had been on silent mode. After reading her message, he replied, Not yet. Are you resting now? After sending the message, he was about to tuck his phone away when it vibrated. An instant reply from Xia Zidong. I am not resting either, but I hope I haven't disturbed you. No, I just finished dinner and washed the dishes. Apologies for not responding sooner. Their conversation continued for nearly 10 minutes through the messaging app before concluding. Shen Wudao then proceeded to bathe and, after drying off, lay down in his room. 2 hours later, his room was enveloped in darkness when suddenly, a glimmer of starlight illuminated the space. Mai Tuda stood at the edge of Shen Wudao's bed, arms crossed beneath her ample bosom, gazing at him. Wretched Wudao, you don't even think to come find me, the one who stole your first kiss, and you dare to sleep so soundly? It infuriates me. Seeing Shen Wudao slumber peacefully, Mai Tuda felt a surge of frustration with nowhere to direct her ire. Such a pure goddess as her should not be treated with disdain by any man. Yet here he is, provoking her, truly a heart of stone. You are a deity. How can a mere mortal roam the world in search of a god? At that moment, the deity Shen Wudao, who had been feigning sleep, suddenly spoke, startling Mai Tuda. Oh, you dare to pretend to sleep? I shall strangle you. Mai Tuda leapt towards Shen Wudao, who, in a smooth roll, evaded her as she landed where he had just lain. Before she could make another move, Shen Wudao swiftly pinned her down. Enough. Mai Tuda, who had been writhing beneath him, ceased her struggles upon hearing his authoritative voice. However, when she turned to meet his gaze, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Wu, are you scolding me? She whimpered. Shen Wudao released her, his tone softening. I did not scold you. I merely raised my voice. Now stop fussing and get up. He was taken aback by her fragility. After all, she was a god who had lived for centuries. Was it truly necessary to be so sensitive? I am hungry. Hungry? Very well, I shall prepare something for you. Something below? Mai Tuda instinctively glanced down at a certain part of Shen Wudao, her face flushing a deep crimson, her breath quickening. I mean noodles. Shen Wudao hurriedly interrupted her wandering thoughts. Realizing her impure thoughts, Mai Tuda shot him an indignant glare. Shen Wudao shrugged innocently. What good was her scorn if he had misunderstood? Without further ado, he entered the kitchen and prepared 2 simple bowls of spring noodles, garnished with green onions and accompanied by the fried eggs he had made earlier. Did you not eat enough last night? Mai Tuda observed the 2 bowls, noting that hers was more substantial and included an egg, while Shen Wudao's was smaller and devoid of one. He handed her a pair of chopsticks. I am full, but I will join you for your meal. Upon hearing this, Metada's face lit up with delight. She stood and playfully pecked his cheek. You are not to think too much of this. Last time you initiated. This time I am merely returning the favor. Shen Wudao wiped his face, bemused, understood. Now let us eat. You are far too mature to be acting this childishly. As Metada slurped her noodles, she mumbled, I am at least over 500 years old. In earthly terms, I could easily be your ancestor. Yet in the realm of gods, I am but equivalent to a 16-year-old girl. A bowl of inexpensive noodles had never tasted so delightful. Even a picky eater like her savored every bite. Stealing a glance at Shen Wudao, she quickly averted her gaze when he noticed her stare, lowering her head to continue eating. This sensation filled her with warmth, a feeling she had never experienced in all her years. After finishing her meal, Shen Wudao cleaned the bowls and pot, then turned to Metada, who stood behind him. Let us go. It is getting late, and you should rest. Oh, Metada clutched her clothing nervously, appearing somewhat bashful. What is the matter? Shen Wudao inquired, puzzled by her odd demeanor. I am going to sleep. Metada looked at him. Words caught in her throat like molten lava and fled in embarrassment. Understanding her intentions, Shen Wudao realized that the goddess had wanted to confess her feelings but had ultimately lacked the courage. He never anticipated that he would effortlessly win the heart of a deity, but it was hardly surprising, after all. A person as exceptional as he was rare to find on earth. Moreover, Metada was a being who had not experienced much of the world, making her susceptibility to his charm quite understandable. However, even if she were to confess, Shen Wudao knew he must refrain from any excessive actions. For in the realm of forbidden fruits, a high school student could find themselves trapped in a figurative dark chamber, and he dared not provoke such consequences, at least not until after university. Back in her room, Metada rolled on the bed, clutching her pillow. How mortifying! What was I thinking? As a goddess of love, I should not be so brazen as to contemplate confessing. Thank heavens I caught myself in time. I must remain composed and let Shen Wudao make the first move. The following morning, as dawn broke, Shen Wudao had finished breakfast and stepped into the yard, clad in a tank top and shorts to perform some stretching exercises. Shortly after, Li Xia's door opened, and she emerged dressed similarly, wearing a cap. Wudao, let us go for a run, she exclaimed, her excitement apparent as it was her first time waking up so early for such an activity. Shen Wudao led Li Xia to the park where he had arranged to meet Tang Xian. Wudao, you've arrived. Tang Xian waved as he approached, though her enthusiasm waned slightly upon noticing the other woman by his side. Tang Xian, let me introduce you to Li Xia, my friend. She will be joining us for our run today. Hello, Tang Xian, I am Li Xia. She offered a friendly smile and extended her hand. Tang Xian reciprocated the gesture, saying, nice to meet you. Upon noticing Li Xia's beauty, Tang Xian felt a flicker of envy. This was a stunning woman, exuding an aura of maturity that instantly marked her as a formidable rival. Shen Wudao noted that Tang Xian seemed unfamiliar with Li Xia, which didn't surprise him. While Li Xia had many fans, she was not widely recognized by all, and the majority of her admirers were male. After releasing her hand, Li Xia remarked, Wudao mentioned you yesterday, saying you are the school beauty. I was skeptical until now. You are so gorgeous that if you aren't the school beauty, then no one is. Tang Xian humbly replied, you flatter me. However, it was upon seeing you that I truly felt stunned. In my life, aside from celebrities seen on television, I have never encountered someone as beautiful as you in reality. Tang Xian deduced that Li Xia was likely a university student, a few years older than them. Hence her calling her sister was fitting. All right, lovely ladies, no more mutual flattery. You are both beautiful. Let us commence our morning run, Shen Wudao interjected, sensing the need to redirect their attention. Okay. With that, Shen Wudao led the way as they set off, with Li Xia and Tang Xian following closely behind. Tang Xian couldn't help but feel curious about the relationship between Shen Wudao and Li Xia. Given Li Xia's beauty, she doubted they were merely ordinary friends. Comparing herself to Li Xia, despite being the school beauty, she acknowledged that Li Xia's allure surpassed her own, with only Xia Zitong as a close rival. In terms of maturity and poise, Li Xia held the upper hand. The saying goes, beauty pales in comparison to maturity. Yet, there was one aspect in which she felt she surpassed Li Xia, her physique. In that regard, she was confident that she was considerably more endowed, which was a comforting thought. In the lead, Shen Wudao remained oblivious to Tang Xian's covert comparisons. At that moment, a message from Yang Huanying, utilizing the Ares communication technique, echoed in his mind. Captain, a large gathering has been detected. You should return to investigate. A large gathering? I'm on my way. Upon hearing Yang Huanying's transmission, Shen Wudao halted, realizing the significance of this occurrence. Contemplating this, he turned to Li Xia and Tang Xian, saying, "Apologies, I suddenly recalled an urgent matter that requires my attention. You two may continue your run." Li Xia, aware of Shen Wudao's identity as an armored warrior, understood that his sudden departure indicated a potential threat. Thus, she replied, "Go ahead, Tang Xian, and I will keep running." Tang Xian nodded in agreement. "Yes, if you have matters to attend to, please do so." "Very well," Shen Wudao acknowledged, then jogged away. Chapter 74. Gather all armored warriors. It's time to mobilize. Upon entering the armored base, Shen Wudao was approached by Mei Zhen and Yang Huanying, joined by Bai Miao, Dong Shan, Wu Gang, and Qing Zizai. Shen Wudao observed the scene before him, a 5-story apartment building devoid of an elevator, exuding a nostalgic charm, dating back at least 2 decades. Mei Zhen reported, "Captain, this is the footage we monitored. It depicts an old apartment complex. I suspect all the residents are likely involved, and there may be a queen ant within." Indeed, ants were swarming, and it was unexpected for an entire building to be overrun. Shen Wudao turned to Yang Huanying and inquired, "Have the others been notified?" "Not yet. You are the first to be informed." "Very well. Notify everyone else who has not arrived yet. We will mobilize shortly." After Shen Wudao's command, Yang Huanying began to relay the message. Although it was still early, even those like Li Xi and Nan, who were still asleep, had to rise and utilize their identity cards to instantaneously enter the armored base from their rooms. Ma Kuai entered, curiosity evident in his voice. "I heard there's a large gathering. What exactly has transpired?" Soon after, Li Haoyan, Su Tingfei, and Li Xi and Nan arrived. Upon grasping the basic situation, the expressions of the group grew solemn. An entire apartment filled with ants could number in the hundreds. Observing their serious demeanor, Shen Wudao maintained a relaxed countenance, stating, "There's no need for such gravity. Although the numbers are significant, let us not forget the hierarchy I previously mentioned." Li Xi and Nan's expression shifted as he nodded. Indeed, even if the queen ant is formidable, the ordinary ants are unlikely to match her strength, with the majority falling into the lower tiers. Bai Miao flexed her neck confidently, declaring, "Even if they are all at the lower tiers, what is there to fear? Those lacking confidence need not join." "Who lacks confidence? They are merely ants. Exterminating them is trivial. I intend to use them to refine my newly learned technique." The Sky Pillar. Su Tingfei scoffed, displaying eagerness, having learned a more powerful move than the Shadow Leg from Qing Zizai just the previous day, and was eager to showcase it. Wu Gang cracked his knuckles, a mix of anxiety and excitement on his face, stating, "I too am looking forward to this. My first summoning of armor coinciding with such thrilling events, it seems I shall be able to make a significant impact." Seeing his team brimming with enthusiasm, Shen Wudao interjected, "Let us remain composed. You have yet to have breakfast. Nourish yourselves first to harness your full potential." Mei Zhen, Yang Huanying, please assist in preparing breakfast for everyone. "I shall decline as I have already eaten." Understood, Mei Zhen and Yang Huanying responded, both accustomed to the culinary field, finding it a simple task to prepare meals for a few individuals. After they departed, Shen Wudao addressed Li Xi and Nan and the assembled armored warriors. "Consider this a valuable opportunity for training. I will only intervene if the situation becomes dire. It is best if you can manage on your own." Su Tingfei waved dismissively. "Do not worry, Captain, they are merely ants. Even without your assistance, we can handle this." Li Haoyan, observing Su Tingfei's overconfidence, cautioned, "There's a saying, a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. Let us not be too careless. One can never know when disaster might strike." Su Tingfei dismissed the warning, responding, "True, but if ants could truly fell an elephant, it would only be the weak and infirm among them. Do we have any weaklings here?" Li Xi and Nan advised prudence. "Let us remain cautious. Hundreds of ants are not easily eradicated." Just then, Ma Kuai approached Shen Wudao. "Captain, I have something to discuss. Last night, my sister's armor was stolen. She mentioned that the assailants acted decisively and displayed exceptional skill, unlike ordinary individuals." Bai Miao, surprised, inquired, "Your sister possesses armor?" Ma Kuai nodded. "Yes, she has the Nawa armor. I believe you've heard of it, however. She was lending it to someone else when two individuals suddenly targeted them. They were so skilled that they seized the summoning device before she could activate the combined armor and have asked for help in retrieving it. Su Tingfei recalled. Turning to one individual, last night, during the confrontation with Aux, wasn't there a Nawa armor involved? Dongshan? Dongshan confirmed. Indeed, during the encounter with Aux, the Nawa armor was present, and a girl was accompanying it. I had no idea that after I left, they would encounter such trouble. Several individuals had witnessed the Nawa armor's presence during the skirmish with Aux. However, at that time, Shen Wudao had been dining with Li Xia, and Ma Kuahai had already returned home, oblivious to the unfolding events. Shen Wudao inquired, what characteristics did the individuals who stole the Nawa summoning device possess? Ma Kuahai recalled the description given by his sister. It was a male-female duo. The girl appeared icy, while the boy seemed charismatic and sunny. But they were certainly not benevolent. After hearing Ma Kuahai's description, Shen Wudao deduced the identity of the culprits. It appeared that Duanmu Yin and Ma Lingling had encountered Bing Er and Shi Zhao from the Shadow Realm. From Shen Wudao's understanding, Bing Er and Shi Zhao had undergone extensive training under the Realm King since childhood. Their skills and prowess were indisputable. It was indeed unfortunate for Duanmu Yin and Ma Lingling to cross paths with them. Furthermore, as elemental armor lacks the bloodline and genetic constraints of the 5 elements armor and Ares armor, they could readily utilize it upon acquisition. With Shi Zhao already possessing the Snow Mastiff armor, it was likely that the Nawa armor would be used by Bing Er. Should they encounter them again, there would be an opportunity to reclaim it. Though Duanmu Yin may not yet be a fully matured armored warrior, she possessed the potential to grow stronger in the face of adversity. The slaughters of Aux were not mere exaggerations. Shortly thereafter, Mei Zhen and Yang Huanying returned with packaged breakfast. The group gathered to enjoy a delightful meal together, then rested briefly to digest. Rising afterward, they exchanged glances before looking at Shen Wudao. Once this battle concludes, I will treat you to an outdoor barbecue tonight. Let us embark. Chapter 75. From lambs to the slaughter to fierce tigers. In an instant, in a relatively secluded corner of the city, stood an apartment known as Minghua. This building, long neglected, bore the scars of time. The stair railings had rusted, and large patches of plaster had peeled from the walls. Recently, for reasons unknown, the entire apartment building has been permeated by a series of foul odors. The residents frequently call for maintenance personnel, yet these workers mysteriously vanish without a trace. Several rounds of police investigations have also yielded no results, as they too have disappeared without a word. Today, the nearby police station, realizing the gravity of the situation, has dispatched a significant number of armed special forces to conduct a surprise raid on the apartment, determined to uncover the truth. However, they are still en route. At this moment, Shen Wudao, Li Xiannan, Bei Miao, Dong Shan, Li Hao Tian, Su Tingfei, Wu Gang, and Ma Kuahai have all materialized in the open space outside the Minghua apartment. Su Tingfei gazes at the building in front of him, filled with anger. This is the place. I can't believe this entire apartment has been covertly occupied. The original residents must have been devoured by these beasts. Ma Kuahai, with a fierce spirit, declares, a bunch of repugnant creatures. Let them taste the might of our armored warriors from Huaxia today. Li Xiannan glances at Shen Wudao and inquires, Captain, what shall we do now? Should we charge in directly? No need for all of you to rush in. Are you planning to knock on each door? Besides, the surrounding buildings restrict our movements. I have a method to lure them out instead. Since this is an apartment, it would be more effective to draw them out, Shen Wudao replies. He then utilizes the unique ability of the 5 elements bloodline, the Imperial Magnetic Field. This magnetic field can disrupt enemies, causing discomfort and instability in their physical energy, leading to involuntary transformations. Inside one of the apartments, a middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 40s, sits elegantly at her dining table, savoring her breakfast. A severed arm lies bloodily on her plate. Grasping a knife in her left hand and a fork in her right, she meticulously cuts into the flesh, allowing crimson droplets to seep out. Just as she prepares to take a bite of the freshly severed piece, her movements abruptly halt. Her expression contorts in agony, her face involuntarily transforming into that of a monster. The woman screams in extreme discomfort, her body suddenly emitting a copious amount of steam before uncontrollably morphing into an ant queen. How could this happen? What is going on? The ant queen stares in disbelief at her hands, experiencing this uncontrollable transformation for the first time. Upon transforming, she hears commotion from outside, realizing it is not just her, but her subordinates as well. As she steps out of her room, she finds that the noises were indeed made by the residents of the building, all of whom are reverting to their monstrous forms. There are people. The Ant Queen spots several individuals on the ground floor. Although uncertain about what has transpired, live humans stand before her, 8 in total, akin to a buffet spread. In the face of such tempting prey, all other concerns can wait. Not only the Ant Queen, but also her fellow ants, upon seeing Shen Wudao and the others, transform into ravenous wolves. After all, with an entire apartment at their disposal, even frugality would not suffice. Now, with 8 fresh individuals before them, who could resist such temptation? Without waiting for the Ant Queen's command, dozens of ants leap from above, charging towards Shen Wudao and his companions. Sensing the presence of all around him, Shen Wudao states, there are a total of 356 of them. Based on their energy signatures, their levels are low, merely at the D rank. However, they are numerous. Manage your stamina wisely. Do not overexert yourselves at the start. The 7 respond affirmatively, recognizing that despite Shen Wudao's youth, his power is of an entirely different caliber, and he possesses the qualities of a leader, thus earning their respect. Starving ghosts, just in time. Black rhino armor, merge. Listen to your lullaby, flying shadow armor, merge. I shall not let you devils escape. Executioner armor, merge. Let my king armor, tsunami, bury you with my own hands. Roar. Tsunami, unleash the power of the great wave, merge. Diamond armor, merge. Flame dragon armor, merge. Wind eagle armor, merge. The 7 simultaneously merge into their armors, creating a magnificent spectacle. The initial group of charging ants halts abruptly, stunned. What is happening? They were mere sheep to be slaughtered, and now they have transformed into fierce tigers? Though they are mere cannon fodder, they are aware of the legendary armored warriors. Yet, how could these warriors know of their presence? The news should not have leaked. Li Xian and his companions pay no heed to the thoughts of the ants. Faced with these flesh-eating monsters, they summon their weapons and charge forward, realizing that these are indeed armored warriors. The Ant Queen comprehends the severity of the situation and commands her fellow ants. This is bad. They are coming for us. Attack together, annihilate them. Upon receiving the Ant Queen's order, the ants swarm forward, understanding that this is a fight to the death. They know mercy cannot be afforded, especially since the flesh of these armored warriors is sure to be even more delectable, rich in protein. Take this. North Meow thrusts his meteor gun, piercing through an ant without resistance, obliterating it into a puddle of liquid. Li Xian grips his flame blade and swings at an ant, attempting to catch it barehanded, but miscalculates. His palms meet empty air, and the blade strikes his shoulder. With a powerful slash, he kills the ant. Chapter 76. We are a 3-person squad. The other armored warriors showcase their prowess. Even Wu Gang, who has just summoned the diamond armor, uses an explosive drill to pierce through an ant. The individual strength of these ants is insignificant. Typically, 1 or 2 moves suffice to dispatch one. However, this advantage diminishes with the sheer number surrounding them. Although they are 7 in number, as long as they coordinate effectively, being surrounded does not lead to being attacked from all sides. Yet, this is their first full-scale engagement. And initially, they lack teamwork, focusing solely on individual combat. While they fight, Shen Wudao has summoned the Imperial armor, allowing him to perceive all movements around him, ready to respond swiftly to any sign of danger. Suddenly, behind Shen Wudao, a majestic golden throne materializes, the King's throne, a symbol of the Imperial armor, signifying his status. Shen Wudao sits down, observing the unfolding drama. These feeble creatures do not warrant his intervention. This is an opportunity for the other armor summons to hone their skills. If he were to intervene in every situation, the purpose of forming this team would be rendered meaningless. Skyward Strike. Su Tingfei, after dispatching one ant with his swift blade, notices flanking attacks from both sides. He forcefully throws the swift blade to his right, impaling an ant through the heart, pinning it to the ground. Then, he employs his newly learned technique, Skyward Strike, channeling energy into his knee, delivering a powerful upward thrust that sends another ant flying several meters away. However, the sheer number surrounding him becomes overwhelming, as many ants pounce like ravenous dogs. Su Tingfei managed to fend off a few attackers with his fists and feet, but soon found himself surrounded by a greater number of relentless foes who seized him by the torso, rendering him immobile. These relentless ants then began to bite at him. Even though their bites landed on his armor, the sensation was enough to cause him pain, eliciting cries of distress. Xiaofei, this is bad. Li Haoyan, observing the scene from a distance, felt a surge of urgency. However, he too was encircled by the swarm and unable to assist. In a moment of resolve, he plunged the fire punishment sword into the ground, channeling his energy into its hilt. Once more grasping the sword, he infused it with his power and unleashed a crescent-shaped energy attack. Fire punishment heaven splitter. The attack roared forth, annihilating several foes along its path. Shadow shift. Li Haoyan executed the technique, transforming into a streak of red light and almost instantaneously reaching Su Tingfei's side, using his sword to drive back the attackers holding on to him. Phew, I owe you one. Once freed, Su Tingfei cast a complex gaze at the armor of Xing Tian. Just moments ago, he was in peril. Yet it was this very individual who came to his rescue, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Before they joined the armor team, he had struck Li Haoyan and stolen a monster from him. Now, Li Haoyan, without holding a grudge, had saved him, making Su Tingfei feel somewhat ashamed. Li Haoyan kicked away an assailant and said, "What are you talking about? We're comrades in this team, fighting for the peace of Earth. Let us refrain from such formalities." All right. Su Tingfei stood behind Li Haoyan, summoning the shadow blade that was embedded in the ground, and grasped it once more. "And don't forget about me. According to our armor team's setup, we are a trio." Nearby, Wu Gang, equipped with an explosive drill, carved a bloody path to join the two, forming a triangular formation. Li Haoyan chuckled. "Yes, we are indeed a trio." Su Tingfei nodded in agreement. "Right, a trio?" Li Xianan and Bei Miao exchanged glances, bemused. "You three shouldn't be hollering about being a trio. Are we not part of this battle alongside you? Such nonsense about being a trio." Wind-piercing stab. Faced with the overwhelming swarm, Dongshan opted for a finishing move, sending a piercing strike that shattered several clustered foes into fragments. However, this came at a cost, depleting his energy significantly, for such ultimate techniques demand considerable resources and bear the greatest destructive power. The other armored warriors, however, did not follow Dongshan's lead in executing finishing moves, instead choosing to advance steadily, aware that they needed to remain within close proximity for mutual support. Otherwise, they risked being eliminated. Gradually, they began to grasp the essence of teamwork. From her vantage point, the Ant Queen observed as her soldiers were decimated by these armored warriors. Yet she remained unfazed. If the sacrifice of her troops could lead to the eradication of these warriors, it would be worth it. After all, the armored warriors from Huaxiao would soon be eliminated, ensuring no future threats. However, her attention was soon drawn to a figure at the far end. Another armored warrior who seemed detached from the chaos. Could this warrior be their leader? She pondered, recognizing that only a leader could maintain such calm amidst tumult. As the saying goes, soldiers confront soldiers, generals confront generals. If she could eliminate him, the remaining armored warriors would merely be putting up a futile resistance. With this thought in mind, the Ant Queen charged towards Shen Wudao. "Are you out of your mind?" Shen Wudao regarded the approaching Ant Queen with a stoic expression. It would have been wiser for her to either ambush other armored warriors or maintain her position to instill fear in the enemy, rather than this reckless charge. Roar! The Ant Queen let out a hideous scream as she closed in. Yet, Shen Wudao remained seated on his golden throne, unmoving. As the Ant Queen approached, he waved his hand, unleashing a wave of destructive energy that engulfed her. Her body disintegrated into ash starting from her arm, and in mere seconds, she vanished without a trace, leaving no remnants behind. Despite her considerable strength, even as a member of the first tier, she could not withstand Shen Wudao's mere gesture. The speed of her demise was so swift that none in the fray noticed, as they remained engrossed in battle. Chapter 77. Then I entrust this to you, armored warriors. At the armored base, Qin Zizai clenched his fists in excitement and tension, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding battle, as if he were partaking in it himself. Damn it. I'm the only man left here watching helplessly. I yearned to fight alongside them. Watching the armored warriors engage in combat, he longed to join them, feeling frustrated that he was the only one left behind. If only he could not see the battle so clearly, perhaps it would be easier to bear. Yang Huanying sighed. Ah Qing, your capabilities as a spell practitioner are surely remarkable. If you had a set of armor, your power would be formidable. She felt a twinge of unfairness for Qing Zizai, a talented instructor for the armored warriors, who, if equipped with armor, would undoubtedly shine in battle. Alas, the harsh reality relegated him to a mere behind-the-scenes coach, unable to join the fray. Indeed, Mei Jin nodded in agreement. The world is rife with imperfections. Suddenly, amidst the ongoing battle, a series of urgent sirens echoed from afar, growing ever closer. Police? Shen Wudao, hearing the sirens, felt puzzled. His senses enveloped the area, and he noted that this old apartment had no surveillance, nor was anyone passing by. It was impossible for anyone to have called for help. Before long, a convoy of police and SWAT vehicles arrived at the entrance, but as the drivers caught sight of the horrific battle unfolding in the open space of the apartment, they slammed on their brakes. A dozen SWAT officers and several police officers disembarked, bewildered as they beheld the carnage ahead. Armored warriors? The fully armed SWAT captain exchanged glances with the police captain. Over 100 identical monsters and 7 armored warriors were engaged in a fierce fight. What on earth is happening? Are these armored warriors truly that formidable, daring to face an enemy so vastly outnumbering them? Moreover, one armored warrior sat leisurely on a golden throne, radiating an aura of comfort amidst chaos. Let us investigate the situation. The two captains instructed their teams to remain on standby and approached Shen Wudao seated on the golden throne. However, merely gazing upon his imposing figure instilled a sense of tension within them. They cautiously approached Shen Wudao, finally standing beside him, their hearts racing with apprehension. Yet before they could speak, Shen Wudao addressed them. "Do you know who the residents of this apartment are?" "We don't know," they replied. "We were called here due to reports of missing persons and officers, believing the situation warranted investigation. We had no idea this was a nest." The SWAT captain and police captain exchanged relieved glances, recognizing the nature of the creatures they faced, known to terrorize the region and feast on humans. Unbeknownst to them, this place harbored such a multitude of them. Thankfully, the armored warriors had arrived first. Otherwise, with their mere 30 members, even fully armed, they would have been nothing but fodder for the monsters, as bullets would be of little use against their formidable bodies. Upon learning of the officer's purpose, Shen Wudao continued, "Leave this matter to us armored warriors. You need not intervene." "All right, I shall trouble you, armored warriors." After exchanging glances, the two retreated. That was close. We almost ventured into oblivion. Who could have imagined this was the lair? How infuriating. How did so many manage to come from Little Sun Village? The two captains were filled with trepidation. While they would have charged bravely at bandits, facing monsters that could devour them sent shivers down their spines. In the arena, the initial throng of over 300 ants had been halved, yet the remaining ones still posed a significant threat. Li Xian Nan and his companions were already in a state of exhaustion. Though they had not employed their ultimate techniques, the energy expended was considerable. The one in the direst condition was Wind Eagle Armored Dongshan, who had unleashed his ultimate move once and was now nearly devoid of energy. The yellow light on his chest flickering, likely to last only a few more seconds. Observing this, Shen Wudao snapped his fingers, and in that instant, Wind Eagle armor vanished from the beleaguered spot and reappeared beside him. What? Dongshan was momentarily bewildered to find himself next to Shen Wudao, but quickly realized he had been teleported to safety because he was on the verge of collapse. "Thank you, Captain." Dongshan breathed a sigh of relief, his Wind Eagle armor dissipating. He had feared becoming a meal for the monsters, but fortune smiled upon him. Shen Wudao, without turning to him, continued to gaze ahead and spoke, "Dongshan, in the future, consider the timing when unleashing your ultimate techniques. If the situation cannot be reversed, it is imperative to conserve energy and engage cautiously. Your misjudgment and timing has resulted in significant energy depletion and subsequent defeat. Just like last time." "Yes, I will learn from this." Dongshan accepted Shen Wudao's advice humbly, though he felt a deep-seated frustration. His intention was merely to distinguish himself. Due to the bloodline issues, Dongshan harbored insecurities. He yearned for recognition through tangible actions. Yet consecutive failures left him doubting his own abilities. Compared to others, his performance was dismal, almost pitiful. Ma Kuai pierced the heart of one ant with the whirlwind sword, killing it, but two others approached from behind. One striking with a fist, and the other with a kick, causing him to stagger. A kick landed on his arm, sending the whirlwind sword flying from his grasp. Subsequently, 3 more ants lunged at him simultaneously. Whirlpool defense. Ma Kuai instinctively extended his arms forward, conjuring a semicircular blue shield that deflected the attacks. He then forcefully thrust the shield outward. Howling attack, he gathered the whirlwind element into a water orb and unleashed it, obliterating the 3 ants before him. Chapter 78. Cosmic Aurora. Alas, my energy and stamina are depleted. Ma Kuai gasped. Just as he spoke, 2 ants leaped towards him. Should they topple him, others would soon follow to tear him apart. He instinctively raised his fist to retaliate, but at that critical moment, he was suddenly transported out of the encirclement. Have I been eliminated? Ma Kuai glanced at Dong Shan, who stood similarly, and at Shen Wudao, who remained seated. It was evident that the captain recognized he no longer had the strength to continue the fight and had thus extracted him. 5 remained in the arena. But not long after, Su Tingfei and Wu Gang were also teleported away by Shen Wudao, leaving only Li Xian, Bei Miao, and Li Haotian to endure. With the other 4 gone, the pressure on the 3 of them surged dramatically, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Meanwhile, Shen Wudao rose from the golden throne, which vanished upon his standing. With a mere thought, he teleported the beleaguered trio of Li Xian, Bei Miao, and Li Haotian out, leaving 70 ants remaining. Li Xian, fatigued, said, "Apologies, Captain, we failed to complete the mission. You all performed remarkably well. Moreover, you have only recently become armored warriors and are still in the growth stage. I believe this battle will significantly enhance your abilities. Now it's time for a change." Shen Wudao stepped forward with a serene demeanor, each step resonating with a tremor akin to walking upon the very hearts of those present. The remaining ants sensed the formidable presence of this armored warrior, the irreplaceable armor, the aura of an invincible sovereign, imposing immense pressure upon them, in stark contrast to the previous 7 who had slain over 200 of their kin. This new presence was far more intimidating. However, with no escape from the battle, they had no choice but to charge forward en masse, the remaining 70 rushing at him. Unperturbed, Shen Wudao merely stepped forward once more, unleashing an invisible wave that surged from his feet. Instantly, the 70 ants were lifted off the ground. Hovering 5 meters high, completely at the mercy of his will, they struggled futilely, bound in midair, while Shen Wudao calmly walked to the center of their ranks. Hiss! This armored warrior is akin to a deity, defying all logic and science. The police captain, the SWAT captain, and their teams had never witnessed such a magnificent spectacle. The armors exuded an overwhelming aura, and their power was godlike, though they had long since outgrown their youthful fantasies. The fervor of their inner child ignited once more. Is this what true strength looks like? They pondered the identity of the one wielding the armor, noting the youthful voice they had heard earlier, reminiscent of someone around 20 years of age. Conversely, the members of the armored team were not taken aback. After all, their captain embodied the emperor armor representing the heavenly Tao, and their collective power paled in comparison to him. Cosmic Aurora. Shen Wudao disregarded the ants he had suspended in the air. With his left hand, he traced a motion, conjuring a half-golden Taiji diagram, and with his right hand, he completed the circle, manifesting a full golden Taiji diagram before him. Gathering the light energy, he spread his arms outward, causing the Taiji diagram to explode into a torrent of energy that radiated in all directions. The ants emitted agonized cries. Yet these sounds faded instantaneously as the 70 ants detonated one after another, the cacophony of explosions merging into a singular roar. Typically, death does not result in an explosion, but rather a transformation into a viscous substance due to insufficient energy. However, filled with the energy of the cosmic aurora, they had no choice but to explode. Su Tingfei inhaled deeply and remarked, "No wonder he is the captain. Just one word. Powerful." Bei Miao expressed his admiration, saying, "One strike, and it's over. What more is there to say? Our ultimate techniques can barely take down 10 at a time, while the captain can annihilate over 70 with a single move, and this is just the beginning." Ma Kuai nodded in agreement. Indeed, had those 300 remained, the captain could have wiped them out with this one technique. It is truly beyond our imagination. Wow, is this the true power of the captain? This is my first time witnessing it firsthand. It's simply breathtaking. Wu Gang's face was filled with astonishment. How could one manipulate a golden Taiji, resulting in such a massive explosion? The sheer might was unfathomable. The captain truly lived up to his title. Earlier, he had harbored doubts about Shen Wudao's strength, momentarily feeling he too could aspire to be a captain. But now he realized just how misguided that notion was. With a mere finger, the captain could extinguish him. Let us return. Shen Wudao slowly turned, but did not face the past directly. Instead, he glanced at his teammates with the corner of his eye, his posture lending an air of sanctity to the emperor's armor. After uttering these words, Shen Wudao vanished before the crowd. Li Xiannin looked around at his comrades and said, "Let us depart. The aftermath here is no longer our concern." One by one, the others disappeared from sight, utilizing their identity cards to return to the armor base with a mere thought. This scene left the distant police and special forces officers agape. These armored warriors seemed to transcend the realm of humanity, managing to vanish into thin air. Moreover, even after disbanding, could these warriors still teleport away in their human forms? Welcome back, a flawless return from our first team battle. Mei Zhen greeted warmly as everyone materialized in the hall. Ma Kuai chuckled wryly. Please, spare us the accolades. If it weren't for the captain, we would still have many foes left to vanquish. Shen Wudao smiled lightly and replied, let us not speak in such terms. Knowing I am the captain means I am also a member of this armor team. Our achievements are shared. Wu Gang playfully hooked his arm around Su Tingfei's neck, exclaiming, Haha, the captain is right. We are a collective, so why draw distinctions? Su Tingfei, somewhat annoyed, retorted, I mean, you can talk all you want. But why are you draping your arm around me? I smell of sweat. Wu Gang, unfazed, replied, Oh come now, let us not stand on ceremony. We are brothers in life and death now. Though we have not shared a classroom or wielded weapons together, we have fought side by side. Chapter 79. Armors will be available for you following the recent battle. I trust you have all recognized your shortcomings. These lower-tier foes are not to be feared. Our primary adversaries remain the supernatural beasts and the nether demons. Strive to enhance your abilities. Aside from Dongshan's bloodline being a significant flaw, the rest of you possess great potential. Yes, the group responded in unison. Even without Shen Wudao's prompting, they had gleaned insights from the battle, realizing the necessity to fortify their bodies and enhance their physical capabilities. Qing, why do you wear such a frown? Is something troubling you? Shen Wudao inquired. Having observed that while others appeared content, Qing's eyes stood apart, his expression a stark contrast to the atmosphere. Yang welcomed the opportunity to explain. It's just that Qing feels as a man, he should not be watching us, two girls, while you all engage in fierce combat. He feels quite frustrated. Bei Miao empathized. He is right to feel that way. If I were in his position, watching everyone else fight while I remain in safety, I would feel unbearable anguish, especially given his exceptional talents. Sighing, Qing felt at a loss for words as Wu Gang approached and simply patted his shoulder. Shen Wudao fell silent for a few seconds before saying, This is not a grave issue. In the future, there will be armors available for your use. As Shen Wudao knew, the Thunder Yatalis and the Shura armor remained unclaimed, and there were also 2 sets of elemental armors yet to be revealed. Surely, one would be designated for Qing's Zai. After all, allowing someone of his caliber to remain idle would be a waste of talent. Captain, are you jesting? Qing's Zai's eyes sparkled with hope at these words. Though he was a practitioner of the mystical arts, he was still young and struggled to hide his emotions. Watching others head into battle while he remained behind was disheartening. Even though he longed for a set of armor, he understood it was a mere fantasy. Armors required summoners, and it was unlikely someone would relinquish theirs for him. Even if they did, there were conditions for their use, leaving him with little hope. However, Shen Wudao's words ignited a flicker of anticipation within him. Do I appear to be joking? Shen Wudao's serious demeanor left no room for doubt. The others exchanged glances, surprised by the captain's promise to Qing's Zai. Yet, if the captain dared to say such a thing, it was surely within his means. After all, he was a man of his word. In the Shadow Realm, the Realm King watched the news broadcast on television. Over 300 individuals in a villa were discovered to all hail from the Zairizi province. Following an investigation, it was revealed that they had invaded and consumed the original inhabitants of the apartment, effectively taking over. They frequently called for takeout, delivery, or repair services, only to cruelly murder those who arrived, with the death toll reaching hundreds, and several police officers dispatched to investigate had gone missing. Yet today, 8 armored warriors appeared, uprooting this den of serpents and rats, bringing immense satisfaction. A repugnant breed of flesh-eaters, they deserve their fate. But to think 8 armored warriors united. Have they formed an organization? The Realm King pondered deeply. Previously, He had learned of numerous armors emerging but thought them disorganized. He had not anticipated their collaboration, which had now become a genuine concern. While he feared their unification, he had assumed that, despite being armored warriors, their differing types would create factions, preventing them from joining forces so swiftly. Yet, it seemed they had indeed found their organization, indicating a formidable leader among them. Otherwise, such unity would be impossible. At that moment, Shi Zhao and Bing Er returned, accompanied by a masked man with keen, lively eyes. Lord Realm King, I did not expect you to act so swiftly against Shadow Tyrant. Had you informed me sooner, I could have handled it alone with elegance. The grotesque figure boasted upon entering, his expression one of eager servitude. In truth, he had known the Realm King longer than Shi Zhao and Bing Er, years ago. When Colin was not yet the Realm King, but merely a drunken, disabled scientist, it was the grotesque figure who had pushed Colin's wheelchair, leading him to the Shadow Realm. Little did he know that decades later, Colin had risen to power while he remained the same, with his status unchanged. Humph, with your abilities, if you had achieved anything, you would not still be in such a position, the Realm King scoffed. While the grotesque figure was ruthless, his capabilities were lacking, leaving him to engage in unsavory deeds. Reporting to you, Lord Realm King, Shadow Tyrant is dead, and these are his shadow talismans. Shi Zhao produced the talismans from the corpse of Shadow Tyrant, totaling over a dozen. After all, Shadow Tyrant had not dispatched many supernatural beasts and had now perished at their hands. Very well. The Realm King examined the shadow talismans, recalling that he had once provided them to Shadow Tyrant. However, the situation had shifted dramatically. He had long suspected Shadow Tyrant's treachery and had exploited him. But now that was no longer of use. Useless items could only be discarded. He casually drew 2 talismans, employing a shadow spirit orb to search for individuals with the bloodline of the Light Shadow Village. This orb had been given to him by the Shadow Guardian specifically to identify those with the 5 elemental bloodlines, to prevent the resurrection of the Emperor's armor. Soon, a person's image and identity information projected before him. Tang Xian, senior at Longlan High School, Fire Bloodline. Observing this, the Realm King silently drew 2 shadow talismans. Regardless of age or gender, anyone with the Light Shadow Village bloodline must perish. Did you say that the Tiantianho group truly has a research facility for developing armors? In the secret chamber of the Bawang group, Lu Fa regarded Lin Huamei with a mixture of confusion and astonishment. The last time she had asked Lin Huamei to investigate the secrets of the Tiantianho group, she had not anticipated any genuine discoveries. Yet Lin Huamei had indeed unearthed something substantial. Lin Huamei nodded and said, "Indeed, I spent money and seduced one of the researchers to learn about the internal affairs. It seems there is a wind attribute armor, called Torna's armor, which has already been completed, and they are currently crafting a set of earth attribute defensive armor. This research facility has already produced 2 sets of armor, one of which is the Nawa armor." Lu Fa expressed his intrigue, saying, "Interesting. I never expected that on this backward planet, there would still be individuals capable of manufacturing armor." Chapter 80, A Desire for the Armor. Shifting scenes upon learning the address of the armor manufacturing laboratory, Lu Fa dismissed Lin Huamei. He became increasingly interested in the armor. Although he was aware that the armor produced by the Earthlings would undoubtedly pale in comparison to the Ares armor, given his current state, he could hardly demand more. Having any armor at all would be a boon. Shalak. With a commanding call, a demon with 2 horns appeared before him. "General." Shalak respectfully knelt on one knee. "Shalak, I have just transmitted the address to you. This evening, go there and retrieve the armor for me." Lu Fa knew of a saying in this world. The success rate was higher during the dark and windy nights. "Yes, General." At the Tianhao group, Xiao Li was astonished as he gazed at Li Xiaoqiu, exclaiming, "The Torna armor has been completed?" Li Xiaoqiu, being a senior executive at Tianhao group, was naturally informed immediately. He nodded. "Indeed, it was officially completed last night. Do they have any intentions on who to give this armor to?" Xiao Li was concerned about the fate of the armor. Although he was now a Bika biohuman, it would not hinder him from donning armor as well, allowing him to enhance his combat abilities significantly. Compared to the unattractive Bika biohuman form, he still preferred the aesthetic appeal of the armor. Li Xiaoqiu shook his head. "I cannot say for certain, but it is likely that it will go to someone like Ma Tian's nephew. After all, he would not rest easy in trusting the armor to anyone else." "Is that so?" Xiao Li narrowed his eyes, having made a decision in his heart. Since it was not being given to him, he would seize it instead. As long as he destroyed the traces at the scene, who would know it was him? Very well, let us take action tonight to secure the armor before the night grows long and dreams take root. At Longland High School, the bell rang to signal the end of class. The teacher wasted no time and exited the classroom with the textbook in hand. Shen Wudao stood up from his seat, intending to leave as well. Wudao, where are you going? Asked Xia Zitong, who was organizing her books. Her curiosity piqued as she noticed Shen Wudao leaving. Shen Wudao glanced back at her. It's too stuffy in here. I'm just going out for a stroll. Xia Zitong's eyes flickered as she nervously asked, Can I join you? Sure, let's go, Shen Wudao replied without hesitation, eliciting a smile from Xia Zitong, which did not go unnoticed by their classmates, who exchanged knowing glances at the departing pair. Ever since Shen Wudao came to our school, our #1 school beauty seems to have been won over. Indeed, it hasn't been long, proving that we are indeed in an age that values appearances. Isn't that a bit hypocritical? You all admire Xia Zitong for her looks, don't you? Exactly. Who isn't drawn by appearances? Think before you speak. Come on, I was just saying. No need to get so worked up. Good men don't quarrel with women. Are you implying that all girls are wicked? After Shen Wudao and Xia Zitong left, they were unaware that their presence had ignited a gender divide within their class. However, even if they had known, they would not have been concerned, for they had done nothing wrong. Meanwhile, the two had already come downstairs, walking side by side. Xia Zitong lowered her head, casting a furtive glance at Shen Wudao, and nervously spoke. Wudao, I don't have many friends, but you are my first. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I would like to invite you to my home. Would that be all right? To your home? Shen Wudao paused, then asked, Are there others at your home? Upon hearing Shen Wudao's agreement, Xia Zitong exclaimed with joy, That is wonderful. I live alone, along with some bodyguards and a butler. My father is often away on business. I see, that sounds quite taxing. Compared to you, Wudao? It's nothing at all. Xia Zitong shook her head. She was aware of Shen Wudao's family background. Despite her limited interactions with her family, they were still present, while Shen Wudao only had his grandmother left. In comparison, she felt fortunate. Xia Zitong then provided her home address, her heart racing with excitement at the thought of inviting a boy over for the first time, eagerly anticipating their time together the following day. Ah, a monster! Run! A monster has appeared at the school. Suddenly, chaos erupted on the playground. The students, who had been relaxing and playing, were startled by the entrance of two monstrous beings. One was a toad-like creature wielding a trident, known as Toad, while the other was a grotesque and repulsive being, the Pus Beast. These two anomalous beasts had been dispatched by the king of the realm to eliminate Tang Xian, who possessed the bloodline of the Light Shadow village. As long as others did not provoke them, they had no intention of harming ordinary individuals. Oh my goodness, is that Auxer? Xia Zitong exclaimed, having spotted the two conspicuous anomalous beasts, covering her mouth in shock. That's not Auxer, it's an anomalous beast. Zitong, stay here. I'll be right back. Shen Wudao instructed her, glancing at the two beasts. He had no intention of merging into armor in such a public setting. Doing so would only disrupt his peaceful life. While it wouldn't matter if only one or two individuals witnessed it, a large crowd of students would certainly attract media attention, leading to various means of obtaining his information and causing disruptions at his door. After all, the paparazzi have access to channels and persistence that one cannot imagine. In such a scenario, his tranquil existence would be shattered, and Li Xia, who lived with him, would also face undue scrutiny. Consequently, Shen Wudao had no desire to seek public acclaim. There was no need to satisfy an utterly worthless vanity. Shift scene. Shen Wudao focused on the two anomalous beasts, employing a technique distinct from ordinary teleportation, known as shifting scenes. This skill was a universal ability among powerful individuals, allowing them to transport people and objects with their will. With a strong intent, he made the two anomalous beasts vanish from their location in an instant, unnoticed by the surrounding crowd. Wudao. As for Shen Wudao, apart from Xia Zitong, no one else paid him any mind. She watched in bewilderment as Shen Wudao suddenly disappeared before her eyes, feeling an inexplicable sense of panic and worry. Even knowing he was a formidable armored warrior, she could not help but feel anxious. How strange. Where did the monsters go? How could they just vanish? How is that possible? Those two monsters couldn't have been an illusion, could they? Fool. If just one person saw them, it might be an illusion, but if a crowd saw them, it surely isn't. Nevertheless, it is too bizarre. Those two monsters just disappeared without a trace. This must be a significant mystery at our Longlin High School. Chapter 81. I only know that you fight monsters, and I will worry meanwhile. The toad beast and pus beast that had vanished from Longlin High School reappeared in a remote mountainous forest. This secluded area was devoid of human presence, rich with the colors of nature. Shen Wudao had simply thought of a location and brought the anomalous beasts there, not particularly caring about where it was. Whether it was in a wild forest, the depths of the ocean, or deep within the Amazon rainforest, he could traverse it all. There was truly no place on earth that he could not reach. Perhaps in the future, during moments of ennui, one might venture to such places for adventure, to explore the depths of the ocean and discover whether the mythical sea monsters depicted in American films truly exist, such as the Cthulhu beast or the legendary dragon. Simultaneously, the formidable toad beast and slime beast were strutting boldly among a throng of mortals, yet in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in this strange, eerie locale. Imperial armor merge. Armor merge. Cracks of golden lightning erupted around Shen Wudao, coalescing instantaneously into the resplendent Imperial armor, radiating an astonishing brilliance as an immense surge of energy poured forth. Roar. The toad beast bellowed, brandishing its trident toward Shen Wudao. With a powerful push from its legs, it leapt 30 meters into the air, thrusting the trident downward. For a creature of its kind, such agility was impressive, truly befitting a toad beast. In response to the toad beast's assault, Shen Wudao remained unfazed, showing no inclination to evade. In the following moment, the trident met the luminous shield upon Shen Wudao's chest. Yet he did not budge an inch. Instead, the tip of the trident shattered upon impact, sending the toad beast hurtling backward from the force of the recoil. At that moment, the slime beast charged forward, but upon witnessing its comrade's ineffectual attack, Shen Wudao regarded it with disdain, denying the slime beast any chance to approach. With a casual gesture, he unleashed a colossal energy golden dragon, measuring 3 meters in girth and stretching over 10 meters in length. The dragon lunged at the slime beast, wreaking havoc as it tore through the terrain, ultimately colliding with a towering mountain, obliterating it, and sending vast plumes of smoke spiraling into the air. With a flick of his wrist, Shen Wudao summoned a magical spirit stone from the rubble, absorbing and sealing it within his Chinquan belt. The toad beast, witnessing this, was gripped by terror. Though their intellect was limited, even they understood that their attacks were futile and the fate of their companion was grim. Their only instinct was to flee. Fortunately, the Realm King had recently developed a skill for escaping, utilizing a black mist derived from carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide for instantaneous travel. As the black mist enveloped the toad beast, Shen Wudao advanced, unleashing an absolute zero chill that transformed the area before him into a blinding expanse of white. In the sky, the overwhelming cold air had plunged the vicinity to absolute zero, triggering a flurry of snowflakes to cascade down. Shen Wudao extended his palm, catching several flakes in his hand, only to watch them dissolve almost instantly. The power of ice, merely an element among many, posed no challenge to the Imperial armor. Indeed, it was child's play, wielded with far more ease than that of a general who had consumed frozen fruit. As he strode forward, he arrived before the toad beast, now encased in ice. In an instant, the frozen creature shattered, revealing a purple magical spirit stone that hovered in the air. After securing the spirit stone, Shen Wudao intended to depart when a small kitten caught his attention. Turning, he beheld a robust white tiger, approximately 35 meters in size, standing 100 meters away. With a swift motion, Shen Wudao closed the distance, arriving before the majestic white tiger. Roar! The tiger was startled, instinctively attempting to flee, yet found itself immobilized as if bound by an unseen force. The creature gazed at Shen Wudao in fright. It had merely been resting nearby when it was drawn to the commotion, unaware it would encounter such a formidable being. What on earth is happening? I just wanted to go home. I should have never come to investigate. This was the first time encountering a wild white tiger. Shen Wudao regarded the immobilized creature with curiosity, intrigued by the prospect of an adventure in this vast world, having lived a rather mundane existence thus far. The thought of bringing the tiger home as a pet crossed his mind, though he quickly dismissed it, realizing it would be impractical to parade it around town. Be free, he uttered, releasing the tiger from its confinement. Once liberated, the white tiger bolted, emitting a terrified yowl, as if deeply wronged. What a lively creature! Shen Wudao clicked his tongue and departed, reappearing in his school within mere moments. Although his absence had barely spanned 2 minutes, chaos had erupted throughout the campus. Upon returning, Shen Wudao initially intended to head straight to his classroom, but recalled his parting words to Xia Zhitong, urging her to stay put. Surely she hadn't remained there all this time? He retraced his steps to the location where they had witnessed the extraordinary beasts, and indeed, that enchanting figure stood unwavering in the same spot. What a sweet and innocent girl. To Shen Wudao's surprise, Xia Zhitong had truly remained, touched by his offhand remark. Approaching her from behind, he called out, "Zhitong, Wudao go." Upon hearing the voice she longed for, Xia Zhitong spun around, and upon seeing Shen Wudao, her face lit up with a smile as she rushed towards him. "Wudao ge, are you all right?" As she spoke, she circled him, scanning for any signs of injury. Shen Wudao grasped her hand, halting her anxious inspection. "Rest assured, Zhitong, they were merely 2 supernatural beasts. Defeating them was as effortless as crushing an ant." Xia Zhitong glanced at his hand holding hers, and rather than pulling away, she found herself shyly lowering her gaze, her heart racing with a delightful flutter. When she looked up, her eyes locked onto the captivating figure before her. Her lips parted softly. "I may not understand combat, nor the extent of your prowess, but I worry for your safety when you face those monsters." Shen Wudao felt warmth at Xia Zhitong's concern, and with a gentle chuckle, he ruffled her hair. "To have the school's foremost beauty worry for my safety, it seems I've struck a bit of fortune." Chapter 82. The difficulty of coexisting as a single male and female in close quarters. "Wudao go," Xia Zhitong blushed at Shen Wudao's words, an affectionate gesture. Seeing him through a romantic lens, her cheeks flushed as she stammered, This in broad daylight. How improper. Ah, my goddess, how could she be so brazenly touched? This accursed Shen Wudao, a veritable enemy of all men." Observing Xia Zhitong's lack of resistance, could it be that they had indeed become something more? However, they were not alone on the playground. Numerous others were present, drawn by the incident involving the supernatural beasts. As Shen Wudao openly held Xia Zhitong's hand and affectionately tousled her hair, many onlookers took note, eliciting envy from the boys and a flurry of gossip from the girls. Amidst the murmurs surrounding them, Xia Zhitong gradually emerged from her reverie, feeling a bit bashful as she lowered her head. In truth, she found herself somewhat eager for a confession from Shen Wudao. Should he declare his feelings, she would undoubtedly accept. "Wudao and Xia Zhitong, are you both all right?" Just as Xia Zhitong was lost in thought, a confident female voice rang out, drawing their attention. Xia Zhitong turned to see Tang Xian, the second most beautiful girl in the school, approaching with a warm smile. "Tang Xian, we're fine," she replied. "I just heard there were monsters here, but they have vanished. Do you know what happened?" Tang Xian cast a few glances at the 2 individuals. Earlier in class, she had heard someone mention the appearance of a creature that only the armored warriors could confront, but it had vanished shortly thereafter. Initially, she suspected it to be a prank, yet as the situation escalated and numerous witnesses emerged, it became apparent that this was no jest. Indeed, a monster had appeared in the school, causing widespread alarm. The sudden disappearance was unexpected, but even so, the tempest of anxiety had yet to abate. She had been wandering nearby when the commotion drew her attention to the 2 individuals. Shen Wudao looked at Tang Xian and spoke. "Just a moment ago, Zhitong and I were out for a casual stroll and did indeed see 2 grotesque creatures approach. However, they vanished as quickly as they came. We are unclear about the specifics." Xia Zhitong nodded in agreement. Indeed, those 2 monsters were exceedingly hideous. Their appearance instilled a sense of dread and unease in one's heart. Xia Zhitong was speaking the truth. She had felt terror upon witnessing a Kisi before, though she could vaguely discern a human form. The 2 anomalous beasts she had seen earlier were far more terrifying, resembling feral creatures. It was perplexing. She had heard it was not a Kisi. Yet the reason for their presence at the school eluded her. Was it truly a mere coincidence? Tang Xian scratched her head in confusion. If they were merely passing through, it seemed nonsensical. Yet, why had they disappeared? Could it be that armored warriors had intercepted them beforehand? Shen Wudao surmised that the target of the anomalous beasts had always been the descendants of the Light and Shadow Village. Since such creatures had come here, it was certain that there were students with the bloodline of Light and Shadow Village within the school. However, their failure this time might lead to future encounters with these beasts, and luck might not be on their side next time. After all, whether it be anomalous beasts, dark spirits, or a Kisi, Their mere appearance would not draw attention. It was only when they acted that their internal energy would reveal their presence. Much like a thief who appears to steal before the police are alerted, or a monster that prompts the arrival of an Ultraman, there is always a sequence of events. If the victim succumbs too soon, there is little that can be done. Such matters were beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals like them. So long as there was no uproar in the school, all was well. By the way, how did things go between you and Xia after I left this morning? Shen Wudao shifted the conversation away from the anomalous beasts and inquired about Tang Xian's interaction with Li Xia. Without giving it much thought, Tang Xian replied, "It was wonderful. Her personality radiates the warmth of an elder sister, mature, generous, and cheerful. She possesses a wonderful aura and is quite easy to converse with. We share plenty of common ground." "That's great to hear. I was worried that you two might not get along well after I left." Shen Wudao reflected on Li Xia's easygoing nature and Tang Xian's spirited character. Indeed, their similar dispositions allowed them to bond seamlessly. "Who is this person you were speaking of?" Xia Zitong inquired curiously, feeling somewhat left out of the conversation. "We are referring to Li Xia. She is my tenant." "A tenant?" Both Xia Zitong and Tang Xian exclaimed in surprise. "Wudao, are you a landlord?" Tang Xian gazed at Shen Wudao with astonishment, having never anticipated that he was a landlord. Shen Wudao nodded. "I suppose so. I live in a large house with 10 rooms in total, both upstairs and downstairs. Initially, I intended to rent out the 5 rooms downstairs, but Li Xia has taken them all, so she resides downstairs while I occupy the upper floor." "You both live in the same house?" Tang Xian exclaimed, her voice tinged with exaggeration. Xia Zitong regarded Shen Wudao incredulously. It was hard not to let one's imagination wander at the thought of a young man and woman living together. "Though we share the same house, I occupy the upper floor while she is downstairs. Is there an issue with that?" Tang Xian chuckled awkwardly. No. It's just that I reacted a bit strongly upon hearing that." Before long, the police arrived at the scene. After confirming that there were no casualties or damages, they departed. The anomalous beasts had only made a brief appearance before Shen Wudao took them away, and only about 20 people had witnessed the event, so it did not escalate into a major incident. The teachers reassured the students for a moment before resuming classes as usual. Soon, the day's classes came to an end, and Saturday was just around the corner, promising 2 days of respite. "Wudao, don't forget to come find me tomorrow," Xia Zitong said, taking the initiative as they parted ways. At this moment, she had already recognized her feelings for Shen Wudao, and thus felt emboldened. After all, happiness is something one must strive for, not something that simply falls from the sky. Shen Wudao, in a rare moment of playful banter, teased, "How could I forget an appointment with the school beauty? I'll be waiting. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." After bidding farewell, Xia Zitong turned and walked away, while Shen Wudao remained standing, watching her depart. Such a graceful and innocent young lady, Shen Wudao would not let this opportunity slip away. As Xia Zitong walked a few steps ahead, she glanced back at Shen Wudao, a smile lighting her face as she waved her hand. Such a beautiful and naive girl was a rarity. Neglecting her would surely invite misfortune. Chapter 83. The first gathering of the armored team after school. Shen Wudao did not return home immediately, but instead went to purchase various barbecue ingredients and seasonings. Earlier that morning, he had mentioned that upon completing their task of eliminating the ants, he would treat everyone to a barbecue that evening. While they could eat at a barbecue restaurant, preparing it themselves promised to be far more enjoyable. After acquiring the necessary items, Shen Wudao headed directly to the armored base. Within the base, the members were not busy. Some were watching television, others playing cards, and some engaged in conversation. Upon entering the hall, he found only Meijin and Yang Huanqing present. "Captain, you're here?" Yang Huanqing, who had been chatting with Meijin, stood up to greet him as he noticed Shen Wudao's arrival. Shen Wudao nodded and poured himself a glass of water at the bar, inquiring, "So, how was the situation today?" Meijin reported, "Today, 3 Yokisi and 1 dark spirit appeared. One of the Yokisi managed to escape from Makwa High, who is currently training in the special training room. The infected individuals were from a nearby city, making the likelihood of Akisi appearances quite high. Each day, new Akisi had emerged. While the sporadic appearances of these wild Akisi posed little threat, the infected humans were organized and could potentially unite after witnessing their kind being defeated in the news by armored warriors. This was not a cause for concern. Everyone makes mistakes." Shen Wudao did not dwell on it, as he never expected every battle to end in victory. Doing one's best was sufficient. "By the way, As I mentioned this morning, we will be preparing barbecue ourselves tonight. Meijin, Huanqing, please inform the others to gather here in half an hour. I will take you to the barbecue. With that, Shen Wudao vanished from before them. Yang Huanqing exclaimed joyfully, "That's great. This will be our first gathering since the establishment of the armored team." Meijin nodded, "Indeed. I'll go notify those in the special training room. Huanqing, could you please let Sinan, Dongshan, and the others know?" After leaving the armored base, Shen Wudao instantly appeared in his room, preparing the barbecue grill, charcoal, plates, and bowls, all of which he had from previous experiences of grilling. As he gazed at the pile of barbecue materials before him, he waved his finger through the air, creating a rift in space. This space was a storage realm that Shen Wudao had personally developed. It was vast and akin to a space ring found in fantasy worlds. However, Shen Wudao did not require a ring. He could effortlessly slice through space to access it. As the thought-controlled barbecue grill and other utensils soared into the void, Shen Wudao stood still for a moment, pondering whether he had gathered everything he needed. Noticing the time, he made his way to his room to change clothes. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find someone sleeping on his bed. No, not just anyone, but a deity. Observing the drool pooling on the pillow, Shen Wudao felt a wave of disbelief. How bold could one be? Even a god should not casually invade a man's space and occupy his bed, let alone drool all over it. Thankfully, Shen Wudao understood that Matata was somewhat oblivious, and being magnanimous himself, he chose not to dwell on it. Shaking his head in resignation, he opened his wardrobe, selected a casual outfit, and exited the room without disturbing Medita's slumber. Having completed his preparations and noting that the time was nearly upon him, Shen Wudao returned to the armor base. "The captain has arrived," he announced. "Hooray! This is our first team dinner since the establishment of the armor team, and it's a barbecue." The excitement was palpable as Wu Gang, Ma Kuai, and others urged, "Captain, we're all here. Let's go. I can hardly wait." "Then let us proceed," Shen Wudao replied. "Be prepared not to stumble if we suddenly change locations. That would be quite embarrassing." With a snap of his fingers, he caused a resounding echo, and in an instant, everyone present vanished, transported to a tranquil, picturesque stream. Shen Wudao and his team found themselves in a place where the water was remarkably clear, revealing the pebbled bottom, and occasionally, wild fish could be seen swimming by. A lush expanse of grass lay further beyond. "What a beautiful place!" exclaimed Yang Huanqing, her feminine sensibilities stirred by the stunning scenery. Even the rougher members of the team couldn't help but express their awe. Shen Wudao scanned the surroundings for any threats and remarked, "I am unsure where this is. It merely materialized from an image in my mind. However, I can ascertain that it is a remote wilderness." Qing, observing the empty hands of her companions, interjected, "Captain, while we may be present, we lack the ingredients and equipment for the barbecue. Shouldn't we procure some?" "No need." Shen Wudao waved his hand, causing a portal to open before him, revealing an abundance of ingredients and the barbecue grill he had prepared earlier. This wondrous display left the team in awe, affirming Shen Wudao's extraordinary lineage, a true embodiment of the perfect five-element bloodline, seemingly capable of battling monsters with mere flesh and bone. "Now that everything is in place, let us divide the tasks," he instructed. "Sure thing." The team quickly organized themselves for the barbecue, with Yang Huanqing and Meijin taking charge of grilling, while others assisted with tasks such as threading skewers and fetching plates. "Captain, I see wild fish in this stream. Should we catch a few to grill?" Wu Gang shouted from the water's edge, marveling at the pristine clarity of the stream. Li Haoyan, his expression somewhat peculiar, cautioned, "That might not be wise. There could be bacteria, and we wouldn't want to end up with an upset stomach." While the water appeared pure, it was well known that wild creatures were often rife with bacteria. Shen Wudao considered this and concurred. Li Haoyan is correct. These fish may harbor various bacteria. It's best we refrain from consuming them. The ingredients I brought should suffice, including several mackerels. Wu Gang, slightly embarrassed, chuckled. "All right, I was just suggesting." After grilling for a considerable half hour, several dishes were ready and laid out on the table. The team raised their glasses in celebration, sharing personal stories that fostered a deeper camaraderie among them. It is often said that shared meals are the best way to strengthen bonds, and this was undeniably true. As they exchanged tales, Bei Miao reflected, "It's surprising how similar our fates are. Out of 11 of us, there are hardly any complete families." After sharing their circumstances, Meijin shifted the conversation. "Let us not dwell on such somber topics. Bei Miao, You mentioned that you faced an abnormal beast in the orphanage, which prompted your training. Recalling the past, Bei Miao expressed regret. Indeed, my earlier weakness has left me burdened with guilt for life. Hence, I have dedicated myself to eradicating all abnormal beasts, rigorously training from a young age to become a summoner. Li Shinan comforted him. Bei Miao, you were merely a child then. Anyone would have been frightened by such a creature. Even adults would likely react the same way. Dongshan agreed. Exactly, Bei Miao. There's no need for self-reproach. I might have frozen in fear myself. With a sigh, Bei Miao shook his head and took a sip of beer to lighten his mood. Now, let me share my story. My aspiration to win the citywide piano competition stems from my mother's wish. As Li Shinan began to recount his experiences, the group listened intently. Meanwhile, outside the secret armor laboratory belonging to the Tian Hao group, Xiao Lizi stealthily approached under the cover of night. Humph, if they won't give me armor, I'll take it myself. What could be better than being an armor warrior? Xiao Lizi rubbed his hands together, yearning to become an armor warrior himself. A notion he found utterly exhilarating. Having been captivated by the allure of armor since seeing it in the news, he believed that donning such a suit epitomized the romantic ideal of manhood. Let them hate me. Without further thought, Xiao Lizi transformed into his Baiku biochemical form, resembling a clownish figure, which further fueled his desire to become an armor warrior. Why is this door ajar? Is it unlocked? Or has someone else come to steal the armor? Initially planning to force his way in, Xiao Lizi was surprised to find the door open. Fearing that someone might get there first, he rushed inside the laboratory, where he quickly noticed a small figure retreating into hiding. Had he been in his human form, Xiao Lizi might not have noticed, but as Baiku, his senses heightened beyond the ordinary. This is impossible. I had thoroughly researched the scientists' schedules. They should all be resting at this hour. Xiao Feng's heart raced as he concealed himself behind a piece of equipment. A skilled thief. He had infiltrated the lab as an intern, learning of the armor's development through special channels. He had planned to steal it upon completion, enhancing his chances of success as an armor warrior during future heists. He had just begun his operation when he noticed the unexpected visitor, prompting him to hide in haste. However, when he peered out to see the intruder, he was taken aback. This cannot be. It's a monster. He had initially presumed it to be a fellow individual from the laboratory, but he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that it was, in fact, a monster. This predicament had escalated considerably. Before Xiao Feng could contemplate his situation any further, Xiao Li, who was aware of his location, launched an immediate attack. Startled, Xiao Feng attempted to flee. However, the formidable strength of the grotesque demon Bic far surpassed that of the majority of the orcs, placing him in the upper echelon even among the underworld demons. There was no way for Xiao Feng to evade capture. In an instant, Bic seized his neck, lifting him off the ground. Xiao Li leaned closer to Xiao Feng, menacingly demanding, "Tell me where the armor is, or I shall snap your neck." With a mindset rooted in desperation, Xiao Li surmised that anyone audacious enough to attempt stealing the armor was likely an insider, for no outsider could possess knowledge of its existence. "It's over there." Xiao Feng, fearing for his life, dared not lie, as his neck was firmly gripped. Upon perceiving that Xiao Feng genuinely knew the location, Xiao Li relented slightly, albeit still maintaining his hold as they proceeded to the indicated spot. Opening the safe, they retrieved the latest Toad armor summoning device along with the corresponding energy key. Ha ha ha. The armor summoning device. At last, I have obtained it. What are its attributes? How do I utilize it? Speak. With his right hand cradling the summoning device, Xiao Li was brimming with excitement. Yet, the matter was not concluded. He still required detailed information about the armor. Xiao Feng, naturally forthcoming, divulged all the necessary details. Once Xiao Li acquired the information he sought, he released his grip, and without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Feng scrambled away. Xiao Li, lost in his elation, paid no heed to the fleeing thief. From this moment forth, I too shall be a warrior in armor. Ha ha ha. Xiao Li's heart soared with joy, akin to a child who had just received a cherished toy, even wishing to hold it close while sleeping that night. With the prize secured, it was time to depart. This operation had been nothing short of perfect, and feeling immensely satisfied, Xiao Li stowed away the summoning device and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, a figure abruptly emerged from the wall. With two striking blue eyes and a pair of large horns, it was none other than the underworld demon Saruk. What? A beast man? Xiao Li gasped in astonishment. Taken aback by the unexpected appearance of an underworld demon after he had acquired the Toad armor summoning device. It was evident that many were vying for this particular set of armor, making the situation all the more convoluted. You are the Beast Man, and your entire family as well. I am Saruk, a warrior. Are you also here for the armor summoning device? Saruk retorted fiercely, then glanced at the grotesque demon Bick, wondering if he too was in pursuit of the device. Humph, think what you will. I have found nothing. You may search for it yourself, Bick scoffed, satisfied that the summoning device was now in his possession, and promptly made his exit. Hey, Saruk, initially sensing that Bick had successfully acquired the summoning device, hesitated when Bick claimed to have found nothing. Should he pursue or continue searching? After some deliberation, Saruk decided to follow Bick, suspecting that he had indeed rummaged through the area and had a high probability of possessing the armor summoning device, thus necessitating interception. Chapter 85. The Whirlwind Toad Armor. He truly was in pursuit. This was the perfect opportunity to test out the Wind attribute Toad Armor, ideally suited for speed. Xiao Li realized that his earlier deception would not fool the monster, and with Saruk in pursuit, it was the perfect moment to experiment with the armor. Run, keep running. If you know what's good for you, hand over what you've acquired, or I shall show no mercy. Saruk shouted menacingly, determined to retrieve the armor summoning device. Xiao Li turned around and mockingly replied, "Ha, I thought you were merely a brawny fool. It seems you possess some cunning, albeit little. Toad armor of the whirlwind. Unleash the power of the tearing tempest. Combine." What? Saruk watched in disbelief as the grotesque figure before him activated the summoning device to merge with the armor. This was the summoning he sought. Cursed be his luck. If only he had arrived sooner, the armor would have been his. Now, with the opponent having summoned the armor, he was in deep trouble. A gust of wind swept through, and green whirlwind energy coalesced around the grotesque demon Bick, swiftly transforming into a suit of green armor that enveloped him entirely. Once the armor was fully integrated, Xiao Li clenched his fists, reveling in the power it bestowed. Although it might not rival his demon form, it was still impressive, as the armor's strength lay not in brute force, but in swiftness. Take this. Whirlwind kick. Channeling the wind attribute, Xiao Li's speed became astonishing as he soared through the air, spinning like a whirlwind, catching Saruk completely off guard and delivering a powerful kick to his chest. A burst of flames erupted, and Saruk was sent flying several meters back. Ah! Saruk cried out in pain, crashing into a tree before collapsing to the ground. Ignoring the pain coursing through him, he quickly regained his footing, brandishing a large blade known as the Annihilation Spirit Ring Blade. Huh! Xiao Li shouted as he charged forward, delivering another kick. This time, his speed was significantly diminished. Saruk managed to block the attack with his blade, and then swung down with both hands toward Xiao Li's head. Xiao Li swiftly leaned back at a 45-degree angle, but he did not fall completely. Instead, a gust of wind propelled him back 5 meters, while the Annihilation Spirit Ring Blade struck the ground, causing an explosion. What incredible speed! The armor that manipulates the wind is formidable, truly formidable. Ha ha ha. Shadowless attack. Embracing the capabilities of the armor, Xiao Li felt like the very embodiment of the wind. He gathered the tempestuous elemental energy into his palm, conjuring a small green tornado a few centimeters high. Then, with a flick of his wrist, that diminutive whirlwind expanded into a 3-meter giant tornado, barreling forward. As Saruk observed the approaching tornado, he deftly employed an earth-dodging technique, sinking into the ground to evade the oncoming vortex. Running away? Xiao Li watched as Saruk vanished, instinctively assuming he had fled. However, unbeknownst to him, Saruk had silently maneuvered behind him after burrowing underground and, upon re-emerging, delivered a fierce slash to Xiao Li's back. Ah! The sudden attack left Xiao Li stunned, forcing him to stagger forward several steps. Despite the Toad armor's agility, it was still relatively fragile, and a solid blow was quite painful. Saruk, seizing the opportunity, relentlessly pursued and unleashed a barrage of strikes. Some individuals are naturally gifted in combat, while others struggle. Xiao Li belonged to the latter category, particularly in direct confrontations. His earlier advantage stemmed from the armor's agility, but after being ambushed by Saruk and feeling shaken, his composure began to waver, which significantly impacted his performance in battle. Just as Xiao Li found himself at a disadvantage, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was Wu Gang, who had been attending a barbecue gathering. Being outside the armor base, he had no knowledge of the underworld demon's appearance. However, Shen Wudao could sense it, prompting him to inform Wu Gang of the situation. Eager to assist, Wu Gang volunteered to confront the threat. After gaining approval from Shen Wudao, he returned to the armor base as a waypoint, only to witness the battle between the underworld demon and the unknown armored figure. After discerning the location, he teleported to the scene. Diamond armor, merge. Seeing that the unfamiliar armor was faltering, Wu Gang immediately activated his armor and rushed in to provide support. They were all warriors in armor, and the enemies were those monsters. Thus, mutual assistance was paramount. Besides, he could later invite the other into his team. Armor merge. You abominable creature. Taste my diamond fist. Wu Gang charged forward and delivered a powerful punch to Xiao Yuok's back. With a resounding thud, his fist struck the armor, sending a shower of sparks flying. Xiao Yuok staggered forward a few steps before plunging his blade into the ground to steady himself. Damn it, a sneak attack, he thought, feeling a sharp pain radiating from his back. However, upon recognizing his assailant, he was taken aback to discover it was a golden armor warrior. This was dire. With two armored foes, his chances of victory had plummeted to less than 10%. Humph, so what if I was ambushed by someone like you? I'm still going to kill you, he muttered defiantly. After a few moments, Wu Gang approached Xiao Li, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Brother, you alright? He asked. Who are you? Xiao Li inquired, eyeing the armored warrior before him. Surely, he didn't think they were comrades? Well, considering he was clad in armor himself, it was possible that Wu Gang wouldn't let him go if he didn't have any armor. I'm Wu Gang, another summoner of the golden armor. Once we take him down, why not join our armor team? Wu Gang said casually. Xiao Li's eyes brightened at this. An armor team? How many of you are there? In total, there are 8 summoners, which we call the 8 great heroes. Quite an impressive force, wouldn't you agree? Wu Gang replied with a hint of pride. A team of 8 armored warriors, truly reminiscent of a Justice League. He had only ever seen such things in movies before. And the 8 great heroes was a spontaneous embellishment meant to impress. 8 armored warriors? Xiao Li thought, excitement coursing through him. If he could infiltrate their ranks, it would be exhilarating. But wait, what if Ma Kuai was among them? He had been acting mysteriously lately, and there was a chance he had joined their ranks as well. If Xiao Li joined them, he might expose himself, and that could be disastrous. He was quite cautious about his life, and any hint of danger made him retreat from the idea of infiltration. Seeing the two engaged in conversation, Xiao Yuok seized the opportunity to escape. With only 2 armored warriors, he stood no chance and had to flee. With that in mind, Xiao Yuok activated his earth escape technique, burrowing into the ground to make his getaway. But Wu Gang had been vigilant, refusing to let his adversary slip away. He swiftly advanced a few steps, channeling his energy into his fist, and struck the ground with tremendous force. Boom! A powerful shockwave rippled through the earth, forcing Xiao Yuok out of his hiding place. Wu Gang immediately launched his assault, declaring, "You think you can escape before your golden grandpa? There is nowhere for you to run. How is this possible? You broke my earth escape technique." Xiao Yuok exclaimed, bewildered. Here was a man who seemed not particularly clever, yet had managed to disrupt his technique, leaving him utterly astonished. Wu Gang scoffed. Humph, your grandfather isn't obliged to explain anything to you. Prepare to meet your end. His ability to thwart the earth escape technique was due to Qing Zizai's teachings. Although the underworld demon could burrow underground, it did so by disassembling its body with energy. Wu Gang merely needed to strike the ground hard enough to disrupt the demon's disassembly and force it out. Clang! Xiao Yuok swung his blade. But Wu Gang deliberately took the hit on his heavily armored shoulder, confident in the high defense of his golden armor, especially the shoulder plates. The strike not only failed to injure him, but instead left Xiao Yuok's hand aching from the impact. Golden fist. Seizing the moment, Wu Gang struck both of Xiao Yuok's shoulders with his fists, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball. Damn it! Xiao Yuok grunted, enduring the pain as he rose from the ground. He glanced at the golden armor warrior before him, and then at the Dola armor on the other side, his heart sinking completely. Blast drill. Wu Gang summoned his primary weapon, the blast drill, an imposing combat weapon with dual drill heads. As he fought the underworld demon, Xiao Li quietly slipped into the shadows and made his escape. The struggle between the two was no longer of concern to him. He had acquired the armor, which was the ultimate gain of this venture. There was no need to linger any longer. He could withdraw now. Neither Wu Gang nor Xiao Yuok noticed Xiao Li's departure, as their focus remained on each other. Xiao Yuok, a seasoned warrior, quickly regained his footing after the initial exchanges had put him at a disadvantage. Although Wu Gang had limited combat experience, he found himself struggling against the formidable underworld demon clad in leather armor. Yet, the more challenging the fight became, the more exhilarated Wu Gang felt. He relished the thrill of battle, finding it far more entertaining than a video game. After exchanging over 30 blows, Wu Gang leveraged the high defensive capabilities of his golden armor, opting for an aggressive approach that traded injury for damage. He managed to overpower Xiaoyuok, severely wounding him with his weapon while simultaneously honing his own skills through this fierce encounter. Despite Xiaoyuok's armor providing some protection, it could not compare to the fortitude of true armor. If the armor could reduce damage by 20%, the golden armor could diminish it by 90%. Therefore, an unarmored individual facing an armored opponent was at a considerable disadvantage. You fought well, but this is where it ends. I shall seal and capture you with the heavenly might of the golden ultimate technique. After executing the ultimate technique, Wu Gang confined the underworld demon within a dark realm and unleashed a flurry of blows before concluding with the thunder cannon. As he gazed at the floating memory code, Wu Gang exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, proceeding to absorb the seal. This marked his first victory against an underworld demon, filling him with excitement and joy. He couldn't wait to boast about it upon his return. Hey, brother, where are you? Wu Gang turned back to greet Shaoli, only to find himself alone. Where had that green-armored warrior gone without a word? What an impolite fellow. He had just helped him out, and now he vanished without a trace. What a disappointment. Wu Gang's earlier elation was doused like a bucket of cold water, leaving him feeling somewhat aggrieved. Forget it. There's no need to let such a person ruin my mood. He shook off his irritation and returned to the armor base, eventually making his way back to the barbecue gathering. Xiao Gang, you're back. How did it go? Upon his return, everyone turned to him, with Qing Zizai being the first to inquire. With a proud grin, Wu Gang replied, "Of course, it was a resounding success. I sealed an underworld demon." The crowd responded with smiles of joy, though Dong Shan's expression bore a hint of bitterness. A newcomer, who had joined after him, had already achieved greater accomplishments, leaving Dong Shan feeling somewhat embarrassed as he recalled his own lackluster record. "Well done," Shen Wudao praised, tossing a can of juice toward Wu Gang. Catching it, Wu Gang grinned. "Thanks, Captain. Just what I needed. I'm quite thirsty." He opened the can and drank deeply, having fought so many rounds with the underworld demon that he truly was parched. Su Tingfei asked, "So, how formidable was your opponent?" After sitting down, Wu Gang scratched his head, contemplating. "Well, it was a bit tricky. This underworld demon had superior combat experience, and I was only able to gain the upper hand thanks to the formidable defense of my golden armor. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge." Li Xinan, curious, interjected, "By the way, welcome, Qing. Aren't you both practitioners of secret arts and techniques? You should have some insight into the underworld demons. Do you know their specific origins?" They are currently aware only of the formidable power of the underworld demon, possessing intellect on par with humans and an abundance of combat experience. Unlike the parasitic creatures born of human hosts or those transformed through genetic manipulation, the origins of the underworld demon remain a mystery. Li Xianan's inquiry ignited the curiosity of others, who too were eager to uncover the true nature of these beings. "My own knowledge is limited. I only know that they invaded Earth a millennium ago seeking energy crystals, only to be vanquished by the Xingtian squad. However, they were not entirely defeated and would resurrect a millennium later, precisely now." The Xingtian squad did not elaborate on the origins of the underworld demons, as their armor was already in a state of near demise, allowing little time for anything but the most critical information. As for the backgrounds of the likes of Lu Fa, there was no time to waste discussing such matters. "I do not know." Qing Zizai also shook his head. "Allow me to enlighten you," spoke Shen Wudao, who had a clear understanding of the underworld demon's history. As he began to speak, all eyes turned toward him. Shen Wudao succinctly recounted the events involving Lu Fa and others on the planet Ares. Chapter 87. How about you marry me? Goodness, the dominant force in our galaxy. The planet Ares was the birthplace of Xingtian, Feiying, and the mighty armored warriors. The underworld demons were originally Ares warriors, and they had once been summoned by the armor. Yang Huanying expressed his astonishment, realizing the grand history behind these underworld demons, which explained their exceptional combat experience. Beiming sighed upon learning this. It turned out these beings were once guardians of peace in the galaxy, but after being condemned by their king for greed, anger, and ignorance. They ultimately succumbed to despair, abandoning their military roles to become vengeful reapers, drenched in blood. Ma Kuai shook his head, yet the cost of this vengeance is astronomical. A life-bearing planet yields only one energy crystal. Once taken, the planet faces annihilation. This group of underworld demons has claimed over 20,000 energy crystals, obliterating as many vibrant planets. The slaughter they have caused is unimaginable, enough to pile corpses high on Earth. It is no wonder they have succumbed to madness, disregarding all for revenge, transforming from soldiers into the ruthless killers they are today. Dong Shan lamented. These underworld demons once had structure and were also armor summons. It is no surprise they possess extensive battle experience. If they were to don armor, it would be a nightmare for us. He recalled how he had suffered at the hands of an underworld demon previously, noting the seasoned combat prowess of these former soldiers. If they were equipped with armor, it would be a devastating blow to our side. Aside from the captain, it would be challenging for anyone else to defeat even one. Fortunately, they only bore some leather armor, far inferior in defense and capability to true armor. Shen Wudao rose, drink in hand. Regardless of their past, they are now our adversaries. Their desire for Earth's energy crystals signifies our potential extinction, which we cannot allow. With our armored team present, let us toast. Wu Gang also stood with a drink. Indeed, with our armored team here, no matter the underworld demons or Akis, should they show their faces, we shall shatter their skulls. Cheers! The crowd exclaimed, raising their drinks and downing them in unison. The barbecue gathering continued until around 10 o'clock, having commenced well before 6. After tidying up, they each departed. Upon returning home, Shen Wudao set aside the barbecue grill, noting it was too late to clean up and would do so tomorrow. As he approached the bathroom, he noticed the light was still on. It dawned on him that Metada must have forgotten to turn it off after using it, as this was not the first occurrence. Though Metada was a deity, she was also a cleanliness enthusiast, taking daily baths and brushing her teeth. For her, a simple spell could render her entirely clean. Yet she claimed to revel in the process, finding immense comfort in bathing. The sensation of warm water cascading over her skin was enough to wash away all worries. As Shen Wudao reached for the door, it swung open from the inside, and a soft object unexpectedly found its way into his hands. At that moment, two pairs of eyes locked in shock, both momentarily bewildered. Even the composed Shen Wudao found himself momentarily at a loss, for Metada stood before him, revealing an unexpected and intimate situation. Caught off guard, Metada was equally flustered, realizing not only had he seen her, but he had also inadvertently touched her. After a few seconds of stunned silence, a series of exclamations erupted from Metada, who quickly retreated and slammed the door shut. Within 3 seconds, Metada emerged, fully dressed, and seized Shen Wudao's collar, pinning him against the wall, her voice laced with fury. "You pervert. I'm no longer pure. I am not a good woman anymore. And who will want me now? How will you compensate me?" Shen Wudao closed his eyes, allowing Metada's vehement words to wash over him. Once the storm of her indignation subsided, he opened his eyes, wiping his face, his demeanor markedly calmer than the flushed Metada. "It was merely an accident. I thought you had left the light on, as has happened before, and I was just coming to bathe. Who could have guessed you would open the door at that moment and step forward, leading to this delightful misunderstanding? It is, after all, your own fault. You dare blame me?" Metada retorted, though she struggled to counter his reasoning, recognizing the validity in his words. She had chosen to bathe at that moment because she had just awoken and found the bathroom stifling. She had opened the door to let out the heat, assuming Shen Wudao would not be home, intending to dress, but the unfortunate coincidence had led to their current predicament. At this juncture, arguing was futile. He had stolen her first kiss and seen her in a compromising position. She felt a sense of entitlement and demanded, "You must make this right." Lacking any further retorts, Metada resorted to childish stubbornness, acknowledging her own fault but unwilling to fully concede, as Shen Wudao had coincidentally been outside at that moment. Seeing the fierce look in Metada's eyes, Shen Wudao attempted to navigate her feelings, stating, "No one else will learn of this incident. As the goddess of love, you should understand matters of intimacy better than anyone. Our encounter was merely a misunderstanding and does not warrant terms like unclean or loss of purity." Metada gritted her teeth. "So you mean you take no responsibility?" Seizing her wrist, Shen Wudao freed himself from her grasp, adjusting his attire as he inquired, "What do you propose I should do to take responsibility?" Metada fidgeted, lowering her gaze, her fingers twisting her clothing in a somewhat endearing manner. Finally, with a determined glint in her eyes, she met Shen Wudao's gaze and earnestly proposed, "Then how about you marry me? Are you serious?" Shen Wudao was taken aback by her declaration, pondering whether she truly intended to offer herself so freely, considering her divine status and the absence of any prior intimate commitment. Chapter 88. A divine willing to be your wife. You're truly fortunate. It appears that I have drawn their attention from the very first encounter. It seems they were already captivated by my figure. Indeed, being handsome can be a form of transgression. Even deities are not immune to such folly. Are you serious? Meditata, her arms crossed defiantly beneath her formidable weapon, scoffed. How fortunate you are. You must understand, my visage is renowned even among the divine. Countless gods have sought my favor. Moreover, I possess eternal youth, akin to the heavens. Even if you were to age into a frail old man with a head full of white hair and no teeth, I would remain unchanged, and you would be the very first mortal to have a goddess as a wife. What a tremendous gain for you. Meditata was not merely boasting. Her beauty was indeed unparalleled in the divine realm. Even in her seclusion, she remained a figure of admiration, drawing throngs of admirers to the love temple. Furthermore, the lifespan of a god is nearly infinite, free from illness and calamity, as long as they do not court disaster. Really? God Wudao inquired with evident intrigue. So, would you still cherish me if I became a middle-aged man or an elderly one? Do you think I'm like you mortals, who are unwavering once they choose someone? Be it a middle-aged man or an elderly one, I would not turn away. After your demise, I could even leverage my connections to ensure your rebirth as a wealthy heir, allowing us to continue our love story. Such privileges are well within my reach. With that, Meditata regarded God Wudao with a triumphant expression, as if to say, "Come, praise my devotion. You, my dear, are quite fortunate to have me." God Wudao chuckled and replied, "I regret to inform you, but I, as the emperor of the heavenly Tao, am destined to never age or perish." What do you mean? Meditata was perplexed. Despite the might of God Wudao's armor, it was merely armor, lacking divine essence. It was inconceivable that a mere mortal could escape the grip of time. Time, as you know, my emperor's armor embodies the essence of the heavenly Tao, granting me dominion over time and space. Manipulating time is trivial for me. I can either reverse my own timeline or freeze it indefinitely, achieving eternal life. Indeed, God Wudao possessed the ability to control time. He could allow himself to age naturally. But with a mere thought, he could revert his age by decades, returning to his youthful self. Alternatively, he could halt his bodily functions at this very moment, ensuring that he would never age, effectively becoming immortal, and this power could extend to others as well. What? It can be done like that? Even Meditata was taken aback. The ability to manipulate time was extraordinary, and such a power was rarely found among gods. There is nothing unattainable for me, he declared confidently. Impressive. This is astonishing. Meditata gazed at God Wudao in awe, marveling at his capabilities, abilities that even the gods could not fathom, yet he wielded them with such ease. Setting aside her tumultuous thoughts, Meditata asked, "So, will you accept me?" Yet, as she posed this question, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Her sole asset, her immortality, now seemed insignificant in light of God Wudao's powers. She feared rejection, for this opportunity was a rare one. She had to admit she had fallen for him at first sight, and she couldn't let this chance slip away. "I agree. But let us discuss the specifics after I complete high school," God Wudao replied without hesitation. A goddess offering herself was not to be dismissed lightly. He possessed unshakable confidence and felt no need for trepidation. Upon hearing this, Meditata, filled with joy, wrapped her arms around God Wudao's neck, leaning in closely. "I understand. I understand. We must not promote inappropriate behavior with minors. Otherwise, we might find ourselves in a predicament. I am not in a hurry." God Wudao exhaled deeply. Their relationship had evolved significantly. He placed his hands on her waist and said, "Very well, you may go now. I still need to shower." "All right," Meditata responded, soaring back to her room, elatedly rolling on her bed with her pillow in tow. This twist of fate was indeed remarkable. As the saying goes, no coincidence, no story. I am now destined to be the future wife of God Wudao. With such a striking and formidable man as my partner, how could I possibly complain? Meditata wore a mischievous smile, reflecting on the irony of her past. Countless gods had pursued her, yet she had never given them a second glance. And now she found herself ardently pursuing a man. How unpredictable life can be. Meanwhile, God Wudao felt no loss. A goddess presenting herself as a wife was a fortune indeed. While stories abound of mortals binding fates with spirits or snakes, his connection with a goddess elevated him to a new echelon. Though their feelings were yet to blossom, emotions could be nurtured over time. After a refreshing wash, God Wudao returned to his room, sitting on his bed, contemplating his pillow, previously tainted by Medita's saliva. He decided to replace it and would wash it the following day. The night passed without incident. The next morning, after a run, he practiced Tai Chi in the yard. As he engaged in his routine, Li Xia emerged from the first floor, watching him with a smile as he practiced. Indeed, his Tai Chi was unlike the flamboyant styles of the elderly. It embodied true grace and strength, each movement executed with both precision and vigor. Though Li Xia was unfamiliar with Tai Chi, she recognized the extraordinary nature of God Wudao's practice. He was indeed a formidable warrior, having honed his skills since childhood. A few minutes later, as God Wudao concluded his practice, Li Xia applauded and approached him. "Wudao, your Tai Chi is beautiful. It is truly a pleasure to behold. Could you teach me? I wish to practice for health. Perhaps it could even extend my life." God Wudao smiled. "Certainly, authentic Tai Chi can indeed promote health, strengthen the body, and delay aging, allowing one to maintain vigor even in old age. However, mastering it requires patience and diligence. Fear not. I currently possess an abundance of both patience and diligence. I spend my days at home, with plenty of time to practice," Li Xia assured him, eager to fill her days with meaningful activity. Learning authentic Tai Chi could also serve as self-defense. She could handle a few troublemakers without issue. Chapter 89. You've taken such advantage of me. Did you think you could escape? Indeed, but to truly grasp its essence, one must possess a certain innate talent. Otherwise, one becomes merely a decorative figure. Mastery in martial arts requires a foundational aptitude, and were I in ancient times, I would undoubtedly be an exceptional candidate for martial training. Upon hearing this, Li Xia proudly declared, "Hee, I must surely possess talent. After all, I am quite intelligent. I can dance and sing, so I will learn quickly." God Wudao smiled silently, and Li Xia, noticing his amusement, suggested, "By the way, today is Saturday, and school is out. Should we not go out and enjoy ourselves? Staying cooped up at home is rather dull." God Wudao shook his head, declining the invitation. "I truly have no time today. I have promised a classmate that I would visit her home." "A classmate? Is it that Tang Xian?" Li Xia inquired, her brow furrowing slightly, as she couldn't think of anyone else. "No, it is the monitor from my class." "A girl?" "Yes, a girl." "All right, I wish you all a delightful time." After Li Xia inquired and understood the situation, she refrained from saying much more. With the charm of Shen Wudao, it is indeed no surprise that many are drawn to him. It seems she must also take the initiative more often. Otherwise, she, the elder by 3 years, may find herself overlooked. Noticing the hint of disappointment on Li Xia's face, Shen Wudao gently patted her shoulder and said, "Since we have ample time, let's go out together tomorrow." Li Xia perked up at this, teasingly responding, "Oh, you're visiting your female classmate today and going out with me tomorrow. Are you trying to have your cake and eat it too?" Shen Wudao met her gaze and replied, "Ha, you guessed it correctly. I am indeed considering having my cake and eating it too. Is that a problem?" "Of course not, as long as the law protects it. However, to manage multiple affairs, one must possess certain resources. Do you have them?" Li Xia was aware that 1 billion in liquid assets could allow for such endeavors. Yet, even most wealthy heirs struggle to possess such a sum. Shen Wudao flashed an alluring smile. "You underestimate me. On this planet, I am the embodiment of the Tao, and this world revolves around my desires. There is nothing I cannot attain. Material possessions are trivial, and I have plenty to spare." Seeing Shen Wudao's confidence, Li Xia wondered if he truly possessed wealth. Though he was a valiant warrior, being a hero of justice did not guarantee riches. Yet, his regal demeanor suggested that wealth was indeed not a concern for him. After parting ways with Li Xia, Shen Wudao returned to his room, took a hot shower to cleanse the sweat from his body, and changed into casual attire. It was still early, just around 8 o'clock. He decided to visit Xia Zidong later. "Wudao, come try the noodles I made." Upon exiting the bathroom, Shen Wudao was greeted by Tata, who approached him with a bowl of noodles, a beaming smile on her face. "You made these?" he inquired. "Yes, I just prepared them. Aren't you touched? A goddess is cooking for you. You should be secretly delighted," my Tata said proudly, revealing that Shen Wudao was her first culinary endeavor. What inspired you to cook for me? Shen Wudao asked curiously. Though he had already eaten before his morning run, he felt he could indulge a bit more. My Tata twirled her fingers together, responding, well, after yesterday. What other reason could there be? Oh, how embarrassing. Shen Wudao winced, thinking her words might imply something inappropriate. He replied, could you refrain from saying such misleading things? We are merely engaged, and there's no need for ambiguity. If anyone overheard, they might misunderstand, and I am still a blossoming youth, not to be misrepresented. Hearing Shen Wudao's lack of romantic finesse, my Tata rolled her eyes. You've already taken such advantage of me. Do you think you can escape? Hurry and eat, or else it will become mushy and you'll blame my cooking. All right, Shen Wudao conceded as he took a seat and picked up his chopsticks, while my Tata turned to the kitchen to serve herself a bowl as well. Upon tasting the noodles, Shen Wudao nearly spat them out. They were excessively salty. My Tata emerged from the kitchen and noticed he wasn't eating, asking, hey, why aren't you eating? Is it not good? Have you not tasted it yourself? No. You've added too much salt. You are truly the salt king. Shen Wudao gestured for her to try a bite. As she did, her expression soured, and she quickly turned to the garbage bin, spitting out a few mouthfuls. How salty. This is terrible. I thought you would enjoy my cooking. But it seems I overestimated my abilities, my Tata sighed, feeling a bit downcast. If only her cooking had pleased Shen Wudao, it would have been wonderful. Alas, it was not to be. All right, from now on, I'll handle the cooking. If you can observe my techniques and learn, you may improve in the future. Let us skip the noodles. I'll prepare some dumplings instead. Riding his emperor's steed, Shen Wudao made his way to the address provided by Xia Zitong. As he approached, he spotted a grand villa, far more impressive than his own modest abode. While his residence was worth merely a few $100,000, this villa was surely valued at no less than 50 million, possibly even over 100 million. Living in such opulence, Xia Zitong was indeed a wealthy lady. Upon arriving at the entrance, the gate stood wide open, with a row of bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses flanking either side, totaling around 30. At the center of the entrance stood a woman in her 20s. Upon seeing Shen Wudao arrive on his luxurious motorcycle, she approached with a smile. Hello. I am the housekeeper of this villa. You must be Mr. Shen Wudao, the friend of our young lady? Yes, I am Shen Wudao. Please come in, sir. Our young lady has been awaiting your arrival. Very well, Shen Wudao replied, stepping inside. As he entered, the assembled bodyguards simultaneously exclaimed, Welcome, young master. Shen Wudao paid them no mind, walking calmly towards the inner courtyard. The housekeeper, observing Shen Wudao's remarkable composure in the face of such an imposing presence, thought to herself that he must be quite a capable individual. The bodyguards' welcome served two purposes, to greet Shen Wudao and to assert their dominance, gauging his reaction. Had Shen Wudao displayed trepidation, they would have been disappointed. However, he continued unfazed, seemingly impervious to the pressure from the many guards, appearing anything but ordinary. In her room within the villa, Xia Zitong was preening before the mirror, adjusting her hair and clothing. Today, she looked exceptionally beautiful, even more so than at school. With a touch of makeup enhancing her youthful allure, and a pink dress perfectly complementing her hair color and fair skin, she radiated elegance. I wonder when Wudao will arrive. Xia Zitong mused, glancing at the clock, which was nearing 10. She had been unable to sleep since 5 that morning. Rising early to prepare herself and instructing the housekeeper and bodyguards to welcome Shen Wudao at the door. Now, nearly 2 hours had passed, and she chided herself for not agreeing on a specific time, simply mentioning he would come over today. Lost in thought, Xia Zitong suddenly heard a loud voice from the courtyard. Welcome, young master. Upon hearing this, her spirits soared. Wudao had arrived. She quickly checked her reflection, finding nothing left to adjust, and dashed downstairs. Before Shen Wudao had officially entered the villa, Xia Zitong had already emerged, and as their eyes met, she bestowed upon him a radiant smile that could captivate the world. Wudao, you've come, she exclaimed. Shen Wudao nodded. Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Not at all. I just got up not long ago. Let us not chat outside. Please come in, she said, ushering him inside. The housekeeper, overhearing Xia Zitong's words, rolled her eyes. This young lady had been awake since 5 that morning, long before the sun had risen, pestering the housekeeper to help her get ready. After both individuals entered the villa, the stern expressions of the bodyguards softened, and they gathered together. It was the first time in many years that the young lady had invited a male friend to her home. It was indeed a rare occasion, and none of us had ever seen her so beautifully made up. What could this signify? Surely, she must have taken a liking to that young man. However, our earlier remarks were intended to assert some authority over him, yet he remained unfazed, displaying a commendable temperament, and his outstanding demeanor revealed him to be a rare handsome figure. It was no wonder the young lady had chosen to invite him. The housekeeper, overhearing the bodyguard's chatter, interjected, "Enough of this, everyone. Let us focus on our duties and remain alert, as the master will be arriving this evening." The master, Summer Zitong's father, Summer Chien, was indeed coming, a fact known to the housekeeper but kept a secret from Summer Zitong, as she intended to surprise her. A father could not ignore such a significant occasion, especially since it was unprecedented for his daughter to welcome a male guest in such a grand manner. His discerning eye could swiftly assess a person's character. If her male friend were to possess any ill traits, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Once inside her room, Summer Zitong, her eyes sparkling with warmth, said, "Brother Wudao, please take a seat while I fetch you a glass of water." "Thank you. That would be great," he replied. "Not at all. It is my pleasure." As Summer Zitong cheerfully poured water from a nearby table, Wudao took a moment to examine her room. The DCOR was not ostentatious, yet it contained all essentials: a television, a sofa, a coffee table, and chairs. The space was roughly equivalent to 2 of his own rooms, and every item within was of exquisite quality. Summer Zitong had been born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Even a single item here could easily surpass the average person's salary for half a year. It was rare to cultivate such gentleness and grace in someone raised in such an environment. Such characters were often relegated to the realm of fiction. "Here you go, Brother Wudao," she said, handing him the cup. "Oh, Brother Wudao?" After receiving the cup, he noticed her affectionate title for him. Previously, she had called him simply Wudao, a name he had shamelessly encouraged her to use. Now, with the addition of brother, the term felt far more intimate. Summer Zitong nodded, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. "Is it all right for me to call you that?" "There is no issue with that," he responded. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wudao stood from the sofa, declaring, "Staying indoors is rather dull. Let us go for a stroll." "Absolutely." She agreed immediately. A male and female outing felt akin to a date, and the mere thought sent her heart racing with anticipation. "Let us go?" At the entrance, Summer Zitong informed her housekeeper, "I'm heading out." "Very well, Mississippi. What about this evening?" the housekeeper inquired. It was of little concern that she would be absent during the day, but the evening posed a different situation. Her father would be arriving, and she worried that the naive Summer Zitong might encounter trouble. Summer Zitong glanced at Wudao, indicating her reliance on him. The housekeeper sighed inwardly, realizing that they were not even in a romantic relationship, yet he seemed to hold the reins. Such a disposition could lead to her disadvantage in many matters. Wudao turned to the housekeeper, noticing her conflicted expression, and assured her, "We will return before dinner." Upon hearing this, the housekeeper's face lit up with joy. "Excellent. A banquet will be prepared this evening." The chefs had already set out early to procure ingredients, spending a substantial sum. As they reached the entrance, Summer Zitong admired Wudao's golden motorcycle, exclaiming, "What a magnificent bike. It resembles a dragon. Did you custom order this, Brother Wudao?" "This is not my creation. It is the exclusive mount of the Emperor Armor, known as the Emperor's Steed." Understanding that it was the designated steed of the Emperor Armor explained its impressive appearance, and Summer Zitong regarded the vehicle with awe. "Hop on. It is capable of traversing land, sea, and air. Let me show you the exhilaration of flight." "All right." Given her dress, Summer Zitong found it challenging to mount. Instead, she settled on the rear seat, wrapping her arms around Wudao's waist and resting her head against his back. "Are you secure?" Wudao asked, and upon her affirmation, he revved the engine and sped away. Within mere moments, he activated the flight mode of the Emperor's Steed, the wheels retracting as they soared into the sky. A transparent protective barrier enveloped them, ensuring that both Wudao and Summer Zitong remained safe from harsh winds and breathing difficulties. In the afternoon at the armor base, Dong Shan rushed in, clutching a newspaper. Meijin, come quickly and look at this newspaper. Doesn't it resemble a light shadow stone?" Hearing the term light shadow stone, Meijin hurried over, her excitement palpable. There were only 5 known light shadow stones, each equivalent to an entire armor base. They had already acquired 3, so news of another was thrilling. Light shadow stone. Others nearby, including Yang Huanying and Li Haoyin, turned their attention to the newspaper. "Look, Doesn't this yellow stone in the paper resemble a light shadow stone? Dong Shan pointed at an image of a man in his 50s holding a large, dirt yellow stone, about the size of 2 adult palms, under the headline glowing stone. Meijin scrutinized the image and remarked, it does bear a resemblance to a light shadow stone, glowing yellow. Could it be a variant called Earth Shadow Stone? I must inform the captain immediately. Yang Huanying chimed in. I'll notify him right away. She could utilize the Ares communication technique, which was far more reliable than a phone call. At the same time, Wudao and Summer Zitong were exploring a haunted house. Summer Zitong gripped Wudao's arm tightly, her eyes wide with fear as she scanned their surroundings for any unexpected apparitions. Wudao, feeling the softness of her grasp, found his thoughts straying from the haunted house. Suddenly, Summer Zitong let out a scream, darting behind him and clutching his waist, pressing her body against his back. Before them appeared a zombie clad in Qing dynasty funeral robes, its face grotesque. Enough, you may leave now, Wudao commanded, and the zombie, upon encountering his icy demeanor, fled in terror, leaving behind the question of who truly was the one frightening whom. All right, Zitong, it's gone now. You, with such a timid disposition, dare to venture into a haunted house. Wudao teased. Is it really gone? Summer Zitong cautiously peered from behind him, and upon confirming the absence of the zombie, she exhaled in relief. But I have you, brother Wudao, and coming to an amusement park without experiencing a haunted house would be a shame. Let us proceed. The exit is ahead. Yes, let us go. Following their adventure in the amusement park, the bond between the two deepened. After exiting the haunted house, they found an unoccupied bench to rest. Please wait here for a moment. I will go buy 2 ice creams. Shen Wudao noticed a small shop not far away that sold various snacks. All right, I will wait for you, Xia Zitong replied obediently, watching Shen Wudao depart, a smile inadvertently gracing her lips. Those around them, regardless of gender, could only think one thing. What a beautiful girl. Xia Zitong, who was already known as the most stunning girl at Longlin High School, even without makeup, looked even more enchanting after having dressed up for Shen Wudao, surpassing many celebrities in beauty. Just by sitting there, she drew countless gazes. Many men, even those already in relationships, were left mesmerized, causing their girlfriends to pinch their ears, stomp on their feet, or squeeze their thighs to bring them back to reality, reminding them that their girlfriend was right there, and that it was futile to gaze at a woman they could never attain. Before long, Shen Wudao returned with 2 sundaes, 1 chocolate and 1 strawberry. Which flavor would you like? Strawberry, please. Thank you. Xia Zitong happily accepted the strawberry sundae and took a delightful bite, feeling an exhilarating chill, watching her enjoy the treat. Shen Wudao chuckled and opened his chocolate sundae to savor it as well. After a few bites, Xia Zitong turned to him and said, Brother Wudao, the strawberry flavor is sweet and tangy. It's delicious. Would you like to try some? Shen Wudao met her gaze without hesitation and replied, Sure, then feed me. Feed you? Xia Zitong felt a mix of excitement and shyness. She rolled her throat nervously. Carefully, she inserted the spoon into the sundae to scoop out a piece and cautiously extended it toward Shen Wudao. He bit into it and nodded in approval. Quite sweet. After glancing at Shen Wudao, Xia Zitong edged closer to him, thinking that this might count as an indirect kiss. Suppressing her joy, she took the spoon back, scooped out another piece from the sundae he had just eaten, and without a hint of disdain, she popped it into her mouth, feeling elated. Captain, we have possibly located the Earth Shadow Stone. Can you come to the base? The voice of Yang Huanying echoed in Shen Wudao's mind as he enjoyed his sundae. The mention of the Earth Shadow Stone piqued Shen Wudao's interest, and he replied, Got it, I'll be there shortly. The appearance of the Earth Shadow Stone likely corresponded to the character in the original story who owned a convenience store, though its exact location was unclear to Shen Wudao. He turned to Xia Zitong, who was still relishing her sundae, and said, Zitong, I have something to attend to. Would you like to come with me? Xia Zitong was both surprised and delighted. She hadn't expected Shen Wudao to invite her along, clearly indicating that she held a special place in his heart. Is there a monster that needs to be dealt with? But if I go, will I slow you down? Perhaps it's better if I stay here and wait for your return. Though she yearned to witness Shen Wudao's prowess, she was more apprehensive about being a burden. Shen Wudao reassured her, You need not worry. I am not going into battle, but rather to handle some matters. Even if there were a fight, you wouldn't hold me back, for there is no one in this world capable of harming me. Is that so? Then I will go with you. Let us go. Shen Wudao took Xia Zitong's hand, and with a thought, They instantly vanished from the amusement park, leaving onlookers bewildered, as if they had just witnessed a ghost in broad daylight. At the armor base, the gathering crowd stared in astonishment at the two newcomers appearing in the hall. While it was expected for Shen Wudao, the captain, to be there, his bringing along an outsider left them puzzled. Who is this? Xia Zitong, still dazed, nearly stumbled. But Shen Wudao's grip steadied her. She gazed around in disbelief at the unfamiliar faces. This is the armor base, Shen Wudao explained. We gather here to confront the strange beings that appear and eliminate them. Chapter 92. A clear exchange. No responsibility beyond the counter. Is this really the armor base? Xia Zitong's eyes widened slightly. She couldn't fathom that she was in the domain of the armor warriors. Would she be the subject of gossip among the other summoned warriors because she was an ordinary person brought here by Shen Wudao? Captain, who is this? Bei Miao glanced at the girl Shen Wudao had brought. It must be said, she was indeed beautiful, exuding a sense of vulnerability that invoked a protective instinct. A perfect match for Shen Wudao, embodying the trope of a strong man and a gentle woman. Captain, Brother Wudao is still the leader of the armor warriors? Xia Zitong was taken aback upon hearing Bei Miao refer to Shen Wudao with such respect. It seemed he had indeed been truthful. He was truly the mightiest armor warrior. Addressing the curious onlookers, Shen Wudao introduced her. This is my friend, Xia Zitong. We were just together, so I brought her to see. Oh, now I understand. The others exchanged knowing glances, even dragging out their "oh" with an elongated tone. Let us discuss the situation. Shen Wudao dismissed their curiosity and turned the conversation to the matter at hand. All right, here is the situation. Meijin presented Shen Wudao with the newspaper that Dong Shan had brought back, expressing her suspicion that the stone was 80% likely the Earth Shadow Stone. Then let us go take a look. Shen Wudao surveyed the group before addressing Meijin and Li Haoyan. Meijin, Haoyan, you two go confirm this. If it is indeed the Earth Shadow Stone, purchase it. This card has 1 million. You can use the funds without needing to pay me back. Considering it as the basis capital. 1 million? Yang Huanying, Li Haoyan, and Dong Shan were astounded by the mention of such a sum, for in this era, even a household with 10,000 was considered wealthy. 1 million was the hallmark of affluence. The casual way Shen Wudao produced a card with 1 million in it left them dumbfounded. Bei Miao and Meijin, however, remained unfazed. Bei Miao had been adopted by a wealthy family as an orphan, while for Meijin, having a genius doctor brother meant that money was of little concern. Only Yang Huanying, Li Haoyan, and Dong Shan came from ordinary backgrounds, making 1 million a staggering amount for them. Meijin took the card and asked, Captain, will this money affect your life? The others also turned their gaze to Shen Wudao, recalling his mention of being orphaned at 8 and raised by his grandmother in the countryside. His background hardly suggested wealth. Shen Wudao brushed off their concerns. A mere 1 million is nothing to me. It's a drop in the bucket and has no impact at all. Meijin nodded, I see. Then I can rest easy. The notion that a solitary person could be so wealthy was quite impressive. All right, you may go. Yes. Li Haoyan and Meijin exchanged glances. And with a shared thought, they vanished from sight. This sudden disappearance startled Xia Zitong, evoking memories of her own abrupt arrival at the armor base with Shen Wudao. Was this instantaneous movement? Just ahead. After leaving the armor base, Meijin and Li Haoyan arrived at the location where the glowing stone was reported. The owner of the glowing stone turned out to be a convenience store proprietor, and the crowd was unexpectedly large. Li Haoyan observed the throng of about 20 people gathered around the store. This has made the news. Everyone seems to be here just to see the glowing stone. Let us go take a look, Meijin suggested. All right, let us go. The two approached the convenience store, where the noise of chatter was quite pronounced. Boss, this stone seems to lack luster. Are you deceiving us? Indeed, this stone appears rather uncharacteristic of typical stones. Seldom does one encounter a stone with a surface as polished as a mirror, and it certainly lacks the capacity to emit light. Could it be that this is merely a contrived effort to enhance the store's reputation? How utterly disheartening. I had anticipated witnessing a genuine luminescence. Driving over 100 kilometers solely to behold these stones aglow. The crowd surrounding me expressed their discontent. They had arrived with eager hearts, yearning to witness the brilliance of these glowing stones. Yet when the proprietor unveiled them, there was no radiance to be found, merely a collection of seemingly polished, worthless rocks. The entire affair was clearly a mere publicity stunt, a deception. The shopkeeper, scratching his head in bewilderment, mused aloud. How could this be? It was certain they would glow during these days. Ah, but the stones illuminate only at night. Perhaps you should return after sunset. Return at night? I lack the leisure for such trivialities. It is but a worthless stone. Here, take these 10 yuan. Consider it my purchase. A man adorned with tattoos on his arm tossed down the 10 yuan and forcibly seized the stone from the shopkeeper's grasp. To himself, he thought, regardless of whether it glows or not, the composition of this stone is unlike that of an ordinary rock. I shall take it home for further examination. Hey, what do you think you're doing? I never said it was for sale. And 10 yuan? You're insulting me. The shopkeeper, filled with urgency, realized that the young man was clearly intent on theft. He promptly rose to reclaim his possessions. The tattooed man, with a fierce countenance, inverted the truth, declaring, "The transaction is settled. I bear no responsibility once it leaves the counter. I have already given you the money. The items are mine. What? Do you still wish to steal from me? Beware, or I shall call the authorities to apprehend you. How can you be so shameless, akin to a bank? Everyone has witnessed this. You must bear witness for me." Before the shopkeeper could finish his statement, he noticed the surrounding crowd retreating a few steps, adopting expressions that conveyed indifference and a mere curiosity for the spectacle. Huh. The tattooed man chuckled softly, for he was all too familiar with the nature of this world. While onlookers revel in the drama, expecting them to lend assistance is undoubtedly futile. The age-old principle of each person tending to their own affairs while disregarding the troubles of others has endured through the ages. Of course, there are a few individuals overflowing with a sense of justice, but they remain a rarity. Yet, on this occasion, the tattooed man truly encountered such an individual. Stop! With a loud exclamation, Mei Zhen asserted her determination to claim the stone, refusing to let it be snatched away by a rogue for a mere $10. The tattooed man turned around, surprised to find someone so audacious as to meddle in his affairs, seemingly unaware of the adage that warns against the perils of unnecessary interference. In this world, justice undeniably prevails. Individuals of your dubious character are destined for a fleeting existence. If Li Haoyan were merely an ordinary passerby, he would undoubtedly choose to depart with minimal fuss. However, given that his mission's artifact remains in the possession of the tattooed man, he must assertively contend for it. Oh, how delightful it is to teach you a lesson. Perhaps then you will comprehend why the flowers bloom with such vividness. The tattooed man let out a low growl, exuding a potent aura of darkness. Shortly thereafter, a creature resembling a kangaroo, known as the Uxer, materialized before the onlookers. Chapter 93, The Ambush of Tana by Li Haoyan. Ah, it is the Uxer. Heavens, it is a monster. No wonder it is so formidable. Run, run. We cannot provoke it. Flee. Originally, the onlookers intended to enjoy the spectacle for a while longer, but to their astonishment, the tattooed man turned out to be Uxer, causing the crowd to disperse in an uproar. Ah, a monster! Upon witnessing the scene, the shopkeeper fled in terror, prioritizing his life over any glowing stones. Mei Zhen furrowed her brow and remarked, "So it is Uxer. No wonder he is so audacious. Xiao Tian, I implore you, leave this to me." Li Haoyan stepped forward, aligning the device with his iris, and a belt materialized around his waist. "Xing Tian, I shall match your prowess." The kangaroo oaks stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to Li Haoyan, sending him flying and abruptly interrupting his transformation. Xiao Tian. Mei's eyes widened in alarm as she watched Li Haoyan being flung several meters away. How could this Oaksar be so unprincipled in combat? Attacking without allowing Li Haoyan to transform? What a despicable act. Li Haoyan's face contorted in pain. The recent blow had sent his vital energies surging chaotically within him, leaving him in considerable discomfort. He had not anticipated that his opponent would deny him the opportunity to summon his armor, completely disregarding conventional tactics. Unsteadily, he rose to his feet, relieved that the summoning device remained firmly clutched in his grasp. Xing Tian armor, merge. Li Haoyan's right hand glided over the summoning card box, and soon a summoning card sprang forth. After deftly catching it with the summoner, he placed it into the recess of his belt. Armor fusion. As several ethereal white silhouettes enveloped Li Haoyan, the final character of Xing was inscribed upon his chest. Following the electronic sound effects, the fusion was complete. The armored suit alleviated the pain from his recent injuries to some extent. It turned out to be the armor warrior. It was only then that the kangaroo acknowledged that the lad had just intended to summon his armor. Had he known this earlier, he would have struck him on the head with his fist, shattering it like a watermelon. However, there was no remedy for regret now. and trouble was indeed brewing. The Flame Execution Sword. Li Haoyan retrieved a weapon card from the summoning card box and inserted it into the summoner, thereby conjuring forth the weapon, the Flame Execution Sword. He sought to resolve matters swiftly, avenging the grievances of the recent past. Shadow Shift. With his weapon in hand, Li Haoyan executed a swift maneuver, almost instantaneously appearing before the kangaroo-like creature, Oksar, and delivering a fierce strike. Oksar, caught completely off guard, was struck and staggered back in pain. Li Haoyan, still seething from Oksar's previous ambush, unleashed his formidable offensive, forcing Oksar to retreat step by step. "You insolent fool, do not be so arrogant." As the kangaroo Oksar donned a pair of crimson gauntlets, they became his formidable weapon. With the gloves equipped, he boldly withstood the oncoming strikes of the burning sword, swiftly launching a barrage of punches, as if his 2 fists possessed the agility of 8 arms. Li Haoyan managed to block 5 of the blows, yet 3 still landed upon him, each impact igniting a burst of flames upon his body. Instantly, Li Haoyan retreated several steps, embedding the burning sword into the ground. Channeling his energy into his palm, he then drew the sword and swung it forward with great force. Fire Cleave of the Universe. Bang, bang, bang. A crescent-shaped energy attack surged across the ground towards the kangaroo, Oksar, causing the earth to erupt along its path. The kangaroo Oksar realized he could not evade his fate and hastily crossed his arms before him. In the next instant, the fiery execution struck down upon him. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Oksar was sent flying. Meanwhile, in the distance, a swift green whirlwind materialized, landing in a concealed location. As the whirlwind dissipated, it revealed a figure clad in the armor of the fierce Torna. Serendipitously, I found that the armor had already engaged Oksar, and its eyes were glowing red, a delightful sight. Little Li observed from the shadows as Oksar was hurled away, his eyes having shifted from green to red, marking an opportune moment to collect the viral essence. Now, Little Li had taken over the cold-blooded task of becoming a Bayek, gathering the viral essence. In the Tianhao group, he learned of Oksar's appearance and eagerly summoned the Torna armor using the summoning device in the restroom. Transformed into a whirlwind, the armor descended from the heavens. For its attribute was wind, making it exceedingly simple to soar. He brandished a collection gun, aimed at the kangaroo Oksar, and remotely gathered the viral essence, watching with an air of calm confidence. Further back, a man dressed in black and wearing a mask lurked, stealthily observing the battle between the execution armor and Oksar. They were all drawn by the alluring stone, and indeed, it appeared to be the Light and Shadow Stone. Initially, I had planned to seize it and present it to Lord Realm King, hoping to earn his admiration, but alas, such a feat was beyond my solitary capabilities. The shadowy figure is indeed the deformed general, who was lured by the glowing stone he spotted in the newspaper, which resembled the Shadow Stone. He approached with the intention of seizing it and fleeing, as possessing the Shadow Stone would be a significant achievement. However, he did not anticipate the interference from Uksur and the presence of armored warriors. Consequently, his plan was thwarted. Nonetheless, he realized that while he could not secure it alone, he could summon reinforcements. He had already informed the King of Realms, who deemed the matter serious and dispatched Shi Zhao and Bing Er, who were en route. Soon, they would arrive, allowing them to not only obtain the Shadow Stone, but also acquire a set of red armor. This red armor did not appear to be the Shadow armor, and perhaps he could utilize it as well, ever since witnessing Bing Er wielding a Vanna armor summoner. The deformed general had been envious. Now, he felt that his opportunity had arrived, and he too might become an armored warrior. After Uksur transformed into his red-eyed form, the violent virus within him erupted, enhancing his power. Yet, even so, Kangaroo Uksur was no match for Li Haoyan. Li Haoyan saw that Kangaroo Uksur was already on his last legs and intensified his assault, ultimately defeating him. With a piercing scream, Kangaroo Uksur's body exploded, and the infected tattooed man collapsed nearby, while the Shadow Stone he had stolen was revealed. Li Haoyan stepped forward to grasp the stone, and upon holding it, he exhaled in relief, having completed his task. Just as Li Haoyan felt a sense of ease, a green tornado surged towards him from his right. The moment he sensed something amiss and glanced that way, the tornado collided with him. Boom! The tornado exploded upon impact, causing the Shadow Stone to slip from his grasp, while Li Haoyan was enveloped in a thick cloud of green smoke. "Xiaodian," Mei Zhen exclaimed in shock. initially believing that defeating Uxur and obtaining the Shadow Stone would conclude the matter, only to be met with this unforeseen turn of events. Chapter 94. A Qing. Your armor has arrived. What is happening? Not only was Mei Zhen startled, but even the deformed general, hidden in the shadows, was taken aback. He worried that if Shi Zhao and Bing Er did not arrive soon, the armored warriors would depart with the Shadow Stone. Just as he grew anxious, such a twist occurred. Regardless, this was an unexpected stroke of luck for the deformed general. As long as he could stall for time, his reinforcements would soon arrive. In the armored base, the situation concerning the Xingtian armor was keenly observed by Shen Wudao and others. Qing Zizai expressed concern. What happened? Who ambushed Xiaotian? Yang Huanying immediately turned to Shen Wudao. Captain, should we rush to support him? There's no need for haste. This level of attack is something he can withstand. To become a self-reliant individual, one must learn to thrive in adversity. Only through such experiences can one's potential be fully unleashed. We will intervene only when Li Haoyan truly cannot cope, Shen Wudao replied. It was not that he lacked compassion. Rather, he aimed to cultivate their strength. If they rushed to aid at the slightest hint of danger, it would foster a dependency that would hinder their growth and ability to stand independently as armored warriors. Indeed, the captain is right, Bei Miao concurred. Only through battles can one grow stronger. Every disadvantage is a part of that growth. As long as one gives their all, it will ultimately become experience. Dong Shan pondered silently, realizing that he had fallen behind and needed to adjust his mindset to keep pace. Oh, I can't believe you could still stand after taking my ultimate move. Your resilience is impressive. The combined armored figure of Little Li strode forth with an air of indifference. Having seized the moment to launch a surprise attack while Li Haoyan was distracted, he had anticipated that this move would swiftly eliminate the red armor, but to his astonishment, Li Haoyan had endured it. You despicable fiend. Li Haoyan pushed himself up, leaning on his fire sword, having withstood the full force of the ultimate move. His condition was far from ideal. He was taken aback to discover that the ambusher was also an armored warrior. Why would a fellow warrior attack him with such malice? Employing an ultimate move? What deep-seated enmity could exist? Mei Zhen, standing nearby, was equally perplexed. She recognized the armor, recalling that it was the same one Wu Gang had encountered the night before. Although they had not returned to the base after their outdoor barbecue, Wu Gang had mentioned the green armor upon his return. He had engaged in battle against the Yomi demon, but after Wu Gang intervened, the opponent had vanished without a trace. Why, then, would this green armor, which had previously contended with the Yomi demon, now ambush another armored warrior? Such duplicity was perplexing. Thank you for your kind words. Despicable is indeed my moniker. What can you do about it? Comply and relinquish your armor and summoner, Little Li responded with pride, now fixated on the armor summoner at Li Haoyan's waist. If he could acquire another summoner, he would possess 2 sets of armor to alternate between, a thrilling prospect indeed. Dream on, Li Haoyan roared, charging forth with his fire sword to attack the armored figure. You overestimate yourself. Do you truly believe you can challenge me in your injured state? Little Li was unfazed, deciding to take matters into his own hands since Li Haoyan refused to yield. Whirling shadow dagger. Little Li concentrated the tempestuous elements of his armor into his right foot, executing a side kick that formed a triangular weapon, an exclusive armament of the Tua Na Duo armor. Armed with the whirling shadow dagger, Little Li engaged Li Haoyan in fierce combat. Despite Li Haoyan's injuries, Little Li's fighting skills were mediocre. Even with the advantage of surprise, Li Haoyan proved resilient and tenacious, resulting in a stalemate between the two. How can this be? After exchanging around 20 blows, Little Li furrowed his brow in confusion. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. He had expected to easily defeat this injured opponent. As a fully powered armored warrior, how could he struggle against someone on the brink of defeat? This was utterly disheartening. Shadowless stab. Little Li thrust the whirling shadow dagger towards Li Haoyan, harnessing the acceleration of the tempest to strike faster than Kangaroo Uxur's previous punches. In an instant, Li Haoyan was repeatedly pierced in the chest. Seizing the opportunity, Little Li infused his feet with tempestuous energy and executed a spinning kick aimed at Li Haoyan's face. Li Haoyan swiftly bent to the right, narrowly evading the kick while gathering his energy to unleash a palm strike. Xingtian palm. Bang! The Xingtian palm struck Little Li's abdomen, sending him staggering back several steps. Clutching his midsection, Little Li grimaced. You scoundrel! I'll make you pay. Tempestuous beast here. Little Li amassed a surge of tempestuous energy in the whirling shadow dagger, first kicking out a whirlwind, then thrusting the dagger forward to unleash his ultimate move. This attack would surpass the power of the whirling tornado kick. Not good. Li Haoyan realized the impending danger and swung his fire sword in an attempt to deflect the blow. Yet, even in peak condition, it would have been impossible. Given his current injuries and exhausted energy, it was futile. As the fire sword collided with tempestuous beast tear, it slipped from his grasp, and the ensuing attack struck Li Haoyan, propelling him away. Ultimately, his armor was forced to disengage automatically. He had reached his limit and could no longer maintain it. Ha ha ha. This is the consequence of opposing me. Now you understand my might. Little Li looked at his masterpiece with immense satisfaction. However, the cost was considerable. His recent ultimate move had drained more than half of his elemental power. Yet, all of it was worth it. Your summoner belongs to me now. With a greedy glint in his eyes, Little Li advanced towards Li Haoyan. It was time for him to claim his spoils. At the armor base, the sudden appearance of the Turando armor took everyone by surprise. Was it the armor warriors attacking Li Haoyan? The green armor warrior. Why would one armor warrior attack another? Standing beside Shen Wudao, Xia Zitong felt a pang of concern and spoke up. Shen Wudao replied, wearing armor does not necessarily make one a warrior. A Qing. Perhaps your armor has found its place. Upon hearing Wu Gang mention that he had encountered the green armor battling the infernal demon last night, he immediately realized who it was. Among the armor warriors, the green armor belonged solely to the Turando armor. Initially, he thought it was Xiao Feng from the original story who had acquired the armor, but now, observing the Turando armor style, it did not fit. Although Xiao Feng was a rogue, he was a righteous thief. It was unlikely he would inflict such severe harm on other armor warriors. Even if this person were Xiao Feng, the mere act of attacking Li Haoyan warranted the armor being snatched away, providing a perfect opportunity for Qing Zizai to play with. Chapter 95. Wind Eagle Turando. After witnessing Li Haoyan's defeat, Shen Wudao glanced at Bei Miao and Dongshan, saying, which of you two will go? Before Bei Miao could speak, Dongshan eagerly volunteered, I'll go. Very well, Dongshan, you shall proceed. Dongshan nodded affirmatively and departed. Captain, is it all right for Dongshan to go? Yang Huanying asked with concern, as Dongshan's past performance had been less than stellar, making him incapable of standing alone. Regardless, Dongshan is the summoner of the Wood-Wind Eagle armor. If he maintains the right mindset, his strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, the enemy's armor has already sustained significant depletion, so Dongshan should manage just fine. Even injured, Li Haoyan managed to deplete the Turando armor's health by half, and its energy was almost exhausted. If Dongshan faltered as well, they would need to consider an alternative. Is this the nature of armored combat? How perilous. Brother Wudao, have you ever sustained injuries in battle? Xia Zitong, an ordinary person, was taken aback at the sight of Li Haoyan's serious wounds, her heart filled with trepidation. Was the combat of the armor warriors truly this dangerous? She couldn't help but worry for Shen Wudao. Did his battles sometimes lead to such injuries? At that moment, Yang Huanying, Bei Miao, and Qing Zizai exchanged glances. The way this beautiful girl addressed Shen Wudao with such familiarity implied a deeper connection between them. Qing Zizai chuckled, my dear, there's no need for concern regarding the captain. His strength is unparalleled among all the armored warriors. Even if all others were to join forces, they wouldn't be able to match him. Bei Miao nodded in agreement. Indeed, though I consider myself fairly competent within the armor team, ranking in the top 3, I have fought alongside the captain, and he could eliminate me with a single strike. While both expressed their confidence, Xia Zitong remained apprehensive. In both reality and fiction, throughout history, evil has often triumphed over good. The brighter the light, the deeper the shadow. If Shen Wudao was among the armor warriors, then there must also be corresponding adversaries. This was the essence of balance. Armor warrior, your summoner shall be mine. Little Li strode confidently towards Li Haoyan. Having vanquished the enemy armor, now it was time to collect his bounty. Why are they still not here? Mei Jin stood to the side, unsure of what to do. The recent arrival of Akis should have alerted the base personnel, yet no one had come to support them. What could be the reason? As Mei Jin pondered this, a figure suddenly appeared before Li Haoyan. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Haoyan let out a sigh of relief, stating, Dongshan, this fellow possesses remarkable speed. He is an armor infused with wind elemental power. Perfectly, my Wind Eagle armor is not without its reputation for speed. I shall take care of this next. Dongshan gave a thumbs up, wiping his nose while retrieving his summoner. Wind Eagle Armor Merge. Armor Merge. As Dongshan executed the command, a deep blue armor melded with him. Another armor warrior? Who are you, and how did you appear? Little Li was taken aback. He had not anticipated Dongshan's sudden appearance, and before he could react, Dongshan had merged with his armor. Was this some form of teleportation? But how could he accomplish this without the armor? What is happening? How can there be yet another armor? Furthermore, where are my two bumbling companions? If they don't arrive soon, there won't even be scraps left to claim. Hidden in the shadows, the ugly general grew increasingly anxious. The battle was nearing a conclusion, and now another armor was meddling. Although he was uncertain how this summoner had arrived, what truly infuriated him was the tardiness of his two companions. Were they still on their way? Just as the ugly general's thoughts concluded, a chilling voice reached his ears. Who do you call a fool? Upon hearing that somewhat familiar voice, the ugly general shivered and turned to find a man and a woman standing before him. Oh, isn't this the summoner of the lava armor and the summoner of the snow mastiff armor? You've arrived just in time. Did you see? Those two armor warriors over there. And the one lying on the ground is also an armor warrior, though he has already been defeated, along with that piece of light and shadow stone on the ground. Instinctively ignoring his previous words, the ugly general shifted his focus to the armor. That blue armor is from the 5 elements armor, while the green armor is not. Ugly general, which armor is the one lying on the ground? Shi Zhao scrutinized the two confronting armors. He could identify the light and shadow armor by the belt alone, and he had seen the blue armor before. The ugly general mused. That person summons a set of red armor, judging by the belt. It is not the light and shadow armor. But who cares what armor it is? Once they are worn down, we shall seize their summoners. Indeed, the King of Realms instructed us to bring along 5 extraordinary beasts as a precaution. Before our arrival, the king considered potential unexpected occurrences, such as armor warriors intervening to assist. Not only did he send us, but he also had us bring 5 extraordinary beasts just in case. The King of Realms is overly cautious. With Shi Zhao and me here, bringing extraordinary beasts is merely an underestimation of our capabilities. Ice-Air expressed her discontent, believing that the duo of herself and Shi Zhao was sufficient without the need for additional extraordinary beasts, especially 5 of them. It was a blatant underestimation of their strength. However, the ugly general countered, Ice-Air, you are mistaken. These self-proclaimed righteous armor warriors will indeed summon other armor warriors to their aid when in danger. Should we say they are fortunate or that fate conspires to aid them? Just like earlier, when the armor was defeated, suddenly the light and shadow armor appeared to assist. The ways of these righteous individuals are quite mysterious, so it is best to remain cautious. The ugly general held a great respect for the foresight of the King of Realms. Although Shi Zhao and Ice-Air were not weak, having extraordinary beasts assisting would ensure their victory, who would fear an increase in their ranks. While the ugly general and his companions conversed, Little Li had already initiated an attack, channeling the tempestuous energy into his cyclone blade and launching it forward like a boomerang. Wind Eagle Ring. Watching Little Li throw his weapon, Dongshan felt unperturbed, as he had 2 rings on his back. Retrieving the Wind Eagle Ring, he held one in each hand and hurled them forward. One Wind Eagle Ring collided with the cyclone blade, while the other flew towards Little Li. Not good. Little Li hurriedly summoned the wind to lift himself into the air, yet the Wind Eagle Ring, under the control of Dongshan, did not soar straight like an arrow. Despite Little Li's considerable speed, the Wind Eagle Ring was swifter. As he ascended over 20 meters, the ring swiftly slashed past him, sending Little Li crashing down to the ground. Chapter 96. Youngster, where do you think you're running? Taste my sword. Dongshan caught the returning Wind Eagle Ring with both hands, reattaching it to his back before retrieving his weapon, the Wind Eagle Sword, and charging towards Little Li. Just as Little Li regained his footing, he was met with the agile attack of the Wind Eagle armor. He quickly summoned the Hurricane Shadow Dart to defend against the assault, but exhausted from previous exertions, he was no match for the fully energized Dongshan. He was relentlessly overwhelmed, struggling to fend off the blows. Indeed, the wind attribute grants you remarkable speed. But my Wind Eagle armor is the swiftest among the 5 elements armors, akin to an eagle. With that, Dongshan moved with such blinding speed that Little Li could scarcely perceive him, thrusting, slashing, and slicing with the Wind Eagle sword all around. Little Li was caught off guard and ultimately sent flying by a powerful kick from Dongshan. It must end here. Dongshan turned the left wheel of his belt, causing a blue glowing sticker inscribed with the character Pierce to spring forth. Piercing wind strike. And no. Little Li's face paled in fear upon witnessing this. Dong Shan paid no heed to Little Li's plea, thrusting his sword through the air the moment Little Li stood. A torrent of white sword energy surged forth, hurtling towards him. Shadowless defense. Little Li hastily conjured a defensive barrier with both hands, but the piercing wind strike shattered it effortlessly, landing squarely on the tornado armor. With a cry of agony, Little Li was sent hurtling away, collapsing to the ground as his armor dissipated, and his summoner fell to the side. After vanquishing the tornado armor, Dongshan visibly exhaled in relief. He had achieved a commendable performance, even if some credit was owed to Li Haoyin's earlier efforts. Nonetheless, it was a legitimate victory, allowing him to stand a little taller. Cursed be it! Cursed be it! Let my rage consume you. Kneeling on the ground, Little Li roared in frustration, a dark mist enveloping him, transforming him into his grotesque form, the demon Bic. Oxer? Dongshan, unaware of Little Li's current state, mistakenly assumed he had transformed into Oxer. He was astonished that an Oxer-infected individual could merge with a summoner's armor, explaining their ferocity. Though transformed into the grotesque demon Bic, Little Li was in poor condition, having just suffered a lethal blow from Dongshan, and with his stamina severely drained. The outcome of the battle with the armored warrior remained uncertain. If his Bic biohuman form were to be destroyed, he would be rendered a fool. Reluctantly parting with the tornado summoner, he prioritized his survival. Stealthily, the demon Bic retreated a few steps, concentrating his energy in his head. With his right hand raised before his face, he unleashed a purple energy orb shaped like a jester's head towards Dongshan. Upon releasing the attack, the demon Bic wasted no time and fled. In his retreat, Dongshan discerned the demon Bic's intent to escape. Indeed, after casting a ranged skill, he sought to take advantage of the opportunity to flee. Dongshan could not allow him to escape, for this was his victory, and if the enemy slipped away, his earlier efforts would have been in vain. You shall not flee. Zen Seal. Dongshan clasped his hands together in front of him, a ripple emanating from his palms, instantly spreading outward, freezing all present in place, including Li Haoyin, the demon Bic, and the lurking figures of the grotesque general, Shi Zhao, and Bing Er. Even the purple energy orb released by the demon Bic hung, suspended midair. The Zen Seal, a time-manipulating skill, temporarily halts time within a certain radius based on the user's strength. Anyone lacking immunity to temporal abilities would be ensnared by this freeze. Its deployment in battle is undoubtedly a game-changer. Where do you think you're going? Dongshan exhaled heavily, having just unleashed a devastating move and now expending considerable energy with the Zen Seal. However, he had no choice. If the demon Bic's attack landed, he would be hindered. It was not merely for his own reputation, but also to eliminate such a menace from the world, even at a cost. Dongshan swiftly dashed behind the demon Bic, leaping to deliver a flying kick to his back, simultaneously dispelling the Zen Seal. Boom. The sounds of an explosion from the purple energy attack colliding with the ground and the demon Bic's anguished scream echoed nearly in unison. The demon Bic tumbled forward for 3 meters before coming to a halt, incredulous as he turned to face Dongshan. Impossible. How did you traverse that distance in an instant? It was over 30 meters. Even with speed, that should be unattainable. It's as if you teleported. Could it be that he can stop time as well? Do you think I would divulge my secrets? Accept your defeat. Dongshan advanced with sword in hand, ready to engage in the second round of combat with the demon Bic. At this moment, Dongshan was fully capable of overpowering the beleaguered demon Bic. And with each strike, his confidence surged. The Wind Eagle sword danced through the air with ferocity, deftly countering the demon Bic's serrated club and launching assaults with remarkable ease. Youngster, where do you think you're running? Taste my sword. With a fierce shout, Dongshan plunged the Wind Eagle sword into the demon Bic. Caught off guard, the demon Bic could not react in time. The blow sent his club flying from his grasp as he was propelled backward, skidding across the ground for several meters before coming to a stop. This final strike will end you. Seeing the fallen demon Bic, Dongshan resolved to finish the battle promptly, preventing any further complications. He swiftly rotated the left wheel of his belt, producing another blue glowing sticker marked with a lethal insignia. Piercing wind strike. Wait. Let us talk this out. Don't be rash. Remain calm. Little Li frantically pleaded for mercy, unwilling to meet his end. This was his first outing, and he never envisioned it would culminate in such despair. Li Xiaoqiu had claimed the second-generation chip would be formidable, far surpassing the cold-blooded ones. Yet here he was, paralyzed by fear, kneeling in supplication. Unfazed, Dongshan ignored him, preparing to unleash his lethal strike when a series of heavy footsteps echoed behind him. Footfalls unmistakably belonging to colossal creatures. Chapter 97. Let them experience the justice of a collective beating. Dongshan was compelled to halt his assault. Curiosity piqued as he turned to see two suits of armor approaching. Trailing behind them were 5 powerful beasts: a lizard beast, a demon bull beast, a crocodile beast, an ant beast, and a wolf beast. The 2 suits of armor belonged to the Nawa armor and the snow mastiff armor, wielded by Bing Er and Shi Zhao of the Shadow Realm. What? Li Haoyan, though injured, summoned the Xingtian armor, preparing for battle, his astonishment palpable. What was happening? Why had so many powerful beasts suddenly appeared, accompanied by 2 armored warriors? The white armor was unfamiliar, while the one nearby must be the stolen Nawa armor. Dongshan's heart raced. The arrival of these 2 suits of armor, along with 5 formidable beasts, signaled a dire situation. How had they come to be here? And why did they seem so prepared? Given the current combat strength on his side, whether it be the injured Li Haoyan, who has forcibly transformed again, or himself, both are significantly drained. Engaging in battle against the 5 fully operational ability beasts and 2 sets of armor is undoubtedly a recipe for defeat. However, the base must have noticed the situation and would likely come to provide reinforcements. What the hell? The grotesque demon Bick was startled by the imposing presence of the opposing side, but the timing of their arrival was fortuitous, allowing him to make a hasty escape, thus indirectly saving his own life. Without a moment to ponder, Bick turned and fled, while Dongshan merely cast a glance and chose not to pursue, for they were now the ones in greater peril. Ha ha ha! Armored warriors, are you bewildered? This time, you have no chance of escape. Simultaneously, the grotesque general brazenly pushed aside the ability beast before him and stepped out with an air of arrogance, hands clasped behind his back, looking down at Dongshan and Li Haoyan as if he had already secured victory over them. It's you. You little rat have been hiding here. Informing them of their approach. Haven to you? Dongshan thought, observing the grotesque general's unsightly mask, which made him appear rather lecherous. Indeed, it is I. What can you do about it? The grotesque general was exceptionally arrogant, especially considering the 7 against 2 advantage, and with 2 of them severely weakened. He was confident that this encounter would allow him to claim the 2 sets of armor, surely earning him the favor of the Realm King. He then shouted to Shi Zhao and the others, "Hey, hurry up. What are you standing around for? Let them experience what a righteous group assault feels like." What an annoying character. Bing Er cast a disdainful glance at the grotesque general, noting his lack of prowess, merely currying favor with the Realm King, and now daring to issue commands to them. Adhering to the principle of harmony, Shi Zhao advised, "Let it be, Bing Er. Allow him his moment of bravado. After all, he was the first to notice the situation here." Back at the armor base, upon witnessing the 5 ability beasts and the 2 leading armored figures on the screen, Bei Miao and Qing Zizai could no longer remain composed. Just as they had seen victory within reach, unforeseen circumstances had arisen again. Today's events were indeed fraught with twists and turns. Captain, Bei Miao's expression turned grave as he looked at Shen Wudao, realizing the seriousness of the situation. "Welcome. Notify all armor summoners to gather." Shen Wudao gazed at the screen displaying the 5 ability beasts, the Nawa armor snatched by the Shadow Realm, and the Snow Mastiff armor. Their summoners, Bing Er and Shi Zhao, had both been trained by the Shadow Realm since childhood, their individual strengths formidable. Understood. Yang Huanying employed the Ares telepathy technique, communicating directly with all others, though it proved somewhat strenuous, as casting Ares required considerable energy, and Yang Huanying, not being a combat personnel, had a meager reserve. Upon receiving Yang Huanying's message, everyone, whether it was Li Xiannan practicing piano in the dumpling shop, Wu Gang in the arcade, or Ma Kuai and Su Tingfei in the training room, understood that a situation had arisen and promptly made their way to the base hall. Apart from Li Haoyan and Dongshan, who were already outside, those standing before Shen Wudao included Li Xiannan, Bei Miao, Su Tingfei, Wu Gang, Ma Kuai, and the non-combatants Qing Zizai and Xia Zhitong, totaling 7. Although Qing Zizai was not an armored warrior, he expressed his desire to witness the situation firsthand, to which Shen Wudao did not object, ensuring Xia Zhitong accompanied them, as he had the strength to protect both. Li Xiannan, recognizing the urgency, glanced at everyone and said, "Captain, there's no time to waste. Let us set off now." After arriving, Yang Huanying succinctly conveyed the gravity of the situation upon seeing the unfolding events. It was time to regroup. "Then let us depart," Shen Wudao declared, taking Xia Zhitong's hand and vanishing from the base, with the others following suit through their thoughts. A moment later, they all appeared at the battlefield. What is going on? Upon their arrival, the grotesque general's eyes widened in disbelief. Astonished at how this group had appeared without warning. Was it spatial movement? Were these individuals armored warriors? How did they even arrive? Shi Zhao also gazed in astonishment at Shen Wudao and his team, finding their sudden appearance far more mysterious than their own. Though merely human, they had emerged silently, defying logic. "Captain." Upon seeing their comrades, Dongshan and Li Haoyan felt their worries dissipate and approached excitedly. Su Ting Fei chuckled lightly. "Dongshan, little Tian. I didn't expect you two to be surrounded by ability beasts, but there's no need to worry now that we are here." Bei Miao stepped forward, hands in pockets, calmly assessing the enemy ahead. 5 ability beasts and 2 armors, a rather formidable lineup. Wu Gang eagerly punched his fists together. "Heh. They have 5 ability beasts and 2 armors, while we have 7 armors, excluding the captain, perfectly matched 1-to-1. In Wu Gang's view, Shen Wudao's strength could easily suppress the foes single-handedly, but bringing them along was clearly to let them handle the situation. After all, they were the team members. Ma Kuai smirked and teased Wu Gang, but we mustn't overlook the fact that before we arrived, Hao Yin and Dongshan had already engaged in battle, exhausting considerable energy. Their strength is certainly diminished compared to our fresh state. Perhaps we should divide their opponents. Dongshan retorted, "That's not necessarily true. Even with some depletion, as long as we haven't completely lost our combat capabilities, little Tian and I can still fight, right?" Indeed. Although Li Haoyan was at the end of his strength, he was unwilling to concede defeat and still had some energy left to fight. Shen Wudao stood at the forefront, arms crossed, gazing at the Shadow Realm forces, and addressed the others behind him. "Enough with the chatter. Let us go and ensure none of them escape." Understood. The 7 stepped forward, positioning themselves before Shen Wudao, each retrieving their armor summoning devices. Flame Dragon Armor, Flying Shadow Armor, Diamond Armor, Black Rhino Armor, Fusion, Armor Fusion, Roar of the Beast Nano, engulfing the power of the mighty Roar, Fusion. The 5 of them simultaneously fused their armors, while Li Haoyan and Dongshan, having already fused their armors, stood silently by the others, no further fusion required. How magnificent! To witness 5 armored warriors fusing at once is truly a breathtaking sight. Standing beside Shen Wudao, Xia Zhitong's eyes were fixated on the armored warriors, marveling at the dazzling armor fusion, a scene many would dream of witnessing, now unfolding before her. Qing Zizai exhaled deeply. The spectacle was indeed grand, and observing it up close ignited his fervor. As a practitioner of techniques, possessing formidable combat abilities, he wished he could also fuse with armor and fight alongside them. Alas, he was merely a technique practitioner without armor. Missing the chance to join them in their righteous cause was a regrettable matter. Shi Zhao's expression turned serious. "This situation is amiss. Bing Air, grotesque general, we must withdraw." The grotesque general stared wide-eyed at Shi Zhao, confusion etched on his face. "What? Withdraw? Shi Zhao, what are you talking about? Withdraw from what? Even if it's 7 against 2, we're not guaranteed to lose, especially since they have 2 severely weakened foes. Are you serious? Be professional." Typically gentle, Shi Zhao was unusually resolute at this moment, firmly retorting, "You don't understand. That young man over there seems extraordinary, possessing an impressive demeanor. Though he hasn't fused his armor, if I am not mistaken, he is the one with the mysterious golden armor. Clearly, he is even the leader of these armored warriors, and his strength should not be underestimated." "What? The golden armor?" The ugly general cast his gaze towards the young man mentioned by Shi Zhao, who was indeed not remarkable in appearance. The golden armor had only made a singular appearance in the newspaper, yet even the king of the realm deemed the armor extraordinary. Perhaps this was yet another trap. How could they have gathered all this armor so swiftly? It had to be him. There was no point in wasting words. They needed to flee. The ugly general felt a surge of panic and, together with Shi Zhao, Binger, and the other extraordinary beasts, unleashed a dark mist, attempting to teleport away. Upon seeing the dark mist, Shen Wudao immediately understood their intentions and employed his magnetic field abilities to seal off the area, disrupting their escape. What is happening? Why can't we teleport despite using the dark mist? How could this be? The ugly general exclaimed in a state of distress. It must be the summoner's doing. Since we cannot escape, we have no choice but to fight. Binger took a deep breath, fully aware that their situation was dire, but at this point, they had to press on regardless. Shi Zhao nodded in agreement. Indeed, yet it appears he has no intention of entering the fray just yet. We may still have a chance. What just transpired over there? Why did they envelop themselves in dark mist and then cease to act? Did they collectively burn out? Haha. Wu Gang jeered, pointing at the figures from the Shadow Realm. Enough with the idle chatter. Charge. Bei Miao, known for his fiery temper and ranking among the top 3 in strength within the team, surged ahead towards the snow mastiff armor. The others followed suit, each selecting their adversary. Ma Kuai chose Binger as his opponent for water counter's fire. Dong Shan selected the lizard beast. Li Xian Nan opted for the demon bull beast. Su Ting Fei faced the ant beast. Wu Gang took on the crocodile beast, and Li Hao Tian confronted the evil wolf beast. In an instant, chaos erupted as the sounds of combat filled the air. Heavens, how terrifying! The ugly general felt a surge of anxiety as he listened to the cacophony of battle around him. Lacking armor or any extraordinary abilities, he found himself somewhat relieved that he was not targeted. Initially appearing arrogant, he now cautiously distanced himself from the battlefield, seeking an opportunity to flee. Shen Wudao naturally noticed the ugly general, who stood out in his black attire and mask during the day. Qing Zizai, don't let him escape. Upon hearing this, Qing Zizai also spotted the fleeing general. Don't worry, Captain, he won't get away. As long as the enemy is not armored or an extraordinary being, but merely a fellow human, I have yet to fear anyone. Well, except for Shen Wudao, who was beyond the realm of normalcy. Previously, Qing Zizai had been curious about Shen Wudao's strength and had challenged him to a spar. Afterward, he had questioned his very existence. Despite being a practitioner of armor combat skills and possessing psychic abilities, he had been utterly crushed by Shen Wudao, leaving him without the slightest resistance. He regretted his earlier overconfidence. Qing Zizai pursued the ugly general, even if the latter had a head start of several dozen meters. Qing Zizai's speed allowed him to easily catch up. Closing in, he leaped and delivered a powerful kick to the ugly general's back, sending him sprawling to the ground. Ouch! The ugly general cried out, unable to rise. His combat prowess was merely slightly superior to that of an average person, but it paled in comparison to Shi Zhao and Binger. Moreover, his tactics had always been underhanded, thus Qing Zizai's kick left him feeling as though his very bones were shattering. Get up, Qing Zizai commanded, seizing the ugly general by the nape of his neck and forcing him to kneel, hands on his head, beside him. It's over, everything is over. The ugly general knelt, his eyes filled with despair. He had initially believed he could achieve merit by capturing 2 sets of armor, only to find himself confronted by an overwhelming number. The teleportation failed, and now it seemed his fate was sealed. However, he remained curious as to why so many armors had united. Had they already formed a coalition? Brother Wudao, that one is incredible. With a single kick, he subdued the masked man, resembling a true master. Xia Zitong remarked as Qing Zizai apprehended the ugly general, standing in his white martial attire like a martial arts grandmaster. Meijin, carrying the Earth Shadow Realm, approached and praised. Ah Qing is indeed formidable. After all, he hails from a family of practitioners, dedicated to combating the underworld's demonic teachings and training armor warriors. Their family mission has been passed down for a millennium. How could he be weak? If given armor, even the weakest would surpass everyone else present. But alas, there was none available before, though perhaps now there will be. Disgraceful, extraordinary beast, allow me to send you to your demise. Wind Eagle Sword. Dong Shan, having engaged the lizard beast, realized its weapon was troublesome. Unsure of how to proceed without a weapon, he drew the Wind Eagle Sword. He parried the lizard beast's wicked double-bladed axe and deliberately feigned weakness, causing the lizard beast to overexert and expose a flaw, allowing the Wind Eagle Sword to strike true. Chapter 99. Li Hao Tian. I'm sorry, I've embarrassed myself. With a crackle, flames erupted from the lizard beast as a small plume of smoke wafted upwards. The lizard beast was forced to retreat several steps from the impact of the strike. Dong Shan pressed his advantage, knowing the lizard beast was among the weakest of extraordinary beasts present. Despite Dong Shan's relatively lower strength within the armor team, he could handle a single lizard beast with ease. Meanwhile, the other armored warriors, Su Ting Fei and Wu Gang, engaged the ant beast and evil wolf beast, respectively. Although they had not gained the upper hand in the short term, they were holding their ground. The remaining two extraordinary beasts, the demon bull beast and crocodile beast, were not to be underestimated, especially the former, which ranked among the top 3 of the lower-tier extraordinary beasts. Bang! Bang! The demon bull beast wielded a hefty axe, causing Li Xian to involuntarily stagger as the axe clashed against the flame dragon armor. When the demon bull beast swung its axe again, Li Xian thrust his palms forward, executing a perfect empty-handed counter against the blade. With a fierce shout, he redirected the axe sideways with his palms and followed up with a powerful kick to the demon bull beast's abdomen, pushing it back. As the demon bull beast staggered, Li Xian seized the moment to leap forward, delivering a swift kick to its chest, toppling the beast. Flame blade. Li Xian spun the right wheel, gripping the hilt of the flame blade to retaliate. The size of the flame blade dwarfed that of the demon bull beast's axe. With a decisive swing, he clashed directly against the axe. The demon bull beast possessed immense strength, a testament to its bovine power. Yet Li Xian was not to be underestimated either, matching its force with considerable might. In the midst of their struggle, Li Xian noticed the red eyes of the demon bull beast glowing even brighter. Instinctively sensing danger, he quickly retreated and sidestepped. Moments later, the demon bull beast unleashed 2 energy blasts the size of its eyes, which detonated upon striking the ground nearby. Seeing Li Xian evade, the demon bull beast turned its head, aiming its gaze at him to unleash another energy attack. This time, Li Xian did not retreat, but instead used the flame blade to cleave through the incoming attacks. As the energy blasts exploded, sending smoke billowing into the air, Li Xian emerged from the haze, his flame blade accurately striking the demon bull beast. Just as the demon bull beast swung its axe in retaliation, Li Xian accelerated, maneuvering behind the beast for another strike. The demon bull beast howled in pain, attempting to turn around, only to find itself under assault once more. At this moment, Li Xian, in a state of acceleration, perceived the demon bull beast as a stationary target due to his enhanced capabilities across the board. To him, not only the demon bull beast, but also the battles involving other armored entities and supernatural beasts appeared sluggish, rife with openings. However, Li Xian chose to focus solely on eliminating the demon bull beast first. In his accelerated state, he unleashed a series of fiery strikes upon the beast. Despite its tough hide, the creature could not withstand the onslaught, and signs of flickering green energy manifested upon its body, indicating its weakened state. It was now time to bring this to a conclusion. With a cold smirk, Li Xian activated his lethal wheel, producing a red energy tag inscribed with the word sealing. Demon sealing slash. He pressed his fiery blade against the tag, which transformed into a stream of red particle energy that merged with the blade. Ultimately, he unleashed a devastating strike, the red energy blade accompanied by a dragon's roar, which not only heavily injured the demon bull beast, but also secured it within the Taiji formation. Observing the severely wounded demon bull beast, Li Xian sheathed his fiery blade and leaped, aiming his fist at the beast. Flame fist. Upon impact, he appeared behind it, and the beast exploded in a fiery blast that quickly dissipated, leaving behind a card that hovered in the air. The 5 elements armor possessed sealing energy, and this final elemental assault transformed the supernatural beast into its original card form. While it was also possible to convert it directly into a spirit stone, which bore pollution, the preferable outcome was to seal it as a card before converting it into a spirit stone. Impressive work. Shinto, observing from the rear with arms crossed, praised Li Xian for being the first to conclude his battle. The demon bull beast was the strongest of the 5 supernatural beasts present, and Li Xian's ability to finish the fight first showcased his superior strength, even after spending considerable time on the piano. Li Haoyan, having battled the kangaroo Oksar and the armored creature summoned by Xiao Lizi, was already injured and had suffered disintegration. After forcibly reassembling, he faced off against the crocodile beast and was barely holding on. Suddenly, the evil wolf beast turned and struck Li Haoyan, sending him flying. Gasping, Li Haoyan crashed to the ground, momentarily unable to rise. He had reached his limit. At that moment, Shinto uncrossed his arms and walked towards Li Haoyan. As he moved, he captured the attention of his teammates, who believed he was about to intervene. However, Shinto bypassed them and approached Li Haoyan. Just as the evil wolf beast confronted the two, Li Haoyan turned to rise but was halted by pain, bitterly admitting, "Captain, I'm sorry. I've embarrassed myself." The evil wolf beast eyed Shinto, preparing to strike again. With a mere glare, Shinto immobilized the beast, rendering it motionless. "You have performed remarkably, enduring numerous battles with your current strength and persisting beyond your limits. You shall undoubtedly ascend to greater heights in the future." With that, Shinto sidestepped and delivered a kick to the chest of the immobilized evil wolf beast, sending it crashing away. Gasping, Shi Zhao, engaged in combat with Bei Miao, noted Shinto's incredible feat of propelling a supernatural beast solely with his physical strength. It was well known that the defensive capabilities of supernatural beasts were formidable, and considering their size and weight, even he doubted his ability to move one, let alone kick it away. Truly extraordinary. "Where are you looking? Your opponent is me." Bei Miao thrust his water armor shield towards the distracted Shi Zhao. Caught off guard, Shi Zhao was struck in the chest, sparks flying from his armor as he staggered back. Regaining his footing, he mentally chastised himself for losing focus. He needed to concentrate on the task at hand. Chapter 100, War God Xing Tian, Level Up, Mighty Flame Attack, Raging Howl Attack, the Lava Armor and the Zanami Armor, one of fire and the other of water. Engaged in a fierce exchange, their fists entwined with elemental energy, generating a dense white mist at the point of impact. Ma Kuai scoffed. "I never expected a woman to wield the lava armor, but it's time to return it to me." "That depends on your skill," Bing Air retorted coldly, retracting her fist and delivering a side kick to Ma Kuai's waist. As Ma Kuai leaned back, he placed his hands on the ground and flipped away to evade, then leapt high, conjuring 2 water spheres in his palms while suspended 15 meters above the ground, launching them downward at the lava armor. Molten Flame Defense. Bing Air extended her arms forward, forming a semicircular orange shield that absorbed the energy water spheres as if they were sinking into the ocean. Elemental Movement. Upon realizing that all his attacks had been thwarted, Ma Kuai transformed into a blue stream of water, swooping down toward Bing Air. Seeing this, Bing Air quickly retreated. But Ma Kuai, in his elemental state, moved with astonishing speed. While not as swift as the acceleration of the 5 elements armor or the teleportation of the Xing Tian armor, he was nonetheless formidable. Just as Bing Air had taken 3 steps back, Ma Kuai had already elementalized and was upon her, crashing into her with a torrent of aggressive water. When it came to armor proficiency, Ma Kuai had the upper hand. After all, this armor belonged to him, and he was well versed in its use. Coupled with his rigorous training over the past few days, he had improved significantly, particularly against Bei Miao and Su Ting. "Captain, why do I feel like you could defeat this supernatural beast even without armor?" Li Haoyan struggled to rise, his energy nearly depleted, rendering him unable to maintain his armor, causing the Xing Tian armor to vanish. While he could injure the supernatural beast, he lacked the means for a decisive kill, though Shinto was considered the strongest among humans. His lack of powerful offensive capabilities made it challenging to defeat a supernatural beast by mere physical means. Shinto turned to Li Haoyan, speaking calmly. "Remember when I mentioned that the armor of heaven, earth, and man could be upgraded?" "Yes, you did mention that, Captain." "Are you implying?" Li Haoyan's eyes widened. Previously, Shinto had briefly mentioned armor upgrades, but they had dismissed it at the time. With Shinto's profound understanding of armor, it was evident that if he were to don their armor, he could unleash its full potential. Now, as Shinto spoke, Li Haoyan realized he was about to demonstrate the armor upgrade process in real time. Witnessing this would undoubtedly benefit his future attempts at upgrading his own armor. However, using the Xing Tian armor required a genetic contract. "Give me the summoning device." "Understood." Without hesitation, Li Haoyan handed the summoning device to Shinto, excitement bubbling within him at the thought of witnessing the upgrade of his armor. Xing Tian armor, merge. Armor merge. Once he obtained the summoning device, Shinto completed the merge without any limitations, perfectly embodying the 5 elements bloodline, a power that could be deemed unparalleled in the world. Roar. The crocodile beast warily observed the combined form of the godless Tao and the Xingtian armor. Despite its limited intelligence, as a creature of the wild, it possessed instincts far superior to those of humans. From the previous kick, it could tell that this individual was formidable, which is why it refrained from making any rash attacks. The strength of the Xingtian armor relied on the willpower it harnessed, and thus its upgrades depended on a robust will. When the intensity of this willpower reached a certain threshold, the upgrade incantation could be initiated. The ancients spoke of the past, strategizing for the future, ensuring victories in every battle. Godless Dao provided a live demonstration, showcasing the armor's upgrade to Li Haoyan, which would greatly benefit his growth. Upon activating the Xingtian armor, once the willpower reached a pivotal point, a crimson glow enveloped his body, and a card symbolizing the armor's upgrade appeared in his right hand. War God Xingtian, upgrade. During the upgrading process, the Xingtian armor unleashed an unprecedented surge of willpower, which affected the surrounding armors and the mutant beasts, creating an invisible force that pushed them away. How powerful! What is happening? The captain is utilizing Haoyan's Xingtian armor, and it exudes such an overwhelming aura. After dispatching the demon bull beast, Li Xian did not rush to assist his teammates. Recognizing that this battle was also an opportunity for them to hone their skills, he noticed Godless Dao approaching Li Haoyan, merging with the latter's Xingtian armor. The sheer power radiating from the combined armor left him astounded. This intensity rendered Li Xian powerless to resist. Internally, he mused, truly, the captain is remarkably strong. The ferocious aura surged like a tidal wave, stirring up dust that swirled outward. Visibly, the Xingtian armor transformed, while retaining many similarities to its prior form. It was also markedly different, now adorned with flickering crimson lightning. In essence, its appearance was enhanced, and its power significantly amplified. Is this the upgrade the captain spoke of? Su Tingfei and Wu Gang whispered to one another, recalling Godless Dao's prior explanations about armor upgrades. However, due to their current low strength, they felt they had no means to pursue such upgrades themselves. Yet now, witnessing their captain utilize Li Haoyan's Xingtian armor for an upgrade, they could more tangibly perceive the enhanced power. As their abilities also stemmed from willpower, they felt a profound resonance from the war god Xingtian's intensity, as if a mere flick of his hand could easily vanquish them. Swallowing nervously after exchanging glances, they pondered, is this the essence of armor upgrades? If we could achieve such enhancements, would we not also wield immense power? Filled with anticipation, they yearned to expedite their own upgrades, envisioning the day they would exude such charisma. This is what an armor upgrade feels like. It's incredibly potent. I wonder when I will summon my black rhinoceros steed and transform into the black rhinoceros armor beast. Upon witnessing the upgrade of the Xingtian armor, Bei Miao felt a surge of danger. If Li Haoyan, Su Tingfei, and Wu Gang could all complete their armor upgrades, his strength would surely plummet from the top tier. Thus, he recognized the imperative need to enhance his own capabilities swiftly. Chapter 101. The captain is truly majestic. Behold the upgrade of the Xingtian armor, the war god Xingtian. Li Haoyan stared in awe at the war god Xingtian post-upgrade, his entire being radiating with crimson lightning, exuding an aura of formidable dominance, truly deserving of the title of war god. He wondered if, upon upgrading through his own strength, he would also attain such prowess. Godless Dao reveled in his newfound strength. The war god Xingtian indeed lived up to its name, surpassing the foundational Xingtian armor by 100-fold. If he were to engage his imperial armor in battle now, he estimated he could unleash only 2 to 3/10 of his power, just enough to satiate his combat hunger. Of course, this was contingent upon his current level. Should Li Haoyan upgrade, his strength would still fall short compared to the war god Xingtian post-upgrade. For Godless Dao, the power brought by the war god Xingtian was merely a matter of indifference, not warranting excessive concern. He gazed ahead at the vicious wolf beast and stepped forward, leaving a trail of red light in his wake. In an instant, he stood before the wolf beast, whose startled reaction was akin to encountering a malevolent spirit, causing it to retreat in fear, clutching its knife hilt, unsure of how to proceed. Godless Dao remained poised, instilling a profound psychological dread in the wolf beast. With a fierce howl, the beast summoned its courage, employing a technique to create 6 clones, encircling Godless Dao. Each clone appeared genuine and animated. Yet, they were but mere illusions, devoid of any offensive capability. Should one be struck, it would vanish, serving only to confuse the enemy as to which was the true form. With a 1 in 6 chance of guessing correctly, a misstep would expose them to the wolf beast's assault. Godless Dao surveyed the surroundings, then calmly remarked, "Such trivial tricks are beneath notice." With a mere glance, he discerned the wolf beast's true body among the clones, recognizing that only the one to his left was real. In the next moment, Godless Dao struck decisively, delivering a punch that sent the wolf beast hurtling backward, disintegrating the 5 clones in an instant. As the wolf beast flew 5 meters before hitting the ground, Godless Dao retracted his previous motion, instantly closing the distance to deliver another punch and a kick. The overwhelming force of his assault was too much for the wolf beast to withstand. It erupted in a fiery explosion that soared 4 meters high, ultimately coalescing into a magic spirit stone suspended in midair. Such formidable strength. They marveled, witnessing him defeat a mutant beast barehanded. What kind of power is this? The captain can upgrade the Xingtian armor to unleash such incredible might. 2 punches and a kick to obliterate a mutant beast. The team watched in astonishment as Godless Dao effortlessly dispatched the mutant beast. The disparity in strength, even beyond that of the Imperial armor, left them in disbelief. Even Shi Zhao and Bing Er, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down their spines, drenched in cold sweat. Was this truly the power of armor? It was overwhelmingly strong. Godless Dao turned to his companions, deactivating the war god Xingtian. Do not mind me, continue your battles. He had no intention of interfering further, with the entire team mobilized. This presented a rare opportunity for growth. If he, a fully developed individual, were to gain experience, how could the others hope to upgrade? Su Tingfei expressed his admiration. The captain is providing us with invaluable experience. His choice not to intervene in our battles is for our growth. He truly embodies the essence of leadership. Indeed, we must achieve results to show the captain. You foul mutant beast, come again. With Godless Dao's rallying words, the others resumed their confrontation with renewed vigor. Invigorated by the captain's formidable display, Dong Shan, exploiting his speed advantage, repeatedly struck the lizard beast, reducing it to a weakened state. Finally, he unleashed his ultimate technique. The piercing wind strike, inflicting severe injuries upon the lizard beast, pinning it within the Tai Chi diagram. This final blow will end you. Dong Shan released the wind eagle sword, leaping high and extending his right leg, piercing through the blue-hued illusion inscribed with a character, swiftly penetrating the lizard beast's body. Thunderous roars echoed. The lizard beast could not withstand the onslaught and ultimately exploded, transforming into a magical shadow sticker that floated in the air. Dong Shan turned around and placed the magical shadow sticker in front of his Qingquan belt, which absorbed it within. He exhaled, feeling a sense of pride. Contemplating, it seems my strength is quite commendable, having not only defeated that set of green armor earlier, but also single-handedly vanquished a supernatural beast. Dong Shan rubbed his thumb across his nose, acknowledging his own prowess with satisfaction, as expected of himself. Shortly after Dong Shan dealt with the lizard beast, Su Tingfei and Wu Gang also unleashed their ultimate techniques to eliminate their respective supernatural beasts. Thus, all 5 supernatural beasts were eradicated. Now, only Shi Zhao and Bing Er remained engaged in combat with Bei Miao and Ma Kuahai. But even if they triumphed, escape would be impossible. In the Shadow Realm, the Realm King sat alone, murmuring to himself, "It has been quite some time, with Shi Zhao and Bing Er, along with the 5 supernatural beasts. They should have returned by now. Why have they not shown up yet?" The Realm King furrowed his brow, recalling that the earlier ugly envoy had informed him of the discovery of the Light Shadow Stone. But there were 2 armored warriors competing for it, which could conveniently eliminate them. To be cautious, he dispatched 2 armors and 5 supernatural beasts, intending to swiftly overpower the 2 armored warriors, retrieve the armor summoner and the Light Shadow Stone, and return. However, glancing at the time now, it had surpassed the Realm King's expectations, causing unease to stir within him. It is impossible. With Shi Zhao's considerable strength, there should not have been any accidents. Let me see if they have completed their mission. With this thought, the Realm King looked towards a basketball-sized crystal ball on his right, within which purple currents flowed incessantly. This supernatural sphere was bestowed by the Shadow Guardian, capable of projecting the movements of his own people, functioning similarly to a surveillance device. The Realm King placed his right hand on the supernatural sphere, and soon, it emitted a glow, projecting an image in front of him akin to a 60-inch television screen. In the image, the 5 supernatural beasts were no longer present. Shi Zhao and Bing Er were engaged in combat with the 2 armored warriors, while 4 other armored warriors stood by, observing, alongside a few ordinary people. The ugly envoy was kneeling on the ground, cradling his head, clearly subdued. Chapter 102. The Terrified Realm King. What? How could this be? The Realm King was taken aback by this scene, startled by the unexpected turn of events. How could they be annihilated so quickly? What is the meaning of so many armored warriors appearing? Was it not said that only 2 armored warriors were out of commission? Why are there so many armors now? Could it be that the ugly envoy provided false information to lure him out, only to ensnare him? No, if the ugly envoy had betrayed him, he wouldn't be kneeling there, clutching his head. 6 armored warriors, why are so many gathered together? Wait, that extraordinary young man. The Realm King noticed one particularly striking young man, standing with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of superiority simply by his presence. Far away in a distant city, Shen Wudao observed the battle with keen interest when suddenly, he sensed something amiss, as if someone were spying on him. He turned his head to the right, channeling the power of the 5 elements within him to pierce through the void, his eyes seemingly catching sight of the Realm King hiding in a cave. He realized that he had been noticed. How could this be? I projected this image from afar using the supernatural sphere. How could I be discovered? A coincidence? When he saw the projection of Shen Wudao suddenly turn his gaze towards him, the Realm King was startled, involuntarily taking a step back, stumbling and falling to the ground, appearing quite disheveled as he looked at the projection of Shen Wudao. Leave. Just as the Realm King was trying to convince himself that this was merely a coincidence, the projection of Shen Wudao uttered a sharp command, causing the image to dissipate instantly, and the supernatural crystal ball exploded like a light bulb. The Realm King screamed in terror, nearly losing half his life in the process. His heart raced, his chest heaving, and his lips cracked from the shock. It took him a good 10 seconds to regain his composure, sitting on the ground and swallowing hard, muttering, "Damn it. This fellow must be the summoner of the Emperor armor. Is he even human? Without even using the armor, he could sense my spying on him." And a mere word shattered the supernatural sphere. Just how potent is this individual's bloodline power? The Realm King understood that those with a higher bloodline power of the 5 elements would possess extraordinary abilities. When Shi Zhao sustained significant damage, the armor could autonomously protect him. Bing Air possessed some telekinetic ability, albeit limited to lighter objects, yet such feats were beyond ordinary humans. As for the Emperor armor summoner, one must possess all 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and have a high bloodline power. The higher the bloodline power, the stronger the armor's capabilities. Given that this summoner could detect his observation and obliterate the supernatural sphere with a single word, the strength of this Emperor armor summoner was unfathomable. What to do? What to do? The Realm King sat helplessly on the ground, realizing that he had truly miscalculated. The 5 supernatural beasts could be sealed without concern, being mere low-tier creatures. However, Shi Zhao and Bing Air were his prized disciples, cultivated with immense time and effort, and now they too were in peril. As for rescue, what a joke. Did he not see the multitude of armored warriors over there, including the Emperor armor summoner? To intervene would be tantamount to seeking death. He could no longer remain here. A change of location was imperative. The Realm King rose, surveying his surroundings. Shi Zhao and Bing Air would undoubtedly be captured. If they revealed his location, it would spell his doom. Therefore, he had to flee and select a new base of operations. The Realm King acted with remarkable decisiveness. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he immediately set it into motion, knowing that he could not afford any delays. "Captain, what happened? Who were you just speaking to?" Standing beside Shen Wudao were Qing Zizai, Li Haoyan, Mei Zhan, and Xia Zito, all startled by Shen Wudao's imposing presence and that single command. Shen Wudao replied, "Someone was spying on us, but I drove them away." Qing Zizai asked in confusion, "Spying on us? How did they do so? Aside from the person lying on the ground, there is no one else here." Li Haoyan pondered and said, "Could it be that the person the captain mentioned is not nearby, but rather 1,000 miles away?" Mei Zhan nodded in agreement. "I think so too. If the spy were nearby, the captain would have captured them rather than simply driving them off." Shen Wudao glanced at the two and said, "That's true. It must be someone from the Shadow Realm, capable of observing from afar through special means. However, my earlier actions were not merely a simple rebuke. The other party must have suffered as well." Xia Zitong gazed at Shen Wudao in admiration and said, "Brother Wudao, you are truly magnificent, practically a superhero capable of anything. Not only do you stand above other armors, but as a person, you stand at the pinnacle of humanity. This might not even be considered human, perhaps more akin to an immortal. With such extraordinary abilities, it would not be an exaggeration to call you an immortal. For no one possesses capabilities like yours, unique in the world, and even within the vast universe. You are extraordinarily exceptional. Qing Zizai and Li Haoyin exchanged glances, each recognizing the admiration reflected on the other's face, inwardly lamenting the vast disparity between individuals. Meanwhile, the battle between Shi Zhao and Bei Miao intensified. Although Bei Miao had suffered some depletion from releasing the Zen seal, he still managed to hold his ground against Shi Zhao. During this period, the rigorous training in the special training room has not been in vain. Take this. Bei Miao grasped the spear firmly, twisting it with force as he thrust it forward. The meteor spear spinning rapidly towards Shi Zhao. Observing the impending attack, Shi Zhao retreated hastily, but Bei Miao followed closely, realizing that retreat was no longer an option. He had no choice but to use the blade of his thunder axe to defend himself. As the meteor spear struck the thunder axe, it continued to whirl, emitting a sizzling sound, with sparks flying everywhere. The impact caused Shi Zhao's hands to ache painfully, and he staggered backward, barely managing to halt his retreat after several steps. How formidable! This fellow is growing stronger with each battle. Shi Zhao stood there, breathless, watching the imposing figure in the black rhinoceros armor. Initially, he held some advantage, but it seemed that this opponent had gained an inexplicable surge of energy, slowly reversing the tide of battle and ultimately seizing the upper hand. This was also a manifestation of Bei Miao's pride. Seeing his teammates dispatch their opponents, he could not allow himself to be humiliated in front of them. As the strongest of the armored warriors under the godless path, how could he afford to lose face? With a fierce determination, both Bei Miao and Shi Zhao unleashed their ultimate techniques simultaneously, channeling the energy from their respective skills into their weapons. A green spiral attack clashed with a flat white attack, and after 5 seconds of intense confrontation, they erupted in a brilliant explosion, sending both combatants hurtling backward. The watching Li Xian Nan, Su Tingfei, and others were forced to retreat several steps. Upon landing, Bei Miao's black rhinoceros armor automatically disengaged after reaching its limit, and he clutched his chest, feeling a heaviness within. Shi Zhao also felt a sense of discomfort as his armor dissipated. Bei Miao, are you all right? Li Xian Nan approached with concern, helping him to his feet. Cough, I'm fine. Bei Miao coughed a couple of times. The tumult within his body merely a surge of energy that would subside with a moment's rest. His gaze locked onto Shi Zhao. This opponent was indeed formidable, but he too possessed strength. With time and effort, he would surely surpass him. It was all over for Shi Zhao. Without his armor, he surveyed the predatory gazes of the others around him, realizing escape was impossible. He had lost his fighting spirit. The reason he had fought so fiercely against Bei Miao was his unwillingness to surrender without a fight, choosing instead to stand and face defeat with dignity rather than capitulate without honor. At that moment, only Bing Er was still engaged in battle with another armored warrior. However, Shi Zhao understood that even if Bing Er triumphed, the outcome would remain unchanged. Meanwhile, Bing Er's fight with Ma Kuai was nearing its conclusion. Having lived in the Shadow Realm for over a decade, Bing Er had the upper hand, using her ultimate technique, the Flame Splitter, to send Ma Kuai flying over 10 meters, shattering his Xena Mi armor. Damn it! Ma Kuai, defeated, gazed at the distant lava armor with bitterness. He had initially held an advantage, but he had not anticipated the sudden surge of combat prowess from his opponent. Now, having been bested, he felt utterly humiliated. After defeating Ma Kuai, Bing Er exhaled heavily. The pressure he had exerted was significant, compounded by the armor's conflicting attributes. Fortunately, her years in the Shadow Realm had not been in vain. The Realm King had trained her into a skilled fighter, and her exceptional combat experience had led her to victory. As Su Tingfei stepped forward, stretching his neck, he declared, "I'll take on this one." She was at the end of her rope, and any of us could easily defeat her now. Others did not contest his claim. If Su Tingfei wished to proceed, so be it. Observing the predatory stares of the other armored warriors, including the already defeated Shi Zhao and the captured Ma Kuai, Bing Er sighed internally. Realizing that further combat was unnecessary, she decided to disengage her armor herself. Facing the lava armor, she coldly declared, "No more fighting. We have lost. Here, take this." With that, she tossed her lava summoner to the nearby Li Xian Nan. Li Xian Nan caught the summoner, understanding the futility of pressing Bing Er further. It was evident that escape was impossible, and continuing the struggle would serve no purpose. It was far wiser to concede. After the battle concluded, everyone removed their armor. Qing Zizai captured the ugly general, while others apprehended Shi Zhao and Bing Er. Bei Miao furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Captain, how should we deal with them?" Although they had captured 3 individuals, they were uncertain how to proceed, as they were human, not monstrous beasts that could simply be disposed of. Godless Path shared their dilemma, contemplating how to handle the situation. Previously, they had executed cold blood due to his undeniable guilt in committing murder, but Shi Zhao and Bing Air had not killed anyone. Despite their involvement in nefarious activities, their hearts remained kind. As for the ugly general, he had indeed taken lives. However, executing them in front of the others was not an option, especially with Xia Zitong present, complicating matters further. Let us return. This place is not suitable for discussion. Godless Path, hands in his pockets, summoned the previously discarded summoner with a flick of his wrist, using telekinesis to retrieve it. Without any further ado, he employed a spatial shift to transport everyone directly to the hall of the armor base. Within the armor base, the sudden appearance of the group astonished Bing Air, Shi Zhao, and the ugly general, who were experiencing this for the first time. The ugly general, taken aback, exclaimed, "Who are you? How can you move so many people in an instant?" He was thoroughly astonished. Even the shadow guardians of the shadow realm lacked such abilities. How should we handle them? Share your thoughts. Godless Path posed this troublesome question to his teammates, inviting their opinions on the matter. Bing Air retorted defiantly, "Humph, we require no feigned sympathy from you. Being captured is merely a testament to our own shortcomings. Do as you wish." "Don't say that, miss. If they truly kill us, it would be the end." The ugly general inwardly cursed Bing Air for her obstinacy, questioning whether she had ever faced death. Meanwhile, Shi Zhao stood in silence, acknowledging that he had brought this upon himself, leaving whatever fate awaited them to the whims of the captors. Yang Huanying, with a troubled expression, voiced, "What should we do? We can't simply kill them. We are the righteous armored warriors. The state has its own laws to judge them. If we resort to execution, we would be no different from those in the darkness." Su Tingfei and the others nodded in agreement. Godless Path spoke up. All 3 of them possess 5 elements bloodlines and are descendants of the Light and Shadow Village, while the other 2 haven't committed murder. This masked individual has blood on his hands. What? They are all descendants of the Light and Shadow Village? Upon hearing Godless Path's words, Bei Miao, Li Xian Nan, Dong Shan, Li Haoyan, Su Tingfei, Wu Gang, Ma Kuahai, Mei Zhun, Yang Huanying, and Qing Zizai were all astonished. While there had been speculation regarding Shi Zhao's lineage due to his light and shadow armor, no one had anticipated the other 2 to be descendants as well. Such coincidence was remarkable. Bei Miao, with his fiery temperament, was the first to voice his discontent. "Humph. As descendants of the Light and Shadow Village, you dare to aid the wicked? Truly, you are nothing but lapdogs." Upon hearing those words, Shi Zhao narrowed his eyes and turned to Bei Miao, saying, "What do you understand? Neither Bing Air nor I wish to harm anyone. However, we were forcibly taken from the Sunshine Welfare Institute by the Shadow Realm and compelled to live according to the will of the Realm King. We serve the Shadow Realm merely to survive. Assisting in tyranny? Being a watchdog? If given the choice, I would prefer to live as an ordinary person, unburdened by my abilities or armor, rather than toil within the Shadow Realm. Yet, we are powerless to dictate our own destinies, left with no option but to obey the commands of the Realm King." Chapter 104. How dare you call yourself my brother? Yang welcomed with sympathy. Indeed, it is tragic. To have lived a peaceful life in the Welfare Institute, only to be suddenly abducted by the Shadow Realm, and to have spent one's childhood there, following orders, trusting no one, merely acting at the behest of others. Women are inherently emotional beings, and upon learning of Shi Zhao and Bing Air's plight, both Yang and Mei Zhun felt a pang of sympathy. Su Tingfei crossed his arms, stating, "Who knows if what they say is true?" The weaselly figure, Chou Jiang, thought that perhaps due to their pitiful backgrounds, Shi Zhao and Bing Air might gain the understanding of these righteous armored warriors, so he decided to make his presence known. Thus, Chou Jiang proclaimed, "I can attest to this. They are both children abducted from the Sunshine Welfare Institute by the Realm King, that old scoundrel. If you don't believe me, you can verify their names at the Welfare Institute." The mention of the Sunshine Welfare Institute stirred memories in Bei Miao from over a decade ago. Noticing Bei Miao's sudden change in demeanor, Dong Shan, standing beside him, asked, "Bei Miao, what's wrong? Have you heard of the Sunshine Welfare Institute before?" Taking a deep breath, Bei Miao replied, "I didn't just hear of it. I spent time there myself. Years ago, there was an incident involving a beast with supernatural abilities that attacked people at the Institute." Chou Jiang grinned, "Huh? I didn't expect you to have been in that orphanage too. Indeed, it was at that time that Shi Zhao and Bing Er were taken by the Realm King. Or rather, that old scoundrel from the Shadow Realm. Damn it, if it weren't for that beast, I wouldn't have lost the most important promise. Upon finishing his sentence, Bei Miao clenched his fist and struck Cho Zhang's face, sending him flying. Back then, he had made a vow to protect a childhood friend, a girl he referred to as his sister, only to abandon her in fear when the beast attacked. This had haunted him for years. Others intervened to stop Bei Miao from confronting Cho Zhang again, urging him, Bei Miao, calm down. Let us talk this out, no need for violence. Why are you hitting me? It was the Realm King who did this, not me. What does hitting me accomplish? Cho Zhang stood up, rubbing his face, feeling wronged. You should be the one to be hit. The captain said your hands are stained with blood, you've killed before, so why not hit you instead? According to Shen Wudao, though Shi Zhao and Bing Er worked for the Shadow Realm, they had not taken lives, unlike this lecherous masked figure who had. Bei Miao believed Shen Wudao without question, not only due to his strength, but also because of his character. Thus, despite being 8 years Bei Miao's senior, he held Shen Wudao in deep loyalty. Are you also a child of the Sunshine Welfare Institute? Bing Er gazed at Bei Miao, somewhat surprised. She recalled that this man seemed to be the summoner of the black rhinoceros armor of water. And now he was also a child from the Welfare Institute. A rare coincidence indeed. Suddenly, Bei Miao trembled as a realization struck him. He recalled the words of the director, that the girl he vowed to protect had seemingly been taken along with another boy. Given the timeline, the number, and the genders matched perfectly. It dawned on him that this Bing Er was none other than. Bei Miao stared at Bing Er in disbelief, exclaiming, Shui Er. Shui Er was the girl who had been with Bei Miao in the Welfare Institute. He had fled out of fear, abandoning his promise to protect her. A burden he had carried ever since. The name Shui Er caused Bing Er to change her expression, and even Shi Zhao looked at Bei Miao in astonishment. The name Shui Er was Bing Er's former name in the Welfare Institute, which she had changed upon arriving in the Shadow Realm due to disillusionment, adopting the name Bing. Cold and unyielding, having lost faith in everyone. However, very few still remembered Shui Er. Seeing Bing Er's reaction, Bei Miao's eyes widened in realization, confirming she was indeed the person he had long sought, and he stepped forward excitedly. Yes, you are Shui Er. You are the Shui Er taken by the Shadow Realm. I have searched for you for so long. Tears streamed down Bei Miao's face as he confronted the person he had yearned for, overwhelmed with emotion. Others exchanged glances, realizing Bei Miao knew this woman and that their relationship seemed quite profound, given his fervent reaction. They remained silent, observing curiously. Who are you? Bing Er felt a tumult of emotions, both anticipation and anger, as her heart began to piece together the truth. Do you not remember? I am your Bei Miao brother. We spent 3 years together at the Sunshine Welfare Institute, where you called me Bei Miao brother, and I called you Shui Er's sister. Tears flowed uncontrollably as Bei Miao recounted their past, revealing the torment he had endured. Just seeing Shui Er safe and sound before him was enough to fill his heart with contentment. I thought you were someone significant. You fled on your own, leaving me to face that beast alone, and now you have the audacity to call yourself my brother? Upon hearing Bei Miao's words, Bing Er felt a tumult of emotions. Although she had prepared herself, the memories stirred within her. Nevertheless, she could not overlook the fact that he had abandoned her while Shi Zhao, whom she barely knew, had dared to confront the beast, risking capture by the Realm King to save her. Bei Miao found himself speechless at Bing Er's words, for they were the truth and the source of his perpetual guilt. Bing Er coldly stated, I understand you wish to argue that you were just a child, powerless at the time. But Shi Zhao, who was even younger than you and a stranger to me, had the courage to step up, even at the cost of being captured by the Realm King alongside me. How can you now claim to be my brother? Bei Miao glanced at Shi Zhao, opening his mouth, but finding no words. He had not anticipated that this person would have the bravery to act where he had faltered, even if it had been futile. This demonstrated a commendable courage. For a man must know when to act, and when not to. Bei Miao's perception of Shi Zhao began to shift. He was not petty, unwilling to hold a grudge against someone who had done what he had been too fearful to do. Instead, he acknowledged Shi Zhao's valor. Chapter 105. This is my lifelong request. In that moment, Bei Miao found himself unsure how to confront Bing Er. Yet, considering her current predicament, he turned to Shen Wudao, pleading, Captain, you said that although Shui Er works for the Shadow Realm, she has not taken any lives. Could you show leniency and not hand her over? Allow her to stay. This is my lifelong request. I implore you. Li Xian also added, Captain, since neither of them has committed murder and their joining the Shadow Realm was not by their own will, but rather due to being captured, what do you think? Wu Gang echoed, indeed, they are also unfortunate souls, caught in circumstances beyond their control. Subsequently, others began to voice their sympathies upon learning about the two men's backgrounds, as they, being armored warriors themselves, possessed a strong sense of justice. Seeing his team members plead for mercy, Shen Wudao, initially contemplating handing them over to the police if he couldn't resolve the matter, decided to acquiesce to their pleas. He nodded and declared, since you all feel this way, let us allow them to stay. Ice Air and Shi Zhao exchanged glances, surprised at this unexpected outcome. The clownish figure, with a shameless grin, chimed in, hey, what about me? I can also be of service, fetching tea or running errands. And I can guide you to the entrance of the Shadow Realm to directly assault the lair of the Realm King. What do you think? Shen Wudao scoffed. You? Better not. Dongshan, Meizhan, I remember you two are computer experts. This fellow has committed numerous misdeeds. Get him locked up. Dongshan and Meizhan exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into smiles as they replied in unison, rest assured, we'll handle it. Being adept in computer skills, they knew that the clown was indeed a genuine villain. Gathering evidence of his crimes or capturing footage of his misdeeds would ensure he faced severe consequences, perhaps even reincarnation in a much humbler form, ending his wicked life. Oh no. The clown's eyes rolled back, and he fainted at the thought. Su Tingfei suggested, Captain, should we let this guy take us to the Shadow Realm and strike at their stronghold? Ma Kuai enthusiastically added, yes, Captain, we should take advantage of this opportunity. The Shadow Realm must be weakened after such significant losses. It is the perfect time to dismantle their lair, just as they were filled with anticipation. Shen Wudao poured cold water on their enthusiasm, stating, while you were engaged in battle, the Shadow Realm's forces have already scouted this location. I suspect they have withdrawn. What? Their movements are so swift. They were astonished. Truly, they are a malignant force. Upon witnessing the defeat of their comrades, rather than attempting a rescue, they simply retreated, lacking any sense of camaraderie. Thus, they are the wicked, and we are the righteous. Historically, evil cannot suppress good, and it is precisely due to their lack of solidarity that they abandon their comrades at the first sign of trouble. If the Realm King were to learn how the armored team perceives him, he would undoubtedly berate them, saying they speak without experiencing the pain of battle. Were it not for your summoned Imperial armors providing support, he would have long since led his mutant beasts to rescue his people. Having a powerful backing is indeed advantageous. However, it also reflects one's strength. Without a formidable support system, one cannot retaliate when bullied. Shen Wudao remained at ease, assuring them that there was no need for haste. The Shadow Realm would eventually serve as a stepping stone for them. He encouraged them to train diligently and strengthen themselves, for opportunities to showcase their prowess would abound. Yes, Little Li exclaimed, I almost didn't get to see you, Li Zong. Woe is me. In the office of the biochemical department of Tianhao Group, Little Li clung to Li Xiaoqiao's leg, weeping. He had indeed come perilously close to defeat. And should he have lost, the destruction of the chip in his brain would have left him a fool, a fate worse than death. Had it not been for the timely arrival of another group, he would have met his end. Hey, let go of me. What kind of image does it present for a grown man to cling to my leg? Li Xiaoqiao recoiled at Little Li's embrace. Now tell me, what transpired that nearly led to your downfall? Don't tell me you were almost defeated. Li Xiaoqiao could hardly believe that Little Li could be bested. For the second-generation biochemical chip was his pride and joy, significantly enhanced from the first generation and certainly not easily overpowered. Moreover, the recently completed Tordu armor had been stolen, and he was certain Little Li was behind it. Little Li, with a bitter expression, replied, Indeed, I was almost defeated by the armored warriors. Had others not intervened, I surely wouldn't have returned. Defeated by the armored warriors? Impossible. The second-generation chip was crafted from 10 powerful samples of the zombified virus, its strength far surpassing that of the armored warriors. Even Ma Qingshan, wielding the Nawa armor, would struggle to defeat you. Li Xiaoqiao immediately dismissed the possibility, for he believed that his second-generation chip had already surpassed the strength of Ma Qingshan during his time as the first Nawa armor wielder. Ma Qingshan, the esteemed heir of Tianhao Group and the elder brother of Ma Kuai and Ma Lingling, had once been the first to summon the Nawa armor, showcasing remarkable strength while effortlessly defeating 3 formidable Oxers. Thus, when Li Xiaoqiu developed the second-generation biochemical chip, he had adjusted its capabilities based on Ma Qingshan's strength, investing considerable time, money, and effort. To hear that little Li had nearly been bested during his first outing to collect the zombified virus felt like a direct affront to Li Xiaoqiu's pride, implying that his creation was rendered futile. Seeing that Li Xiaoqiu remained skeptical, little Li, with a furrowed brow, insisted, "I assure you, I have no reason to deceive you, Li Zong. My heart is still racing. I was genuinely terrified." Li Xiaoqiu, still grappling with the idea of his creation being overpowered, responded, "If what you say is true, then the armor of the warrior you faced must be quite formidable. Was it the Nawa armor? The Sina armor? Or perhaps the rumored flying shadow armor or flame dragon armor? None of those. I encountered 2 armored warriors earlier. One wielded the Xingtian armor, which, while impressive, was not my match. Then came another, the Fengying armor. I could initially hold my ground, but I exhausted too much energy and decided to flee. However, this individual seemed to possess some unique ability, akin to shrinking space, which allowed him to catch up to me almost instantly. I was nearly defeated, but then another group appeared, led by an unfamiliar armored figure alongside the Nawa armor, followed by 5 bizarre beings. Chapter 106. Qing Zizai obtains armor. Little Li recounted his recent encounters to Li Xiaoqiu. "You may leave now," Li Xiaoqiu instructed. "Yes, Li Zong. The Xingtian armor, Fengying armor, an unknown armor, and the Nawa armor?" After little Li departed, Li Xiaoqiu rubbed his chin, gazing out at the bustling street below, pondering how so many troublesome armored warriors had suddenly emerged. Furthermore, how had the Nawa armor ended up in the hands of others? As for the truth of the matter, Li Xiaoqiu had no doubt that little Li would not dare to deceive him. Could it be that his freshly developed masterpiece had been surpassed by other armored warriors so swiftly? As for the mention of other peculiar beings, he was not surprised. He had heard of the incidents involving the demon beast men and the monsters that had attacked previously. Li Xiaoqiu smirked inwardly, thinking, "Regardless of whether they are armored warriors or demon beast men, none shall hinder my ascension to the status of God of Oxers. Let them revel for now. When the time comes, I shall descend upon this world in divine form, and then all of you shall kneel before me, offering your submission." Ha ha. After leaving Li Xiaoqiu's office, little Li retreated to the restroom, splashing water on his face, and in a fit of anger, he struck the wall with his fist. "Last night, I had just obtained the Navar armor summoner, and today it was gone. I could only summon armor twice. What does that even mean? Is it merely a 2-time experience card? Moreover, I nearly fell victim to foolishness today. It was truly perilous. Next time, I must exercise greater caution and ensure I reclaim a set of armor to once again become an armor warrior." In the armor base, the enigmatic Shen Wudao began to process the 3 items acquired today, a piece of Earth Shadow Stone, the Torna armor, and the Navar armor. Everyone gathered around, and while Qing Zizai appeared calm on the surface, his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner excitement, as Shen Wudao had promised him a set of armor. The Torna armor was claimed after defeating the enemy and was unclaimed. Could it possibly belong to him? Ma Kuai felt a strange sensation, as 2 of the 3 items before him were products of his own company, the Navar and Torna armors. He remarked that the first time he saw these items, they seemed somewhat familiar. Indeed, they belonged to the same company. Moreover, he had overheard his father earlier that morning in the office, furious about a recently completed armor set that had been stolen, now transformed into loot before them. However, Ma Kuai said nothing further. After all, who the armor was used against was always the orcs and their bizarre beasts. "Meijin, I leave the Earth Shadow Stone in your capable hands. Please contact your brother to craft an Earth Summoner. Once a suitable summoner is found, he can take up his role immediately." Shen Wudao first addressed the Earth Shadow Stone, and then turned his gaze to the Navar Summoner. "Kuai, your sister reached out to inform you that the summoner was snatched away. We have managed to reclaim it. So you can take it back and persuade the individual using the Navar armor to join our team." Ma Kuai pounded his chest in assurance. "Leave it to me. I will surely convince that fellow to join us, or else I shall withhold this summoner." Lastly, concerning the Torna armor, a wind element armor, Shen Wudao intended to assign it to Qing Zizai. "You all have no objections, I presume?" Shen Wudao glanced at the group. The Torna armor, although crafted on Earth, boasted an ethereal style designed for speed. Qing Zizai, a practitioner of the arts, was indeed a formidable fighter. I recall in the original narrative, Qing Zizai, in a bid to buy time, had even sparred hand-to-hand with Qiao Shi one of the 3 captains of the underworld demon, demonstrating his undeniable strength. Should he be equipped with any armor from the Xingtian team, he could potentially showcase an armor upgrade akin to Shen Wudao's performance. This elemental armor would be a remarkable boon for him. Bei Miao was the first to voice. No objections here. Ma Kuahai echoed. I have no objections either. Su Tingfei nodded affirmatively. Equipping Ah Qing will undoubtedly augment his prowess. Indeed, he was in need of armor. And this was a fortuitous moment. Li Xinan, Dong Shan, Wu Gang, and others expressed their congratulations. With this armor, Qing Zizai's power would soar, placing him among the top 3 in the armor team. Fantastic, Ah Qing. You finally possess your own armor and can now venture into battle. Yang Huan welcomed him with heartfelt blessings. Previously, she had witnessed everyone else going into combat, while only Qing Zizai remained behind at the base. The disparity had left him feeling discontented. Now he too could join the fray. Thank you, Captain. Qing Zizai's face radiated joy as he received the Tornus summoner from Shen Wudao. At this moment, he too was an armor warrior. If thanks are due, let it be to Xiaodian and Dong Shan, for this armor was their discovery. Hearing this, Qing Zizai expressed his gratitude to the 2. Standing aside, Shi Zhao and Binger observed the harmonious scene, their hearts heavy with bitterness. Both were now captives of war. Binger, like Shaoli, had received armor but had hardly used it before it was lost. Although Shi Zhao was the summoner of the Snow Mastiff armor, the metallic light shadow stone was not with him. He possessed only a chip given by the Realm King for summoning armor. Whether that chip could still be utilized for merging armor remained uncertain. Once matters concerning the armor were settled, Shen Wudao turned his attention to Shi Zhao and Binger. Shi Zhao, you are associated with the Snow Mastiff armor, but I know you dwell in darkness while yearning for the light. The 5-element armors were created to combat darkness, and the Shadow Realm is merely a forward post of the dark forces. Their aim is to dominate humanity. Your original path was one of peace, yet the Realm King forcibly abducted you. Do not be misled into thinking it was for your own good. Rather, it was to fulfill the Realm King's own agenda, transforming you from a life of normalcy into this current state. What Shen Wudao articulated was not lost on Shi Zhao, yet he found himself ensnared by the Realm King's control. He glanced at the numerous armor summoners around him. Perhaps it was time for him to leave the dark, damp shadows and stand openly beneath the sun. Bei Miao regarded Shi Zhao. At that moment, he felt none of the disdain he once harbored in the original narrative. On the contrary, he held a measure of respect for him. Initially, Bei Miao had fled in fear, while Shi Zhao had dared to rescue others, showcasing a greater bravery. Their strengths were evenly matched, and after an exhilarating battle where both were left wounded, he had come to recognize Shi Zhao as a worthy opponent. After a moment of silence, Shi Zhao took a deep breath and nodded. Very well, I shall join you. Upon hearing this, Binger cast a glance at Shi Zhao. She did not reproach him for betraying the Shadow Realm. Rather, she felt genuine joy at his decision. She understood that Shi Zhao's character was ill-suited for the Shadow Realm. The armor team was where he truly belonged. Chapter 107. Su Tingfei. I am more handsome than you, however, although I am the summoner of the Snow Mastiff armor. The Light Shadow Stone has always been concealed by the Realm King. I have never encountered the Light Shadow Stone. He only provided me with a chip for summoning armor. Whether I can still summon armor now that I have been captured by you all remains uncertain, Shi Zhao stated, producing the chip used for summoning armor. Shen Wudao inspected it and replied, You need not worry about this. The chip receives energy from the Light Shadow Stone unidirectionally, coupled with your golden bloodline. Even the Realm King cannot intercept your summoning of armor. That is good to hear. Relieved that he could still summon armor, Shi Zhao continued, As for Binger, she can remain here for now. Let her act as a server, tidying up and fetching us water. What do you think? As long as there is a safe place. I have no objections. Binger agreed, for previously, Shen Wudao had stated they would be set free. With Shi Zhao joining the armor team, Binger genuinely wished to stay, as she had nowhere else to go. Even if she sought work in the outside world, she possessed no particular skills and could only find work as a bodyguard. There are rooms available here. You may find one for yourselves. Also, keep these 2 identity cards safe. They are crucial for your access to the armor base. After addressing various matters, Shen Wudao left the base with Xia Zito. Once the captain departed, Wu Gang approached Shi Zhao and stated, Though just moments ago we were adversaries, now that you have joined us, we are comrades in the same team. Li Xinan stepped forward and lightly patted Shi Zhao on the chest, smiling, Not bad. I actually admire you. Thank you. Shi Zhao smiled in response, though as a new member, He found himself unfamiliar with the individuals before him and would require time to adjust. Meanwhile, Yang Huan and Mei Jin chatted with Binger to alleviate her unease. Li Haoyan stood alone in a corner, reminiscing about Shen Wudao's use of his Xingtian armor, which had successfully undergone an upgrade. This served as motivation for him. Xiaodian, are you contemplating the armor upgrade? Su Tingfei observed Li Haoyan furrowing his brow in thought, already suspecting the nature of his reflections. As the summoner of the Xingtian armor, witnessing its upgrade before his eyes into the mightier war god Xingtian would leave anyone bewildered. Indeed, the captain's inaugural use of the Xingtian armor has enabled it to ascend into the war god Xingtian. The overwhelming power of the war god Xingtian lingers vividly in my mind. As the foremost summoner of the Xingtian armor, it is rather embarrassing for Li Haoyan that he is unable to facilitate its upgrade. Su Tingfei remarked, indeed. I recall when the captain informed us that our armor could evolve, and that the 5 elements armor could summon armored beasts. I initially thought he was jesting. After all, armor is merely armor. Strength may increase, but the appearance remains unchanged. Now, I am completely convinced. The upgraded Xingtian armor transforms into the war god Xingtian. Surely, my flying shadow armor will be even more striking in its upgraded form. Why would it be more striking than mine? Because the standard form of the flying shadow armor is already more handsome than your Xingtian armor, and the summoner's appearance also plays a role, Su Tingfei boldly declared. Li Haoyan rolled his eyes, having encountered narcissism before, but never to this extent. After departing from the armor base, Shen Wudao brought Xia Zitong to a street in the outside world. Brother Wudao, today I truly witnessed a grand spectacle of superheroes battling wicked villains. Observing it live was even more magnificent than a Hollywood film, Xia Zitong exclaimed, recalling the intense confrontation between the armored warriors and the extraordinary beasts. The sight of so many armored warriors battling against evil forces, as well as warriors clashing with one another, was a thrill that ordinary people could scarcely imagine. Today, she had experienced it firsthand. Moreover, she learned that the armored warriors had already formed a team, and her brother Wudao was surprisingly the captain. What a revelation. Is that so? Are you afraid? Not at all. With you by my side, what is there to fear? Ah, that is music to my ears. It's only a little past 2. Let us wander through the mall before heading back to your home. Sounds good. The two then made their way toward the mall. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Shen Wudao drove Xia Zitong home in his imperial steed. He accompanied her inside, and it was only after dinner that the day came to a close. Miss, young master, you have returned. The butler promptly greeted them upon their arrival. Why are there so many new bodyguards at home? Who has arrived? Xia Zitong's voice trembled slightly as she noticed unfamiliar faces among the increased security. The only person who could enter her villa accompanied by bodyguards was her father, Xia Qiyan. It had been an entire year since Xia Qiyan last visited, which was also the last time Xia Zitong had seen her father. Despite subsequent contact being limited to a few brief phone calls, the absence was deeply felt. The butler quickly explained, Miss, it is the master who has come. He has learned of your and the young master's matters and has taken time from his busy schedule to visit. Father is really here. Upon hearing this, Xia Zitong was overjoyed, but she quickly composed herself. She took Shen Wudao's hand and whispered, Brother Wudao, my father has come. The butler must have informed him of our situation, and he might misunderstand our relationship, so. Do not worry, I can handle this, Shen Wudao reassured her. He understood Xia Zitong's excitement over seeing her father after a year of separation. Well then, let us go find him, Xia Zitong suggested, leading Shen Wudao to the second floor. At that moment, the door to the study was ajar, revealing a handsome middle-aged man intently typing on a laptop. After exchanging a glance with Shen Wudao, Xia Zitong knocked on the door to capture the man's attention. Xia Qiyan looked up and immediately smiled upon seeing his daughter, rising to approach her. Zitong, father. Xia Zitong beamed as she rushed into her father's embrace, tears of joy brimming in her eyes. Their bond was strong. Xia Qiyan cared deeply for his daughter, but due to work commitments, he often had to travel, even abroad, preventing him from keeping her close. Upon receiving a call from the butler the previous night, informing him that Xia Zitong would be bringing a male friend home, he sensed something unusual. His daughter had always been cautious and would not easily invite someone home, especially a male. Thus, he hurriedly flew in from another city to meet the person who had earned his daughter's invitation. He dreaded the thought of meeting his daughter again someday with a significant belly, which would be utterly shocking. Observing the tender embrace between father and daughter, Shen Wudao stood to the side, reluctant to intrude. Having lost his parents at a young age, he envied the warmth of such familial affection. All right, Zitong, you're grown up now. No more tears, he gently chided. Xia Zitong wiped her tears defiantly and replied, I'm not crying. I'm just happy. Haha, happy indeed. I apologize, Zitong, for being so busy that I haven't had the chance to see you. Xia Qian sighed as he gazed at his understanding daughter. If only he could settle down somewhere more stable, he would have brought her along to transfer schools. However, he could not remain in one place for long, often moving every 3 to 5 months, which filled him with guilt. He could only compensate with material gifts, transferring hundreds of thousands, even millions, to her account monthly. It's all right. I can manage perfectly well on my own. You need not worry about me, father, Xia Zitong replied, glancing at Shen Wudao. Realizing that her struggles were trivial compared to those who truly faced hardship, Xia Qian then turned his attention to Shen Wudao, nodding in approval. You must be Zitong's friend. Indeed, a fine gentleman with remarkable poise. No wonder my daughter has taken a liking to you. Father. Xia Zitong blushed at her father's words, lowering her head. Zitong, could you step out for a moment? I wish to speak with your friend. Xia Zitong hesitated. What could you possibly discuss that I cannot hear? Xia Qian patted her shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry. We are merely discussing matters between men. Zitong, Shen Wudao called her name, and when she looked over, he nodded in agreement. Xia Zitong discreetly returned the gesture before addressing her father. All right then, but you mustn't make things difficult for brother Wudao. Xia Qian chuckled. Already taking sides? Rest assured, I am merely having a conversation with your friend. I won't devour him, will I? Very well, I shall take my leave. After receiving her father's assurances, Xia Zitong exited the room and closed the door behind her. Once Xia Zitong left, Shen Wudao and Xia Qian exchanged glances. Initially, Xia Qian intended to intimidate with the authority he had cultivated over the years as a businessman. He believed that a young man would be unable to withstand the pressure of his presence, feeling anxious and uneasy. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself unsettled instead. After exchanging glances with Xia Qian, Shen Wudao casually placed his hands in his pockets and spoke directly. Mr. Xia, let us not beat around the bush. No amount of flattering words can convey the truth. As a father, I understand your desire for your daughter to make good friends. You wish to assess her potential companion in terms of demeanor, appearance, height, and wealth, whether he can protect her. Anyone with eyes can see how I measure up in the first 3 aspects. Regarding wealth, while I do not possess an immense fortune, I do have a few hundred million. As for protecting Zitong, as long as I am here, no one can harm her. Xia Qian's gaze fixed intently on Shen Wudao, finding him rather intriguing for his bluntness. Indeed, no amount of ornate speech holds more value than the practical. After all, beautiful words cannot be consumed as sustenance. A few hundred million? What does your family do? Xia Qian inquired, curious about Shen Wudao's background. A family with such financial standing must be respectable, and Zitong marrying into it would not lead to this young man living off past glories. Shen Wudao shrugged. My parents were university professors, but they tragically passed away in an accident when I was 8. The reason for my wealth is sheer luck. I have consistently won tens of millions in the lottery. After a few fortunate rounds, here I am. What? Xia Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. You amassed billions from lottery winnings? Are you some sort of lucky charm? Initially, he had thought Shen Wudao was merely a rich heir, but it turned out he had earned his fortune through luck, which, while not significant in his eyes, is an unattainable dream for most ordinary individuals. Presently, he possessed courage, charm, demeanor, and financial means, which indeed suggested he could protect Zitong. Xia Qian did not expect Shen Wudao to possess martial arts skills. However, he was already impressive. Furthermore, his daughter seemed genuinely fond of this young man. He had never contemplated sacrificing his child's happiness for political alliances, thus there was no reason to thwart their budding romance. As for strength, Shen Wudao pondered whether he should reveal his armor to gain Xia Qian's approval. However, Xia Qian waved his hand. Let us skip the display of strength. I do not expect you to possess skills in fighting multiple opponents. I can see that Zitong likes you. As long as you treat her well, making her happy and allowing her to live freely, I have no further demands. The display of strength cannot be dismissed, Shen Wudao replied, for it is an aspect I take pride in. Oh, you have trained? Xia Qian's interest piqued at Shen Wudao's assertion. Could it be that this young man was proficient in martial arts? Such a skill would indeed be a notable asset. I have trained. But what I wish to show you is not the trivial brawling of children. Just as Xia Qian wondered what Shen Wudao meant, he suddenly noticed a shift in Shen Wudao's demeanor. His gaze sharpened, and his aura intensified. Xia Qian's clothing began to flutter without wind, and he was astonished to witness a golden radiance emanating from Shen Wudao's body, exuding an air of sanctity and nobility. What? Xia Qian exclaimed, taken aback. What was unfolding before him? He had merely expected to see if Shen Wudao could handle a couple of bodyguards, yet this scene was far beyond his imagination. As the golden light enveloped Shen Wudao, ethereal armor began to materialize around him. Imperial armor merge. As Shen Wudao uttered those 6 words, the ethereal armor solidified, radiating a golden glow that dazzled Xia Qian's eyes. Armor merge. You are an armored warrior. Xia Qian gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld the resplendent armor that seemed beyond description. This man was indeed an armored warrior, and the armor appeared to be of an exceptionally higher caliber than any he had seen. Chapter 109, Exploding Stars? Is it the kind of battle power of 530,000? Summoner of the Imperial Armor, Shen Wudao. Come, let me introduce you to Earth. Shen Wudao stepped forward and placed his hand on Xia Qian's shoulder. And before he could register what was happening, they vanished from their location. When they reappeared, they found themselves suspended in darkness, standing above the earth. Xia Qian was taken aback, drenched in cold sweat. What was this sight? He stood in the cosmos, gazing closely at a blue and white planet. Undoubtedly, it was Earth. To see his home planet from such proximity, floating without a spacesuit, yet able to breathe in the vacuum of space, was nothing short of miraculous. How did you accomplish this? Xia Qian turned to the powerful figure beside him, filled with awe. Was this truly the power of an armored warrior? To transport him from Earth to outer space, allowing him to float and breathe while observing his home planet was akin to divine strength. It is but a thought. Shen Wudao replied without modesty. I am the sovereign of this world. Destroying a planet is trivial for me. Allow me to provide you with a more vivid demonstration. With that, Shen Wudao uttered a single word, and they teleported once more. This time, they were no longer before the beautiful blue and white planet, but instead faced a barren, yellowish planet devoid of life, comparable in size to Earth. Xia Qian swallowed hard. His future son-in-law possessed such formidable power that he could appear above an unknown planet with a mere thought. Was it possible that all armored warriors wielded such might? This seemed improbable. Perhaps only Shen Wudao was this extraordinary. But why had he brought him here? Was he truly about to demonstrate the destruction of a planet? Yet, how could that be achieved? Even an atomic bomb would only obliterate a small area. To annihilate a planet would require a global catastrophe. Law of heaven and earth. Shen Wudao commanded, his body radiating a golden beam as he suddenly expanded to an immense size, growing from under 2 meters tall to a colossal figure. Xia Qian stood beside him like a mere speck of dust. What is this? Xia Qian looked up in disbelief at the enormous imperial armor. Was this still human? Then, the gigantic Shen Wudao raised his right hand towards the lifeless planet before him. What had appeared vast to the human eye now resembled a mere ping-pong ball in his grasp. As he cupped the lifeless planet in his palm, it crumbled effortlessly, and with a simple motion, he crushed it, scattering its fragments like dust. Having easily obliterated a planet, Shen Wudao returned to his normal height. Observing Xia Qian, who was still dazed, he remarked, "Did you see clearly? For me, shattering a planet is a matter of mere strength. Even without the law of heaven and earth, Shen Wudao possessed various means to destroy a planet. A single powerful energy blast could achieve such destructive force. However, using the law of heaven and earth was simply more visually impressive. At that moment, Xia Qian felt his head spinning. This realm was entirely foreign to him. He merely had a small fortune, while Shen Wudao was capable of planetary destruction. What was this? A battle power of 530,000? What kind of boyfriend had his daughter brought home? This was enough to terrify any father. Seeing that Xia Qian was left speechless, Shen Wudao felt satisfied, believing he had made a lasting impression. With such thoughts, I brought the dazed Xia Qian back to that study. The scene shifted, returning from the vast cosmos to the familiar confines of the room, and the grounded sensation was truly comforting. Xia Qian felt a slight weakness in his legs as he sat down in a chair, finally letting out a sigh of relief. What he had just witnessed was overwhelmingly shocking. You are the golden armored figure that once graced the newspaper, nearly causing my heart to seize in fear. Xia Qian placed a hand on his chest, acknowledging the fright he had just experienced. With such an impressive son-in-law, my position as father-in-law is certainly at risk. Maintaining my authority seems futile in the presence of someone so formidable. While I may have some status and wealth, these pale in comparison to the celestial power wielded by Shen Wudao, rendering them trivial, akin to a child's play. Now, you must believe in my ability to protect Zitong, right? Observing the effect had been significant, Shen Wudao nodded in satisfaction. Well, indeed, on this earth, you are invincible. If you lacked ability, who else could possibly surpass you? Xia Qian wiped the imaginary cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and continued, I underestimated you. It turns out you are our guardian warrior clad in armor, possessing such transcendent power. Zitong will be safe with you. But I have one condition. Even if you have others, you must ensure Zitong's happiness and freedom for a lifetime. Rest assured, I will take good care of those around me. Upon saying this, Shen Wudao gestured towards Xia Qian from a distance, and a golden light suddenly emanated from Xia Qian. This unexpected turn startled Xia Qian, leaving him bewildered about what had just transpired. Do not worry, I merely altered the flow of your time. The flow of time? Xia Qian looked utterly confused, unable to grasp the meaning. Shen Wudao explained, I have slowed your time down. Your lifespan will now be 10 times longer than that of an ordinary person, meaning you will live tenfold the years, free from illness and disaster. Of course, if you wish for immortality in the future, you can let me know. For now, let me give you a taste of it. Tenfold. This defies the laws of the world. Xia Qian gazed at his own identity in disbelief. As the saying goes, time is more precious than gold. Even emperors covet longevity. Yet they all ultimately fail. Yet here I am, a mere businessman, granted a lifespan 10 times that of others, not through some elixir of longevity, but by decelerating my own passage of time. Am I dreaming? Defying the rules? No, I am the rule. After removing the emperor's armor, Shen Wudao chuckled lightly. In this three-dimensional universe, he embodies the way of heaven, and his rules are the ultimate law. Moments later, the two descended side by side. Where Xia Zitong was busy arranging the dishes on the dining table, with chefs periodically bringing forth sumptuous dishes. Upon seeing them, Xia Zitong immediately approached, saying, Wudao Gij, Dad. I was just about to call you both down for dinner. I didn't expect you to have already calculated the meal time and come down on your own. Xia Qian chuckled, playfully poking his daughter and teasing. You little girl, you haven't even crossed the threshold yet, and you've already placed my title behind Wudao. Quite impressive. Nonsense. Hearing her father's words, Xia Zitong shyly lowered her head. How could he say that? What if it made Wudao Gij uncomfortable? Yet upon reflection, her father seemed to address Shen Wudao quite intimately, calling him simply Wudao. Curiously, Xia Zitong inquired, Dad, how did your conversation go? It went splendidly, Zitong. I must say, Wudao is handsome, talented, and there is no one else in this world who compares to him. It's wonderful, quite remarkable. I support you both. Xia Qian beamed with delight. With such an impressive son-in-law, as long as he treats Zitong well, everything else is inconsequential. Xia Zitong, feeling bashful, shifted her gaze towards Shen Wudao, surprised by her father's satisfaction with Wudao Gij, wondering what they had discussed upstairs. However, with Wudao Gij being so capable, handsome, and graceful, it was no wonder he had earned her father's approval. Shen Wudao also glanced at Xia Zitong, and after their eyes met, he nodded slightly in her direction. After the three enjoyed a lavish dinner, Shen Wudao and Xia Zitong exchanged a few words in the room before he expressed his intent to leave. Wudao Gij, are you leaving so soon? Xia Zitong gazed at Shen Wudao with reluctance. Today had been a delightful date, yet many little goals remained unfulfilled, such as watching a movie together, strolling by the lakeside, or lying on the lawn gazing at the stars. Shen Wudao gently ruffled Xia Zitong's hair and nodded. Yes, we can see each other often, but you don't have many opportunities to spend time with your father. You should enjoy a good chat with him. We can meet anytime. Thank you, Wudao Gij. Xia Zitong stepped closer, wrapping her arms around Shen Wudao's waist and resting her face against his chest. Shen Wudao embraced her from behind, and they held each other for over 10 seconds. Xia Zitong lifted her head from Shen Wudao's embrace, gazing deeply into the eyes of the man who stirred her heart. Shen Wudao felt that no words in this world could convey as much as a kiss, and he acted upon that sentiment. Xia Zitong, already nervous and expectant, felt her heart racing as such a moment unfolded. An indescribable emotion enveloped her. Was this what love felt like? Moments later, Shen Wudao released Xia Zitong, gently caressing her face before saying, "All right, I must take my leave now." "Yes, travel safely." "All right." Xia Zitong escorted Shen Wudao to the entrance, watching him ride off on the imperial steed before she turned her gaze back to her home. "Zitong, do you truly have feelings for Shen Wudao and wish to be with him?" As Xia Zitong returned from the courtyard, she heard Xia Qiyin standing at the door, his tone serious. He understood all too well that when Shen Wudao displayed his strength, it was evident that such an individual transcended the realm of mere superheroes from science fiction. He could effortlessly shatter planets with his bare hands, making him an invincible presence on Earth. Such an exceptional young man, so youthful and possessing a striking visage, would undoubtedly attract admirers. And Shen Wudao, being a man, how could he resist the allure of other beautiful women? Thus, despite Shen Wudao's promises, Xia Qiyin remained uneasy, for this was his precious daughter. "Dad, why are you suddenly bringing this up?" Upon hearing her father's straightforward question, Xia Zitong shyly lowered her head, feeling embarrassed to meet his gaze. Seeing Xia Zitong's demeanor, Xia Qiyin, having experienced similar situations, understood her feelings. He chose not to press further. His daughter liked the other person, and all he could do was wish them well. Upon returning home through the iron gate, he spotted Li Xia sitting on a bench in the courtyard, dressed in shorts, her long, fair legs stretched out, hands resting on the bench as she gazed up at the sky. Upon hearing the commotion, she turned her head, and, upon spotting Shen Wudao, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. "You're back so early. Didn't you stay at your little girlfriend's place?" Shen Wudao closed the door and sat beside Li Xia, sensing a hint of jealousy in the air. Li Xia huffed. "Who is jealous?" Shen Wudao chuckled at her response, noting that aside from the two of them, there was no one else present. As soon as he entered, he detected a whiff of vinegar, and her question about not staying at his girlfriend's place had clearly revealed her jealousy. "No, I'm not jealous at all." Li Xia suddenly felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Throughout the day, she had been somewhat melancholic. After all, how could she feel joy upon discovering that Shen Wudao had gone out on a date with another girl? Perhaps, when emotions run deep, the sparks of passion could lead them to intimacy. Fortunately, upon seeing Shen Wudao return early, she sighed with relief, though she couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy as she spoke. "Let us pretend you're not jealous. I promised you yesterday that we would go shopping tomorrow." "You are indeed bold," Li Xia remarked, somewhat exasperated by his blatant disregard. Yet she said nothing more, for who could blame him for being so charming? "I have always been bold," Shen Wudao replied with a smile, casually taking her hand, which she had set aside. Li Xia feigned a struggle, but eventually surrendered, gazing up at the starry sky. Men are often fickle, a truth that transcends time, especially those endowed with both ability and attractiveness. Even if one wishes to remain steadfast, they inevitably attract admirers. Li Xia perceived this clearly. Such a formidable figure as Shen Wudao could not be contained by any one person. After parting ways with Li Xia, Shen Wudao made his way to the armor base, where two newcomers had recently joined. They were the summoners of the Earth Tiger armor and the Nawa armor. "Captain, I've brought the new recruits, including him." The Nawa armor was previously stolen, but now he is joining us, Ma Kuahai indicated, pointing to Duanmu Yin beside him. Earlier that afternoon, he had contacted his sister to return the Nawa armor and informed her that the summoner of the Nawa armor would be joining the team. At first, Ma Lingling had insisted on coming along, but Ma Kuahai decisively refused. After all, this was the armor base, and she had no skills to contribute. Thus, he left her behind and brought Duanmu Yin to the base. "Ah, it's you?" Duanmu Yin thought to himself about who the captain might be, but upon seeing Shen Wudao, he recognized him immediately. He vividly recalled the moment when the wild wolf Oksar had knelt before him. The power and majesty of the armor had been astonishing. He couldn't believe that this was the captain of the armor team, with someone like him at the helm. He felt as though he had latched onto a strong ally. "Hello, Captain," Duanmu Yin greeted. "My name is Kuinzhong. Sister Meijin invited me to be the summoner of the Earth Tiger armor." The other summoner, Kuinzhong, nervously gazed at Shen Wudao, who appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly close in age to him. Yes, the Earth Tiger armor is one of the 5 element armors, possessing the attribute of Earth. While it has notable jumping abilities, it thrives when firmly grounded, allowing it to unleash its enduring power, Shen Wudao advised Kuinzhong, emphasizing the importance of stability when summoning the Earth Tiger armor. as its strength derives from the earth itself. Only in proximity to its elemental counterpart can the power of the five-element armors be truly formidable. For instance, water amplifies the strength of the Black Rhino armor, while fire enhances the Flame Dragon armor. Thus, for the Earth Tiger armor, the earth is its essence. Although the five-element armors seem compatible with the elemental armors, their synergy is limited. The elemental armors can only unleash their respective elements during combat, not manifest in elemental form. Kuinzhong solemnly absorbed this guidance, affirming, "Yes, Captain, I will remember." "Very well," Shen Wudao said, patting Kuinzhong on the shoulder, hoping that this fellow would prove stronger than his counterpart in the original story. "By the way, Haoyan, how is your injury? The base has a medical room." "And I am fine now," Li Haoyan replied with a gentle smile. After returning to the base that afternoon, he had visited the medical facility, which Shen Wudao had established specifically for treating the injured. Within an hour, most injuries could be healed, far surpassing the capabilities of any hospital. "That is good to hear." Shen Wudao nodded in satisfaction, observing the increasingly formidable team. With the five-element armors and the entire Xing Tian squad assembled, they were merely one cool thunder armor short of a complete team, totaling 12 armored warriors. Now that was a true armor team. "Since everyone is nearly gathered, I have an announcement to make," Shen Wudao stated with a serious demeanor, prompting the attention of all present, curious about what he was about to reveal. "Kuai, try not to be too agitated by what I am about to say, as it pertains to your family." Shen Wudao intended to address matters concerning Ma Kuai's family, recalling how he had previously dealt with the cold-blooded Bic. However, the appearance of the grotesque Bic today had sparked Shen Wudao's resolve to eradicate them entirely. He remembered that Li Xiaoqiu of the Tianhao group was the mastermind behind it all, an ingenious mind, albeit misdirected. Having created the Bic biohumans to assist him in collecting the Oxar virus, ultimately leading to the development of the Oxar King and the Oxar God, two superviruses. Though even if Li Xiaoqiu succeeded in creating these viruses, they were merely insignificant to him. Yet he was not one to let troubles escalate uncontrollably. "Related to my family?" Ma Kuai questioned, perplexed. His family was merely an ordinary group, having only commissioned the construction of the armor through substantial investment in scientific talents. What could possibly connect them to such matters? The others, too, regarded Ma Kuai with curiosity. Was there something peculiar about his family? Shen Wudao began, "Kuai, do you know where the Oxar virus originated?" Initially, Ma Kuai instinctively shook his head, yet a sense of unease began to creep in. "You are correct. It is the Tianhao group." "What?" Ma Kuai exclaimed, feeling as though his worldview was collapsing. Shen Wudao then elucidated the origins of the Oxar virus and the nefarious activities of the Tianhao group, explaining why they had sought to create elemental armors.